Feng Xiaoyan stared at her intently, as she pressured her slowly. How is it? Have you considered carefully already? Once you pass this village, you will not be able to find this shop anymore. I'd advise you to quit while you're ahead and don't be too greedy beyond your means. There is a limit to my patience. Huang Yueli smiled as she said, will you really give me the 7th-leveled medicinal pills? Feng Xiaoyan thought that her interest had been piqued and the sight of disdain beneath her eyes started to flow outwards. Indeed, she was a woman who was only after petty gains, so she totally wasn't worthy of her male god, Lu Bian. She immediately replied, that's right, I will really give it to you. What identity do I have? Of course whatever I say counts, and with so many people here to testify for you, what are you worried about? Huang Yueli nodded her head when she heard that. Feng Xiaoyan immediately cried out in joy, that means, you agree to leave? That's great, go pack up immediately and tomorrow morning I will. When have I said that I will leave? Huang Yueli interrupted her, I only wanted to say that young Miss Feng, you're rather generous, indeed the president's daughter. But I've always never liked to be tormented, and since I'm staying well right here, I have no intention to shift houses. I can only take in young Miss Feng's kind intentions and reject your proposal. You tricked me? Feng Xiaoyan had just started to get excited when she was splashed on her head with a bucket of cold water, and she instantly turned utterly discomfited. What on earth do you want? I've already given you so much money. Huang Yueli laughed as she pointed out, I might have the life to take the money, but might not have the life to spend it. Feng Xiaoyan's heart thumped hard, and she looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief, in fear and trepidation. She was able to come out with so much money because she already had some plans in her mind, hence she acted so generously. From what she thought, Huang Yueli was after all an ordinary person, and as long as she left the Alchemist Guild's turf, a gorgeous young lady like her totally had no way to protect herself and could be easily eliminated. Moreover, it would not leave any handle on her at all. Later on, even if Lu Bian started to probe into this, so many people had seen Huang Yueli leaving the Alchemist Guild after taking the money, no matter how angry Lu Bian was, he would never go look for Huang Yueli again. After all, a woman who was only interested in his money would definitely shatter his heart and send him into extreme disappointment. Feng Xiaoyan was counting her chickens before they hatched, and she felt that Huang Yueli wasn't even a practitioner, and didn't seem to have any family background, so she must be inexperienced and could not possibly see through her plan. But now, from Huang Yueli's tone, has she been seen through by her? While Feng Xiaoyan was in a state of bewilderment, Huang Yueli had already stood up and prepared to leave. Feng Xiaoyan immediately shot up like an arrow as she blocked her way. No way, you haven't agreed to my terms, so you're not allowed to leave. Huang Yueli's face started to turn chilly. I've already said that I'm not leaving, what else do you want? Feng Xiaoyan's eyes flashed past a bitter glow. Although her aim had been seen through by Huang Yueli, she instead had lesser worries as she started to bare her fangs. I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you, scram out of the Alchemist Guild right now. If your attitude is good, I can still give you some money, but since you refused the proffered wine and wished to take the punishment wine, then don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, her right hand waved, everyone let's go up and chase this little slut out for me. I want to see, without divine Dr. Lu here to protect you, just how arrogant can you remain to be. Her words had just fallen and all the young ladies all surrounded her. The young ladies all started to emit different profound energy fluctuations. Feng Xiaoyan took a few steps upwards as she pressed near Huang Yueli and spoke out complacently, how is it? Afraid now? Huang Yueli's expression was calm as she took a glance at her, why should I be afraid of you? Feng Xiaoyan saw that she was still so composed and became even more utterly discomfited, why should you be afraid? Is your head filled with water? Don't you know? We are all respectable pill masters, while you are just an ordinary person and you totally have no right to stay in the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Moreover, you don't even have a single bit of cultivation, whereas we are all practitioners. Wishing to become a pill master, the most basic requirement was to have a 4th grade talent and above in both earth and fire dual attributes. Whereas those who were able to enter the Alchemist Guild headquarters are all geniuses who would be greatly nurtured, and had at least 7th grade talent. Although the pill master's battle standard was not high and they were not especially hard-working in terms of their cultivation, but at least there was a certain cultivational standard, because when they were refining pills, there would be many moments when they needed to rely on their profound energy. So those young ladies present were at least in 3rd stage realm cultivation, and whereas Feng Xiaoyan had just broken through to the 5th stage realm. Although her kind of 5th stage realm probably couldn't even beat an attendant in Blue Profound Sect who was responsible for Factotum, but Feng Xiaoyan had assumed that Huang Yueli was an ordinary person and felt that crushing her to death was as easy as crushing an ant. Huang Yueli took a cold look at her as she said, "You wish to take action against me? Have you ever considered that if Brother Lu came back and found out what you did, what result would it yield?" Feng Xiaoyan laughed coldly, "So what if Brother Lu finds out? Non-pill masters are not permitted to enter the Alchemist Guild, so there's nothing wrong with chasing you out. Stop the gibberish, it's of no use no matter what you say. I've already given you a chance earlier, but you don't know what's good for you, so now, no one can save you." Saying that, she directed the young ladies to proceed and capture her. Let me. Dealing with this trash, do we even need eldest young miss to take action personally? That's right, she's the one who doesn't know what's good for her. Let's give her a beating, then throw her out. Let me have a kick at her too. The young ladies all swamped up excitedly. They originally were filled with envy and jealousy with Huang Yueli, and now with Feng Xiaoyan leading the pack, they were all fighting head over heels to teach her a lesson. Moreover speaking, for someone like Huang Yueli, a trash with no cultivation innate talent at all, she was someone who could be bullied easily, and usually it was really not easy to meet with one at all. There's no danger in punching her at all. Feng Xiaoyan's face revealed a cold smile, as she waited for Huang Yueli to kneel down to beg for mercy. However, when Huang Yueli looked at these young ladies' movements, she did not reveal any flustered display. Instead, her eyes only had the smiling intent of ridicule. Actually, she herself didn't understand why she wasn't afraid at all. The disparity between both parties' ability was obvious, and she knew that she had no profound energy within her at all. But when she saw these young ladies showing off such clumsy moves, she only found it amusing. Such kiddie tricks, and they dare to claim that they were practitioners? Any practitioner stronger than them by 100 times who stood before them would reduce them to capitulation. Huang Yueli's mind suddenly flashed past some images. As though she had once been engaged in a battle with someone else previously. The vivid action seemed as though it had happened just yesterday. In an instant, she suddenly felt bouts of dizziness and her feet turned soft and almost fell. With a paw sound, a young lady who was dressed in a 3rd-grade pill master uniform struck a palm strike onto Huang Yueli's chest. Huang Yueli was caught unaware and felt pain as she gave a full moan. Feng Xiaoyan originally thought that Huang Yueli had some ace up her sleeve when she saw her being so calm and composed, so she was brooding over it. In the end, whoever knew that Huang Yueli was actually hit by someone so easily, so it looked like she was just putting up a pretense earlier. Feng Xiaoyan's disdain for her grew, and at the same time, she couldn't suppress herself any longer as she wanted to head up personally to pinch the soft persimmon. The other young ladies, also unreconciled to lag behind as they all started to make a grab at Huang Yueli. Woo! After Huang Yueli was struck, the giddiness lessened and her mind instantly cleared up. Looking at the sight at the increasing amount of pill masters charging towards her simultaneously, in her eyes, those young ladies' speed of hitting out was incredibly slow. All their actions were filled with multiple flaws. Huang Yueli's body swayed gently and made everyone land an empty strike. Eh? What just happened? Where's that little slut? Why did she suddenly disappear too? Huang Yueli was using her own ability to evade them so naturally she started dancing the agility dance steps and in a moment, swung to the back of the young ladies. Whereas these inexperienced young ladies, who lacked actual combat experiences, had a dazed look as they stood on their original spots, totally not realizing what had just happened. Dumb. Too dumb. So dumb until they've reached home. Huang Yueli kept on shaking her head while standing behind them as she sighed softly. Just refine your pills properly if you're a pill master, why learn from other practitioners to engage in a fight? Aren't you looking for a beating yourself? Her mumbling voice wasn't very loud, but someone heard her voice and turned around in a fluster. By Ruoli, she's right behind us. Everyone wanted to turn around, but Huang Yueli had already made a decision, and leaping up high, she kicked the young lady who was last in the line. As a 9th stage realm peak practitioner in her past life, Huang Yueli's combat experience was extremely rich, so even if she lost her memories, battling had become part of her innate ability with no need to think at all. Her eyesight was extremely sharp, so the angle which she kicked in was extremely tricky. After the young lady at the last position was kicked on the back of her kneecap, her feet weakened and she could not balance herself as she immediately fell. When her body fell, she coincidentally knocked against the young lady's back, who was standing in front of her, and that person also immediately fell down. Following that was a series of chain reactions, as the sound of falling kept reverberating and quite a number of young ladies all fell onto the ground. Hey, who pushed me? Who pushed me? Quickly get off me, you're lying on me, and I can't breathe. Stop stepping on me. Don't step on my face. Amid the bursts of high-pitched cries, Huang Yueli walked around the exterior in a leisurely way. When she saw whichever young lady who was trying to get up, she immediately sent a flying kick over. The bundle of young ladies who had rolled onto the ground usually don't use their profound energy to battle, so in times of urgency, they totally didn't think about using profound energy, only knowing to prop themselves up on the ground to climb up. But their clothes were all mutually hooked together, and with Huang Yueli creating a mess by giving them kicks occasionally, how were they able to climb up in a short span of time? Not only were they not able to climb up, they even mutually stepped on one another multiple times, and there were some whose ribs had been broken by their companions. Miserable cries and high-pitched shrills repeating continuously, and the scenario turned disorderly. Only Feng Xiaoyan was slightly more composed, and after the initial fluster had passed, she already realized where the problem was. Feng Xiaoyan shouted loudly, "Everyone stop moving, and get up one at a time. Don't keep pushing here and there. In this case, everyone just can't stand up." She cried out with all her guts, but it was a pity, because no one heard her words at all. She could only shout out again, "All of you don't move, let me get up first. Do you hear me? Anyone who dares to move recklessly, I'll show her some colors." As the president's daughter, Feng Xiaoyan had enough power to intimidate the others, and upon hearing this, the young ladies all became frightened. Although most of them were still unclear of the situation, but many of them heard what Feng Xiaoyan said and didn't dare to move anymore. Feng Xiaoyan then used her strength to prop herself up, attempting to stand up. However, just as she was getting up, she suddenly heard a burst of windy sound from her back. "Senior Sister Feng, be careful." The young ladies on the ground all started shrieking. But Feng Xiaoyan was still not able to react in time, as she felt a large push from her butt, and immediately after that, her body flew out. Huang Yueli's flying kick landed precisely onto Feng Xiaoyan's bum, moreover, and had intentionally stepped on some ashes in the corner, so this kick which landed on Feng Xiaoyan's perky and round bum had a clear and distinct shoe print left on it. Huang Yueli was in deep thoughts as she looked at the shoe print and sighed. Brother Liu is so attentive, the shoe which he prepared has such particular patterns on the soles. Before she could finish her sentence, a pong sound was heard and Feng Xiaoyan had already fallen onto the ground. Moreover, her face was facing downwards and her butt upwards, with her 4 limbs sprawled out as she fell heavily, a standard posture of falling flat on one's face. She first landed on the ground and stayed in a daze for 10 breaths or so. Obviously she had gone into a daze from the fall, but following that, she regained her senses and struggled to get up from the ground. "By Ruo, Li." Feng Xiaoyan's voice was akin to a howling beast as she was consumed by rage and irreconciliation. She was a lady from the Alchemist Guild and her father had honed his skills as an 8th-ranked pill master, whereas for herself, she was also one of the top talents among the younger generation in the Alchemist Guild headquarters. With this kind of status, this kind of innate talent, Feng Xiaoyan had been brought up in the palm of others. Even if it was Lu Bian, he would also treat her courteously, since when had she ever suffered such humiliation? She was so angry that her lungs almost punctured as she gritted her teeth and turned around, wanting to teach Huang Yueli a severe lesson. However, she had just opened her mouth when Huang Yueli's eyes suddenly widened and burst out into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Young Miss Feng, aren't you too comical? Ha 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 ha." Huang Yueli pointed to Feng Xiaoyan's face as she laughed so much until she bent over. Feng Xiaoyan went into a blank and her peripheral view shot from the corner of her eye towards the young ladies who were still on the ground, to discover that they were suspiciously wriggling her bodies and the muscles on their face kept on twitching, putting on a look which seemed as though they wanted to burst out laughing but didn't dare to. She knew something was amiss and hurriedly shot towards the table to search for a mirror as she looked at her reflection. With one look, Feng Xiaoyan almost fainted. Because the young lady in the mirror was totally different from her usual elegant saintly image. Every single part of her, from head to toe, was covered in dirt and ashes. Not only was her clothes dirty, even her face was smeared black, simply looking like a beggar who had just climbed out from a mud pool. Furthermore, earlier that tumble caused a big bruise swelling up on her forehead and it looked reddish, greenish and purplish, which simply looked too comical. Not only so, the bridge of her nose had turned crooked from the fall and 2 streams of blood flowed downwards, mixing together with the mud on her face. Not only was it comical looking, it was also extremely disgusting. Feng Xiaoyan was so infuriated that her entire body was trembling. No wonder Betrayal was laughing so merrily, even those young female pill masters on the ground wanted to burst out into laughter. If it wasn't for the fact that she was the one who turned into this state from the fall, even she also wanted to laugh. But now, she wasn't able to laugh at all. On the contrary, she had an urge to bang herself against the wall. Feng Xiaoyan threw the mirror away as she howled angrily, "Betrayal, are you tired of living? How dare you treat me in this manner? Simply looking for death. Today I will absolutely not let you off. I want you to die." Huang Yueli then started to restrain her smile, but her lips were still curved upwards as she stared innocently with her big eyes. "I say. Eldest young Miss Feng, it's too much of you to say this. You're the one who obviously wanted to beat me up and I'm just acting in self-defense. All these are just an accident." "Accident? Even if it's just an accident, you also deserve to die." After Feng Xiaoyan hissed these words out from the slit of her teeth, she raised her voice, men. Come over right away." Not too long later, flustered shuffling footsteps were heard and some guards hurriedly ran over from outside the door. "Eldest young miss, what instructions do you have?" Alchemist Guild headquarters not only had pill masters, there were also guards who were responsible for protecting them, and usually in the entire guild, there would be a few guards stationed at various locations to serve sentry duty. But today, as Feng Xiaoyan wanted to teach Huang Yueli a lesson, in order not to be disturbed by anyone else, she deliberately sent away the guards. They wanted to teach Huang Yueli a lesson, but instead were kicked onto the ground by Huang Yueli. Initially, Feng Xiaoyan had forgotten about the guards, but later on, she remembered that she could call for help but found it too embarrassing, hence she didn't call out at all. After all, a group of third-stage realm and above pill masters not being able to take care of an ordinary person who didn't have any profound energy. If this spreads out, it would be too embarrassing. But now that it came to such a state, she couldn't care less if it was embarrassing or not. She only knew that she was put into such a miserable state by Huang Yueli, having all her face thrown away, so she must exact her revenge viciously. When the guards saw Feng Xiaoyan's face, they were apparently stunned. Eldest young miss. Feng Xiaoyan was practically screaming her head off, "You're not allowed to laugh. Whoever dares to laugh, I'll make sure that he will never be able to laugh for the rest of his lifetime." When the guards heard that, they could only forcibly endure it, but all of their shoulders were twitching and their faces had all turned bright red, almost suffocating to the point of gaining an internal injury. "Go over right now, and capture that little slut whose surname is Bai. I must torture her properly." Feng Xiaoyan gave a chilly smile as she said that. The guards exchanged glances at each other and didn't dare to question further as they headed directly towards Huang Yueli's location. Honestly speaking, no matter how they look, from left to right and up to down, they felt that Huang Yueli was just a trash beauty who had no cultivation at all, so they totally couldn't understood why Feng Xiaoyan wasn't able to deal with her, and instead being tricked into such a state. But they weren't totally worried because the guards were different from these pill masters who had cultivation but didn't know how to utilize it. They were genuine practitioners. Furthermore, they were once rather famous top exponents within the four sky regions. Being a guard for the Alchemist Guild was only a form of payment for their medical fees. It was impossible to play some petty tricks in front of them. With such a huge disparity in cultivation, no matter how high-leveled the profound skill was, the effect would be limited. Huang Yueli found herself facing those guards who were fast approaching and her expression started to turn grave. When Feng Xiaoyan saw that, she finally revealed a smile. "Little slut, let's see where you can hide now. Aren't you very smug earlier? If you immediately kneel down and lick my shoes, I might even let you die a quicker death. How about it?" Huang Yueli didn't say a single word but silently observed the surrounding environment. The more tense the situation was, the calmer she was, and this was a psychological effect which only top-rated exponents had and that had already entered deep into her bones, becoming part of her instinctive ability. Feng Xiaoyan saw that she didn't speak a word and shot a glance towards the guards. The leader immediately stretched out his hand to grab Huang Yueli. "Wretched lass, still not coming over, kneel down in front of eldest young miss." Arg! A white light flashed and a flying dagger flew towards the guard's face. The guard had totally not expected that this young lady with no cultivation actually resisted, and furthermore, her speed was so fast. Hence, he was totally caught off guard, and it was until the dagger flew towards his face before he hastily evaded it. Alas, it was still too late as the flying dagger brushed past his face and slid off a piece of meat from his face. Blood started to spill down along his neck. The guard only felt a sharp pain, and when he used his hand to touch his face was filled with clammy blood and his anger instantly flared up. Actually, Huang Yueli merely made use of hand gestures and the sharpness of the profound armament. She didn't have any profound energy, hence the guard had only suffered a little physical pain, which wasn't life-threatening at all. But he had not expected that he would be injured by a weak young lady who had no cultivation, and it was in front of so many people. This made him lose all his face at once. "Little slut, you're looking for death." His embarrassment turned into anger as he used all his strength to pounce towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli had instantly raced towards her room's entrance at the very moment that he was struck. She knew clearly that based on her ability, there was no way that she could defeat an experienced fifth-stage realm practitioner. Moreover speaking, even if she could defeat the leader, how about the 4-5 guards who were waiting by the side? Where would she find such the ability to do so? But if she fell into their hands, it was imaginable just how miserable her ending would be. Huang Yueli's thoughts raced past quickly, and her first thought was to run first, then think about the consequences later. Perhaps if she ran to a place where it was more crowded, Feng Xiaoyan would not dare to be so arrogant. After all, Lu Bian dared to leave her here alone, definitely because he felt that it was safe for her over here. Feng Xiaoyan saw that she was about to escape, and she started to become anxious as she shouted loudly to urge those guards, "Chase after her. Quickly chase after her and stop her. You cannot allow her to run out of the boundary of this courtyard." The people near this courtyard had already been cleared with some excuse, hence she dared to act so recklessly. But if Huang Yueli were to run towards the front courtyard where the pill masters gathered, that would spell trouble. There were just too many pill masters who admired Lu Bian, and especially in the eyes of high-ranking pill masters, the Alchemist Guild headquarters president wasn't someone as important. Lu Bian was their male god and idol in their hearts. They wouldn't allow Feng Xiaoyan to capture Huang Yueli with their eyes wide open. When Huang Yueli heard Feng Xiaoyan's cries, she knew that her judgment was correct, and her speed increased to the point of exerting the energy to take in milk, as she speedily sped towards the courtyard entrance. However, although her agility dance steps was god-grade, but without profound energy to support, her speed totally couldn't be compared to a 5th-stage realm practitioner. The guards were even faster than her. When Huang Yueli was just 10 meters away from the courtyard door, some guards had already blocked off the entrance. When Huang Yueli saw that the route was blocked, she hastily stopped in her tracks and wanted to turn around. But the guards behind her had already chased up and formed a circle to surround her. In an instant, she actually had no way to retreat and did not know where she could run to. Feng Xiaoyan cried out excitedly, "Quick! That wretched lass has nowhere to escape anymore. Quickly catch her!" Just at this crucial moment, Huang Yueli's peripheral view glanced past the corner of the wall, and her mind suddenly swooned for a moment when a strange idea popped up in her mind. Her feet tapped and she ran towards the side of the wall. Her action was so swift, and the guards were only concerned about preventing her from running out of the courtyard, so they totally did not expect her to suddenly change directions, hence allowing her to slip out of their encirclement. But the guards quickly reacted, and all of them started to pursue after her. "Stop right now, you cannot escape. You're only wasting time like this. You'd better surrender quietly, at least you'd be able to suffer lesser pain. Damn it, how dare you still run?" Amid the curses, Huang Yueli just ran with all her might towards that place, and gradually she was forced into a dead end, without any exit, and there were several guards chasing after her. Feng Xiaoyan gave a cold laugh. Is this wretched lass silly, or what? She actually ran towards the dead end by herself. She's so dumb that there's no cure for her. This time round, even if she has wings, it will be difficult for her to fly. Something's not right, what's she doing? Huang Yueli suddenly turned around and her finger was sliding against the wall swiftly, seemingly searching for something. Not too long later, her action stopped and her finger pressed hard against a piece of brick. Immediately following that, the courtyard's surroundings gave off a loud noise, and the entire ground started shaking. Rumble! Rumble! The 4 corners of the courtyard all sprouted intense flames, which rose to the skies as it spiraled around the entire courtyard, circling inside the building in the middle. Something bad has happened, fire broke out, fire! Quickly run! Heavens, my skirt is on fire, who can save me? Help, it's so painful. So terrifying. No one had expected such an unforeseen event would happen so suddenly, and everyone present was caught unaware. Especially those young female pill masters who had never met with such dangers, they all momentarily didn't know what they should do as they only stood at their original positions and screamed loudly. The fire rose rapidly, and it took a few breaths' time when it had already consumed the building into its bare skeletal structure. It burnt so badly that the backbone of the roof started to drop down. When the guards saw that, they all cried out in surprise, "Eldest young miss! Ladies, quickly run! If you don't, it will be too late." The young ladies seemed to have awoken from their dreams as they shrilled with all their might while running out. The four walls of the room had been consumed in raging fire, and there was only the door, which was the only exit. That door's boundary was already burning, so it would only allow one person to pass through at a time. The young ladies blocked the entrance, fighting to be the first to squeeze out. Feng Xiaoyan was amongst the crowd, and because she had fallen badly earlier, her entire body was hurting, hence she totally could not run fast at all. So naturally she wasn't able to squeeze past the others. Wait for me. Damn it, I'm the president's daughter, let me leave first. All of you make way. Feng Xiaoyan howled. But in a life-and-death crisis, who would still remember that she was the president's daughter? Everyone was only concerned about saving their own lives. No matter how Feng Xiaoyan squeezed, she was still pushed to the back, and she was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. Not only that, some unidentified young lady, while trying to squeeze out, even kicked her and caused Feng Xiaoyan to trip and fall. After the knock by the crowd, Feng Xiaoyan fell flat with a plop onto the ground, and furthermore, her face was facing the ground again. This time round she ended up in an even more miserable state, because the room was on fire and the entire ground had little small flames, so when she fell onto the ground, her clothes lit up immediately, and it even burnt her face. Feng Xiaoyan immediately screamed miserably as she rolled on the ground with all that she had got, hoping to extinguish the flames on her. But the entire room was burning, and it would be fine if she didn't roll around. But now that she rolled, she got into contact with even more flames, and the fire on her started to intensify as the flames were all spreading around, and very quickly, it enveloped her in the middle. The guards originally were a little afraid of seeing the monstrosity of the fire and didn't dare to head up to save them, thinking to make the young ladies run out of their own. But when the room started emitting Feng Xiaoyan's miserable shrills, it gave all of them a huge fright. The one crying out miserably was the president's eldest daughter. If something happened to her, all the guards present would be in huge trouble. The guards exchanged glances and immediately dashed into the room to save her. After a long period of time, Feng Xiaoyan was then dragged out by an ashen-faced guard. Her current state had already been burnt to a crisp and black state, totally immovable, as she allowed someone to drag her out, so no one knew how her condition was. The young ladies who followed Feng Xiaoyan here to create troubles were genuinely terrified. Heavens! Feng! Senior sister Feng, she. How did she? How is she now? Has she died? Impossible? But if something really happened to senior sister Feng, then we'd all be goners. President will never let us off, right? We're doomed. But, earlier it was still alright, why did it suddenly catch fire? What on earth happened? Right, earlier everyone was busy trying to teach Ruoli that little slut a lesson and totally didn't notice if any accident had occurred causing the fire? Someone gave a terrified panting sound. Could it be? Could it be that wretched lass Ruoli who was causing mischief? How could that be possible? She doesn't know anything at all, and earlier she was pursued until she had no way out. How could she possibly set off the fire? It should be an accident? Someone immediately denied that idea. But speaking of that, where is Ruoli? Could it be that she took the opportunity and slipped away? Everyone had just experienced a round of unforeseen event and had long forgotten about Huang Yueli, so it was at this moment in time when they finally remembered to look for her. But by this time, Huang Yueli had long left this place. She wasn't dumb at all, and she finally found a chance to escape, so why would she stay at the original spot, waiting for someone to continue creating trouble for her? If she didn't leave now, when should she wait till? At the very moment the fire started, she took the opportunity while the guards' attentions were shifted and started right out of the main entrance openly. Initially, she didn't even turn her head back as she walked away, but after a distance of around 100 meters or more, not only did the explosions behind her not stop, instead it intensified, and that made her stop in her tracks. Huang Yueli turned around and gazed at the small courtyard, which had already been engulfed by flames, and couldn't help but wrinkled her little forehead as she was filled with puzzlement. Strange, what did I just do? Could it be that I've accidentally activated a mechanism? From the burst of the flames in the courtyard's surroundings, it was definitely the activation of a mechanism. Alchemist Guild headquarters had stored a large quantity of confidential secrets and exquisite leveled medicinal pills, so the internal sector was mostly protected by various mechanisms and arrays, so this was nothing strange at all. Lu Bian had also once warned her not to touch anything that she had never seen before, in case she accidentally triggered off some mechanism and got injured because of that. But how could she possibly know that below that piece of ordinary-looking brick wall was hiding such an incredible mechanism? Huang Yueli stretched out her hands and raised it in front of the sunlight, inspecting it carefully. Recalling to the moment earlier, she herself didn't know what was wrong as her fingers seemed as though they were uncontrollable and directly just pressed that piece of brick down. It just coincidentally was that mechanism. This was really strange. How could she possibly know that there was a mechanism there? Could it be that she had been tangled by some dirty things? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's face turned green. Must have seen a ghost. This alchemist guild really is not compatible with me. Brother Lu had just left for a couple of days, and so many strange matters happened. If it wasn't for the fact that her memory had not returned back to her, she totally wanted to leave. But now she still couldn't remember anything at all, and without a single bit of cultivation, if she left this place, she didn't know where she was supposed to go to. The explosions finally attracted other people's attention, and not too long later, a large group of people sped towards the small courtyard. When Huang Yueli saw more and more people heading over, she didn't dare to stay for long as she silently turned around and left. 3 mornings later, someone knocked on Huang Yueli's door. The minute she opened the door, 2 guards were standing at the entrance. "Young Miss Bai, we'd have to trouble you to make a trip with us. President wishes to meet you." Huang Yueli knew that this was definitely because of the farce which had happened 3 days ago. Yesterday night, she had already heard the female attendant who served her mentioned that Feng Xiaoyan's injuries were extremely serious. Not only did she have a deep burn scar on her face, even her fingers were burnt so badly until it had changed shape. Although the Alchemist Guild headquarters had the best medicine for burns in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, but it wasn't able to treat her scars until it totally resumed her back to her original state, so they could only administer the basic treatment while waiting for Lu Bian to return to treat her. To a pill master, a pair of hands was the most important asset, and if one didn't have lively fingers, no matter how much innate talent one had, there was no way to refine pills. When Feng Xiaoyan heard this bad news, she fainted on the spot, and when she regained her consciousness, she practically washed her face with tears every day. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile of ridicule. This Feng Xiaoyan really deserved what she sowed. But since the Alchemist Guild's president looked for her, that meant that this problem wouldn't be easily solved. Huang Yueli thought about this and said, "Will the both of you please kindly wait for a short moment?" The 2 guards were very respectful towards Lu Bian, hence their attitudes were extremely courteous as they waited patiently at the entrance. When Huang Yueli returned to the room, she took out a small wooden token from the secret compartment by the bedside and stuffed it into her sleeve before following them over to the main hall. The Alchemist Guild headquarters main hall was already seated entirely with people. Those present were all veteran elders in the Alchemist Guild, and everyone was whispering in one another's ears, discussing the matter which happened 3 days ago. What on earth is going on? How did a fire suddenly start under broad daylight? I heard that the book's depository self-destruction mechanism had been triggered by someone. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire courtyard had burnt to ashes. Self-destruction mechanism. This is just too inconceivable. Who activated the self-destruction mechanism? I heard that it was Divine Dr. Lu's fiancé? Divine Dr. Lu has a fiancé? What kind of person is she? An armament master? What armament master? She's just an ordinary young lass who can't be more ordinary than this. She is indeed a beauty, but she doesn't have a single bit of cultivation, innate talent at all. Not to mention refining armaments, she doesn't even have any cultivation. What kind of joke are you cracking? An ordinary person can casually activate the self-destruction mechanism? I've been in the Alchemist Guild for 20 over years, and even I don't know how to activate these mechanisms. Isn't that so? So that's why this incident is too strange. Moreover, President's daughter Feng Xiaoyan was seriously injured in this explosion, and it was rumored that President Feng was extremely anxious over her. Just at this moment, the attendant came in to report, President, Elders, young Miss Bairuoli has arrived. Invite her in. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked out of the door, curiously, wanting to take a look at what kind of person was Bairuoli. Most of the elders lived a secluded life and only had their minds on refining pills, so they had totally not met Lu Baiyan's rumored fiancé. Not too long later, Huang Yueli walked into the main hall, slowly. Indeed a beauty. Someone immediately gasped in admiration softly. Alas, she really didn't give off any profound energy fluctuations, she's just an ordinary person. Totally can't tell, Divine Dr. Lu actually liked this kind. For so many years, Lu Baiyan seemed like a Casanova, and actually he had no female partner who he was willing to admit officially, so everyone assumed that he had high expectations. They somehow felt that if there was a day when he eventually settled down, the other party would definitely be a talented young lady with outstanding innate talent and brilliant talents. In the end, she was actually like this? Although she was beautiful, but a beauty without corresponding ability, could only be a vase. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and even the president Feng Qingqing looked at Huang Yueli in astonishment. Huang Yueli paid her respects in an old-fashioned woman's obeisance way, unruffled, as she opened her mouth and spoke in neither servile nor overbearing manner. President Feng, elders, may I know the reason why you asked for me to come over? Feng Qingqing then regained his senses, and his expression sank. You're Bairuoli? You're Divine Dr. Lu's fiancé? Huang Yueli nodded her head. Feng Qingqing apparently didn't believe that as he frowned. When did the two of you get engaged? Why doesn't this president know about it at all? When Huang Yueli heard that, she felt displeasure, but spoke out calmly. What does President Feng mean by this? You're not Brother Lu nor my parents or our masters, so does that mean that when we got engaged, we must inform you? If you have any doubts, why don't you personally ask Brother Lu himself instead? Feng Qingqing naturally didn't dare to question Lu Baiyan. Although Lu Baiyan's temper looks mild with a witty style of conversation and was easy to talk to, but Feng Qingqing knew clearly that Lu Baiyan was the kind akin to a smiling tiger, and usually he was easy to get along with. But if one really angered him, he wasn't some easy fellow to deal with. Moreover speaking, Lu Baiyan was the Alchemist Guild's living signboard, so who dared to offend him? Thinking of this, Feng Qingqing's tone softened a little. Young Miss Bai is mistaken, I only felt surprised. Young Miss Bai, please have a seat. Huang Yueli took a seat, calmly. Feng Qingqing coughed and said, Young Miss Bai should know why this president had invited you to make a trip over. The fire that happened in the books depository a few days earlier, you were present then? Huang Yueli knew that he was going to ask about these, so she had already prepared herself as she nodded her head. That's right. I was indeed present then. Feng Qingqing was a little surprised by her swift reply, and he paused for a moment before continuing with his questioning. I heard from the other people present that this fire started because you triggered the book's depository's self-destruction mechanism. Is there such a thing? Huang Yueli blinked as she put on a dazed look and said, self-destruction mechanism? What self-destruction mechanism? Feng Xianxia quipped curiously, you don't know what's a self-destruction mechanism? That day the fire suddenly started because of the mechanism being accidentally activated. Don't you know about this? Of course Huang Yueli knew this clearly, but she spoke out in an extremely innocent tone, I really don't know. Now that you've told me this, I finally understood. No wonder the fire that day was so huge, so. I thought forget it, I'm not going to say anything else. Her hemming and hawing instead piqued other people's curiosity. Feng Xianxia pursued his questioning, what did you think it was? Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head, forget it, since young Miss Feng is already in such a miserable state, I'd better not say it out. The more she acted in this way, the more it caused the itching in their hearts to find out what exactly was she hiding. Moreover, her words even mentioned Feng Xianxing's daughter, so he naturally wouldn't let her muggle past through so easily. Young Miss Bai, what do you mean by this? What's there to speak halfway and stop right in the middle? Feng Xianxing increased the tone of his voice. Huang Yueli looked at Feng Xianxing and said, President Feng, are you certain you want me to say it out here? In front of so many people? Can't we have a private chat? When Feng Xianxing heard about Feng Xiaoyan's complaints, he came to a conclusion that it was Huang Yueli who masterminded the moves to harm his daughter. But he didn't dare to punish Huang Yueli, worried that it would henceforth offend Lu Bian. That was why he specially asked all the elders over, just to find more witnesses for himself so that in future when Lu Bian questions him, he would have enough confidence to manage him. But from Huang Yueli's keyed-up look, as though she was afraid of other people finding out, Feng Xianxing was then certain that he had guessed correctly and this matter was absolutely done by her. Thinking of this, Feng Xianxing's expression sunk, young Miss Bai, the self-destruction mechanism would not be activated for no rhyme or reason, so you'd better explain clearly what exactly happened at that moment. Let's put my daughter who is suffering from such a serious injury aside and let's just talk about how many generations of pharmacopoeia that had been put to the torch. Even if it was divine Dr. Lu who did it, he also has to give everyone an explanation. That's right, young Miss Bai, what exactly happened? Just tell us directly. Correct, we Alchemist Guild are most reasonable, so let us mete out a fair punishment. Huang Yueli said, since that's the case, then I'll just say it out directly. That day, I was alone in the books depository reading books, but I'd not expected young Miss Feng to suddenly charge in with a group of people saying that she's taken fancy to my fiancé, so she wants to chase me out of the Alchemist Guild. I promised Brother Lu that I'd wait for him to return, so naturally, I can't leave. Young Miss Feng's embarrassment turned into fury, and she commanded a group of guards to capture me, saying that she wanted to torture me severely, making me suffer a fate worse than death. Before she finished off her sentence, the elders present all started to frown. What? There's such a thing? Not possible, right? Although Feng Xiaoyan indeed has a haughty temper, but surely she wouldn't be so overbearing and wild, right? Right, if this was true, then isn't she a little too shameless? Young Miss Bai is divine Dr. Lu's fiancé, who does she think she is? She even dared to go threaten her? Hearing these discussions, Feng Xianxing's mustache started to quiver as his expression turned exceptionally ugly. Nonsense. How would Yenner ever do such a thing? This is pure slander. Yenner had already told me the happenings on that day. You're the one who obviously heard that Yenner liked divine Dr. Lu, so you intentionally found trouble with her. After the both of you started fighting, Yenner wanted to chase you away, and you triggered the book depository's mechanism, trying to burn her to death inside. Isn't it this case? Huang Yueli heard his truculent interrogation, but her expression remained unchanged as she replied calmly, Feng Xiaoyan actually said such things? With such skill at distorting the truth deliberately, I can only concede defeat to her. What distorting the truth deliberately? How would this president spout nonsense? I've already questioned all those pill masters and guards around that day, and they all said that you're the one who provoked her first. Moreover, before the fire started, you even threatened Yenner that you will show her some colors. You dare say that this incident has nothing to do with you? Feng Xianxia didn't believe that his own daughter would lie, only feeling that Huang Yueli was bullying intolerably. Relying on the fact that Lu Bian was her diance, she even dared to bully the president, his daughter, and still spoke off the cuff. Originally he wanted to give Lu Bian some face and meted out the lightest punishment, but now she actually threw dirty water on his daughter. This was simply intolerably to him. Huang Yueli shrugged her arms. What I said was the absolute truth. What can I do if you choose not to believe in it? Feng Xianxia retorted angrily. Fine, then I'll ask the witnesses to come up. Let's see how you will retort then. Very quickly, the attendant brought two people in from the entrance. One of them was a guard while the other was a young female pill master. These two people were familiar looking to Huang Yueli, and they were indeed one of the people present on that day. Feng Xianxia said, "How was the situation on the day when the book's depository caught fire? Just tell us the truth." The young lady looked at Huang Yueli cautiously. She and Feng Xiaoyan had already discussed this beforehand, and she intentionally showed a frightened look as she said, President, I'm worried. If I tell the truth today, if Divine Dr. Lu blames me, I'd better not say anything." Feng Xianxia berated angrily, "Speak. Of course you must speak clearly. Divine Dr. Lu is upright, and if he knew that his own fiancée had done such outrageous acts, he would definitely give the Alchemist Guild an explanation. You need not worry, this president will serve as your backing." Young lady then nodded her head as she prudently repeated the dialogue which Feng Xiaoyan had prepared for her. Huang Yueli was listening to her indifferent, while admiring the standard of Feng Xiaoyan's story-weaving ability. In this version of the testimony, she and Feng Xiaoyan's roles were reversed. It was obviously Feng Xiaoyan who led the group to find trouble for her, but from the young lady's mouth, it became Huang Yueli who, out of jealousy, intentionally went to mock and ridicule Feng Xiaoyan, and moreover added a lot of vulgar language. Senior sister Feng then started to argue with her, and young Miss Bai even hit us. Look at the injury on my wrist. This is the result of her stepping on me with her feet. The guard by the side was nodding his head repeatedly, as he echoed what she said, and added even more oil to the flames. That's right, young Miss Bai is simply too much. Young Missy Feng had already tolerated her for a long time, but she still went on relentlessly. Later on, young Missy Feng couldn't take it and resisted back, but young Miss Bai didn't have any cultivation, so naturally she couldn't beat her. It was then when her embarrassment turned into fury as she said that she will burn down the book's depository. Not too long after that, it really caught fire. The young lady also added in, "Young Miss Bai, I originally respect you very much, thinking that you're Divine Dr. Lu's fiancée, so you must be a lady with both looks and ability. Whoever knew that you're actually this kind of person? Senior sister Feng treats you with respect, but you caused her so much harm that she's no longer able to refine pills. How could you be so vicious? To a pill master, the most important part of us are the fingers. You've ruined her for life." Her last question was bitter and hateful, and was extremely sinister, as she intentionally caused an uproar among all the pill masters present. Not only that, when the young lady's voice had just ended, a teary voice sounded from behind the screen right at the back of the main hall. It was until now that everyone realized that Feng Xiaoyan herself was hiding behind the screen, and moreover she couldn't help but cried when she thought about the matter, which made her upset. Originally, the elders were still not totally convinced and unclear on what exactly happened. But everyone all leaned towards believing the weak. Feng Xiaoyan put on such a pitiful stance, and plus the fact that the elders were able to understand the pain of losing the use of their fingers, they naturally chose to believe Feng Xiaoyan subconsciously. For a moment in time, the crowd was agitated as all the elders started to blow their tempers. This really is too much. This young lass, relying on the fact that she is Lu Baiyan's fiancée, she doesn't put the Alchemist Guild in her eyes at all. How dare she even create such trouble like this? Young Miss Feng merely secretly admires divine Dr. Lu. What has it done to her? Does she need to be so petty to such an extent? It's already very comical when young ladies fight with another out of jealousy, but upon disagreement, setting fire to harm others. This simply is too terrifying, too vicious. Why would divine Dr. Lu like such a woman? This is simply the biggest faulty stroke in his lifetime. This matter is simply too vile. We absolutely can't let it rest like this. Even if Bairuoli was divine Dr. Lu's fiancée, we cannot let her off. That's right, we must punish her severely. We haven't had such a scandal in the Alchemist Guild for so many years. This is simply unheard of. I support punishing Bairuoli severely. Some pill masters who were slightly more righteous all cried out to urge Feng Xianqing to capture Huang Yueli. Although the remaining majority didn't say much, they were all bearing ugly expressions on their faces. They maintained their silence, mostly because of Lu Baiyan's sake, as they didn't want to go against him, but in their hearts, they were feeling contempt over Huang Yueli's dealings. When Feng Xianqing heard his daughter crying, the rage in his heart rose to the highest point. Thinking that his daughter's fingers might possibly not be cured, then she would not be able to refine pills in future. Her pill refining innate talent was so high, and this to her was a great hit. Feng Xianqing almost couldn't help but fly into a rage. But he was after all the president, as he forcibly suppressed his own emotions and gritted his teeth as he said, "Now that there is hard evidence, what else do you have to say?" Setting fire to destroy the book's depository and resulting in a pill master being seriously injured, this originally is a death penalty. But on account of divine Dr. Lu's face, men lock her up. Under Feng Xianqing's command, the guards walked right up and wanted to bring Huang Yueli away. Huang Yueli hurriedly cried out, "Wait a minute. I haven't finished my words." However, Feng Xianqing had already deemed her as the arsonist, and refused to listen to whatever she had to say. "You're still thinking of how to deny?" The witnesses had already stated the situation clearly. "Did you think that you can still distort the facts? I'm telling you, this president is already giving you a chance on account of divine Dr. Lu's face. You're still not going to hurry and admit to your crime?" The elders all casted their denunciation gazes onto her. Huang Yueli laughed coldly to herself. These pill masters had indeed cut themselves off from the world for too long, and they had never seen much villainous people. Feng Xiaoyan's vile acting skills, if it was outside the sect, she totally would not be able to smuggle past this easily. But in the Armament Guild, many of them believed in this. On seeing the guards already closing in, Huang Yueli slowly nudged a step to the side. This seeming small move was actually a marvel, as it coincidentally avoided the guards' action of capturing her. The guards caught empty air and were about to make a move again. Huang Yueli's right hand rose as she held the token in her hands, which she had retrieved from the secret compartment earlier. "President Feng, you can't capture me as you please. Before Brother Lu left, he passed me this identity token and said that no matter what accident I get into in the Alchemist Guild, as long as I have this token, no one can punish me." When Feng Xianqing heard this, he went into a blank before looking at her hand. When he finally had a clear look at what she was holding up in her hand, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, assuming that he had seen it wrongly. "This is divine Dr. Lu's identity token. How is it possible that he would leave such an important thing to you?" The elders all cried out in surprise. This really is the identity token of a 9th-ranked pill master. Divine Dr. Lu actually passed his identity token to her. Heavens, what on earth was divine Dr. Lu thinking about? Such an important thing such as the identity token, not to mention fiancé, even if they are a married couple, surely he should not just pass this to anyone, right? Divine Dr. Lu actually trusts her this much? Feng Zhenxing took a while before he regained his senses, and his expression turned extremely stiff. You. Is this really handed over personally by Divine Dr. Lu? Huang Yueli nodded. Could this even be fake? If he didn't give this to me, could it even be possible for me to steal this from him? Feng Zhenxing still refused to believe it, but all the authority that a pill master has in the guild are all based on the token. With this token, it is equivalent to you holding on the authoritative power of a 9th-ranked pill master, and you can casually use Divine Dr. Lu's existing 9th-leveled medicinal pills stored in the warehouse, or even use the name of a 9th-ranked pill master to order those top exponents who swore their loyalty towards him. This is equivalent to handing over his entire fortune to you. You. How could this be possible? Hearing that, Huang Yueli was shocked as well. After she regained consciousness, from the very first time she went out on a leisurely walk alone, Lu Bian had already passed this identity token to her, instructing her to keep it properly. She had always assumed that this thing could guarantee her safety, and never had she once thought that this token actually had so many important uses. Lu Bian really trusted her very much. Although they have yet to get married, he had already passed all his fortunes over to her. Looked like it really was just as what Lu Bian said earlier. Before she lost her memories, the both of them were a loving couple? The gazes which the elders present had all changed. Although initially they knew Huang Yueli was Lu Bian's fiancé, but due to her age and innate talent, although she had excessively pretty looks, many of them automatically slighted her at first impression. Somehow they felt that Lu Bian was momentarily smitten by her beauty, and there was no way that he would possibly fall in love with her. Sooner or later, she would be ditched by Lu Bian. But now, looking at Lu Bian's identity token in her hands, the elders had no choice but to re-evaluate her position in Lu Bian's heart. Everyone thought of the same question at the same time: if they casually punished the young lady whom Lu Bian had placed his entire stakes onto, would he be incomparably furious when he returned? Perhaps, he might even disassociate himself with the Alchemist Guild? Feng Zhenxing naturally thought of this, so his expression was even uglier than a ghost. He spoke gloomily. No wonder you act in such an arrogant and despotic way, even daring to do such a malicious thing. So, you really are relying on Divine Dr. Lu, having no fear at all. With Lu Bian's identity and status, even if he really intentionally hurt a young pill master's fingers, there was nothing that anyone could do to him. Now that Huang Yueli had his identity token on her, she enjoyed the same kind of privileges as him, and that meant that Feng Zhenxing could not possibly punish her, nor could he quell the anger on Feng Xiaoyan's behalf. How would he not feel defeated and melancholic? Very well, you're tough. But don't think that this matter is over yet. When Divine Dr. Lu comes back, this president will definitely make him give me an explanation. Feng Zhenxing had no choice but to admit defeat due to Lu Bian's reputation and prestige. Behind the screen, Feng Xiaoyan's loud cries and wails could be heard. Father, father! How can we possibly forget about it like this? How can we let off that rat? By Ruoli? She caused me to be in so much misery, I feel so miserable. We must make her pay the price for it. Feng Zhenxing was feeling frustrated by her crying, so he could only think of ways to placate her. Yenner, don't worry, father will not let this go easily. But since she's the woman who Divine Dr. Lu fancies, father cannot consider for the Alchemist Guild. This matter, let's wait until Divine Dr. Lu's return before we discuss further. Since this incident is caused by his fiancée, he will definitely be responsible for the treatment of your fingers. No, no way. We can't wait for Divine Dr. Lu to return, I want her to be punished right now. Feng Xiaoyan cried as she said that. But, this. Feng Xiaoyan was already being unreasonable, but everyone present was sympathetic to the misfortune of the injury on her fingers, so no one dared to say anything. Instead, they all shot their denunciation gazes towards Huang Yueli. When Huang Yueli saw that, she couldn't help but strode up as she walked towards the screen, and with her right hand, she pushed the screen so hard that it fell onto one side. Feng Xiaoyan was originally lying behind the screen on a sofa, and relying on the fact that no one was able to see her, she totally didn't bother to put on a veil to cover herself. Moreover, she was crying and shouting with her face filled with tears and snot, which was extremely an unsightly state. She had not expected Huang Yueli to suddenly walk over, pulling away the screen which was blocking between herself and the crowd, exposing her entirely in front of the crowd. Momentarily, Feng Xiaoyan's ugly burn scars and sinister expression all fell into the crowd's eyes. Everyone gave off an astonished expression. It was at this moment when Feng Xiaoyan reacted. She gave a sharp shrill and covered her face immediately. You actually dare to push the screen, you've gone overboard, too malicious. Go away quickly. Go away. Huang Yueli gave a cold smile as she said, Feng Xiaoyan, touch your own conscience and ask yourself, who is the one who went overboard? Who's malicious? You're the one hiding behind the screen, pretending to cry, finding some shameless things to be witnesses, and you think that you are able to frame me? If I were to say, your state today is something that you've reaped on your own. It's retribution. Feng Xiaoyan's miserable state was exposed in front of the crowd, and she felt extremely embarrassed. Her heart was originally anxious and awkward, and now that she had been criticized by Huang Yueli, she was on the verge of a breakdown. You're bullying intolerably. Did you think that just because you had Divine Dr. Lu's token, then you will be able to marry him? A wretched woman like you harbors such malicious intents. If Divine Dr. Lu were to see your true self, he will definitely rescind the engagement with you. By now, the shocked audience had all started to regain their senses. Feng Xianxia walked over personally as he spoke out angrily, Young Miss Bai, what do you mean by this? This president had already tolerated you time and again, but you still act in such a way, bullying others intolerably. Did you really think that just based on a piece of identity token, the Alchemist Guild was really a place where you could act recklessly at will? Huang Yueli turned around slowly as she faced Feng Xianxia. President Feng, I've never intended to use Brother Lu's identity token to absolve myself from the crime, but it's you all who refuse to listen to my defense. As long as you give me a fair chance to confront them, I will naturally let everyone know what the truth to this matter really is. It is President Feng Yu, who didn't give me a chance to defend myself, and you're so anxious to pin the crime on me. Could it be that you're feeling guilty? Are you trying to hint that this president is framing you? Feng Xianxing's eyes grew wide. Huang Yueli said, where did you even hear that this is a hint? I'm already pointing right at your nose to scold you, can't you tell? You're intentionally trying to conceal Feng Xiaoyan's crime. Feng Xianxia was shaking with anger, simply a load of nonsense. This president had always been impartial and fair, obvious to all. Then why don't you allow me to confront the witnesses? Are you afraid that I will be able to ask the real truth, which cannot be known to others? Why won't I dare? Feng Xianxia immediately responded. Huang Yueli nodded her head with a faint smile, very well. Then will all the elders here please be my witness? Looking at Feng Xianxia about to nod his head, Feng Xiaoyan cried out immediately, Arg, it's so painful, so painful. Father, don't believe in this wretched lass's rubbish. She used her successive lies to cheat Divine Dr. Lu's trust. Don't you ever believe in the nonsense that she's saying. This. Feng Xianxia started to hesitate again. Huang Yueli's gaze turned towards Feng Xiaoyan. Young Miss Feng is so anxious, could it be that you're feeling guilty? Or are you trying to say that in your eyes, all the elders here are brainless dumb stuff, who could be used easily just by a few mere words? Feng Xiaoyan was momentarily stuffed. She was really thinking that in her mind, and if it wasn't for the fact that pill masters were dumb enough, she would not have been able to make use of their sympathy earlier to malign Huang Yueli. But now that Huang Yueli had put things across like this, if she dared to speak the truth, wouldn't she offend all the elders? When Huang Yueli saw that, her smile blossomed even more radiantly as it made Feng Xiaoyan feel fear and trepidation. How about this, after the confrontation, if all of you still think that I've harmed young Miss Feng, then I'm willing to take responsibility for all the blame. I will absolutely not make use of Brother Lu's identity token to absolve myself of the crime. But if the truth is proven that someone else is up to mischief. Huang Yueli gave a meaningful look at Feng Xiaoyan, elders, towards that person who was up to mischief. How should we deal with that person? The elders all looked at one another in dismay, and after some time, someone expressed, this, if anyone dared to malign you, then it would naturally be to double the fault. That's right, I will judge fairly, and no matter who is at fault, the person will not be let off easily. Exactly. All the elders started to nod their heads in agreement. On seeing this stance, Feng Xiaoyan knew that no matter how she rolled around or threw a tantrum, it would not be of any use, and she could only accept this result. But if it really gave that sly wretched lass any chance to find a flaw, wouldn't she have to bear double the fault? She shot her gaze back to Feng Qingqing and stared hard at him, hoping that he would understand her hint to come out and stop Huang Yueli. Actually, Feng Qingqing already felt that something was amiss. Hearing Huang Yueli's irrefutable speech, could she really have any evidence? If it was true, then things would turn out in a terrible state. Maligning Lu Baiyan's fiancé, moreover she was his beloved and adored fiancé, this matter would not be settled easily. Moreover, he totally had not expected Feng Xiaoyan to lie to him. From Feng Xiaoyan's glare now, he seemed to have understood something, and he was feeling shocked and guilty in his heart, but he had no way to stop Huang Yueli now. Huang Yueli no longer cared about the situation between the Feng father and daughter duo. She walked directly over to the two witnesses, guard and young female pill master, and after sizing them up a few times, she opened her mouth. Earlier you said that I bullied Feng Xiaoyan. The scenario, was it something that you had witnessed with your own eyes? The both of them had assumed that their duty was finally completed, but they had not expected the development of the matter to take a turn, and not only was Huang Yueli not captured, she even confronted them. The two of them instantly became anxious. But they were very clear that since they had already told lies, and the price for betraying Feng Xiaoyan was too high to be paid. Moreover, even if they owned up and told the truth, they were not able to absolve themselves from the crime, so their only way out was to bid on the truth which they had said earlier. Anyway, the story which they had fabricated, there were no loopholes in the cause and effect, and as long as the both of them did not let slip, then the one who would get into trouble would still be Huang Yueli. The two of them had their own calculations, and upon hearing that, they immediately nodded their heads. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Me too. I say, young Miss Bai, will you still try to deny this? The truth is exactly as I've described earlier, there is absolutely no falsification in this at all. Huang Yueli ignored the guard's words and only nodded her head calmly, but continued to speak. For the next question, the both of you must answer separately. Will any elder please help to lead this female pill master out first? Please guarantee that she will not be able to hear any sound from the main hall. One elder who was seated in a superior seat stood up. Let me do it. Huang Yueli turned her head and sized him up for a few glances. The elderly man said, Don't worry, young lass, I've watched Lu Baiyan grow up and will definitely not harm him. Huang Yueli nodded her head, expressing for the elderly man to lead her away. When the young lady's figure disappeared from the door, Huang Yueli then turned around and asked the next question indifferently. When I went to seek trouble for Feng Xiaoyan, how many people were beside her at that time? The guard had apparently not thought that Huang Yueli would actually asking this question, and he froze on the spot. Huang Yueli stared at his eyes and repeated her question. Did you hear my question clearly? Then let me repeat once again. When I went to look for Feng Xiaoyan, how many people were beside her? A drop of sweat trickled down the guard's forehead. This question consisted of just too many minor details, and when he and Feng Xiaoyan colluded together, they had entirely missed this point out so naturally, there was no way to prepare for this first. Moreover, when he charged into the book's depository, he only noticed that Feng Xiaoyan had fallen so badly that her head was swollen like a pig head, so he totally did not place any attention on that pile of young ladies who had fallen down, or how many of them were there. He really didn't know the correct answer to this question. Huang Yueli waited for a moment and on seeing that he didn't reply, she urged him, how many were there? Didn't you witness it with your own eyes? Right, how many people were there? Such a simple question, aren't you able to reply to this? Isn't his memory a little too weak? This just happened a couple of days ago. Could it be that he really didn't witness it with his own eyes, and that he's lying? Quite a number of elders revealed a puzzled look, and the guard knew that the situation was getting bad, so he could only brace himself to reply. At that time, there were too many people. Moreover, it was young Miss Feng's private affairs, so it wasn't nice for me to keep staring, so. I don't really remember clearly now. There were probably around 5 to 6 people. 5 to 6? Huang Yueli's brows rose as she questioned relentlessly, was it 5, or was it 6? The sweat on the guard's forehead started dripping down and his heart was crying out anxiously. It was at this moment when he realized that the young lady in front of him seemed gentle, but in actual fact she was basically putting on a mask to disguise everyone in the world. She was actually an incredible character. Just a few mere words, and she had already pushed him to such an awkward position. Huang Yuelin intentionally made the guard and the pill master answer the question separately, and the minute their answers weren't consistent, wouldn't that represent that their testimonials had a problem? But under such circumstances, the guard couldn't not reply to her question, so he could only try his best to recall the circumstances back then, but whenever he tried to recall on this, it was only filled with that twisted comical face of Feng Xiaoyan. Should be 5. No, you've remembered wrongly. It should be. Hearing this answer, the first to have a reaction was not Huang Yueli, nor was it any of the elders, but Feng Xiaoyan, who slumped on the sofa. The guard's answer was so ridiculous that she immediately tensed up and was about to butt in to correct him. But how would Huang Yueli possibly give her a chance to stir up trouble? She immediately growled loudly, "Shut up. Young Miss Feng, I'm now having a confrontation with your witness, and if you were to butt in now, are you attempting to lead the witness into colluding with you?" Why would I have such an intention? It's. Feng Xiaoyan clenched her teeth, trying to think of reasons to deny this. Huang Yueli laughed coldly as she said, "Then will you please not say a word? Otherwise all the elders here are all watching. Anyone who dares to pull a fast one will not be able to escape everyone's eyes." Now that things had developed to such a stage, the elders all naturally became suspicious. "Young Miss Feng, please do not interrupt at this point in time. If there's anything that you wish to say, you may do so after the confrontation has ended, but for now, please maintain your silence." "That's right. Young Miss Feng, don't worry. With us around to keep watch for you, if young Miss Bai tries to lie, we will definitely not let it go." "That's right, will young Miss Bai please continue?" The elders all started speaking out, and no matter how unreconciled Feng Xiaoyan was, she could only swallow the words that she had back into her tummy. At this juncture, if she were to jump out anxiously to say anything more, wasn't it obvious to tell others that she was feeling guilty? Huang Yueli nodded and said, "All right, I've already finished asking my first question, and this brother guard's reply is 5. Will the elders here please be my witness?" The elders all nodded their heads. Immediately following that, Huang Yueli called out for someone to bring the female pill master back into the room. When the young lady entered the room, at first instance, she gazed in the direction of the guard. With one look, it gave her a huge shock. Because the guard had a pale face and his expression was extremely agitated, but he didn't dare to say a single word, only hinting at her with his eyes. The young lady did not know what question was Huang going to ask so naturally, she couldn't make out what the guard was trying to convey to her. She had a completely incomprehensible look on her face when she was pushed in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli smiled, "All right, this young lady, what I'm going to ask is very simple. Can you try to recall, when I went to create trouble for Feng Xiaoyan, how many people, other than yourself, were there beside young Miss Feng?" The young girl was extremely clear about this, as the few of them had pre-arranged to meet up together to go sort out Huang Yueli. So the young lady acted without taking time to think, of course. Anyone you find now is able to say the situation clearly, and it's exactly the same as what I described. I can even tell you everyone's names. There's President Feng's disciple, Du Yuqing, 3rd elder's niece, Ji Minhui, 7th elder's. When Huang Yueli heard that, she calmly nodded her head and asked, "So in this case, there's a total of 7 people?" The young lady didn't suspect anything, and in order to verify that she wasn't lying, she immediately nodded her head, "That's right, there's a total of 7. 7? Are you certain you have not remembered wrongly?" Huang Yueli frowned as she asked. Of course, there's 7 people. Moreover, they had all witnessed the matter then, and if there's a need, you can find any of them to come testify. These few young ladies were all Feng Xiaoyan's trusted aides, and she had personally kept an eye on each one of them, so the young lady wasn't afraid of being exposed. On the contrary, she believed that if these young ladies were all asked to come over for questioning, and if everyone's testimonials were all the same, that would represent that Huang Yueli was lying. The young lady spoke as if she was enumerating her family's valuables as she reported each and every name of the 7 people to everyone. Saying that, she was rather delightful, feeling that her bright idea had absolutely helped Feng Xiaoyan to get out of this crisis, and she would definitely earn the praise and gratitude from the latter. The young lady delightfully turned her head towards Feng Xiaoyan, but at the next moment, she couldn't help but shuddered. That was because the glare which Feng Xiaoyan had shot towards her was just too terrifying, simple as though it was 2 blades of sharp swords steeped in poison that could not wait to stab her to death alive. The young lady shuddered and realized that she might have possibly said the wrong thing. Why was Feng Xiaoyan staring at her in such a horrifying way? Huang Yueli gave an indifferent smile, "Since you can even tell us the names and the divisions so clearly, then this definitely is not false, so at that time there must be 7 people beside young Miss Feng." If it was earlier, the young lady would definitely nod her head furiously. But right now, she was a little hesitant as her expression was slightly awkward. "Right, this, should be, it's like this." Huang Yueli gave a slight cough as she intentionally asked, "But why do I remember that the number of people present, other than young Miss Feng, were only 5 people?" No one had expected her to ask in this way, so this was obviously setting up a trap for the young lady. If this young lady rebutted to say that there were absolutely not 5 people, then she would be slapping each other's faces. Later on, no matter how that guard explained, there was no way to round up this lie. Feng Xiaoyan was so anxious that she wanted to jump up, but alas, she was injured everywhere on her body, and she totally could not get it. Instead, because of her vigorous actions, it tore at her wounds, and she rolled down from the soda. Plop plop. A living person suddenly rolling out from the main hall, and crashing everywhere, giving off a loud sound. All the elders' gazes all turned towards Feng Xiaoyan uncontrollably. Feng Xiaoyan rolled on the ground for a moment, and she rolled to the middle of the main hall, almost rolling out of the main entrance. Luckily, Huang Yueli lifted her foot in time, blocking the rolling momentum, thus causing her to stop. Feng Xiaoyan was feeling confused. Not only had many wounds ruptured and started to be in pain, moreover her head was also giddy as she was feeling dizzy. Although she had already stopped, she wasn't able to react in time. Huang Yueli saw her dazed look as she spoke out softly, "Elders, looks like young Miss Feng's body really isn't very well. She was sitting on the sofa just fine earlier, but she actually lost her balance and rolled down. How could she possibly recuperate properly in this manner?" Perhaps she might not even be able to wait till Brother Lu's return. It'd be best to carry her away to let her recuperate properly. This seems like a good idea. President Feng, don't force your daughter to hang on, it's more important to recuperate. Right, with so many people around, we'd definitely be able to come to a fair conclusion, so you'd better bring young Miss Feng down for a rest. The few elders took a look and didn't regard it as an important matter. Feng Xian was originally looking miserable, and this fall made her even more disheveled as her clothes were filled with dust and there were faint blood stains. Her hair, which had scattered loosely, made her look like a lunatic, where she didn't look like a human nor a ghost. Many of them had suggested this out of sympathy towards her. But when Feng Xian heard that, she immediately became anxious as she shouted out, "No way! By Ruoli, you don't think of digging a pit for me to fall in. Earlier you obviously did it intentionally." Huang Yueli smiled. "What did I do intentionally? The questions I posed are as normal as it can be, why did it become a hole? May I ask the elders here, does anyone feel that there is any problem with my questions?" The surrounding was silent. It was really because the questions which Huang Yueli asked were indeed extremely ordinary, so no matter who it was, they weren't able to pick out any issues with it. But when she really asked this, linking it to the cause and effect, it made them realize just how tricky and how precise this question was. Feng Xian was so exasperated that she couldn't speak, and after some time she voiced out, You made the both of them answer the question separately, and that's ill intent in it. There were so many people around, so it's perfectly normal for the guard to not remember clearly the number of people, so he only saw it wrongly. At that time, there were indeed 7 people. You risked your life running around the topic of the number of people, so what are you trying to hide? Even if the guard remembered the wrong number of people, it would not affect what had happened back then. You're intentionally creating trouble for me, intentionally setting the place on fire to injure people. Feng Xian was worried that Huang Yueli would catch hold of this loophole and hurriedly change the top, hoping to turn the attention of the elders to another place. When the young female pill master heard that, it was until then did she realize that the question which Huang Yueli asked earlier was an obvious trap for her. When Huang Yueli asked her about those people who were present, she totally didn't know those people's names, nor was she interested to listen to their testimonials. She merely wanted to know the number of people present, and if it reflected the same number as the guard. It was comical that she totally had not reacted in time, and even owned up delightfully at once, simply no different from an imbecile. The young lady took a guilty look at Feng Xian and was immediately stared back at fiercely. The young lady wanted to make amends for her mistake as she hurriedly opened her mouth. Right. What senior sister Feng said is right. At that time, the guards were guarding at their designated positions seriously, so how would it be possible for them to take a careful look? It's perfectly normal that they can't remember clearly. Young Miss Bai, it's really meaningless for you to keep clutching on this point. Aren't you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes slightly without saying a word, as though she was thinking. The young lady stared at the guard next to her, and the guard immediately responded, as he hurried to speak in support. That's right, young Miss Bai, you're indeed framing me. I really just don't remember clearly. At that time I was doing sentry guard, so how could I possibly keep looking around? I am responsible for the Alchemist Guild's safety. Young Miss Bai, you're obviously clear on this, and still intentionally asked this kind of question. What evil intentions are you harboring? The guard was anxious to redeem for his mistake, so he sounded very impatient. Not only did he use words to run Huang Yueli on a bank, he even walked in front of her, hoping to use the advantage that his cultivation was much higher than her, intentionally releasing part of his profound energy, hoping to use that pressure to cause some psychological effect on the latter. As expected, Huang Yueli was in awe by this powerful profound energy, and her expression immediately turned pale, retreating a few steps and not saying any words of rebuttal. When the guard saw this, he knew it was effective. He immediately got excited and increased the intensity of his profound energy. Moreover, he inched in closer, making Huang Yueli retreating continuously. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. Everyone was shocked. The guard thought that Huang Yueli had finally collapsed by the fright that he gave her and was feeling complacent, but when he fixed his eyes, he realized that the person who cried out miserably was not Huang Yueli, but Feng Xiaoyan. After Feng Xiaoyan rolled down from the sofa, she wasn't able to climb back, and after rejecting the female attendants from carrying her away, she had been slumping on the floor. Huang Yueli kept on retreating, and no one knew if it was intentional or unintentional. She kept retreating towards Feng Xiaoyan's direction. Finally, when the guard released his profound energy at a certain instant, she moved backwards in shock and her feet staggered as she stepped hard on Feng Xiaoyan's fingers. Feng Xiaoyan's fingers were originally suffering from burns, and after being stepped on hard like this, she instantly felt the pain penetrating through her lungs. Furthermore, after Huang Yueli stepped on her, she was evidently at a loss as her body swaggered to the left and the right, almost about to fall. She stood unsteadily, and her feet kept moving around. She was stepping on Feng Xiaoyan's fingers and grinded it here and there, almost just short of breaking off her fingers alive. Feng Xiaoyan was so pained that she almost fainted, as she burst out miserably as though they were slaughtering pigs. Those present were all shocked by the change of events, and it took quite a moment later when someone managed to respond. A female attendant dashed out and held on to Huang Yueli before she'd barely managed to steady herself and nudged to one side. But on her face, there was still a panicky expression on it. Heavens! Scared me to death. It was really horrifying earlier, so horrifying. She patted her chest hard. Feng Xiaoyan had already fainted and regained consciousness, and on seeing Huang Yueli's back, she couldn't wait to bite her to death alive. Alas, she wasn't able to get up at all and could only shout out loudly, "By Ruoli! You vicious despicable slut, in front of so many people, you actually did such a vicious thing, attempting to break my fingers off. Everyone saw it with your own eyes. This time round, she did this in front of everyone. Father, elders, you must help me reclaim justice." Feng Xiaoyan's voice cried out mournfully, as she cried bitterly while lying prostrate. Feng Qingqing heard her mournful cries as his fury in his heart grew even more resentful. He turned around and stared at Huang Yueli with an ominous glint in his eyes. "Young Miss Bai, what's going on? We have yet to clear up the matter from a few days ago, and now you're dealing Yenner with such a vicious move again. Do you still know that this is the Alchemist Guild?" Huang Yueli's pretty large eyes instantly grew rounded as her eyes were filled with terror and innocence. "President Feng, how could you say that of me? I'd never thought that I'd step on young Miss Feng. I'm really sorry, but earlier I was really badly frightened. Earlier that guard brother was so fierce, and there's a terrifying aura that kept coming near to me. I wanted to vomit and my chest hurt so much, so I couldn't help but keep retreating backwards. And for a moment, I forgot that young Miss Feng was standing right behind me." Saying that, she hurriedly turned around and looked at Feng Xiaoyan with a worried look. "Young Miss Feng, I'm sorry, really sorry. I really didn't do it intentionally. I almost fainted from fright earlier. I also don't know what's wrong with me. Could it be that I've fallen ill?" She intentionally put on a dazed look, but felt emphasizing that she suddenly felt unwell. All the elders' attention were originally attracted by Feng Xiaoyan's injury again, but on hearing Huang Yueli's explanation, they turned their gazes onto the guard once again. Their cultivations were all very high and at least 7th stage realm and above, so naturally, they weren't able to sense the profound energy which the guard had been projecting towards Huang Yueli. In this way, Huang Yueli's actions earlier were explainable. An ordinary young lady without any cultivation, being threatened and suppressed by a practitioner, losing her rationality out of fright was as normal as it could be. Even if she unintentionally stepped on Feng Xiaoyan's fingers, no one could blame her for it. If they had to put the blame on someone, it would be the person who used profound energy to threaten her. Feng Xianqing's expression sunk as he stared fiercely at the guard by the side. Men, drag this man who caused an injury to eldest young miss to the torture room in the rear mountain. When the guard heard that, he was so scared that he immediately knelt down. President, please have mercy. This subordinate didn't mean to do it on purpose. It was in a moment of negligence. Will President please show mercy? Eldest young miss, this subordinate did this all for you, please help me plead for mercy. Feng Xiaoyan's expression was especially ugly right now, as she was berating this guard that he was a dumbass who deserved to die. However, she had to rely on this guy for perjury, so naturally, she could only help him plead for mercy. Father, how can you blame this guard? It's obviously by Ruoli, this wretched lass who had ill intentions. She intentionally stepped on me. She has the intention to cause me to die. Father, you absolutely cannot let her off. Feng Xiaoyan was crying and shouting, but Huang Yueli's face had an aggrieved and innocent expression on it. Young Miss Feng, how could you say that of me? I know you have many misunderstandings towards me, and you're jealous that I am engaged to Brother Liu, but you can't just speak at will every single time. The scenario earlier is something that everyone had witnessed. I really didn't do it on purpose. Huang Yueli originally looked petite and frail, and after losing her memories, she had lost more weight, so paired with a pair of lively big eyes, she looked even more pitiful. Many of them instantly began to sympathize with her. That's right, this matter is obviously the guard who was in the wrong. Young Miss Bai is indeed innocent. Using profound energy to suppress ordinary people, this action is so despicable. Young Miss Feng is also very strange. Why does she insist on saying that young Miss Bai had done it on purpose? Could it be that it is just like what young Miss Bai said, she's jealous that young Miss Bai is divine Dr. Liu's fiancé? When Feng Xiaoyan heard these words, the melancholic feeling in her heart rose to the limit and her chest was heaving up and down with urged breathing. She had not expected that today. She originally wanted to exact revenge on Huang Yueli severely to show her some colors, but in the end, after being tormented for such a long duration, Huang Yueli still remained perfectly fine. Instead, she was the unknowing one who had first revealed her ugly scarred face and later fell down awkwardly in front of everyone from her seat. Now things became even worse because her originally untreatable fingers once again got injured seriously. Feng Xiaoyan's fingers had already lost all consciousness, and if this carried on, even if Lu Baiyan returned, it might not be treatable at all. What was even more fraudulent was that she was 100% sure that Huang Yueli had intentionally stepped on her, but she just couldn't find any evidence to support her stand. Feng Xiaoyan was in pain, furious and anxious. Under various emotions clashes, she finally rolled her eyes and fainted. Yenner! Feng Xianqing cried out in shock as he dashed up. Quick! Men, quickly! Bring eldest young miss down for immediate treatment. Especially her fingers, it must be re-examined and bandaged. This time round, Feng Xiaoyan had no way to resist and was carried away. Feng Xianqing was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. When he turned back, he happened to see the guard with an anxious look standing by the side, and his heart instantly flew into a rage. Men, drag this fellow who almost killed eldest young miss down and beat him with 40 strokes of the paddle. The guard was overwhelmed with horror as he cried out loudly to plead for mercy. President, please show mercy, please show mercy. I can explain. But Feng Xianqing had already lost all rationality because of his daughter's injury, as he totally didn't listen to what he was saying. He waved his hand and got his men to drag him away. Following that, in a courtyard not too far away, the crackling sound of beating of flesh was heard. When this entered the elders' ears, they all revealed a disturbed look. Actually, all of them knew that the guard was rather innocent. Feng Xiaoyan was injured once again. The root cause of it was because she herself was asking for it. She insisted on staying in the front hall, refusing to leave, hence the accident happened. It wasn't intentional for the guard to do that. But Feng Qingqing was still angry, and no one dared to go against him. After a moment later, the guard was dragged back to the main hall, and his injury was extremely severe. He sprawled flat on the ground, and his forehead was filled with sweat as he panted heavily with a pale expression. Feng Qingqing refused to take another look at him as he waved his hand and said, "Drag him down and lock him up." "Wait a minute." Huang Yueli walked out at this moment and stopped him. "President Feng, if I haven't got it wrong, previously I said that I wanted a confrontation with this guard and the pill master, but in the end, before I had even finished with my questions, is this matter considered as closed?" This. Feng Qingqing's face sunk. The fire in the book's depository was the underlying reason for Feng Xiaoyan's crippled fingers, so how could he close this matter so readily? "All right, tell us clearly how you wish to explain the scenario at that moment." Huang Yueli nodded her head, and not wasting any time, she walked over to the female pill master directly and continued with her questioning. "This young lady, I'd like to ask. According to what you said, after I argued with Feng Xiaoyan, we even started fighting? After the young lady experienced the unforeseen event earlier, she was slightly shocked into a daze. She had not expected Huang Yueli to suddenly ask her any questions again. The young lady went into a blank before she spoke out. "Right, yes, later on the both of you started fighting and we all came forward to pull you apart, but we weren't able to do so. At that time, was this guard around as well?" Huang Yueli casted a sideways glance at the heavily injured guard, but he sprawled there in a half-dead condition, totally not moving at all, nor did he give a reply. The young lady could only answer on his behalf, "Right." He saw this then as well, and there were other guards, so if he can't testify, you can go invite the other guards over. Huang Yueli didn't wait for her to finish her words and shook her head. "No need, I just wanted to ask you one question. Feng Xiaoyan is a 5th stage realm practitioner, whereas I'm just an ordinary person. Why is it that I fought with her, and yet she still couldn't beat me? Pill masters like you all have rather good cultivation levels. Why can't you pull us apart?" The young lady was stunned momentarily. This, right. We pill masters are usually very refined, so since when have we ever seen such a fighting scene? We simply missed out the fact that we weren't able to use profound energy, hence allowing you to fill the void. So it's like this. Huang Yueli nodded her head. Amen, right, it's like this. I'm just too kind-hearted and didn't feel good about beating you, but I did not expect that you actually kicked me, hurting my wrist into such a state. The young lady spoke as though she was making a solemn vow. Huang Yueli gave a cold smile and said, "You are inexperienced in combat, and that's true, but how about the few guards who were present? They are all genuine practitioners. Is it even possible that they weren't able to pull some lower cultivation-leveled ladies apart? I've already hurt your young miss, but not only did they not stop me, they were even watching from the side?" This. The young lady was rendered speechless as her expression turned ugly. She went on to brace herself as she persisted in what she said. "No matter what you say, these are all facts." "Oh, so it's like this." Huang Yueli nodded. "Since you put it in this way, I understand it all now." The young lady thought that she couldn't win her in words, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you understand it all now." Huang Yueli shot her a glance, and turned around as she cupped her hands towards Feng Qingqing. "President Feng, now the truth should be very clear. Young Miss Feng was injured, mainly falls on the responsibility of your guards. The group of them were nearby, but they didn't question when they saw me and young Miss Feng having a conflict, and later on when the fire started, they actually were only concerned about escaping to save their own lives, so no one actually went to save young Miss Feng at all. Such guards. What's the point of keeping them?" Huang Yueli's brows rose as she spoke out strictly. Everyone present was stunned by what she said. Everyone had assumed that she would have a round of debate with the young lady on who was the one who started the fight, but they had not expected that Huang Yueli actually changed the topic and pushed the responsibility onto the guards instead. Moreover, after carefully thinking through, they all felt that what she said was logical. Feng Xiaoyan had a 5th stage realm cultivation, whereas Huang Yueli was an ordinary person. With such a disparity in abilities, Feng Xiaoyan was hurt too seriously. It could be said that the guards' nonfeasance was the main reason. If they were able to stop them earlier, or if they managed to save her when the fire first started, things would not have developed to such a stage. Feng Zhenxing's face sunk. What you said is correct. These guards are simply trash. We Alchemist Guild pays them with such high salaries, and even treats their family members, but in the end? They actually caused Yenner to suffer from such a serious injury. They're simply a bunch of trash. Men, drag this fellow. Injustice. This subordinate has been accused wrongly. This subordinate really did not intentionally watch eldest young miss being beaten by or suffer an injury. These are all eldest young miss's orders. Will President and elders please check thoroughly? This subordinate is merely listening to eldest young miss's orders only. After the guard had been beaten 40 paddles, he basically was already in a half-dead state. In the end, upon hearing Feng Zhenxing's tone, it seemed as though he was really going to listen to Huang Yueli's slanderous report, pushing the responsibility of Feng Xiaoyan's injury a few days ago onto their heads. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away. Earlier he was already beaten for no good reason and had already lost half of his life. If he were to become a scapegoat for this again, didn't that mean that he would lose his life totally? Furthermore, he was obviously just listening to Feng Xiaoyan's orders, just to fawn on the ladder. But in the end, he became the main culprit for Feng Xiaoyan's crime. Could there be anyone who was feeling even more unjustified than him? The guard was burning with anxiety. Now that things have come to such a stage, he already couldn't care less, only thinking to wash this matter off his hands because he absolutely cannot pay with his life right here. Hearing the guard crying innocence, everyone was dazed. Only Huang Yueli, with a smile on her face, spoke out slowly. What do you mean by this? What's called eldest young miss's orders? Feng Xiaoyan isn't a retard, so could it be that after she was bullied or injured, she actually asked you guys not to bother about her and watch her being beaten up? This reason of yours is just too comical. You really dare to say anything just to be absolved of the crime. The guard's forehead was filled with sweat because he was at a difficult position right now. Since he had already made a header, he totally couldn't care less as he spoke out the entire truth. Elders, this subordinate is really acting on eldest young miss's orders, and eldest young miss's injury was purely an accident. On that actual day, it actually wasn't young miss by who found trouble for eldest young miss, but eldest young miss who brought along a group of people, wanting to chase young miss by out of the Alchemist Guild. Eldest young miss was worried that miscellaneous people would see that, so she intentionally asked the few of us guards to chase people around the surroundings away. Hence when they had an argument, this subordinate wasn't around and wasn't present either. The guard was like beans which were pouring out of the bamboo tube as he spoke as fast as he could with all his might. The eldest had not expected that he would change his testimonial to tell the truth, and it was totally different from the actual testimonial which he said earlier. The main hall was silent for a few moments, and immediately after that, various discussions were heard. What's going on? Why is it that what he is saying now is different from what he said earlier? Who is the bully? What is the real truth to this matter? I am confused. Who is the one up to mischief? Feng Zhenxing's face grew gloomier as he flicked his sleeves hard, sweeping the tea set on the table onto the ground. What are you saying? The things that you said earlier were totally not like this. Why is it that you've changed your words now? Which sentence of yours is the truth? The guard hurriedly replied, what I'm saying now is the truth. The things which I said earlier was something which eldest young miss and I had colluded together and came out with. She made me follow what she planned so that she could push the responsibility onto young miss by causing her to be chased out of the Alchemist Guild. Actually, young Miss Bai is really very innocent. It was eldest young Miss who was jealous over divine Dr. Liu and her relationship, so she went to find trouble with her. This subordinate didn't know what they were talking about, but they ended up fighting. Eldest young Miss ordered the few of us to go in and capture young Miss Bai. This subordinate pushed young Miss Bai to the corner of the wall and intended to capture her, but we had not expected that there was a mechanism right there, and not knowing what happened, it just suddenly caught fire. The audience were all dumbstruck, not knowing what else should they say. Huang Yueli then nodded and laughed. Thank you, this guard brother, for telling the truth. That's right, the situation was exactly like this, and I merely don't want to leave the Alchemist Guild only so I don't know why it suddenly caught fire. I can only say that it was young Miss Feng who had ran into bad luck. Her words had just fallen when the female pill master suddenly started screaming, "No, the incident wasn't like this. This guard is lying. Otherwise, why would his testimonial be different from before? He only wanted to absolve himself from the crime, hence he committed perjury." The young lady didn't want to be hit with the crime of committing perjury, so naturally, she denied this with all her might. When the guard heard that, he couldn't help but sneer. Who is the one who is lying? You should know this clearly in your heart. That's right, I retracted my testimony because I didn't expect that after I helped eldest young miss to settle her matters, when something happened, not only did eldest young miss not have the ability to protect me, she even almost caused me to die. If everyone doesn't believe me, you can ask all the guards who took part in saving her during the fire, and if they found out about eldest young miss doing, they will definitely tell the truth. The elders were all starting to reflect back as they all started to whisper into each other's ears to discuss this. Although the guard had suggested that they could find other witnesses, the oath he took which pointed his fingers to heaven seemed as though he was telling the truth. But most of them were still unwilling to believe it. They had always thought highly of eldest young Miss Feng Xiaoyan, but she had actually become such a vicious young lady, with such profound intentions. Not only had she gone to find trouble for Huang Yueli, even after she suffered retribution, she actually had an even more malicious intent to set a trap to frame her. If this was the real truth, Feng Xiaoyan was a little too scary, wasn't it? Huang Yueli saw their hesitation as she gave a faint smile and stood up unhurriedly to add on. Actually, if everyone delved more into the details, then you will be able to understand it. I'm just an ordinary person, so how would I dare to offend so many pill masters? They are all practitioners with high-leveled cultivation. I totally can't beat them at all. Furthermore, I've just arrived at the Alchemist Guild headquarters not too long ago, so how could I possibly know where the self-destruction mechanism in the book's depository was? Everyone here are all elders from the Alchemist Guild, but all of you also don't know how to trigger the self-destruction mechanism, isn't it? Everyone was stumped by her questions as they all went speechless for a moment in time. Huang Yueli then added, so to speak, this matter is really just an accident. If it wasn't for young Miss Feng, who was determined to catch me, I wouldn't have ran over to that corner, nor would I have accidentally triggered the mechanism. Until now, I still feel extremely scared now. She put on an innocent look as she spread out her hands. If these words were spoken out from the very start, the elders would definitely not have had any patience to listen to her, nor would they have believed her. But now it was totally different. Feng Xiaoyan had already expressed her unruly sign of hers in front of everyone, whereas the witness that she had found had also admitted that he had committed perjury. The elders were already starting to have doubts on the truth of the matter. At this moment, Huang Yueli even gave such a methodical analysis, and the elders were somewhat comprehending it as they started to nod their heads consecutively. So it's like this. What young Miss Bai said is logical. Isn't that so? I also don't know where the self-destruction mechanism is. How could she possibly know? If it was really Feng Xiaoyan who sought trouble with her, that could only be said that she reaped what she had sowed. Feng Xiaoyan is too much. Just because she's the president's daughter, how could she bully young Miss Bai in such a way? This kind of woman, luckily divine Dr. Liu hadn't taken any interest in her, otherwise. He's just really too blind. Feng Xiaoyan maligned her, shouldn't she come out to give young Miss Bai an apology? The elders all shot berating gazes towards Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing was feeling a flurry of headaches, and he was feeling indignant and melancholic. Now that the truth was clear for all to see, Huang Yueli's explanation was seamless, whereas Feng Xiaoyan's saying was full of flaws, totally unable to stand up. Originally he trusted his daughter very much, but now it felt as though he was given a tight slap on his face by others, which made him simply unable to face anyone at all. All the reputation which he had accumulated over so many years, had all been ruined just because of Feng Xiaoyan's embarrassing matter. Feng Qingqing wanted badly to punish Huang Yueli at all cost, to vent anger on behalf of his daughter. But in front of the group of elders whose emotions were stirred up, how would he dare to say a single word more? No matter how unreconciled he was, he could only admit his wrongdoing. Young Miss Bai, this matter. This president had put the wrong blame on you. But now that Yenner's fingers are so seriously hurt, she's already very pitiful, so will you stop blaming her? As her father, I will apologize on her behalf. Feng Qingqing gave a long sigh. Huang Yueli shot an insipid gaze at him and said, President Feng, please be assured, I'm not someone who is unreasonable. Since my innocence had been vindicated, then let's forget about this matter. Saying that, she turned towards the elders and cupped her hands in obeisance as she turned around and swaggered out of the main hall. She didn't really wanted Feng Xiaoyan to come out to kneel and apologize to her, but she was going to stay on in the Alchemist Guild for a couple more days, so in order to leave a good impression on the elders, and for the sake of making things more convenient for her, she could not overdo it. Anyway, the step which she had given to Feng Xiaoyan earlier was totally without any mercy, as she had practically used up her entire strength in her body. When Huang Yueli stepped down on her, she heard the pitter-pattering of bones crushing sound. Perhaps these bones had already been crushed finely, and it was really hard to say if it could be reconnected. Although everyone kept saying that Lu Baiyan was the #1 divine doctor, but her instincts told her that such a serious injury like this was very hard to cure. Even if it could be cured, she would make Lu Baiyan unable to cure it. So just treat it that Feng Xiaoyan had received a lesson today. She would not further pursue any other matters. She was really a magnanimous person. Feng Qingqing looked at her departing figure with a steely green expression and stomped his feet in fury as he too turned around and left. Blue Profound Sect, Levitation Sword Palace. The atmosphere for the past few days in Levitation Sword Palace had remained extremely heavy. The three great guardians were in a haste as they left early and returned late daily, not even having any time to settle the sect's affairs. Even Blue Profound Sect's ordinary disciples detected that something was not right. This day late in the night, a 9th stage realm peak practitioner's powerful aura was suddenly felt from the entrance of Levitation Sword Palace's door. Song Pejun's expression changed as he hurried to the entrance, and when he saw the incoming person, he instantly gave an astonished look. Lu. Divine Dr. Liu? Lu Baiyan was travel-worn as his breathing was uneven, apparently showing that he had been rushing all the way over. On seeing Song Pejun, his lips curled into a smile of ridicule as the first thing he asked was, "Where's Li Moying? Has he died already?" Song Pejun went into a short blank and suddenly recalled that the man standing in front of him was no longer his sovereign's best buddy. On the contrary, the two of them had just had a huge battle in front of Levitation Sword Palace over a week ago, and this was exactly the biggest reason which left Li Moying on the verge of death right now. Momentarily, he couldn't guess Lu Baiyan's intent in coming, and he didn't know if he should welcome Lu Baiyan in with grandeur, or should he fight to his last moment of death, to obstruct him at the outside of Levitation Sword Palace. However, not even waiting for his reply, Lu Bian started to raise his voice to shout out, Li Moying. Li Moying. Are you dead already? Divine Dr. Lu, what are you trying to do? Sovereign has just laid down to rest. Song Pajun tried to stop him in a hurry. But it was already too late. Li Moying coughing was heard from the internal zone of levitation Sword Palace, cough cough, Lu Bian. You actually still dare to step into levitation Sword Palace. Lu Bian faced upwards as he gave a lengthy laugh. What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare? Did you think that you're still that unsurpassable number one top exponent in the continent? Just based on your half-dead look now, what else do I not dare to? I specially came over to take a look at your dying look. Still dare to be as conceited as before? I have to disappoint you. Li Moying's voice was hoarse, but the suppression in his voice was not weak at all. I'm still alive, so even if I really die, I'm still me. Hee, that's so comical. Lu Bian's gaze turned cold as he took large strides into the internal zone of levitation Sword Palace. Song Pajun leapt forward to stop him. But Lu Bian's ability was far above his. After coming out with a palm strike with him, the former immediately utilized his footwork and dashed into Li Moying's bedroom. The room door was pushed open with a loud bang. The first thing Lu Bian saw was Li Moying, who sat upright beside his bed. He was dressed in a black sleeping robe and on his extraordinarily handsome-looking face was a pair of peach-blossomed eyes, which had retained its brilliance, powerful and firm. His back was like a blade of a knife, straight, upright and indestructible. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Bian knew about his current condition, just based on Li Moying's outlook, one totally would not be able to tell just how seriously injured he was. Li Moying raised his eyes to take a look at him as he spoke icily. Where's Lear? Are you the one who abducted her? Where is she now? His first sentence was to ask about Huang Yueli's whereabouts. Lu Bian had long expected him to ask about this as he intentionally raised his eyebrows and said, Why? You can't even keep an eye on your own fiancé, and instead you're asking me about this? For an incompetent man like you, it's better for you to be dead. Li Moying's face sank as he barked sharply, Lu Bian. Don't try to act as if you know nothing. That day Lear chased after you and later on, she disappeared along with you. If you're not the one who brought her away, who else could it be? Lu Bian shrugged his shoulders indifferently when he heard this and said, This sentence of yours is illogical. Why is it me who brought her away? She could have left with me willingly on her own accord, isn't it? You're obviously not going to live for long right now, and young Miss Bai is young and beautiful with outstanding talent. Don't tell me she's supposed to waste her youth on a trash like you? She also has the right to look for another more dependable and more powerful man, right? Lu Bian intentionally said that, in order to agitate Li Moying. However, Li Moying merely sneered and didn't appear to be too agitated. Lu Bian, what are you trying to say? Did you think that I would believe your gibberish? My woman, I know myself clearly that she will absolutely not betray me. What on earth have you done to her? Have you locked her up? I'm telling you, if she suffered a single bit of injury, I will absolutely make you pay an unforgettable price of your entire lifetime. For so many years, Li Moying had always been the number one exponent in the continent as his prestige accumulated over time. Even though he was suffering from an untreatable serious injury, the aura coming from him was still pressurizing. While he was conversing, it was naturally revealed. Under his powerful suppression, Lu Bian subconsciously felt fear. But he quickly regained his senses as he gave a cold laugh. This sentence is put rather beautifully. Alas, based on your current condition, what ability do you have to make me pay the price? Moreover speaking, I didn't lock Bai Ruoli up at all. She didn't return to your side on her own, naturally because she doesn't like you any longer. So you can go in peace. Li Moying's gaze was chilly. Don't you worry, I will absolutely not die so easily before I find Huang Yueli. I don't believe a single word of yours. You must have used some underhanded methods to control Lear. Did you think that resorting to such methods, you will be able to retain her? Too bad, no matter what you do, you will never be able to obtain her heart forever. Li Moying's words poked right at Lu Bian's Archil's heel. This period of time, he made Huang Yueli drink the unfettered void memory medicine and also brainwashed her, falsely assuming identity as her fiancée. He even spent every day together with her, not leaving her alone, showing her care and concern and his meticulous care. He self-professed that what he had done had matched up to Li Moying. In terms of ability, the current him was above Li Moying. In terms of status, he was the #1 divine doctor whom everyone tried hard to please, so he might not be any worse off than the #1 sacred land sovereign. Furthermore, he totally didn't believe that a haughty temperament man like Li Moying would stoop himself to personally take care of Huang Yueli's everyday life. Unfortunately, Lu Bian had never witnessed personally the dog-legged look which Li Moying usually put on to please his own fiancée. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have such self-confidence. Anyway, Lu Bian felt that he had already done very well, and as compared to Li Moying, he would only be much better, and not possibly much worse. But Huang Yueli had never taken a serious look at him in the eye. Every time he tried to get close to Huang Yueli, or had a more intimate interaction with her, she would always evade subconsciously. Moreover, although she had already exceeded the dosage of the unfettered void memory medicine by several times, the minute she heard Li Moying's name, she immediately started having nightmares. Evidently, it showed how deep her conviction was in her heart. It reflected just how important was Li Moying to her. What Li Moying said was right, that young lass heart only had Li Moying, and not him Lu Bian. Thinking of this, the flame of jealousy which hibernated in Lu Bian's heart suddenly burned vigorously in an instant. Li Moying, are you very complacent? You believe so firmly that Betrayal will never betray you? What if I say that she's already mine? Lu Bian lifted up his chin provocatively. You. Li Moying suddenly sprung up from the bed with a furious look as his eyes were staring ferociously at Lu Bian, with terrifying blood veins popping out. Lu Bian, you're seeking death. Li Moying could no longer control himself as his right hand raised and a surging thunder attributed profound energy was unleashed from his body, directly charging towards Lu Bian's chest. Lu Bian gave a cold smile as he lifted his hand to block it. Originally he thought that he could resist against it without much effort, but in the instance that he got into contact with that gust of profound energy, his expression changed abruptly. Damn it! Wasn't this man almost about to die? Wasn't he so frail that he almost couldn't leave the bed? Why? Was it that when he struck out, his ability was still so terrifying? Was he really that powerful? Lu Bian's brain flashed past many thoughts, but his body was already unable to react in time as he was pushed back by 10 over steps before he could barely steady himself. The corner of his lips spilled several drops of blood. Whereas for Li Moying's condition, it was much worse than his, by several folds. This time the sudden explosion seemed to have drained the last surviving life force from his body. His face turned extremely pale and he was on the verge of collapse. He finally could not hold on as he fell onto the bed. Lu Bian used his hang to cover his mouth as he coughed a few times, then looking at the blood which flowed down in between his fingers, the cold and tension grew beneath his eyes. He walked slowly towards Li Moying's bedside. Indeed, the once #1 top expert in the continent. Still so powerful even though you're about to die. Alas, you've wasted too much profound energy. Are you feeling that her head is in even more pain now? Your consciousness became even more blurry? And? You've already turned out like this, and Betrayal still didn't come over to take a look at you. Do you really think that she still remembers you? Li Moying gave a dull moan as he abruptly opened his eyes and stared fiercely at Lu Bian. You're looking for death. Cough cough, Li. Lear's reputation isn't something that you can smear at will. Li Moying didn't believe that Huang Yueli would throw herself into Lu Baiyan's arms. Just how intelligent and stubborn that young lass was, he was clearer on this than anyone else. Even if Lu Baiyan used force on her and was able to get her physical body, but he absolutely could not gain her heart. Even though he knew this clearly, but on hearing Lu Baiyan saying such stuff, it still made him lose his rationality in an instant. As long as he was alive, he would absolutely not allow her to become another person's woman. Even though it was just saying, he totally couldn't accept it. By now, Lu Baiyan had already walked right next to Li Moying's bedside and firmly stopped at an extremely near distance in front of him as he looked downwards at him from high up. Why? You thought that this would never happen? Do you have that much confidence in Bairuoli? Alas, no matter how firm your feelings are for each other, you're going to be a dead man immediately. As long as you die, there will be a day when she will forget about you and she will definitely fall in love with me. Perhaps not one day, not 1 month, then how about 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years? After such a long time has passed, you've already become a dead person who cannot return back to life forever, whereas I'm the man who remained by her side to protect her every day. Make a guess. Will she fall in love with me? Li Moying leaned slightly against the bedhead and kept panting as his sweat rained down on him. His primordial spirit was extremely fragile and it had already gone beyond the verge of collapse any time. Earlier, he had already extinguished all his might to strike out against Lu Baiyan, which pushed him towards the danger zone even further. Right now, he was feeling dizzy and his head kept on buzzing. His head was in so much pain that it seemed as though it might split open any time. But Lu Baiyan's voice was obviously right next to his ear. However, when he heard his voice, it seemed as though it was very roving, as though it came from a far, far place. But Lu Baiyan's words were able to pierce his heart deeply. Right, he was going to go soon, so no matter how much he was unwilling to die, but, now that things came to such a pass, he had no choice but to admit that the powerful him eventually had things which he was unable to do. There was also an unsurpassable enemy, and that was death. He had reigned the world as he looked with disdain from the corner of his eye, so originally he should have no more regrets, but as he fell in love with a woman, it made him unwilling to leave, and neither could he let it go. He didn't dare to imagine the things which would happen after his death. Because if Huang Yueli fell in love with another person, he was afraid that even if he was dead, he would not be able to rest in peace as he would climb out of his coffin out of jealousy. But if she really couldn't forget about him for the rest of his life, staying alone for him for her entire life, he couldn't bear for it to happen. Li Moying was actually very clear that if his love was generous enough, he didn't need Lu Baiyan to hand Huang Yueli over. He should even encourage them to be together. This was because Lu Baiyan was obviously true to his leader and moreover based on the many years of friendship and mutual understanding which they had. As a man, Lu Baiyan was absolutely trustworthy. After his death, if Lear wanted to be with him, she should be able to lead a blissful life. Li Moying knew that he should do this, but unfortunately, he was unable to do it. It was until now that he realized that he was actually such a selfish man. He was. And no matter what, he couldn't do it. He couldn't even imagine the scenario, because this made his heart ache thoroughly. He shivered and was unable to respond to Lu Baiyan's question, and he didn't dare to respond. However, Lu Baiyan refused to give in and instead he went even nearer to him. You know what I mean. Bairuoli will eventually be mine, so no matter how you struggle now, it's totally a waste of your effort, isn't it? Keep on daydreaming. Continue to get carried away by your wishful thinking. Li Moying wanted badly to hurl these words on his face, then take care of this man who was coveting his Lear viciously, just as what he did numerous times to the other pursuers of Huang Yueli's. But, he could only shut his eyes tightly as he couldn't speak out a single word at all. Just at this moment, Li Moying suddenly felt a chilly sensation from his forehead. Moments later, the dizziness feeling in his head slowly subsided and the head-splitting pain feeling slowly lessened as his eyes sobered up slowly. This feeling was something which he had not experienced in the past month. Li Moying was astonished for a moment and he suddenly opened his eyes to see Lu Bian right in front of him. Moreover, his slender long fingers were holding firmly onto a long and thin gold needle. Li Moying's eyes widened as he stared at that aloof handsome face. Lu Bian withdrew the gold needle as he cast a cold glance at him. "How is it? Do you feel much comfortable now? I've told you this long ago that other than me, no one else can save you. As long as I take action, not to mention anything else, just allowing you to live for another 3 to 5 years is absolutely not a problem. I can tell that your innate talent for this lifetime isn't bad at all, even stronger than in your past life. Perhaps in these remaining last years of yours, you will be able to break through to the 10th stage realm to reach God realm. By then, perhaps your soul detachment illness will have a cure." Li Moying clenched his teeth and didn't make a single sound. What Lu Bian said was the entire truth, and Li Moying knew this clearly in his heart. Honestly speaking, if what Lu Bian wanted was not his beloved woman, but any other price to pay, as long as he had a sliver of hope to continue living and to take care of his Lear, Li Moying really could accept any other requests. But, unfortunately, Li Moying fell silent for several moments and said, "I don't understand what you mean. You are saving me now, aren't you afraid that after I break through to the 10th stage realm, I'd return to exact revenge on you? As long as I'm alive, there will be a day when I will break through the peak condition in my past life." Lu Bian gave a cold humph and said, "Of course I know that. So if you want me to save you, you must follow the ancient oath and swear to the heavens that you will never go near Betrayal ever again. Not only should you not meet her, you should also cut off any forms of contact with her. You must drink my specially prescribed unfettered void memory medicine, and forget about Betrayal for the rest of your life." Li Moying's expression suddenly changed. Although he knew that the condition which Lu Bian listed out would be this. But when he really heard him saying this, it still made his inner heart feel shocked. At the same time, he was deeply humiliated and resentful. He clenched his teeth to say out the words one after another. "It is impossible. It's absolutely impossible for me to use my woman as a trade in order for me to lengthen my lifespan. Lear isn't some commodity which could be traded. She is a human." Lu Bian laughed quietly. "That's right, she's a human. So I've never said that I wanted her to do anything for you, isn't it? It's Betrayal's freedom to like anyone. What I want you to promise is something that you alone is capable of doing. Never to see her ever again. Even if one day, your soul detachment illness is completely cured, you are not allowed to meet her. You." Li Moying's lower jaw suddenly turned taut as his entire body turned extremely stiff, totally rendering him immovable. This kind of condition. How could he possibly agree to it? Long ago, he had already casted his own life and death aside. Originally, the only pull factor which triggered him to stay alive was to stay alive in order to take care of Huan Yueli properly, to pamper her and to see her leading a life without worries under his own protection. If these all became bubbles, and he still needed to see her being lovey-dovey with other men. If this was the case, even if his soul detachment illness was completely cured and he was able to break through to the 10th stage realm, becoming a peerless invincible top exponent, what was the point in that anymore? It would be better if he was dead. How is it? Very hard to decide? Lu Bian asked indifferently. Li Moying gave a resolute reply. "I've already put things very clearly, this is impossible. Scram. And don't think that you're able to hide Lear for life, I will definitely save her. Hope that you will have enough lifespan to stay alive until that day." Lu Bian didn't bother to continue getting tangled up with him, but got up resolutely as he turned around and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, His footsteps suddenly halted as he turned back his head to take a look at the man leaning on the bed. At least we are old acquaintances, and I can still give you one last chance. I will be staying in Sky Emperor City for a total of 7 days, and if you have thought through this during this period of time, you can ask your men to come look for me anytime. Don't blame me for not reminding you, your illness could at most be dragged on for 7 days. If you haven't considered carefully within these 7 days, even I will not be able to turn around the hopeless situation. By then, I will remember to go to your grave and thank you for giving up an exceptional beauty like Betrayal with both your hands to me. When Lemoyne heard what he said, the piercing pain in his heart stabbed hard as his hands suddenly clenched into fists. Alas, his profound energy had been completely drained, and there was no way that he could forcibly work up any energy to attack Liu Bian any further. After Liu Bian was done, he didn't even turn back to take any look at him as he strode off leisurely, walking out directly. The moment he walked out of Levitation Sword Palace, a flurry of hurried footsteps came chasing after. Song Pijun chased out, and in a moment, he blocked his path. Divine Dr. Liu, you're just going to leave Sovereign in the lurch? Have you forgotten about how you and Sovereign were best buddies in the past? How many times had the both of you braved through life and death scenarios and saved each other's lives? How could you be so heartless? How could you watch him dying with your eyes wide open? Have you really turned so cold-blooded to this stage, totally not considering any past relations? Liu Bian looked at him silently as the corners of his lips twitched as though he wanted to say something, but then he endured it. After some time, he gave a long sigh. Leave now. The matters between Lemoyne and I aren't something that you can dabble in. Song Pijun became anxious as he continued to speak out. Divine Dr. Liu, this subordinate knows that I can't dabble in these matters, but, no matter what grudges you two have, Sovereign is about to die. Do you really want to see him dying in front of you? This subordinate begs you. Saying that, he plopped kneeling onto the ground. Liu Bian's brows creased as he stretched out his hand to hold on to him. Get up. What do you mean by this? If I am able to see him die, would I have made this trip? The simplest way for him to get by Ruoli was just to wait until Lemoyne died quietly. He did not even need to come over to Blue Profound Sect, nor did he need to do anything. He just needed to wait, and Lemoyne would die naturally. But, he still came. He didn't know what was wrong with himself. In the dead of the night, where the moon was bright and stars were few, before he even realized it himself, he had already dashed out of Huang Yueli's room out of the Alchemist Guild headquarters valley as he proceeded on the trip towards Sky Emperor City. Huang Yueli's tears made him feel heartache, but only he himself knew that the reason why he left was absolutely not only because of her nightmare. Lemoyne was the inner demon which resided in his heart. Once, he was his best buddy, and the two of them had experienced innumerable difficult situations. If Lemoyne really died like this, if he obviously could save him, but yet watch him die in front of him. From the moment that Liu Bian abducted Huang Yueli, he had actually swore that he would absolutely not return to Blue Profound Sect. But every single day that he spent in the Alchemist Guild, he was being tormented deeply inside his heart. Facing Huang Yueli's pure and sweet smile, the guilt in his heart almost consumed him entirely. So, at last, he could not take this kind of pressure and return to Blue Profound Sect. But for him to do a consultation for Lemoyne like this, watching this man get well by the day, being together with his beloved woman whereas he could only be a bystander forever just like 16 years ago, he wasn't resigned to it. Under Liu Bian's calm appearance, his inner heart was on the verge of degradement. Song Pijun heard the hesitation in his tone and his heart leapt with joy as he asked anxiously, Divine Dr. Liu, this subordinate knows that you will not ignore Sovereign. Will you please follow this subordinate back please? Liu Bian regained his senses from his contradictory emotions as he frowned. No way. Divine Dr. Liu? Song Pijun took an astonished look at him. Liu Bian spoke with a chill in his voice. it's not that I'm not willing to do a consultation for him, but, he himself who doesn't want to do it. Anyway, he still has the last 7 days, and if you want your sovereign to continue living his life, then remember to advise him to not make life difficult for himself. That's all I have to say. Song Pujun was at a loss. Divine Dr. Liu, these words. What do you mean? However, Liu Bian had no wish to explain further as he flicked his sleeves, and with a leap, he disappeared in the dark night. In the silent night. Sob sob sob, father, your daughter is in so much pain, so miserable, my fingers are so painful and I totally can't move it at all, surely I'm not really finished, right? Will I really not be able to refine pill anymore? Father. You must take revenge for me. Feng Xiaoyan laid on the pillow as she bellowed loudly. Her sadness really was from the depths of her heart because she was really too miserable today. Originally she thought that things were perfect and she would be able to chase Huang Yueli out of the Alchemist Guild today, then secretly do away with her love rival outside the Alchemist Guild. In the end, things turned out contrary to her wishes, and not only did Huang Yueli remain safe and sound, instead her fingers suffered from a second round of injury, and this time round, it really was untreatable. Moreover, after this round of confrontation, her reputation had been swept onto the ground as all the elders in the Alchemist Guild were all dubious towards her character. The noble daughter image, which she had painstakingly built up, was totally ruined. Feng Xianxia heard her cries and was as frustrated as he could be. He had already been dissatisfied since some time ago, and on hearing her endless crying, he finally could not help but berated her angrily. Cry, 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 you still have the cheek to cry. I'm the one who wants to cry. I believed that you wouldn't tell any lies, hence I found Betrayal to seek justice for you. In the end, you actually found 2 people to commit perjury and was even exposed in front of everyone. How do you want me to continue being the president from now on? Who else will believe that I am impartial when I deal with matters? Feng Xiaoyan cried even more miserably, Father, I didn't lie to you. My fingers are injured, really. It is really caused by Betrayal. Feng Xianxia was still upset as his eyes popped out and he was blowing his mustache, totally not believing in her gibberish. You say she's the one who harmed you? Where's your evidence? What she said this afternoon in the main hall is correct. She's just an ordinary person without an ounce of profound energy. Just based on her, would she have the guts to find trouble with a big group like you guys? And also the self-destruction mechanism in the book's depository, only successive presidents know about it, even Liu Bian is unclear of where it is. How could she possibly trigger the mechanism? At this juncture, you're still trying to lie to me? Feng Xiaoyan felt extremely aggrieved by his strict accusation, and thinking of her injured fingers, the sorrow seemed to flow out from her heart as she cried out loudly. Father, it's really not like this. Your daughter has really been harmed by that little slut. Yes, I lied to everyone and I was the one who made trouble for her, but later on the fire at the book's depository and my fingers getting injured were all caused by her. Father, I'm your biological daughter. Can you bear to see me becoming so miserable and not exact revenge for me? When Feng Xianxia heard her crying so sadly, he frowned and started to have misgivings. After all, she was his adored daughter. Seeing her in this state, Feng Xianxia naturally felt a heartache. What on earth is going on? Tell me clearly, and this time round, you can't lie to me anymore. Otherwise, even if Father wanted to help you take your revenge, I have no idea how to. Yes, I don't dare to lie to Father. Feng Xiaoyan didn't dare to lie this time round as she hurriedly wiped her tears and spoke chokingly as she described the exact round of events that happened a few days ago. The more Feng Xianxia heard, the more doubtful he got. So your meaning is, a trash without any innate talent like her was able to defeat your group of at least third-stage realm practitioners with just a few punches and kicks? Is this for real? Feng Xiaoyan hurriedly emphasized, it's true, it's really true. What I said this time is the absolute truth. I swear to heaven that if I were to say another false sentence, my fingers will never heal forever. This oath, to a pill master, was the most vicious kind. When Feng Zhenxing heard that, he simply had no way to suspect that Feng Xiaoyan was lying. But what she said made one feel that it was totally unfathomable. Alright, even if you lasses concentrate more on refining pills every day and not know how to cross hands with anyone, thus falling into her scheme. But later on, the reason for the fire was indeed because the self-destruction mechanism had been triggered. It is impossible for her to know what to do. Could it really be such a coincidence? No, impossible. This is absolutely not a coincidence. I saw it with my own eyes that she ran towards that corner. At that time, she was totally able to leave the book's depository courtyard, but she insisted on running to that dead end, which is totally illogical. She did that on purpose, because she wanted to burn all of us alive. Feng Xiaoyan exclaimed anxiously. But, this totally isn't explainable. Feng Zhenxing wound his forehead tightly as he remained puzzled after much thought. No matter how he cracked his brain, he could never have imagined that this little young lass, following beside Lu Bian, with beauty but was a piece of trash, was the once famous exceptional peerless top exponent Huang Yueli. Feng Xiaoyan cried as she spoke, "Father, what your daughter said is all true. I turned out like this, because I was harmed by that little slut, so you must help me exact my revenge. You absolutely cannot allow her to roam about freely here." Feng Zhenxing had already believed in her words. Alright, father believes in you, but you don't have any evidence at all. Now all the elders already believe that she is innocent, and you don't have any hard evidence to prove that she had indeed harmed you intentionally. Moreover, her identity is that of Divine Dr. Lu's fiancé, so if we don't have any evidence, it's not possible for her to be punished at all. Feng Zhenxing's expression was gloomy as his tone slowly started to analyze the situation. Feng Xiaoyan was stuffed for words as her expression turned extremely ugly. After the farce today, her trustworthiness had already gone bankrupt and the elders were no longer willing to believe in her. Feng Zhenxing said, "Anyway, for this matter, we have to consider at length." Suddenly, Feng Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something as her eyes lit up. "Father, I have an idea. I have a way to make Bairuoli scram out of the Alchemist Guild." Headquarters. Feng Zhenxing went into a blank. What idea? Feng Xiaoyan's eyes flashed past a cold intent as she spoke out chillingly. Father indeed cannot make her leave for no reason, but there is someone who is different. If that someone chased that little slut away, I'm sure even Divine Dr. Lu won't dare to say anything much, right? Feng Zhenxing's glare turned profound. You mean to say that person? Feng Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. That's right. Since we have no evidence, then we shouldn't keep tangling about the matter regarding the book's depository, so if we make that wretched lass commit a big offense, then chase her out of the Alchemist Guild, then take care of her, can't we just do that? As long as we send her over to that person's side, a trash like her would probably not last for even 3 days, and she would be chased out by then. Feng Zhenxing listened carefully to what she was saying, and after doing some computation in his heart, a smile slowly surfaced on his face. You're the intelligent one, then. Let's do it in this way. The next morning, Huang Yueli had just woke up when she was brought over to Feng Zhenxing's courtyard. Feng Zhenxing was considered to be rather courteous to her as he made the servants brought tea and snacks over. But Huang Yueli was holding on to the teacup as she didn't put on any expression, but she kept on brooding over this in her heart. After yesterday's conflict, Feng Zhenxing father and daughter duo had already made a fool out of themselves, and yet today he still dared to look for her, and in such a friendly manner, so it was just too abnormal. If something was too abnormal, there must be something phantom about it. She had to guard against him carefully. As expected, after drinking the tea, Feng Zhenxing opened his mouth and tried to probe. Young Miss Bai, I've already sent someone to find out about this. Divine Dr. Lu's consultation this round needs a total of 10 over days, and he might not even be able to make it back by then. You should feel very bored in the guild, right? Have you thought about finding something to do while you're here? Huang Yueli's brows rose. What kind of things? Feng Zhenxing replied, have you not considered about learning something related to refining pills? Divine Dr. Lu is Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 pill master, but you know nothing about pill refining at all, so how are the two of you going to sing in harmony in future? Huang Yueli heard that and placed the teacup back on the table as she smiled and said, President Feng's words indeed is logical, but I heard that in order to become a pill master, one must at least have third-grade talent and above in both wood and fire attributes. For someone like me, there should be no hope, right? Feng Zhenxing fiddled with his mustache as he laughed, hee, although young Miss Bai doesn't have wood and fire attributed innate talent, but you're attentive and meticulous, so you're suited very much to be a pill master's assistant. Assistant? What does that role do? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. Feng Zhenxing was beaming as he replied to her question, an assistant's job is to help the pill master tidy up the medicinal herbs, to sort out the medicinal ingredients. Huang Yueli blinked, but didn't say a word. Feng Zhenxing realized that she didn't take the bait and anxiously added, young Miss Bai, a veteran pill master, in order to raise the efficiency of pill refining, would always find an assistant to help them. Every time Divine Dr. Lu refines medicine, many young female pill masters would be fighting to become his assistant. This lone man and woman, if they were to stay together for a couple of nights, would you be assured? Huang Yueli was pondering over this as she said, President Feng means. Feng Zhenxing hurriedly added, if you are able to learn how to distribute the medicinal ingredients yourself, then won't you be able to help Divine Dr. Lu arrange his medicinal herbs? It will also inevitably stop the other young ladies from having the chance to take advantage of the void, don't you think so? After Feng Zhenxing finished his words, he started straight at Huang Yueli, just waiting for her to nod her head and later jumping up to show her gratitude. The result was, whoever knew that, Huang Yueli retained the dazed look on her face as she said innocently, President Feng, you must have thought too much into this? I have never seen Brother Lu needing any assistant when he's refining pills, he doesn't seem to have this habit. The minute she said that, even Huang Yueli herself was slightly surprised. How did she know that Lu Baiyan normally didn't require an assistant? Could it be that her memory had recovered? But after thinking about this carefully, she felt a little headache, and plus the fact that the occasion wasn't right, she could only give up on this. Feng Zhenxing was evidently stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face turned slightly stiff. Have you seen Divine Dr. Lu refine pill before? Actually, to this question, Huang Yueli herself didn't know the answer, but she knew how she should reply to this question, so she nodded her head without any hesitation. I know, we are fiancé and fiancée, so when Brother Lu refines pills, of course he wouldn't avoid me, right? So it's like this. Feng Zhenxing laughed dryly, and for a moment in time, he didn't know how to continue from here. High-ranking pill masters mostly had many exclusive prescriptions and special ways of refining pills, so when they were refining pills, most of them were taboo about others watching them, unless the audience were their own disciples who would then have a chance to take a look by the side. Even if there were assistants, generally after they had arranged the medicinal ingredients, they would deliver it to the entrance of the pill refining room and leave. Lu Baiyan actually didn't put up any guard against this young lass who had no abilities at all. It was simply out of one's expectations. Feng Zhenxing's expression wasn't very well, but there was someone who was even unhappier than him. By Ruoli, stop trying to boast. How would Divine Dr. Lu possibly allow you to see him refine pills? A wretched woman like you, obviously fond on him just because of his status and identity. How could he possibly not guard against you? A sharp piercing voice was heard, and immediately following that, Feng Xiaoyan appeared right at the entrance of the door. She had been eavesdropping outside the door just waiting to see Huang Yueli run into bad luck, but in the end she actually heard such abstract loving words. Although Huang Yueli really didn't mean it and she absolutely had no intention of showing off, but to Feng Xiaoyan's ears, these words were still as sharp as a needle, making her heart feel bouts of sharp pain. Even for an outstanding pill master genius like her who wanted to learn the skills of pill refining from Lu Bian, it was absolutely something impossible. Even if she wanted to be his assistant, she had been rejected without any hesitation. Lu Bian didn't even avoid the taboo, as he just said it was all to keep his secrecy. But now that he met this wretched lass by Ruoli, he need not keep his secrecy any longer. This wretched lass's pure and innocent look was all pretense, and her bones were more vicious and sinister than anyone else. Divine Dr. Lu had been cheated by her. Feng Xiaoyan was so exasperated that she couldn't endure it and ran out. When Huang Yueli heard Feng Xiaoyan's utterly discomfited scolding, not only was she not angry, she even revealed a sliver of smile at her. Young Miss Feng, judging from your energetic and booming voice, the injury on your fingers should have recovered already? This was really mentioning the pot that didn't boil as Feng Xiaoyan's expression changed and her fingers started to hurt once again. Recalling yesterday night, where so many doctors were crowded around her giving her treatment for such a long time, eventually all of them shook their heads as they left with sunken expressions. Her heart was simply bleeding. By Ruoli, you slut. You intentionally stepped on my fingers yesterday. Don't you think that you can bluff all the elders and get over this? I will not let you off. Huang Yueli put on an extremely startled look as she drew in a breath of cold air. This? What are you saying? Yesterday was really an accident. How would I have expected that you would roll of the chair in front of so many people, all across the entire main hall, just nicely rolling behind me? For someone who was famous for being a dignified young daughter rolled around like a ball, in a disheveled state, so this matter was one of the most embarrassing matters that happened to Feng Xiaoyan. She had not expected Huang Yueli to speak about this matter the minute she spoke out, and it angered Feng Xiaoyan so much that her 7 orifices were smoking. Little slut, you're looking for death. Feng Xiaoyan was flustered and exasperated as she dashed up and wanted to hit her. Huang Yueli took a misstep and evaded her with ease. At the same time, Feng Qingqing had also reacted over as he hastily blocked himself in between the both of them while frowning. Enough. Yenner, I am talking about official matters with young Miss Bai. You just suddenly ran out and even spew such slanderous speech. What do you mean by this? If anyone else were to hear this, wouldn't they say that Feng Qingqing doesn't know how to discipline my daughter? Feng Qingqing was feeling dissatisfied. Originally the both of them had already discussed this, and he was to persuade her with kind words in order to make her fall into their trap, but in the end, Feng Xiaoyan had actually lost her cool. Popping out at this very moment and hurling abuses at Huang Yueli, wasn't this spoiling their proper business? His harsh tone seemed to have jolted Feng Xiaoyan, and after giving Huang Yueli a vicious stare, she temporarily shut her gap. Feng Qingqing hurriedly coughed as he said, Young Miss Bai, this president advises you to think about this carefully. This time, the person who is recruiting pill master apprentices is not anyone else, but Divine Dr. Lu's master. This is a good opportunity whereby all the younger disciples in the Alchemist Guild were fighting over, and it's exactly because your relationship with Divine Dr. Lu, hence the elderly man agreed to recruit you. When he said that, it made Huang Yueli shocked. What? You're saying? Lu Bian's master? Is his master still alive? Presumptuous, what thing are you? How dare you say that about Divine Dr. Dai? Feng Xiaoyan couldn't help but scolded out. Yenner. Feng Qingqing stared at her before he continued speaking to Huang Yueli. I did not imagine that you also knew about Divine Dr. Dai's matters. This president knows that there are rumors in the outside world that Divine Dr. Dai has already passed on. Actually, he had been living in seclusion in the Alchemist Guild headquarters, and had not been bothered about the worldly affairs for many years. So it's like this, Huang Yueli nodded her head. She seemed to have recalled something blurry from long ago. It seemed that she had indeed heard about this, that Lu Bian was an offspring from a prestigious family and his master Dai Boki was a 9th-ranked pill master. But later on the disciple surpassed the master, so he automatically yielded on the title of the #1 divine doctor. As Dai Boji's age was indeed very old, rumored to be at least over 500 years old, hence many people spread the rumor that he had already died of old age. She had not expected that he was still alive. Feng Zhenxing continued to say, old divine Dr. Dai's medical skills are something which everyone could see with their own eyes. Moreover, the disciples he taught were first-rate, so every time his courtyard was short of manpower, numerous young pill masters would fight over this to get enrolled. You are divine Dr. Lu's fiancé, so in future, there would be times when you need to have dealings with divine Dr. Dai, so if you learn properly from him, as long as you're able to maintain on good relationship with divine Dr. Dai, divine Dr. Lu will definitely be ecstatic. Feng Zhenxing kept on persuading her patiently, as though he was thinking on her behalf. Huang Yueli blinked as her heart was filled with puzzlement. Feng Zhenxing's words sounded as though there wasn't anything wrong with it, and not only was there no issue, it seemed as though he had even done her a great favor. Like what he said, as Lu Bian's fiancé, going over to Dai Boji to become his apprentice would not only enable her to gain knowledge on pill refining, moreover, it will also enable her to get into a good relationship with Lu Bian's master, so it was really a task with many benefits. But she didn't believe that the sky would drop a cake for no reason. Feng family's father-daughter duo should be waiting for a chance to get rid of her, so even if it was because of Lu Bian's sake, they wouldn't dare exact revenge on her in the open, but there was also no reason for them to help her in this way. There was definitely a plot in this. But she couldn't figure out what the plot was at all. Huang Yueli pondered over this as she said, this matter. Can you give me some time to consider it? Before Feng Zhenxing could say a word, Feng Xiaoyan wasn't able to endure it as she started to exclaim loudly, what else do you have to consider? Father has already given you such a good opportunity and you're still nitpicking? To tell you the truth, we Alchemist Guild do not rear freeloaders, and everyone in the guild has to work. Don't think of just relying on divine Dr. Lu's face to freeload to pass time. If you're not willing to be an apprentice, then be like the female attendant to sweep the streets. Otherwise, scram out of the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Yenner. Feng Zhenxing frowned as he pretended to be very angry, but the words that came out of his mouth were, although we Alchemist Guild indeed has this regulation, but young Miss Bai is after all still young and she's divine Dr. Lu's fiancé. He intentionally said this, seemingly as though he understood Huang Yueli's situation, but in fact he was hinting that if she refused to work, it would be intentionally taking advantage of the guild. Generally young ladies had thinner skin and when they heard these words, they would definitely feel utterly embarrassed and would immediately express that they would work hard to contribute to the guild with their humble efforts. Alas, Huang Yueli's skin was totally not thin at all. Not only was she not ashamed, instead she put on a relieved expression. President Feng, you're just too nice. Thank you for your understanding, I'd better rest a little while more. To tell the truth, the injury on my head hasn't totally recovered until now and sometimes when I walk, I will still feel giddy. She stood up, if there's nothing else, I'll make a move first. Feng Zhenxing had a dazed look when he saw her, apparently not expecting that this would be her reply. Feng Xiaoyan was also stunned for a moment and by the time she regained her senses, Huang Yueli had already left without even turning her head back. Returning back to her room, Huang Yueli saw the pitch-black medicinal soup on the table. This kind of medicinal soup was exactly the soup which Lu Bian made her drink every day. Although he wasn't in the guild, but the female attendant still followed according to his request to brew the medication for Huang Yueli on time daily. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand as she lifted the bowl of medicinal soup and a nose-piercing bitter whiff was inhaled, making her frown unbearably. This medicine was really very hard to swallow. For an instant, she couldn't wait to throw it all away. But after hesitating for a moment, she put the bowl by the side of her lips as she lifted up her head and downed the entire bowl. She wasn't a small child, so no matter how bitter the medicine was, it would go away after a little endurance. Most importantly, she had to resume her memories as soon as possible. During this period where she had lost her memories, she felt extremely frustrated internally and she could not sleep well every night. She heard from the female attendant that she would often moan and sleep-talk in the middle of the night, as though she was extremely terrified and frightened, but when she woke up the next morning, she wasn't able to recall the dream which she had last night. This kind of situation made her seriously lack a sense of security and coerced her to search for her lost memories even more anxiously. However, although she persisted in taking the medication daily, but her amnesia symptoms didn't seem to have taken a good turn physically. After downing the medicinal bowl, Huang Yueli started to sense a little giddiness. This was a reaction which she would encounter every single time after she finished the medication. Hence, she wasn't anxious over this. Instead, she laid down calmly on the bed and drifted off to sleep not too long later. By the time she woke up again, the sky had already turned pitch dark. Huang Yueli couldn't help but creased her brows. Unknowingly, another day passed by and the duration of her giddiness seemed to have lengthened. Somehow she felt that this wasn't a good sign. However, Lu Bian wasn't around and she didn't feel good about finding someone else to take her pulse, because anyone might be Feng Xianqing father-daughter duo's lackey. The female attendant brought in a tray containing her dinner as she walked in. "Young Miss Bai, you're finally awake. Do you want to have your dinner?" Huang Yueli nodded her head as she sat beside the table and picked up her chopsticks, but hesitated for a moment before she suddenly asked, "Do you know about Divine Dr. Dai Boki? Is he still staying within the Alchemist Guild headquarters?" The female attendant wasn't surprised by her question and she instantly smiled. "No, of course I know. Divine Dr. Dai is Divine Dr. Lu's master, and I heard that he used to be a 9th-ranked pill master. Only it was rumored that he's already very old and his health isn't very good, so he had been recuperating in seclusion. Are you intending to pay a visit to this elderly man?" Huang Yueli didn't reply to her question but was seemingly in deep thought, since he is Brother Lu's master. His medical skills should be very good? Female attendant replied, "This servant doesn't know all these, but had once heard the other pill masters mentioned about this. In terms of medical skills, Divine Dr. Lu had already surpassed his master long ago. I heard that back then when Divine Dr. Lu explored the ancient mystic regions with Blue Profound Sex Sovereign Mu, they had once activated a god-grade Divine Doctor's treasury and obtained many god realms' ancient records, hence he formed his own style of medical skills. But Divine Dr. Dai is said to specialize in treating brain and meridians damage, and this aspect is even more outstanding than Divine Dr. Lu." When Huang Yueli heard that, she got excited and her hand trembled as she dropped the chopsticks onto the floor. The female attendant had a shock. "Young Miss Bai, are you all right?" Huang Yueli then regained her senses as she picked up the chopsticks and smiled. "Nothing. Tomorrow morning, please make some preparations. I'll head over to pay a visit to his Divine Dr. Dai." Her giddiness symptoms were becoming more serious, and she was still worried about who to seek for a consultation. Since Lu Bian's master specialized in this sort of illness, then he should be the best suited candidate. Surely he wouldn't harm his own disciple, right? Huang Yueli decided on this, and on the second day's morning, she already found out where Dai Boki was residing and personally paid a visit to him. In order to not be lacking in manners, she even used Lu Bian's identity token to enter his store and casually picked a few treasures as a present. Whoever knew that when she expressed her intent in her visit to the guards, she was actually locked outside and was refused a visit. "Young Miss Bai, please return. Divine Dr. Dai has already retired in seclusion for many years, and he no longer does any consultation for anyone. We don't know how you managed to find your way here. Anyway, Divine Dr. Dai will not meet you." Huang Yueli frowned slightly, "But I'm Lu Bian's fiancé. Can I trouble you to help me send a message? Perhaps he might want to meet me? The guard shook his head, not to mention that it's you. Even if Divine Dr. Lu came over personally, Divine Dr. Dai would not even be willing to meet him every single time. Moreover speaking, if Divine Dr. Lu can't even cure the ailments, it's no use to seek Divine Dr. Dai, so please return. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless as she haggled with the guards for some time but still couldn't convince him. Looked like she had to think of another way. Huang Yueli had no choice, and just as she was preparing to leave, she crashed right into Feng Zhenxing, who was headed this way. When Feng Zhenxing saw her, he went into a blank first and later revealed a joyful smile. Young Miss Bai, so you've already thought through this, and in the end you've still decided to become an apprentice at Divine Dr. Dai's? This president said this long ago, that this is an opportunity of a lifetime. If you miss this, you will definitely regret it in future. It's just nice that you're here. I was just bringing a new batch of apprentices to report to him, so come on along. Huang Yueli blinked and her thoughts were racing swiftly in her mind. Now she wanted to meet Dai Boki, and momentarily, there weren't any ideas, so why not just smuggle in along with these pill master apprentices, before finding a chance to do so. But Feng Zhenxing was only thinking about asking her to be some apprentice or something, which somehow felt that there was a plot somewhere. Huang Yueli merely hesitated for a short moment and smiled at the very next moment while nodding her head, then I'd have to thank President Feng. No matter whatever plots Feng Zhenxing father-daughter duo had in mind, she totally didn't care about it. Anyway, since they only had these few moves, surely they couldn't really do anything to her, right? Feng Zhenxing saw that she agreed to it and his heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly indicated for her to join in the line, thinking of bringing the group in. He had not expected that the guard stopped them again. My apologies, President Feng, but haven't we agreed on this before? The total number of apprentices in this batch is 8 people and you suddenly just added one more person. If Divine Dr. Dai were to know about this, it would be hard for this subordinate to explain, isn't it? Based on Divine Dr. Dai's temper, it's not as if you don't know. When Feng Zhenxing heard that, he immediately turned around and pointed at the last girl in the line as he said, "You may leave." The young lady lifted her head in shock, apparently unresigned. President Feng, I've also passed through the various assessments before. Stop your nonsense, now we only need 7 people so you can leave now. Feng Zhenxing replied coldly. The young lady stared at Huang Yueli at a completely unreconciled look before she walked off while turning her head back in every 3 steps. Huang Yueli knew that she was being hated, but she didn't bother about it. She deserved to be pitied for her once-in-a-lifetime chance being grabbed away by others. But it was like this in Soaring Heaven's continent. No matter if it was in the way of cultivation or something else, there were just such rare chances, and it could be easily snatched away by some people with links at any moment. If she had anyone to blame, she could only blame herself for not being good enough. If she was first place in the assessment, she would definitely not be chased away. After Feng Zhenxing brought them to the rear courtyard, he just briefed them simply. All of you should know just how difficult it is to be able to do your apprenticeship here at Divine Dr. Dai's. Divine Dr. Dai had always been strict in his requests, so everyone please perk up all your senses and cherish this chance properly. Otherwise, if you're chased out of the Alchemist Guild by Divine Dr. Dai, then you can only blame it on your own bad luck. Saying that, he secretly took a look at Huang Yueli as he turned and left. Huang Yueli noticed the gaze which he gave her before he left and was feeling puzzled in her heart. You're Divine Dr. Lu's fiancé by Ruoli? Hearing that question, Huang Yueli went into a slight daze as she lifted her head up. Just as she was in a daze earlier, the other 7 pill master apprentices had all walked over and surrounded her in the middle. The gazes which they casted upon her were filled with suspicions and hatred. Huang Yueli's brows rose. That's right, I am. What teachings would you like to enlighten me on? A tall-built young lady gave a sneer and said, how would we dare to enlighten you about anything? Just one word from President Feng and my junior sister had been chased away and replaced by someone like you who doesn't know a single thing at all. With her spearheading this lead, the rest of the others all started to ridicule at the unfairness. That's right, all of us expended so much effort to take part in so many assessments, before getting this quota. You merely hugged Divine Dr. Lu's tight to smuggle in? I think you totally don't know what pill refining is about, right? Humph, I hate those women who relied on a man to climb up. We pill masters rely on innate talent and ability, and not beauty. Huang Yueli took a look at their indignant looks and shrugged her shoulders as she didn't say a single word. She was able to understand their feelings, hence she didn't feel particularly upset, but she didn't have the habit of sitting there to hear other people scold her. Hence, Huang Yueli ignored them and stood up as she walked to one side. Picking up a medical book on the table, she started flipping through it. These pill master apprentices were still young after all, and on seeing her ignoring them, they instantly felt that it was senseless to continue and went off on their own, resuming the activities which they were working on earlier. Only the tall young lady, giving a hard stare at Huang Yueli, I'm telling you, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Although you have Divine Dr. Lu as your support to smuggle in, but Divine Dr. Dai's request had always been ridiculously high and he had a fiery temper, so he would not give face to Divine Dr. Lu at all. For someone like you who doesn't know anything, you'd probably be chased out of the doors by tomorrow. Hearing that, Huang Yueli lifted her head to take a look at her. Why? Divine Dr. Dai's temper isn't very good? When the young lady heard that, she immediately raised her chin and gave an arrogant reply, why? Don't you know about this? Divine Dr. Dai's temper is extremely fiery, especially to the apprentices and assistants under him. His requests are abnormally harsh. I heard that there was once an apprentice who made a mistake accidentally and was thrown to the rear mountain as forced labor, and later on, he was thrown out of the Alchemist Guild directly. Just you wait and see, by then, you'd have your share of cries. When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded her head, no wonder. She finally understood why Feng Xianxia wanted to trick her over to Dai Boqi's side. So, they were still thinking of ideas on how to chase her out of the Alchemist Guild, then finding ways to get rid of her. They really had impassable evil intentions. When the young lady saw her expression turning grave, she thought that she was afraid and spoke out delightfully, how? Now do you know how to be frightened? Whoever knew that after Huang Yueli found the answer that she wanted, she totally ignored her as she casted her aside and lowered her head to continue reading the medical book. The young lady was ignored like this and was extremely infuriated. She didn't know how to refine pills, nor did she have the cultivation innate talent like ordinary people. On what basis did she have to be so arrogant? She even monopolized the male god in every female disciple's heart. This was simply unjust. Alas, with Huang Yueli's identity right there, other than making a few sarcastic comments, there wasn't anything that she could do. Her eyes took a turn and her vision landed the medical book in Huang Yueli's hands. On one look, she couldn't help but burst out giggling, heavens, have I seen this wrongly? There's actually someone who would read such a low-grade, boring medical book and even do so this delightfully. You really don't know anything about pill refining? This is something which a 3-year-old child will read. She intentionally said it out loudly, and originally those pill masters who had already left, on hearing this, all started to crowd around them again. Everyone fixed their eyes to realize that the book which Huang Yueli was holding was the Understanding Medicinal Herbs. This book, to pill masters, wasn't unfamiliar at all. In fact, it could be described as overly familiar. Because this was the entry-level book with the most basic foundation for all pill masters and anyone who wanted to learn pill refining skills, no matter how their innate talent or foundation was, they must read this book. In the Understanding Medicinal Herbs book, it recorded thousands of medicinal herbs' characteristics, medicinal effects, storage and methods of planting them. It could be said that all the common species in Soaring Heaven's continent were all listed within. It was Huang Yueli's first time seeing this book. Initially, she was merely flipping through it out of boredom, but after she read the first few pages, she actually found it meaningful and was slowly entranced. Her speed of reading was very fast, and in just a quarter of an hour, she had already flipped through 100 over pages. Alas, when she was reading, a housefly kept buzzing around her ears non-stop. Moreover, it wasn't only her, the other pill masters also started to whisper. It really is Understanding Medicinal Herbs book. She's actually reading this book. What junior sister Shu said is correct. This is something that we studied when we were 3-year-old, she's actually reading. Sigh, it's no wonder. She's not a pill master, and this news has already gone round the entire guild. She's just a pretty vase. I've not expected that divine Dr. Liu would be no different from the shallowest men under the skies. As long as the woman is beautiful, they don't care if they have any inner quality or not. This is so disappointing. Just rely on her face to climb up, why must she come snatch our quota? This is just too much. The discussions became louder and louder, and it was so noisy that Huang Yueli no longer had the mood to read the book any further. She frowned and shut the book while slamming it on the table with a loud bam. Those pill masters who were willfully ridiculing her without any restraint then regained their senses, as they were evidently slightly embarrassed. But the first young lady who started all these didn't put on any guilty expression. Instead, she put on a just and forceful look as she sneered at Huang Yueli. Why? What do you mean by that? Have I said this wrongly? This kind of thing which is meant for little children to read, I know it so well that I could recite it backwards when I was just 7 years old. It's only trash like you who would be so interested in it. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows rose slightly, but she didn't fly into a rage like everyone expected. Instead, she gave a slight smile. This senior sister, may I know your name? Can't even match up to a 3-year-old, too. The young lady was stunned for a moment, but immediately puffed out her chest as she spoke out proudly, I'm Shu Yali, Elder Wang's direct disciple. 19 years old this year and became a 3rd-ranked pill master 1 year ago. Huang Yueli slowly nodded her head, so it's senior sister Shui, became a 3rd-ranked pill master when you're just 18 years old, indeed a pill refining genius. When Shu Yali heard that, she spoke out as though it was a matter of course, at least you have good insight. 3rd-ranked pill masters under 21 years old are extremely rare, and this time in the assessment among the apprentices that divine Dr. Dai had chosen, I am ranked 1st place. That junior sister, whom you had replaced, is also extremely talented. She's just 16 years old, and she had already completed all the 2nd-tiered medicinal refinement, not too far away from a 3rd-ranked pill master. It's all because of you, who snatched away her well-deserved chance. Shu Yali glowered at Huang Yueli, as she berated her while feeling aggrieved. Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear a thing and her senses were calm when she spoke out, Senior Sister Shu, you said that when you were 7 years old, you could already recite the Understanding Medicinal Herbs book backwards smoothly? Are you really that incredible? Shu Yali scoffed disapprovingly, of course. My memory is very good, and I'm famous for that. As a pill master, having a good memory is one of the most important innate skills. Otherwise, if you need to check what medicinal herbs you need every single time, then there's no way to refine pills. Do you understand? Huang Yueli nodded and smiled, since you're so incredible, why not let's have a bet, how about it? Shu Yali had not expected her to say this suddenly as she was stumped for a moment. Bet? What bet? Huang Yueli said, didn't you say that you were able to recite the Understanding Medicinal Herbs backwards smoothly? Then why not you recite 1 paragraph for me to listen to? Shu Yali was stunned as a shade of red surfaced on her face. You, what do you mean? Why must I recite the book for you? You're not my master? Huang Yueli's slender long fingers were caressing the spine of the book and her actions were gentle. Those fair fingers looked like spring onions, which were pleasing to the eyes. Even for those pale masters who slighted her with disdain had no choice but to admit that she was indeed a top-rate exceptional beauty. Divine Dr. Lu was smitten by her beauty, was not guilty of it. Senior Sister Shu, you're the one who said this kind of book is only read by a 3-year-old, and you were able to recite it backwards smoothly when you're 7 years old, hence you came to humiliate me, saying that I'm trash, isn't it? Since you've already put things across like this, you should at least prove it to me, isn't it? If you're not able to recite it, then it proved that those abuses that you hurled at me earlier are all purely slander. You should apologize to me. Huang Yueli's expression underwent an abrupt change and her voice turned cold and stern. She was emitting a horrifying aura. All the pill masters present were shaken by that, and for that one instance, they thought that they saw a peerless top exponent from the sky chart appearing right here. Xianxia also had a fright as she subconsciously took a step backwards. Huang Yueli asked, "Why? Do you dare to bet or not? To you, it should be just a matter of opening your mouth, or it is right to say that you were just boasting earlier and you actually can't recite it at all? The so-called genius pill master is actually just boasting? I finally understand." Xianxia originally wanted to reject, but on hearing that, her face turned a deep shade of red immediately. Whatever words of rejection which she had in her mouth were all unable to be said out. Otherwise, wouldn't it be akin to admitting that she was someone who angled for fame? A light bulb suddenly lit up in her mind as she said, "It's not impossible to have a bet with you. If I can't recite it, I'll apologize, but what if I'm able to? Don't you need to pay any price for it?" Huang Yueli smiled and replied, "How about this, each of us will recite one paragraph and whoever can't recite it out will lose. If you lose, you have to admit that you're in the wrong. If I lose, I'll give up this quota and let your junior sister come back to be the apprentice, how about that?" When Xianxia heard that, she was stunned for quite some time, simply unable to believe her ears. "You? What did you say? You're willing to give up the quota?" Huang Yueli took a look at her and said, "When did I say anything about giving up the quota? I only said that if I lose." "Then you're a loser for sure." I'll bet." Xianxia immediately cut in. The smile on her face was so excited that she almost jumped up. Was this wretched lass a retard? She actually raised such a stake. Originally Xianxia felt a little unsettled as she didn't dare to really accept this bet. Because she indeed was able to recite the entire Understanding Medicinal Herbs book when she was 7 years old, but it was something that happened more than 10 over years ago, and later on, she didn't intentionally revise it every day, so naturally she had forgotten about it by quite a bit. Earlier what she said was indeed a lie, and if Huang Yueli kept biting onto it without letting go, she would definitely lose for sure. Whoever knew that now it was Huang Yueli who suggested changing to taking turns to recite a paragraph each. In this way, Xianxia was naturally more confident and realized that she had a 100% chance of winning. After all, Huang Yueli wasn't some pill master, so how could she possibly recite out the Understanding Medicinal Herbs? She probably hadn't even seen it before. Huang Yueli saw her excited look and spoke in a neutral tone, "I have to remind you first that I might not lose." When Xianxia heard that, she calmed down slightly as she detected that something wasn't quite right. Huang Yueli definitely did not suddenly find her conscience, and now that she proactively suggested a bet which she would definitely lose, could there really be some plot in between? She took a defensive look at Huang Yueli and asked, "Have you ever read Understanding Medicinal Herbs previously?" Huang Yueli shook her head, "Never, today's the first time I'm reading it." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to continue when she suddenly heard Huang Yueli continuing with her sentence. "Just because this is the first time I'm seeing it, so later when the bet starts, the recitation boundary is only limited to the first 150 pages. The contents after page 150 is not considered as part of the bet's boundary. Xianxia had a dazed look, totally not understanding what she was trying to do. Wait, what do you mean by this? Why can't we recite anything after pages 150? Huang Yueli looked at her as though she was looking at a moron as she spoke out in an inevitable manner. Isn't that obvious? I just had that little bit of time earlier and I've only read until a total of 150 pages. I haven't even read the rest of the contents after that, so how do I bet with you? How to bet with you? How to bet? Xiaoli's mouth opened wide as she felt her chin almost dropping onto the ground. Every single word that Huang Yueli said was that simple, that obvious, and that precise. But when it was all linked together, why was it that she couldn't understand any part of it? She had never seen the contents, so of course she couldn't recite it, but earlier in that bit of time, she casually flipped through 150 pages. Could she really recite it out? Xiaoli naturally didn't believe that there would be something so ridiculous under the heavens. So she had already concluded that Huang Yueli was just deliberating, being mystifying, and her aim was to influence her own development. With that in her mind, Xiaoli immediately sneered, "All right. 150 pages it shall be. Anyway, there's so many people watching, so don't you think about reneging on it. I'll thank you first for having that little bit of conscience, to automatically give up the quota." Huang Yueli knew what she was thinking about, but she was too lazy to make any further explanations as she casually threw the Understanding Medicinal Herbs book into the hands of a youngster by the side. "We'd have to trouble you, to be the judge." "Ah? Oh, yes, okay." The youngster flusteredly caught the thick medical book, which was like a brick, as he carefully flipped it open. "The both of you, who will be first?" Xiaoli immediately said, "I'm at least a genuine pill master, let me do it first." Huang Yueli naturally wouldn't go snatch this from her as she merely smiled and sat by the side while watching. The youngster casually flipped to a page and said, "7th page, 3rd paragraph." Xiaoli swiftly recalled and started reciting, "Inner Zen sea cherry apple, attribute, great chill, taste, sweet, non-poisonous, frequently grown in an ice-cold place on snowy land, northern ice fields." She spoke out in a steady pace, and her recitation was considered rather smooth. Moreover, not only did she recite the 7th page 3rd paragraph, she even continued to recite the other paragraphs, simply reciting all the contents on the 3rd page before she stopped. All the pill masters present were all nodding their heads as they listened to her and showed looks of admiration. She's really the renowned senior sister Shu, who had explanatory memory, to actually be able to recite so smoothly without a single wrong word. Isn't that so? These are all things which we memorized when we were young, and most of us had already forgotten about it. Kudos to her for being able to remember this after so many years. It shows that she must have put in a lot of hard work back then. Don't say that I can't remember it now. Even if it was back then, I won't even have been able to recite it this smoothly, just like senior sister Shu. Aren't they all saying that senior sister Shu is the cream of the crop among the younger generations? Originally, I'm not really convinced, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that just based on the amount of effort she spent to memorize the medical book, she already has the capital to take a cut above the others. This room was originally very small, so those spectators' discussions naturally wouldn't escape Xiaoli's ears. Hearing everyone praising her in such a way, the delight on her face was even more evident as she raised her chin and turned towards Huang Yueli. "All right, I'm done reciting, it's your turn now. Don't say that I'm bullying an ordinary person like you. This junior brother, choose a simpler paragraph for her and that will do." Xiaoli intentionally acted magnanimous as she said that, but her heart was already overflowing with flowers which had blossomed. Very soon, she will be able to chase out this useless vase away and gain the quota which originally should belong to her junior sister for her. The youngster nodded his head and said, "Then let's do a simple one, 1st page 1st paragraph." Xiaoli smiled, "This is good. First page, first paragraph. No matter how young the child is, as long as they've tried to memorize this book, they will definitely be able to recite out this paragraph. The judge has already let water out for you. This is all due to divine Dr. Lu's face. This sentence was really filled with a villainous intent because that was equivalent to say that if Huang Yueli wasn't able to recite out this paragraph, it would really mean that she couldn't even match up to a 3-year-old. The delightful smile hung on the corner of her lips as she stared hard at Huang Yueli and waited for her to open her mouth. Not only her, the others were also looking towards Huang Yueli. Everyone was anxiously waiting to see her make a fool out of herself. However, Huang Yueli's face did not show any special expression, merely nodding her head as she opened her ruby-red lips as she started to recite slowly. The art of pill refining is based on the medicinal herbs as foundation, to develop the medicinal herbs as an origin while gathering heaven and earth's profound qi, so as to. Her tone was exceptionally sweet-sounding and her speed was steady with measured cadences. It was obviously the most boring medical book ever, but when the words were read out from her lips, it seemed like a pleasant song. Everyone present were all attracted by her sweet and mellow voice, and it took a while later, before they realized that she was reciting the book. Moreover, she had been reciting a medical book, which she was just reading through barely 1 hour ago. The first page, first paragraph of Understanding Medicinal Herbs, to a pill master, had the deepest impression to them as they had memorized this multiple times, so even to their deathbeds, they would never forget about this. So even if there was no need to look at the original content in the judge's hands, everyone knew that Huang Yueli had not recited it wrongly, not even with a single word difference. This was out of everyone's expectations. After all, everyone had already deemed that she would fail badly at the very first round, but in the end, she actually recited it in such a played-down manner. Very quickly, Huang Yueli finished her recitation of the contents on the first paragraph of the first page. But she wasn't like Shui Qingqing, continuing to finish reciting the entire page automatically. Instead, the minute she finished the first paragraph, she stopped immediately without even reciting a single word more. In this way, she had indeed completed the bet's content, but to outsiders, they naturally felt that she was weaker by several notches as compared to Shui Qingqing. When Shui Qingqing first heard her reciting, she was indeed shocked. Because she originally thought that Huang Yueli wouldn't be able to recite a single word at all. But in the end, things had turned out differently from what she thought, and Huang Yueli actually managed to complete the first round of the bet. But towards the end of it, she slowly eased her tension. The first page's contents were naturally the easiest to memorize, and as long as those who had slightly better memories were all able to remember it. But she actually only remembered the first paragraph? That meant that her memory wasn't that great after all. The other pill masters had the same thinking, which were roughly the same as hers, so they exchanged mutual glances. This young Miss Bai's memory is still okay. She had just casually flipped through and was actually able to recite the first paragraph out. Of course it's easy to memorize the first paragraph, but as for the contents after that, she definitely will not be able to recite it out. That's for sure. She really is considered lucky that young Miss Shu is showing her mercy. It's probably because of divine Dr. Lu's face, to not let her be too embarrassed. This sentence was exactly what Shui Qingqing had in mind as she conveniently continued from there, not bad. No wonder you're divine Dr. Lu's fiancé, at least able to recite the first paragraph. Then following that, let's continue. The youngster who was acting as the judge nodded and said, the second round will now start. Senior Sister Shu, please recite the second paragraph of the 11th page. Shui Qingqing was extremely familiar with this paragraph as she finished reciting it smoothly and without any exception. She continued reciting even more contents all the way until she finished with the entire page before she stopped. Following that, it was Huang Yueli's turn again. Shui Qingqing wanted to show her own magnanimity as she hurriedly butted in again. This time round, young Miss Bai, please recite the second page's first paragraph. Hearing that, all the pill masters present all showed a knowing smile. This is obviously going easy on young Miss Bai again. After all, her man is extremely incredible. Senior Sister Shu still wants to continue staying in the Alchemist Guild. Understood, understood. As long as she can win in the end, the process isn't that important. The result was the process was even more important. The people who had this thinking in mind were not merely those pill masters, but also included Huang Yueli herself. So when she heard Xu Yali's words, she totally didn't have the intention to explain for herself, but when she opened her mouth again, she used her sweet mellow and clear voice to recite the first paragraph on the second page once again without missing a single word. The minute she finished reciting, she refused to say a word more as she shut her mouth once again. Xu Yali was even more astonished now, as she thought that Huang Yueli would definitely be game over this round. Whoever knew that she was able to recite it out once again, and moreover, she seemed to be even more fluent than before. The other pill master's eyes all widened in astonishment. It took just a little amount of effort, and the current scene was so noisy, but yet Huang Yueli was able to recite 2 pages of the medical book. This memory was considered not bad at all. At the very least, she was able to satisfy the basic requirement of a first-ranked pill master. Hence, the pill masters had a whole new level of respect towards her. Some of them couldn't help but nod their heads secretly. She's really worthy of being Diving Dr. Lu's fiancé. She's not totally useless, at least her memory isn't bad at all. But that's just what she's capable of only. If it wasn't for Senior Sister Shu, who intentionally gave her some leeway, she would probably have lost in the first round. Xu Yali also thought so. Although she had already tied with Huang Yueli for 2 rounds, but she hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, as she still thought that it was because of the fact that she had given her a chance. Naturally, it wasn't easy for Huang Yueli to be able to recite out the first 2 pages, but she was still the winner for sure. She thought in that way, and continued to urge the judge to proceed for the 3rd round. 3rd round, Senior Sister Shu, please recite the first paragraph on the 15th page. After Xu Yali finished reciting, the judge specially lifted his head to take a glance at her, using his eyes to inquire if he should continue throwing the game for Huang Yueli. Xu Yali nodded her head without any hesitation. Entering the 3rd round, even if she intentionally threw the game, this young lass had to recite the 3rd page's content. In such little amount of time, was she able to recite until the 3rd page? If that lass could really do it, then her memory would be able to chase up to herself. Xu Yali didn't believe in such a miraculous thing. So if she had to throw the game, naturally she had to persist with it until the very end. Looking at Huang Yueli losing in the process of her throwing the game, only this will allow her to win the good name of magnanimity. 3rd round, Junior Sister Bike, please recite the 3rd page, first paragraph. The judge received the hint and immediately announced that. When Huang Yueli heard that, she lifted her head and gave Xu Yali a look with a smile which didn't look like a smile. Xu Yali immediately stared back at her and said, "What's there to look at? Still not hurrying up to recite it? I've already thought of so many ways to give way to you. If you're going to lose it in the end, then I can't be of help too." Huang Yueli didn't say anything much as she directly recited the first paragraph on the 3rd page out. It was still not a word more, not a word less. But it also remained whereby there wasn't a single wrong word. After she finished reciting, all the pill masters present all revealed a shocked expression as they looked at one another in dismay. Within a short duration of a quarter of an hour, she had memorized the 3 pages of densely packed words. This memory could no longer be described as an ordinary sense of good. Even for some of those present, they thought of themselves as one of the outstanding talented pill refining geniuses in the Alchemist Guild, but had all searched their own consciences that not every one of them were able to do this. For a moment in time everyone stood there in a daze. Xu Yali couldn't help but screamed out loudly, "Impossible! How are you able to recite it out? Are you cheating?" Huang Yueli shot a glance at her as though she was looking at a retard. Cheat? May I ask how I could cheat? So many people here saw me reciting it, how would I have the ability to be able to do that? From Senior Sister Shu's words, could it be that you can't afford to lose, hence you're finding reasons for yourself? Xianxia was speechless as her face flushed a deep shade of red out of embarrassment. Not only Huang Yueli, the others were also looking at her strangely. Such a small space and everyone were crowded together, everyone knew that it was impossible for Huang Yueli to cheat. Xianxia blurted this out without thinking, not only wasn't able to let Huang Yueli be suspected by others, instead it made the others feel that she was the one who couldn't afford to lose. She hurriedly tried to make amends for her previous sentence, no. I don't mean this. Moreover speaking, I have not lost yet. This third round is merely a tie. Since you can recite the first 3 pages, that means that your memory is indeed not bad. But this is because I gave way to you, otherwise how is it possible that you're able to get those contents of the pages in front? Following this, I am not going to give in any longer. We shall have a fair competition, and if you lose, don't renege on it. Huang Yueli laughed softly and said, don't worry, I don't have the habit of reneging on my debts. One must accept to lose when they take on the bet willingly, I understand this logic very well. With this sentence from Huang Yueli, Xianxia was even most assured. She had been repeatedly telling herself to remain calm and not become anxious just because of a small accident like this. Some people naturally had good memory as an innate skill, and it wasn't the first occurrence whereby one was able to recite the first 3 pages within a quarter of an hour. But that didn't mean anything at all. The total amount of content to be recited in the bet was a total of 150 pages. Surely that wretched lass could not memorize all 150 pages, right? Unless she really had the innate talent of a god-ranked pill master. Even if it was Liu Bian himself, it was not possible for him to casually flip through and memorize everything. This kind of matter was just too ridiculous. It was absolutely not possible to happen. Right, impossible. Thinking of this, Xianxia seemed to have taken a tranquilizer as she started to regain her peace. She turned back and took a look at the judge, junior brother, let's continue. The judge nodded his head and said, now the bet has already gone through 3 rounds, and senior sister, Shu is considered to have shown extreme benevolence, so there's no need to give way any longer. I will increase the difficulty and not just the contents in the first few pages, but to request for you to recite any content between pages 100 to 150, which is within the boundary of the bet. Do the both of you have any objections? Xianxia immediately shook her head. Immediately following that, she looked at Huang Yueli. She originally thought that Huang Yueli would definitely reject or even feel anxious at the very least. But she guessed wrongly. That exceptional, beautiful young lady was still seated gracefully on the wooden chair, with elegant beating and outstanding temperament, while she nodded her head slowly. I have no objections, please draw up the question. The judge was a little dazed from looking at her and hurriedly covered up his action with a cough. Cough cough, all right then, let's continue. The 4th round, Senior Sister Shu, please recite page 109, paragraph 4. As the content of the book went further towards the back, the chances of memorizing it would become lower. Because humans were like this, initially when they first started to memorize, they were all bubbling with excitement and would repeatedly revise over it so naturally they were able to memorize these clearly. The further they went, the more difficult it was to memorize it by heart, and furthermore, many contents tend to be confused together, triggering the confusion in one's memory. So when the judge jumped towards the content after the first 100 pages, even Xianxia seemed not so fluent when she started reciting it. There were even some parts whereby she stopped for a short moment to recollect her memories before she could remember it. After she finished reciting the designated paragraph, she stopped immediately, and unlike earlier, she didn't intentionally finish reciting the entire page. All the pill masters present were aware that this was because Xianxia didn't dare to guarantee that if she continued reciting, would she be able to recite it all correctly and without any hiccups. If she forced herself to recite another paragraph and the result was wrong, or she stammered while reciting it, then it would be a major loss. But no matter what, she finally completed reciting it. Xianxia was feeling rather complacent in her heart. After all, when she started to memorize understanding medicinal herbs, she was merely 6 to 7 years old, and now that a decade plus had passed by, the other pill masters probably weren't able to recite the contents after 100 pages, but she was still able to do so. This proved that her innate memory was much better than others, and she was more hardworking than them. After this round, she was considered to have exhibited her ability to the other pill masters, to prove that she indeed had the qualifications to obtain the guild's emphasized nurturing. As indeed, when the others heard her recitation, their eyes were filled with praise and admiration. This made Xianxia feel extremely comfortable. Alright, I'm done reciting. Following this, she turned around to look at Huang with an apologetic expression. Young Miss Bai, this time round I'm not going to give in to you. I'm so sorry about this. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but it really is because we must have a winner and loser for this bet, and we can't keep wasting everyone's time. Huang couldn't be bothered to look at her fake look, and not waiting for her to complete her sentence, she opened her mouth to interrupt her. Since you don't wish to waste time, then why are you still babbling on and on? Let's start. Xianxia was stuffed back as she clenched her teeth and shut her mouth while sneering inside her heart. HMPF, you know that you're going to lose but still acting so smug. Really don't know where you get the confidence from. I'll just wait to see you make a fool out of yourself. Fourth round, young Miss Bai, please recite page 114, paragraph 4. The judge flipped the book and said casually. He wasn't expecting Huang to respond to his question. In reality, he wasn't the only one. Everyone there had the same thinking in mind, just waiting for Huang to admit her loss. However, Huang took a calm look at everyone and cleared her throat. She opened her mouth, but it wasn't words of admitting her loss. Instead she started to recite the paragraph which the judge had designated. The speed of her tone wasn't too fast nor too slow, and her pitch wasn't too high nor too low. Her voice was melodious and sweet, whereas her pronunciation was accurate. Very soon, she finished reciting the entire designated contents. Moreover, what was different from Xianxia was that when she was reciting, she didn't even stop to ponder over it, as she remained composed, which was no difference from when she first started reciting the first paragraph on the first page. The minute she opened her mouth, the crowd were dumbstruck as they totally couldn't say a single word, only staring at her fixated, thinking that they must have developed hallucinations because they didn't have enough sleep. After she finished her recitation, everyone's jaws all fell onto the ground. What's going on? Did I just have a dream? Was what she recited earlier really the contents on page 114? Did she just recite it disorderly? That's right, hurry up and let's take a look. While the crowd were in awe, they also developed their own suspicions regarding the truth of this matter. After someone suggested that, the others all responded in agreement, and all of them squeezed themselves next to the judge as they stretched out their necks to take a look at understanding medicinal herbs, book in his hands. Alas, no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find any tricks out of it. The black wordings on the white paper clearly stated the same contents as what Huang had just recited. This time round, everyone was stunned as the gazes they shot towards Huang was as though they had just seen a living ghost. This. Not possible, right? How could this be possible? How could such a thing have happened? I don't believe it. How could she memorize all that? She had only casually flipped through earlier. She could also memorize this. If this was true, her memory is just too terrifying. Simply unimaginable. As compared to a pervert like her, Senior sister Shu spent so many years to memorize this, it really isn't enough to be compared to her. Xu Yali had not expected such a thing to happen, that Huang Yueli was actually able to recite it out. She spent a very long time only to realize that she wasn't dreaming, but this had really happened in reality. She lifted her head and met Huang Yueli's eyes, which happened to look over. That pair of bewitching large eyes, which was tossing of billows of water, roved around, without any meaning of mockery. On the contrary, the expression which Huang Yueli showed her was still the same as usual, aloof and indifference. But it was exactly because of this indifference that made one feel humiliated. Because Huang Yueli totally didn't regard her of any importance. Hearing the pill masters around them discussing this, Xu Yali's face fell even more. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but shout out, You must have colluded with the judge. There is something fishy about the two of you. Otherwise it's just not possible for you to be able to recite this. Speak, have you accepted some benefits from Bairuoli? No one expected her to suddenly pop out with this sentence as they all looked at her in a daze. The judge had an expression filled with fury as he stared at her in disbelief. You. Senior sister Shu, how could you say that? How could I possibly collude with young Miss Bai? We weren't even acquainted before this. Not acquainted? So what about that? Perhaps you have the intention to please divine Dr. Liu, hence you tend to be biased towards her. Otherwise, there are so many paragraphs which you can test her on, why must you pick one which she could recite out? Xu Yali thought through this, and somehow felt that Huang Yueli couldn't really possibly recite out page 114, but coincidentally she was able to recite this paragraph which the judge had picked. Why was it like that? The most probable answer was that she had already talked over this with the judge. She didn't believe that Huang Yueli's memory was so heaven-defying. After what she said, the other pill masters also had the same thinking in mind as the gazes they shot towards the judge were all filled with suspicions. This matter was just too ridiculous, so one really couldn't blame them for thinking in such a way. The judge was absurdly thrown a pot to carry, and he was instantly infuriated to the max. It's really ridiculous. A third-ranked pill master who can't win over an ordinary person. Instead of doing self-reflection, you even pinned the blame on the judge. And you still have the cheek to claim that you're some pill refining genius? I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Saying that, he slammed the thick medical book on the table. Since you suspect me of throwing the game, then let someone else be the judge. Your skills are lacking, but you know how to find a reason for yourself, you'll lose for sure. The judge deftly gave up this position, which made the others stunned. From his looks, it seemed as though he was really framed by someone. Could it be that he really didn't throw the game? But if everyone had to believe that Huang Yueli's memory was so good, it was a little unacceptable. Xu Yali was publicly criticized and was in an awkward position. It wasn't up to her to retain the judge nor to change to someone else. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and picked up the Understanding Medicinal Herbs book gently as she turned towards Xu Yali with a smile on her face. Senior sister Shu is worried about unfairness, and this feeling is something I can understand. How about this, let's change to a fairer method. Later on, we'll take turns to come out with questions for each other. You will recite the paragraph which I choose while I will do the same for the one which you choose. In this way, there's no way to cheat, what do you think? You. This. Xu Yali's eyes widened as she seriously suspected that she had heard her wrongly. Huang Yueli actually changed the regulations like this. If they were to give the other party the questions personally, of course they would be unable to come out with any trickery, and this would perfectly solve the worries which Xu Yali mentioned earlier. But why was she feeling like this? Could it be that if she was really able to recite it out, which was why she was so fearless? Xu Yali's heart thumped hard, and now that it came to such a stage, she finally realized that things were different from what she had imagined. The seemingly frail, gentle, quiet and refined young lady in front of her was probably not as simple as what she looked on the surface. She probably had some astonishing innate talent, which no one was able to ignore. As compared to her, not to mention just how badly she might lose, her illustrious name for the lifetime might be destroyed henceforth. But at this moment, if she wanted to say words of regrets, it was apparently too late. On seeing Xiaoli's lack of response, the audience weren't willing to agree to it as they started to urge her. Quickly, agree to it. Such a fair condition, what's there to hesitate about? This idea is just too great, no one will be able to cheat. I've not expected young Miss Bai to be so magnanimous. No wonder she's divine Dr. Lu's fiancée. Speaking of that, senior sister Shu is still hesitating. Does she really have no grasp of her chances at winning? Since they've already put things until this step, Xiaoli knew that she had no way out as she could only clench her teeth and brace the front. All right, we shall do as you say. Let's come out with the questions mutually and continue with the competition. Huang Yueli smiled and nodded her head. All right, then let's continue. You will come out with the question first, or shall I? Xiaoli wasn't acting modestly right now as she snatched the understanding medicinal herbs over. Earlier, I've already given in to you for 4 rounds, so this time I'll come out with the question first. Now that things had come to such a pass, she couldn't care about acting generous any further, because if she continued to act, she might really lose this, and this embarrassment will go all the way to her granny's house. So she must first exhaust the decisive opportunity. Xiaoli flipped the books with a flapping sound, page 132, paragraph 5. The minute she said that, the spectators crowded behind her all couldn't stop themselves from crying out in astonishment. Isn't this a little too difficult? They could see the contents of the book that this paragraph mainly described the different varieties and classifications of medicinal herbs, and there were large amounts of professional terms. Moreover, most of it was not linked logically. For those who wanted to recite out this paragraph, there was simply no way to depend on associative connection or other methods, purely relying on memorization. This kind was normally the most difficult to memorize, and even if many of them managed to remember it forcibly for the moment, it would just take a mere few seconds to forget about it. Xiaoli picked out such a difficult paragraph, so no matter how silly one was, they also understood that she had intentionally tried to make things difficult for Huang Yueli. The crowd were instantly speechless. A third-ranked pill master, competing against an ordinary person on memorization of a medical book, actually having to use such underhanded methods. Xiaoli was really being pushed to the edge. But this paragraph was simply too difficult, so did that mean that the bet was going to end right here? Just as the crowd were feeling puzzled, Huang Yueli already started to open her mouth in a slow and steady pace. She still maintained the same intonation and speed, with a calm attitude and tone as she recited the entire paragraph without missing a single word. The crowd were stunned. The last time Huang Yueli recited the content after the 100th page, it could be said to be a coincidence, or perhaps she just happened to see this paragraph and she had a deep impression on it and it so happened to have chosen this. But now was already the second time. And moreover, it was Xiaoli who personally picked this question, hence the possibility of cheating had been completely eliminated, and yet she was still able to recite it out so smoothly. This was simply something which rendered the rest of them speechless. Xiaoli's mouth opened wide as she totally didn't know what to say. She had already shamelessly picked such a difficult paragraph so that she could decisively end this bet, but whoever knew that this was settled by Huang Yueli? After Huang Yueli finished her recitation, she didn't say anything much, but indifferently opened her mouth to say, next should be young Miss Shu? I will pick. Page 120, paragraph 2 then. There was nothing special about this content, and as compared to the paragraph which Xiaoli picked, the difference was as wide as heaven and earth. But exactly because of this difference, it reflected Huang Yueli's magnanimity. The crowd all looked at Huang Yueli in new light. This is what's called magnanimity. No matter if senior sister Shu was complacent or anxious, young Miss Bai still remained the same and didn't deliberately show off, nor did she specially pick those difficult questions to pick on her. She's really calm and generous. No matter if she loses or wins, I will also admire her. This time senior sister Shu has really embarrassed herself. Even if she wins eventually, there's no glory for her at all. Right, senior sister Shu has totally been defeated. Shu Yali was originally very tense, and now that she had been slighted with such a disdainful tone while being discussed by others, she felt extremely agitated and her mind ended up blank. She opened her mouth and wanted to recite but realized that she couldn't recall anything at all. She was tongue-tied as she tried her best to think back, but the more anxious and agitated she was, the more she couldn't recall anything at all. Huang Yueli looked at her and didn't urge her. Instead she smiled and said, "Senior sister Shu, don't be envious, slowly think about it and that will do. There's plenty of time so don't be anxious." When Shu Yali heard those words, not only did she not feel comforted, on the contrary, she was so infuriated that she almost fainted on the spot. This stance was simply too beautifully put. But the higher Huang Yueli's stance was, the more it reflected how disheveled Shu Yali was. White-capped daylily, attribute, warm, mainly used in treatment of. Under everyone's concentrated gaze, Shu Yali finally forced herself to recall the contents of this paragraph as she stuttered while reciting it. After she was done with it, she discovered that her back had already broken out entirely in sweat. Immediately, she seemed to have felt as though she was given a new lease of life. But this matter wasn't considered as done. Shu Yali just heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Huang Yueli continuing to speak. "All right, let's move into the next round, young Miss Shu. Please continue with your question." Shu Yali felt that she had really bumped into evil spirits this time round. They had already gone through 5 rounds so she could no longer not admit that Huang Yueli's memory was probably really great, that it was heaven-defying. She merely casually flipped through the book and was able to remember the majority of the contents. Was she really going to lose to her? The more Shu Yali thought, the more sweat gathered around her forehead and the paler her face became. But she still tried her best to comfort herself. "It won't. It's impossible." She had spent so many years of hard work before she managed to recite it so smoothly, so no matter how good this young lass's memory was, it was not possible for her to remember everything. Moreover, she had just casually flipped through. Perhaps there would be some paragraphs whereby she didn't read clearly in detail, or as long as she could find the parts which she had not looked at, it was possible for her to win. With this thinking in mind, Shu Yali finally regained her composure as she tried hard to seek the most adverse and tongue-twisting paragraph within the book, hoping that she could stump Huang Yueli. But the development of the matter made her heart turn cold. No matter how crafty the topic which she had selected was, every single time Huang Yueli was able to remain extremely composed as she replied in neither too slow nor too fast speed, totally without a single mistake at all. In comparison, Huang Yueli's questions were much simpler. Every time she casually flipped the book, whichever page she landed on, she would just pick from that page without any intention of making things difficult for Shu Yali. But as time slowly went past, Shu Yali's heart began to become more and more terrified and more shocked. At the same time, this feeling seriously affected her performance. There were several times where she had already recited it wrongly, and on seeing the crowd's astonished gazes, she suddenly recalled and forcibly corrected herself. After 7 to 8 rounds had gone by, the pill masters who crowded around had all turned numb from the shock. So, there really was someone who had such a great memory. A simple genius word was no longer apt to describe Huang Yueli's innate talent, because this was simply too heaven-defying, too perverted. No matter how much everyone was unwilling to accept this fact, the truth remained in front of their eyes. Furthermore, every single round when Huang Yueli replied, it had once again verified that this was the hard truth. In actual fact, now that things came to such a step, it was evident even to the blind on who is the more incredible person between Huang Yueli and Shu Yali. One replied in a composed and smooth manner from the start to the end while the other stuttered with loads of mistakes. The disparity in the standard was as far as heaven and earth. But unfortunately, although Shu Yali kept making mistakes, she was able to stop and correct herself at the very last moment every single time, barely able to recite out her own paragraph. In this way, there was no ending at all. The crowd present all started to lose their patience. What's the matter with senior sister Shu? Things have already turned out like this, why isn't she admitting defeat? If this drags on and she eventually loses, is it even meaningful? Sigh, you don't understand. In our guild, she is known for her good memory, hence she was listed as one of the geniuses who were emphasized to be nurtured. If she were to lose like this, where should her face be placed? My God, she's still thinking of retaining her face? Things have already turned out like this, all her outer and inner face have all been thrown completely. If this drags on, it would only be even more embarrassing. It'd be best for her to apologize to young Miss Bai quickly instead. Someone even gave Huang Yueli an idea, young Miss Bai, you can't continue going on like this. Every time you gave senior sister Shu such simple questions, when will the winner finally emerge? Since she tested you on such difficult topics, then you should also give her a difficult question as well. Right, exactly this logic. Only then will this be fair. Huang Yueli raised her brows, not knowing if she had taken everyone's words into consideration. But the minute this round ended, she placed the book in her hand down. Young Miss Shu, looks like it's very difficult to come out with the winner, why not? Let's raise the bar of difficulty a little. What? Increase the difficulty? Shu Yali had finally managed to finish one more round and was just about to celebrate over this when Huang Yueli suddenly popped out this sentence out of her expectations which made her tense up immediately. Increase what difficulty? What else are you trying to do? Huang Yueli gave a faint smile and said, I remember you once said that towards this Understanding Medicinal Herbs book, you were able to recite it backwards when you were 7 years old. The words which she boasted about earlier, after one entire round of competition, was reiterated by Huang Yueli once again, and this was akin to slapping her face. Shu Yali's face flushed into a liver color as she was so awkward that she was incapable of further increasing her embarrassment, as she couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide inside. However, Huang Yueli was not done with her words. So, in the next round, we can start by reciting it backwards. What do you say? Reciting backwards? Shu Yali was stunned, and when she finally reacted to her words, she started screaming out loudly, What did you say? Did you say recite it backwards? Are you joking with me? Such a difficult book and it's already a great feat to memorize it, and yet you want to recite it backwards. Who is able to do that? Huang Yueli blinked as she looked extremely puzzled, but wasn't young Miss Shu the one who said it yourself, that you were able to recite it backwards smoothly? Shu Yali's scream stopped abruptly, and for a moment in time, she was stuffed until she could not speak a single word. Right, she had said this earlier. But normal people should all know that it's an exaggerated way of speaking, isn't it? As long as one said they were able to memorize and recite it smoothly, they all used this kind of description. Did it mean that one could really repeat it backwards? Did this wretched lass not understand a human's language, or what was she playing at? But, meeting Huang Yueli's gaze, which didn't quite resemble a smile, these words of rebuttal which were at her lips weren't able to be spoken out at all. Looking at it on the literal view of words, she indeed really said such words, and with this handle. Shu Yali found her voice after some time as she clenched and gritted her teeth, while hissing, By Ruoli. What do you mean? Are we going to compete reciting it backwards? Are you sure you can really recite it backwards? What trickery are you trying to play at? Huang Yueli laughed softly, What else could I be up to? I merely want the winner to emerge sooner. I don't believe you, it's the first time you've read this book, and if you're able to recite it out backwards, then you must have a plot. If you have such ability, then you'd start reciting it for the first round. Xianxia felt that Huang Yueli was trying to scheme her and totally didn't believe that Huang Yueli would want to compete in this way at all. Hence she came out with a bright idea, to let Huang Yueli recite it first. Although she herself wasn't able to do it, but as long as Huang Yueli wasn't able to do so, it would be considered as Huang Yueli's loss directly, so she herself need not expose her true standard. Huang Yueli took a meaningful look at her. All right, I'd be the first to recite it then. Tell me your question. Xianxia thought that she would absolutely not nod her head, but she had not expected that Huang Yueli not only accepted it, she even gave a resolute reply immediately. This was akin to seeing a living ghost. Could she really recite backwards? When Xianxia was flipping the book, her hand trembled uncontrollably and finally, she selected one paragraph. I'll choose this paragraph. Page 97, third paragraph. Starting from the last word, recite it backwards. She hissed this sentence from the slits of her teeth and later on fixed her eyes straight on Huang Yueli, bearing in mind to see what tricks was she going to resort to. Recite backwards. She had never heard something so nonsensical before. But although she had never heard of it, it didn't represent that it would not happen. Such a nonsensical matter happening right in front of her eyes, completely reversing her perception upside down. Huang Yueli really started reciting it, moreover, still using that sweet voice and that soft tone, which was totally no difference from what she was reciting earlier. At all. Her recitation made everyone totally stunned. Only a ghost would know what she was talking about. Who else was able to recite it backwards, just like her? Everyone leaned close to each other and matched the book, looking at it carefully word for word, seriously looking and looking hard before they believed that Huang Yueli was really not trying to take them for a ride, but was really reciting it backwards. Moreover, she really didn't miss out a single word at all. My heavens! Really no mistakes at all. She really recited it out. Reciting it backwards smoothly. This is really called reciting it backwards smoothly. I've gained new knowledge today. How did she do this? Is there really someone with such good memory? I simply want to kneel down towards young Miss Bai. So awesome, ah. Amid the fluctuating screams, in everyone's hearts, to be able to do until such a step, it was already not just marvel but a miracle. This simply broke through everyone's imagination limit. Xianxia was completely stunned as she stood in a daze at the original spot as she turned stiff, completely. It was until now that she genuinely realized just how big of a difference she was as compared to Huang Yueli. So it turned out that all the hard work which she had put in over the years for her achievements was merely something which someone else could easily achieve within a quarter of an hour. Moreover, the accomplishment that the other person had derived at had far surpassed her. When Huang Yueli made a bet with her, she was certain that success was within her grasp. To put it even more clearly, she had just been playing around with her, and by the time she got enough of playing, she would give her a fatal strike. This kind of percussion was too huge, so much that Xianxia was simply about to collapse. Young Miss Shu, young Miss Shu? Xianxia was given a push on her back, before she barely gathered her senses, meeting with Huang Yueli's gaze. I've already given my question earlier, did you hear it? It's your turn. Xianxia bit her lips as she trembled all over. She really wasn't resigned to admit her defeat to an ordinary person. As a third-rank pill master, she had her pride and it was totally destroyed. But even if she was beaten to death, it was impossible for her to recite any part of it at all. A loser who agreed to bet must accept the loss, and in front of so many people, there was no way that she could renege on it. Her small face paled as she lowered her head finally as she mumbled softly, I can't recite it out, I admit my loss. When Huang Yueli heard that, she gave a shocked expression. What did you say? Didn't you say that you were able to recite it backwards smoothly? How could the talented young lady from the Alchemist Guild not be able to do so? I know that you treat Brother Lu in awe, but you must never ever give way to me because of that. Xiaoli was so angry that she almost threw up blood. But she could only lower down herself to speak meekly. I'm not giving way to you, I indeed cannot match up to you, I admit defeat. Huang Yueli then nodded her head as she smiled, since that's the case, thank you for letting me win. Our bet. It's considered that I've won, right? Xiaoli was extremely unreconciled and melancholic to the limit, and after some time later, she spoke out softly, yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taunted you. I'm wrong, and I hereby apologize to you. Huang Yueli gave her an insipid look. No matter, it's good that you know your mistake. However strong one is, there's always someone who is stronger out there, so no one dares to say that they're the most incredible person. I have no other intention, just merely don't want Brother Lu's name to be tarnished by mere rumors. After Huang Yueli finished with her sentence, she stood up graciously. Alright, today's the first time I encounter pill refining skills, and to be able to swap pointers from a genuine pill master, it's really my fortune for my 3 lifetimes. The time is not early anymore, so I shall not disturb all of you any further. She got up and walked a few steps before her footsteps suddenly halted, and she suddenly turned back. Right, I almost forgot, I haven't finished reading this book, can I borrow this back to continue learning? Since a 3-year-old child has read this, I ought to grab hold of time tightly to learn, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. There shouldn't be anyone who would fight with me over this book, right? Huang Yueli picked up that Understanding Medicinal Herbs book on the table and swayed off in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. Please help yourself, help yourself. After that series of competition, the crowd subconsciously treated Huang Yueli as an even more outstanding pill refining genius than Xiaoli, and it was until they saw her pick up that entry-level book that everyone suddenly realized that she really was a noob who knew nothing at all. This really wasn't anything fascinating at all. Even until Huang Yueli left, the others were still discussing non-stop on what happened earlier. Young Miss Bai is just too awesome. She's a peerless genius. As what I've said, for someone like Divine Dr. Lu, how could it be possible that he'd look for a lass who had nothing except for beauty to be his fiancée? So, someone as modest on her own skills. What you said is right, young Miss Bai is beautiful and intelligent, no wonder Divine Dr. Lu's heart has wavered. The more Xiaoli heard, the angrier she got. She had a heart full of grievance, which she was unable to voice out. Although it was a fact that Huang Yueli had won her, but did these people need to admire her this much? They seemed to have forgotten that Xiaoli was the cream of the crop within the younger generations, and she was the real pill refining genius. She kept on enduring until she couldn't hold it in any longer, and spoke out loudly, to interrupt everyone's discussions. Enough, she merely has a good memory and could memorize the books. Is it worth it for all of you to admire her in such a manner? Surely all of you won't assume that just because she memorized a few pages of books means she really has pill refining innate talent, and is a true blue genius, right? I think all of you have forgotten that she had no profound energy fluctuations on her at all. Wood and fire attribute, she had none of it. Don't talk about refining pills, she can't even light up a flame. To put it more clearly, she's still trash, and at most a trash who has an especially good memory. When she put it across like this, everyone started to turn silent. They had no choice but to admit that whatever Xiaoli said was logical. Huang Yueli had merely revealed a hand today, and indeed made everyone gasp with shock, but it was merely gasping with shock. If they needed to talk about her use, it seemed as though she really was useless. To people with pill refining innate talent, having a good memory was naturally a plus point. Especially for same-ranked pill refining geniuses, whoever's memory surpassed the same generation would definitely be able to shine. But all these were based on one's foundation of both wood and fire dual attributes innate talents. Take Huang Yueli, for example. She didn't have any single bit of profound energy, so to put it plainly, no matter how good her memory was, she was merely talking on paper and she could forget about refining a medicinal pill for this entire lifetime. In the very end, she was still a piece of trash. Shui Qingqing saw everyone keeping silent and felt slightly better in her heart as she gave a scoff and said, "Those people without innate talent are just without any innate talent, trying to mingle around at Divine Dr. Dai's just based on her good memory? Simply daydreaming. Let's wait and see. I say she will be chased out within 3 days." Huang Yueli returned to the small cubicle, which she had been allocated, and read the book for a little while as she prepared to take a rest. While she was lying on the bed, she suddenly recalled that she seemed to have not drank the medication today. As she originally had not thought about the fact that she would be taken in as an apprentice in Divine Dr. Dai's small courtyard, hence she didn't make any preparations in advance, so naturally it was impossible for her to remember bringing the medication. Huang Yueli was slightly worried. She kept taking the medication every day, but yet wasn't able to recover her memory at all. If she accidentally stopped the medication, would the previous efforts in the treatment be wasted? But if she were to leave this place, she might not be able to enter anymore. She hesitated for a moment and still decided to stay for another 2 to 3 days, to see if she had any chance to meet Dai Boki, before she decided again. Anyway, I've already drank that medication for such a long time and it doesn't seem to have any effect, so perhaps it totally doesn't work for this illness? She self-comforted herself and unknowingly seemed as though she was relieved as her mood turned slightly peaceful. After she laid down for a while, she fell asleep soon after. But this night, she had an extremely uneasy sleep. In her dream, there was a man dressed in a black gold long robe and he kept muttering beside her ear non-stop. "Lear." The man's voice was mellow and magnetic, with a hint of sexy seductiveness. Just calling her name softly made her heart tremble. "Lear, don't leave me. I miss you very much," the man moaned softly. Huang Yueli opened her eyes and wanted to take a clear look at the man's looks, but that man's back was against the light and he was pressing on her. The moonlight's silver rays were casted over his back, overcasting his face entirely with a shadow. Who are you?" Huang Yueli's heart was pounding non-stop, as though she was being bewitched as she stretched out her fingers to try and touch the man's face. However, at the instant when her fingertips were about to touch the man, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and locked it above her head. At the same time, his tall robust body pressed down against hers. A scorching hot kiss instantly took away her breath. Huang Yueli wriggled her body as she subconsciously wanted to resist, but the man's power was too strong, so no matter how she tried, she was unable to struggle free. Furthermore, the man's aura was so familiar, which made her give up on struggling quickly, and even to submerge within. As though she had once been kissed by him multiple times. "Lear." Huang Yueli was dizzy from the kisses, and she faintly heard the man's voice, "I should get going." She abruptly awoke and her heart was instantly filled with terror. Where are you going? Haven't you said before that you will stay by my side forever?" The man's actions took a pause, but he didn't answer her. Even though the backlight made his expression unclear, but Huang Yueli instinctively felt that he was staring intently at herself. Huang Yueli's heartbeat started to speed up, not knowing why. As long as his gaze fell onto herself, it made her feel anxious. However, after a short moment, the man moved again. "I really must leave, Lear." What? Wait. You're not allowed to leave." Huang Yueli couldn't help but screamed out loudly, as she stretched out her hand to try and pull him. But just at the moment when she stretched out her hand, the man's figure abruptly disappeared. She jumped up in shock as her entire body was drenched in sweat, panting furiously as she tried to open her eyes. Outside the window, the sky had already started to brighten, and it was only now that she realized that she had just had a dream, an indescribable dream. Actually, ever since Huang Yueli lost her memories, she would occasionally have dreams, but every single time she woke up, she would forget about it totally with the feeling that she did not have a good rest, hence her mind wasn't very clear. This time, and it was her first time, where she was able to recall the scenario so clearly, even, distinctively remembering the feeling of the man's kiss. This feeling was so familiar, which made her heart in the dream palpitate, as though the innermost secret corner in her heart was touched. Huang Yueli recalled the scenario at that time and her little exquisite face surfaced deep thoughts. Not knowing why, she somehow felt that the man in her dream had a familiar feeling. Moreover, Huang Yueli seemed to have thought of something as she couldn't help but covered her face with her hands, as she covered her head into the blanket in frustration. Heavens! She was such an innocent and pure young lady, how could she possibly have this kind of dream? Moreover, the man in the dream was apparently not Brother Liu. She couldn't even see his face clearly, and why was it like this? The minute she thought of the desolated tone where he said, "I should leave," a tearing pain rose up from the bottom of her heart, as though something very important to her was about to disappear. Who was that man? Huang Yueli racked her brains to try and recall the man's looks in the dream, but every single time she tried to enter into deep thoughts, her headache would act up. She would only be able to see that pair of realistic, tempting and gentle peach blossom eyes in the dream as it kept surfacing in her mind, totally unable to shake it away. Knock knock knock. Just as Huang Yueli was in deep thoughts, the room door was knocked loudly by someone, giving her a huge fright. Who's that? By Ruoli, get up quickly. Today's is the first day that you're taken in formally as an apprentice. Gather at the rear mountains medicine farm in a quarter of an hour. The steward outside the door swiftly finished the instructions he had and turned around to leave. Huang Yueli hugged the blanket as she stood up, looking at the dusky sky outside the window as she was rendered speechless. This seemed to be still very early in the morning. The sun hadn't even risen up and they were urging them to gather? Was being a pill master such hard work? Surely it wasn't those stewards who were intentionally playing a trick on her. Although she was ridiculing them continuously in her mind, but Huang Yueli swiftly got up to change as she did a simple route of rinsing the mouth and washing the face, not even bothering about having breakfast as she swiftly ran towards the rear mountain. When she reached the gathering point, it was then when she discovered that she had guessed wrongly. Because other than her, the other 7 apprentices had all arrived. Moreover, she was the latest one. When the steward saw her rushing over in a hurry, his expression was very ugly. As a pill master's apprentice, it is the most basic requirement to wake up early every day. For someone as lazy as you, how are you going to become a pill master? Today you're late. Deduct 1 point. If you accumulate 10 negative points, you can go back directly. Huang Yueli tried to explain, I'm not late. Didn't you say to come within a quarter of an hour? It's not even a quarter of an hour yet. Still trying to quibble? The last one who arrives is equivalent to late. Deduct 1 more point if you quibble any longer. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless, but as she knew that she indeed was the last to arrive, being held a handle by someone else, moreover now that she's staying under the roof of the person whom she's at, it wouldn't do any good for her to continue arguing. So she could only rub her nose and keep silent. The steward sneered and said, don't talk so much useless stuff. You all should know that now, you're at most an on-the-job apprentice. Divine Dr. Dai only needs 1 apprentice, so only one of you will be able to stay on in the end. To be able to learn, beside Divine Dr. Dai, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you just how much benefits there are. Divine Dr. Liu was taught personally by Divine Dr. Dai back then. If you're able to gain Divine Dr. Dai's favor and be accepted as his direct disciple, perhaps you might become the second Divine Dr. Liu. Hearing this, the young pill masters all started to become excited. All of them had racked their brains and passed the various stages of the assessments. Wasn't it just because of this minute little chance? The steward casted a glance at them and said, but for so many years now, Divine Dr. Dai had only accepted Divine Dr. Liu as his direct disciple. It seems that your aptitudes aren't very outstanding, so there's no chance for direct disciple, not even for an advanced disciple, at most just a registered disciple, which is already very lucky. Huang Yueli saw those pale master's eyes all twinkling upon hearing that. She didn't have any feeling towards that. Anyway, she knew that she herself had no profound energy at all, so no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible to become a pill master. Her only aim was to get Divine Dr. Dai to do a consultation for her. As for an apprentice or whatsoever, she didn't have any interest in it at all. After the steward finished with his words, he started to assign tasks to them. The medicine farm at this rear mountain belongs to Divine Dr. Dai's private property. Every medicinal herbs grown here are all rare herbs. The last batch of apprentices were not dedicated enough to tidy up the medicine farm and were chased away, so you guys are now in charge of it now. These few days coincides with the harvesting date, so each of you are in charge of one plot of land and are responsible for picking the medicinal herb within that plot. Submit it all within 3 days' times. Saying that, the steward assigned one plot of land each to every single person and left. Huang Yueli frowned when she received that token which belonged to her. What harvesting medicinal herbs? She didn't seem to have done this before. Even though she had lost her memories, but she only needed to use her toes to know that this absolutely was a job which required technical skills, which was worse than memorizing the book and not something which anyone could easily do well. Why? Stunned? So what if you have a good memory? Do you know how to pick medicinal herbs? The cat is out of the bag immediately when you're asked to do something which pill masters are supposed to do. Just wait to be chased out by Divine Dr. Dai. He hates trash like you who smuggle in based on relations, and perhaps he might even chase you out of the guild directly. That would be too satisfying. A voice filled with ridicule drifted over. Huang Yueli turned around and saw Xiaoli standing right behind her, and her face was filled with a smile which gloated over her misfortune. Huang Yueli casted a glance at her and said indifferently, "This is my own problem, so I won't trouble any outsiders to worry about it. Young Miss Shu had better worry for your own self." Xiaoli had not expected that she wasn't a little bit anxious at all, hence she instantly felt unhappy about this. Looks like you still haven't realized the problem that you're facing. Did you think that picking medicinal herbs is very easy? Today I shall do my good deed for the day and impart a little knowledge about medicinal herb harvesting. Harvesting medicinal herbs is not as simple as plucking out the portion which you need, but to preserve a majority of the part of the medicinal herbs to the greatest extent, as well as to not injure the plant's root, so that it could still be replanted to yield the same fruits. And to be able to achieve this point, one must first grasp the specialized method of harvesting medicinal herbs. Every kind of medicinal herb requires different methods to handle, and some even requires many years of practice before one is able to grasp it perfectly. Other than this, preserving the medicinal herb's medicinal effect is a huge requirement on one's earth-attributed innate talent, and those with higher grades of innate talent will find it easier to harvest the medicinal herbs. As for trash like you, no matter what kind of good medicinal herbs which fall into your hands, it will all become a pile of weed. Xiaoli spoke frankly with assurance, and after saying a pile of things, her gaze which was filled with ridicule fell onto Huang Yueli. To tell the truth, I really feel the pain for those medicinal herbs which Divine Dr. Dai had painstakingly bred. I advise you to tell the steward on your own that you will not go harvest the medicinal herbs and will leave directly. Otherwise, if you were to ruin Divine Dr. Dai's medicinal herbs, God knows what kind of rage will he fly into. He is someone who will side with a disputant who's in the wrong, and he's also extremely petty. I'm saying all of these for your own good. Huang Yueli watched her finish her words silently and gave a smile. Young Miss Shu is indeed a pill refining genius, you indeed know a lot. Thank you for explaining to me, but since you're so free to have the time to bother about how I'm going to harvest the medicinal herbs, why not think about how you are going to handle it for yourself? After all, other than me, there are 6 other genuine pill masters who are your opponents. When Yali heard that, her expression changed. She just recalled that while she was on loggerheads with Yueli, the other pill masters had all dispersed, heading to their own plots of land to make preparations. Whereas she was wasting so much time on a young lass who was destined to be eliminated. She turned her head back and gave Yueli a fierce stare. HNG, no matter what, this time you're absolutely going to run into bad luck, let's just wait and see. Saying that, she turned around and left in a jiffy. Yueli shrugged her shoulders and picked up her token as she headed towards that plot of farm of hers to take a look. As expected, the plot of land which she was allocated was a terrible sight. As the medicinal herbs did not have enough care, there were signs that many of those were about to turn yellow and dry up, and some had already flopped crooked on the side. As Yueli had just read Understanding Medicinal Herbs yesterday, so she managed to recognize that this piece of land was planted with an extremely rare medicinal herb, Droughtland Pearl Lotus. As the only lotus which could grow in drought land, it is able to cure internal injuries caused by various attributed profound energies, and also has the effect to heal meridians, and is one of the ingredients in many high-leveled medicinal pills. Moreover, it was very hard to take care of. As long as it is lacking in a little bit of sunlight or water, it would affect the medicinal effects. The more serious consequence would be to dry up immediately. Looking at the medicinal farm, the majority of the parts could no longer be used as medicinal herbs for use. Looks like that guy surnamed Feng had indeed dug a hole for me. Yueli's brows rose. She knew that Feng Xiaoyan father-daughter duo, who had tried to find ways and means to stuff her into Dai Boji's courtyard, would not let it go that easily, and there would definitely be more tricks up their sleeves. Earlier that steward who was so impolite to her had already attracted Yueli's suspicions. From the looks of it now, that steward had indeed been bribed by Feng Xianxia, and not only did he try to make things difficult for her during daily life, moreover he directly did something to the medicinal farm which she was responsible for. Looking at their elaborate setup, Yueli instead became more relaxed. If she really wanted to master pills refining, then this current situation would probably make her extremely frustrated. Just based on these few stalks of medicinal herbs in front of her to hand in her task, it was equivalent to daydreaming. But right from the start, Yueli was not here to become some apprentice or some sort. She was here mainly to seek Dai Boji for a consultation, hence towards the competition between the pill masters, she wasn't the least bit interested at all. Yueli went one round around the medicinal farm and understood the situation, then turned around and prepared to leave. The other pill masters' medicinal farms were nearby, and everyone was already working hard on it, but Yueli was the only one who patted her butt and left. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yali revealed a delighted smile secretly, looks like she really knows how to retreat in to avoid difficulties. HNG, she must wait till she really can't get off stage then finally scramming on her own. In the first place, she should not have come. She even took up a quota from my junior sister, this really. Consider it our bad luck. Although the other pill masters weren't as evil as her, but they all started shaking their heads as they felt that it was both a pity but yet so fortunate. Luckily she doesn't have earth and fire dual attributes, otherwise with a genius like her around, our generation can forget about having a day when we will be able to make a name for ourselves. It's such a pity for young Miss Bai, such a waste of her good memory skills. Why doesn't she have any profound energy? Sigh, heaven is indeed fair, there aren't any peerless geniuses who are great in every single thing. Yueli didn't bother about what they said. After she left the medicinal farm, she headed directly over to the rear courtyard where Dai Boji was staying in. But she had just got near to the door when she was stopped by the female attendants. The place in front of Divine Dr. Dai's residence, this young lady, please halt your footsteps. Divine Dr. Dai doesn't like noise, so young lady, please stop getting closer. Otherwise, if you offend him, we aren't able to take responsibility for it. Huang Yueli could only stop and said, can you help to pass a message, that I'd like to meet Divine Dr. Dai. The female attendants looked at her uniform and exchanged glances at each other, as they suddenly understood the situation. Young lady, you're the fresh batch of apprentices who had just joined this place? I advise you to listen to the steward's arrangement and work hard to complete your own task seriously. As long as you're outstanding enough, you will naturally have a chance to meet Divine Dr. Dai, so stop thinking of playing any tricks. Divine Dr. Dai hates those people who try to take shortcuts the most. Huang Yueli didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, no, I'm really not here to fawn on him. Before she finished her sentence, the female attendant interrupted her again. No matter if you are or not, Divine Dr. Dai isn't someone whom you can meet if you want to. I'll give you a sincere suggestion, you're better go back and work hard properly. Saying that, the female attendant held up the serving tray and wanted to walk in. Huang Yueli chased up to her quickly as she spoke out, please wait a minute, I think you're really mistaken. My name is Bairuoli, and I'm Lu Baiyan's fiancé. Huang Yueli originally didn't like to consider herself as Lu Baiyan's fiancé. Not knowing what was wrong with her, every single time she heard Lu Baiyan say that they were in a fiancé-fiancé relationship, she would feel extremely uncomfortable. But under the current circumstances, she couldn't be bothered about anything else as she had to grab hold of the chance and hurriedly reported her status. As expected, when the female attendants heard this, they all stopped in their tracks and turned around as they gazed at her in astonishment. You are Divine Dr. Lu's fiancé? Heavens, you're that legendary. Young lady whom Divine Dr. Lu brought back from outside? Legendary. Brought back from outside. Young lady? Huang Yueli was stunned by this description, but she could only nod her head to admit it, that's right, that's me. I really have something which I need to look for Divine Dr. Dai. On account that I'm Brother Lu's fiancé, can you please give me some concession and help me to pass the message? The female attendants exchanged glances and nodded their heads. After settling these female attendants, Huang Yueli originally thought there would be no more problems, so she tidied up her dressing and prepared to enter to meet this established, respectable old divine doctor. Whoever knew, she waited for quite a while when the female attendants walked out, and on their faces were filled with an extremely awkward expression. Young Miss Bai, you'd better go back. Divine Dr. Dai isn't willing to see you. Huang Yueli was stunned, how could that be? Have you told me about my identity? Huang Yueli felt that this was extremely unimaginable because after all, she was stamped with the identity of Lu Baiyan's fiancé. It was rumored that Dai Boji loved this disciple of his dearly, so towards his beloved disciple's fiancé, isn't he a little bit curious at all? Most people would want to take a look personally, wasn't it? Why did Dai Boji have this kind of reaction? The female attendants frowned and said, Young Miss Bai, we've spoken according to the truth, but Divine Dr. Dai immediately said that he's not willing to see you, so we have no other way as well. Moreover, he flew into a huge rage over this. Huang Yueli blinked, why did he fly into a rage? The female attendants were stuffed for words as an embarrassed and awkward expression spread over their faces. Huang Yueli was instantly suspicious as she said, no way, I have to head over to take a look personally. I'd trouble you to please give way. Saying that, her feet tapped and almost instinctively stepped out a profound body movement, profound skill as she shot out towards the front right-hand corner in an extremely strange angle, and within a second, she had already spiraled to the female attendant's back. Huh? What's going on? Young Miss Bai, you can't go in. Quickly stop her. The female attendants were mostly second or third stage realm, low-level practitioners, so since when had they ever seen Huang Yueli's god-grade movements? Even if she didn't have any profound energy right now and wasn't able to display a major portion of the agility dance steps, spiraling around these female attendants was still enough. By the time the female attendants managed to respond, she had already ran into the rear courtyard. There were 10 over rooms in the rear courtyard and she didn't know which room Daiboji was in, hence her footsteps took a pause. Just at this moment, a loud booming voice was heard from the room in the center. Go tell that silly young girl surnamed Bai. This old man will absolutely never acknowledge her. This old man isn't sure what kind of foxy methods she used to have bewitched my disciple. But a trashy lass like her, without any use, is not fit to be with Yenner. This old man will absolutely not meet her, ask her to scram. This voice, although sounding extremely old, but was filled with vigor as his voice boomed like a large bell, causing a buzzing sound in Huang Yueli's ears. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli was rendered speechless instantly. So the legendary Daiboji was stubborn and also defensive of his own people, with an especially disagreeable character, and all these were really true. Just because she wasn't his ideal young lady was worthy of Lu Bian, he refused to even meet with her. Just at this moment, the female attendants at the door all chased over. When they heard Daiboji still berating her inexhaustibly, they were all extremely anxious as they pulled Huang Yueli, wanting to drag her outside. Young Miss Bai, how could you run in by yourself? Divine Dr. Dai's temper isn't very good and he will really chase you out of the Alchemist Guild. That's right, haven't you heard it for yourself now? It's not that we intentionally want to hide this from you, but Divine Dr. Dai had heard some gossip from some other people and is prejudiced towards you. Anyway, you'd better hurry and leave right now. Huang Yueli frowned, but actually she was really unresigned to leave just like this. But looking at the guards standing in the courtyard, they were all 8th stage realm top exponents. She was now an ordinary person without any profound energy, so naturally, she would not be so silly to go challenge the 8th stage realm guards, so even if she wanted to find a way to smuggle in, there would probably be no way to do so. Huang Yueli knew that she could only think of other ways, hence, she did not struggle and allowed the female attendants to pull her out. When they reached the outside of the rear courtyard, she sighed, "Little sisters, why did Divine Dr. Dai have such a huge prejudice against me? From what you said earlier, someone gossiped about me." The female attendants exchanged glances, and didn't hide anything from her. To tell the truth, young Miss Bai, Divine Dr. Dai had already felt that Divine Dr. Lu is his best disciple, whom he's most proud of and extremely outstanding. Hence, he could only be paired with an equivalently outstanding young lady, with exceptional refining innate talent. If he really can't find someone like that, at least that person should be a practitioner with extremely powerful ability. Divine Dr. Dai is most pleased with President Feng's daughter, Feng Xiaoyan. Her refining innate talent is the best among the younger generation of female pill masters. Moreover, she knows how to please people very much and often comes over to visit Divine Dr. Dai. So she dropped by some time ago to tell him that Divine Dr. Dai was already engaged, and he even sought an ordinary young lady who did not have any cultivation at all, hence Divine Dr. Dai was extremely flabbergasted. That's right, Divine Dr. Dai had been throwing his temper these few days, hoping to get Divine Dr. Lu back to cancel this engagement, but hasn't Divine Dr. Lu gone out for a consultation these few days? So he can't find him at all. Instead of hiding, you still came banging on the wall yourself. Wouldn't Divine Dr. Dai be angry? Hearing the female attendants explaining the entire situation, Huang Yueli finally came around to the situation. After all these, it was Feng Xiaoyan who was up to mischief, behind her back again. Moreover, this old man was extremely stubborn. He actually didn't believe in Lu Bian's own decision, and after being incited, he then flared up. Huang Yueli thought about it and asked, then. Sisters are all Divine Dr. Dai's closest aides, what do you feel that I should do in order to make Divine Dr. Dai put down his prejudice? These female attendants were different from those young female pill masters who were full of youthful vigor. Although they were able to see Lu Bian often, and also admired and respected the #1 divine doctor, but they knew their statuses versus Liu Bian's were extremely far apart. Dai Boji were also very strict towards them, hence they had no other indecent thoughts at all. Instead, it raised one's sympathy when they saw the young and beautiful Huang Yueli, who seemed extremely frail. However, Dai Boji's thinking was not something which they could influence. One of the female attendants spoke out in much difficulty, "Young Miss Bai, we really have no way." Divine Dr. Dai had always been sure that the person whom Divine Dr. Liu marries in future will be someone excellent who is worthy of him. "That's right, young Miss Bai, if you're a pill master, I can still suggest for you to take part in the apprentice selection to obtain Divine Dr. Dai's appreciation, but you are now. You'd better not think too much for now. Wait for Divine Dr. Dai to return and let him handle this." The gazes which the female attendants casted upon her were filled with sympathy, and this made Huang Yueli feel extremely uncomfortable. Although they didn't bore any ill intentions, but being looked down by someone like this, to her, was an extremely unfamiliar feeling. But unfortunately, there was nothing she could rebuke against. She bade the female attendants farewell and left the rear courtyard. Huang Yueli thought about it and returned to the medicine farm as she looked at those stalks of dispirited and listless Droughtland's pearl lotuses. Raising her head to look at the terrible weather which exposed the scorching sun, she just had no way to express the stuffiness in her heart. Originally she already didn't have any pill refining innate talent, and now she was being allocated such a piece of land. It seemed like an impossible feat to shine and distinguish herself from the others. Moreover, that old man Dai's temper was so fiery. Just looking at those Droughtland pearl lotuses which had been trampled, he might just fly into a huge rage and chase her out of the Alchemist Guild headquarters. If that really happened, she would be in trouble. But if she were to leave dejectedly like this on her own, she wouldn't be resigned to it. It just wasn't her character to give up even before she even tried. Moreover, if Feng Xiaoyan had set her mind on scheming against her, she would not let her leave so easily. Huang Yueli's thoughts kept racing in her mind, and unknowingly, she stretched out her hand and touched a stalk of pearl lotus next to her. The instant when her slender long fingers touched the pink petals, the stalk of pearl lotus suddenly swayed and gave off a weak glow. Huang Yueli saw this sight from the corner of her eye and was stunned momentarily, thinking that she might have seen it wrongly. She thought about it again and couldn't stop herself from touching it again. This time, it was even more apparent. Just as her fingers were just an inch away from the petals, this stalk of Droughtland pearl lotus obviously slanted towards her, as though it wanted to lean against her fingers. And at the moment when Huang Yueli touched it, a warm feeling was felt coming from the tips of her fingers. This stalk of Droughtland pearl lotus originally was dispirited and listless as though it would wither any moment, but at the moment when Huang Yueli touched it, it suddenly gave off a dim glow as the petals also started to blossom. As though it had been injected with a powerful life source. The pearl lotus flower petals swayed gently, giving Huang Yueli an illusion as though it was rubbing itself against her fingers, acting coy towards her. What kind of situation is this? Huang Yueli had a fright and abruptly retracted her fingers. As she retreated, the pearl lotus swayed greatly towards her direction, as though it wanted to chase up to her. But Huang Yueli retreated swiftly, and it totally couldn't chase up to her. That poor little lotus flower swayed a few times, and slowly hung down its petals, resuming back the initial frail look. Never in her wildest dream had Huang Yueli ever dreamt about such a scenario happening. Hence her eyes widened greatly in astonishment. After a moment later, she turned around and shifted a few steps as she stooped down next to another stalk of pearl lotus and carefully stretched out her fingers, touching the petals. This stalk of Droughtland pearl lotus was in the worst shape in the entire medicine farm, and it was almost withering. But its reaction was exactly the same as the previous stalk. After being touched by Huang Yueli, the surroundings of the entire stump of plant was slowly enveloped with a faint glow. Moreover, the stem, which was already dangling, started to stand upright once again as the shriveled petals instantly came back to life. This, what's going on? Have I seen a living ghost? Huang Yueli took a look at the pearl lotus in front of her and looked at her fingers, not really believing that this actually happened. She stretched out her hand and touched every single stalk of Droughtland pearl lotus in the medicine farm, to discover that every stalk had similar reaction. But for those lotuses, which were in a dire state of withering, had a more intense reaction towards her. On the contrary, those stalks of pearl lotuses, which originally had flourishing branches and leaves and petals which were tender and beautiful, also started to give off a slight glow the instant she touched them. Huang Yueli had already started to calm down and also realized that the situation earlier wasn't an exception, nor was there any special situation. Instead, she seemed to have the ability to affect the growing of these pearl lotuses. But, why was it like this? She should be an ordinary person who didn't have any innate talent, nor cultivation, right? Even though she had merely glanced through the Understanding Medicinal Herbs medical book, but it just took casual thinking to know that this sort of matter wasn't something which could be done easily by anyone. It should be something which someone with extremely special innate talent could do. By the time Huang Yueli finished harassing all the stalks, she raised her head and took a look to find that the sky had already turned pitch dark. She was too engrossed in this shocking new discovery, hence she totally didn't realize the time which had flown by. The other pill masters in the medicine farms all didn't remind her, hence it resulted in her being left alone in the medicine farm. For safety's sake, she didn't dare to continue staying there, hence she pulled open the fence to her medicine farm and hurried back to her own room. On the second day morning, Huang Yueli went back to the study room where they had previously gathered. Yesterday's situation made her too surprised and she thought over it for an entire night but still wasn't sure what was going on, hence she could only return to check on the medical books to see if she could find an answer here. There were plenty of medical books which were kept in the study room and it was all open to public to refer to, hence there were only extremely common medical books here. But this, to Huang Yueli, was already enough. Huang Yueli found an elementary grade book, Guide to Refining Pills, as she casually started to flip through it. After flipping through a few pages, she suddenly cried out a sound and her attention was attracted by a few paragraphs of tiny words. The main element which determines pill refining innate talent depends on the pill master's own earth and fire attribute innate talent. In this, the earth-attributed innate talent's main use is reflected on the affinity towards medicinal herbs. The higher the practitioner's earth-attribute innate talent is, the higher the affinity. No matter if it is in planting, harvesting, or handling medicinal herbs, one would be able to preserve the medicinal characteristics of the medicinal herb. Especially for practitioners whose earth-attribute innate talent are of 9th grade upper talent, it might even influence the medicinal herb's growth situation, and for some powerful earth-attributed practitioners, are able to bring withered plants back to life after they have reached 9th stage realm. The later text analyzed in detail on the different grades of earth attribute innate talent and the degree of influence it had on handling medicinal herbs. There were a total of 10 over pages within that voluminous book. But Huang Yueli's reading speed was very swift. She merely spent 10 over breaths time and had already finished all of it. After reading it, she frowned because not only did the puzzlement in her mind not get resolved, instead, it added many more suspicions. If she was really an outstanding earth attribute practitioner, then looking at this, it would perfectly explain the scenario which happened in the medicine farm yesterday. Because that scenario was exactly the same as what was described in the book. But unfortunately, she wasn't any pill master and neither did she have any outstanding earth attribute innate talent, or she didn't even have any bit of innate talent in her at all, because there was practically no profound energy fluctuations within her body at all. Under such circumstances, how was she able to influence those pearl lotuses grow so easily? Moreover, from the content in this Guide to Refining Pills, to be able to reach yesterday's standard, the practitioner must have ninth grade earth attribute innate talent in order to do that. Moreover, according to the book's description, ninth grade talent also required a bit of time before they were able to make the stock revive a portion of its life source, totally unlike her yesterday. Just merely touching the petals, and it immediately took effect, simply like setting up a poke and seeing the shadow immediately. This was considered as what kind of situation? Huang Yueli held on to the book and racked her brains, but still wasn't able to get an answer out of it. She searched the book rack and skimmed through the majority of the books which were related to this, but still wasn't able to find the answer she wanted. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Forget it, anyway from the current situation, this should be good news. This book, Basic Understanding to Medicinal Herbs Harvesting, says, pill masters who have high innate talent in earth attribute will find it easier to harvest the medicinal herbs than other people. Although I don't know what situation I am in, but since I have such a great influence towards these medicinal herbs, then when I'm harvesting the medicinal herbs, I should have a bit of advantage? Huang Yueli used the book and knocked on her own head as she pouted. Forget it, just have a try first. It's better than not doing anything, and being chased out dejectedly. But although she said that, she didn't immediately try it out. There was a fixed quota to the total number of Droughtland Pearl Lotus in the medicine farm, and if she picked it randomly, the rate of damage would be very high and it would be disadvantageous to her final verdict. Because of this, Huang Yueli decided to practice her hand in picking first, and after she had grasped the professional technique, she would then take action officially. Luckily, although the Droughtland Pearl Lotus was hard to take care of, but it wasn't an especially rare medicinal herb, hence it was recorded in Basic Understanding to Medicinal Herbs Harvesting. Huang Yueli hurriedly flipped the book to its related page and sprawled on the table as she seriously started to study the contents. Oh, so it's so particular when it comes to harvesting medicinal herbs. I really didn't know until I read up on it, on one look. She mumbled and was engrossed in it as she didn't notice the door to the study room being pushed open and someone walking right in. Yo, so you're hiding here? I was just saying why we hadn't seen you appear in the medicine farm for the entire day and thought that you had already backed out of the difficult situation, preparing to scram out from Divine Dr. Dai's small courtyard. So you're here reading books? Ha ha ha, it's just too funny. Surely you won't think that just because you have a good memory, just looking at a few books, and you'd be able to pass this round of assessment? Shui Qingqing laughed exaggeratedly. When Huang Yueli heard her talking, she frowned slightly, but in the end she didn't bother to raise her head as she continued to bury it into the pile of books, without any intention to bother about Shui Qingqing. Shui Qingqing was totally ignored and the fire in her heart flared up as she shot up next to her. Lowering her head to take a look, she saw the medical book in Huang Yueli's hands and her smile widened. Basic Understanding to Medicinal Herbs Harvesting? Ha 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 ha, it's so amusing, you're actually reading this kind of book. You don't even know such basic harvesting method. Do you think that you are really able to complete your task? Clasping the Buddha's feet when danger arises, no one does it like you. To tell you the truth, the Droughtland Pearl Lotus's picking method is very complex and most pill masters have to practice for over a month in order to get it. You have only just started to read the book, there's not enough time at all. Moreover speaking, you don't even have a single bit of earth attribute innate talent, so even if you managed to drill the method right in, you aren't able to preserve much medicinal effects of the Droughtland Pearl Lotus, which is an entire waste of time. When you ruin Divine Dr. Dai's medicinal herb, you will be finished. So I'd advise you, stop tormenting yourself and leave sooner. Shui Qingqing looked as though she was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind as she kept on persuading her. At this moment, the other pill masters were also returning consecutively to the study room for their afternoon rest, and when they heard her words, they crowded around out of curiosity. When they saw the book in Huang Yueli's hands, the crowd silently shook their heads. Everyone felt that although what Shui Qingqing said was a little too mean, but it was still reasonable. If young Miss Bai was allocated the lower first or second level lower grade medicinal herbs, she might successfully pick a few stalks to submit the task, but unfortunately it was the 6th leveled medicinal herb Droughtland Lotus Pearl. Speaking of this, young Miss Bai is really unlucky. The Droughtland Pearl Lotus, which she was allocated, seems to be the highest among our batch, and as an ordinary person, there's no way she is able to complete the harvesting. Actually, there's no meaning in her staying around forcibly. The steward already said, there will only be one who will be able to stay behind to formally become the apprentice, and even if she could barely pick some stalks of medicinal herbs, the medicinal effect couldn't possibly be compared to genuine pill masters, so elimination is definitely, so why waste the extra effort? She's probably not reconciled, but even if she's not reconciled, surely she's not able to change her own innate talent? The pill masters were discussing on this, and none of them thought well of Huang Yueli. It was no wonder, because logically, there was no point in working hard in Huang Yueli's situation. Even if she entered the medicine farm, she would only be trampling those medicinal herbs. Moreover speaking, she hadn't even learnt the method of harvesting, and with such little time, just casually thinking about it, and one would know that it's impossible for her to complete the task given by the steward. However, not bothering about what outsiders said, Huang Yueli remained composed as she flipped her medicinal book, totally oblivious to the people around as she turned a deaf ear to the clamoring around her. When the crowd saw her not responding, they slowly lost interest and changed the topic. Only Shuyali would occasionally look towards Huang Yueli, as her lips would curl up into a sneer occasionally, as she silently chanted in her heart. Really haven't seen anyone who courts disaster like this. Your tears won't drop until you see the coffin. Wait till you trample Divine Dr. Dai's medicinal herbs and are chased out of the guild, then you'd know his prowess. When Divine Dr. Dai's temper flares up, even Divine Dr. Lu will not be able to protect you. By then you won't even have the chance to cry. Not too long later, after the noon break, the pill masters all started to leave. After everyone left, Huang Yueli leaned against the back of the chair as she stared at the picture on the page from afar, with a profound expression on her face. After a while, she stretched out her finger and drew a circle in the air. Following that, her fair beautiful finger danced around in mid-air, drawing out different shapes, and at the same time, she even silently chanted a mnemonic chant as the posture of her hand kept on changing. Her actions were strangely smooth and fluid as her 10 fingers started dancing, resembling a fluttering butterfly's wing, which was extremely pleasing to the eye. Very soon, a complete set of action was completed. Huang Yueli's fingers curled lightly as she mumbled, "Should be like this? When this ends, I should use profound energy to cast out the incantation gesture and wait for the pearl lotus petals to completely open before picking the entire stalk out from the stem position, preserving each petal's completeness so as to assure medication effectiveness." She repeated the actions once again, but midway through that, she stopped. Strange, according to the book, the difficulty of this set of actions is very high, and in order to master it, even for pill masters with great innate talent, they have to spend at least a month's time, but it seems as though there's not much difficulty. Is the book wrong, or have I done it wrongly and had not discovered it myself? AI, without a master's guidance, this is really a headache. Huang Yueli frowned bitterly. She didn't know that when she was refining armaments in the past, there were plenty of complex hand gestures to complete, and because of that, this set of action was rather similar, so she had already grasped the basics. Because no matter if it was refining pills or armaments, the motive in utilizing hand gestures were all the same, which is to adjust the profound energy in their meridians through hand gestures while combining it with the outer environment's heaven and earth profound chi, communication between both internal and external forces to influence the refining of metals or medicinal herbs. Huang Yueli couldn't remember all these, but merely using her own ability to complete these actions. Because of her past foundation, plus the fact that she had an innate shocking memory, these actions were done extremely smoothly. The only flaw was that her meridians were being sealed, and even if it was through hand gestures, there was no way she could mobilize the profound energy within her body. But what made her surprised was that after she struck out the incantation gestures, she was able to successfully mobilize heaven and earth's profound chi. Eh? So I can mobilize heaven and earth, profound chi. But why can't I absorb it into my body? Why am I unable to absorb profound chi? Huang Yuli frowned for a while and didn't answer her own question. Moreover, she had something more important right now, so she must put these doubts aside for the time being. She spent an entire day to repeatedly memorize various harvesting methods in the Basic Understanding to Medicinal Herbs Harvesting book, mastering all of it. The third day was the last day which the steward had requested to submit the medicinal herbs. Early in the morning, Huang Yueli rushed over to the Rear Mountains medicine farm and started her harvesting job. Not only her, the other pill masters also appeared at their own medicine farms. Because the morning's air was the cleanest and the sunlight was not at its strongest. There were also dew from night time which had not been absorbed, so this timing was most suitable in the entire day to harvest medicinal herbs, and no one wanted to miss it. When the pill masters saw Huang Yueli appearing, they were apparently extremely astonished. But as the cutoff time was about to reach, everyone hurried with the job in their own hands, and no one had any spare time to take notice of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli came to an area where a large quantity of drought-land pearl lotus was planted within the medicine farm and squatted down as she stretched out her demonic claws towards the first stalk of lotus. She first stretched out her hand and gently caressed the tender flower petals on the pearl lotus, as though she was comforting it. Within a blink of an eye, the originally floppy drought-land pearl lotus straightened its stem and swayed in the early morning breeze, seemingly more energetic than before. Huang Yueli then tickled the pistil and stem, making the petals blossom a little more. After that, she took in a huge breath. All right, now I'm going to verify what results I achieved from yesterday's training. Saying that, she stretched out her fingers and silently chanted the incantation gestures as she demonstrated the harvesting method which she just learnt yesterday. A set of complex movements appeared agilely in between her slender long fingers. If Xu Yali or anyone else saw that, their jaws would absolutely drop right onto the ground. Because she was demonstrating the skills so aptly and unconstrained with ease. As compared to those pill refining geniuses who had been through rigorous training like them, she was not inferior to them in any aspects at all. Totally unlike the performance of a beginner. But as there was no one around but Huang Yueli herself, she silently completed her hand gestures and then pushed it out lightly. The earth attribute profound chi in the air was led by her hand gestures, as it fell softly onto the drought-land pearl lotus's petals surroundings. Huang Yueli caught the exact moment and swiftly hooked her fingers, as she picked the entire stalk of pearl lotus. Moreover, her strength was just nice, not too light nor too heavy. She picked the inflorescence, which was required to be used for the medicine, as well as the leaves and stem on the lower part, not causing any damage to it at all. Huang Yueli's hands propped up the first stalk of drought-land pearl lotus, which she picked personally. On seeing the lotus in her palms with a sparkling and translucent color, each petal was the size of a pearl size, as it gracefully smoothed out towards its surroundings, looking extremely dainty. There were no signs of this stalk of pearl lotus, which looked extremely frail and about to wither at any moment in time, just not too long ago. Huang Yueli admired it for a short while and hurriedly retrieved a jade box from her sleeve, as she carefully placed the pearl lotus into it, and covered the lid tightly. As the medicinal herb was picked from the stem, the life force would quickly diminish and the medicinal effects would also lessen as time flew past. In order to avoid such scenario affecting divine Dr. Dai from refining medicine, the steward gave each of the prospective apprentices a specialized jade box to store the medicinal herb. This jade box had underwent a special method of refining, and along with the specialized sealing array on the exterior part, it would greatly decrease the speed of the medicinal effects being lost, and was also one of the necessary equipment which pill masters must bring along when they're out harvesting medicinal herbs. Her first time harvesting was a complete success. This gave Huang Yueli a great boost of confidence. Her face revealed a delighted smile, looks like it's not too difficult. Hearing those pill masters exaggerating as though harvesting medicinal herbs was that difficult. Seems like they are intentionally trying to scare me. If these words were heard by Shiyali, she would absolutely faint from crying. The many years of skill which she had practiced diligently was something which others did not even think highly of, and to be despised in such a manner. This was really, comparing humans would die while comparing goods would only result in it being thrown away. With the first experience, Huang Yueli's actions became even more confident and was even more resolute. Not too long later, she already harvested several stalks of pearl lotus, moreover the speed of her picking became faster and faster. Moreover, as her skill became more and more seasoned, the quality of the pearl lotuses, which she picked, got even better. The last few stalks of pearl lotus even gave off crystal clear glistening, and on one look, one would know that it was of the finest quality among the medicinal herbs. Busy from morning till mid-afternoon, Huang Yueli then finally managed to finish picking all the droughtland pearl lotuses in the entire field of the medicine farm. As her picking success rate was 100% with no failure, so until the very end, the entire medicinal box which was used to contain the medicinal herbs were stuffed until it was bloated, almost not being able to contain everything. She tried her best to arrange every single stalk neatly, but still wasn't able to contain everything in. In order to avoid crushing the medicinal herbs, she only picked 1/3 of the herbs out, and when she took it out, she casually threw it into her own realm ring. After she completed everything, she then shut the lid of the jade box tightly, as she stuffed it into her chest area, waiting to submit her task in the afternoon. When Huang Yueli completed her harvesting and was about to leave, the other pill masters were still busying themselves in their medicine farms while their sweat beads were akin to rain dripping down. There were some who noticed her figure passing by the embankment of the fields, but no one had imagined that she only used an entire morning to pick all the droughtland pearl lotuses. Everyone felt that she knew that she was destined to be chased away, so she casually picked some stalks, and gave up. It was until evening time when the steward came to the rear mountains medicine farm at the designated timing, to collect all the medicinal herbs which the pill masters had harvested. The pill masters all queued up as they respectfully handed up their own jade box. Huang Yueli was the last in the queue, and she was also holding on to a jade box as she handed it over to the steward. When she took out the jade box, regardless of whether it was the steward or the pill masters by the side, all of them gave an astonished expression on their faces. "Why? You really picked those droughtland pearl lotuses?" The steward's brows furrowed as he questioned her. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Isn't the task arranged by Mr. Steward you? Of course I have to complete it seriously, and the jade box contains all the medicinal herbs which I have picked." "What? How is that possible? Surely you've not ruined Divine Dr. Dai's medicine farm, right?" Shiyali couldn't help but screeched, "Do you know that Divine Dr. Dai's medicinal herbs here are all of the finest quality, and if you have really ruined it into a pile of withered grass, that would be a huge loss to the entire alchemist guild." Shiyali cried out in indignance out of justice, but when the steward heard what Huang Yueli said, he was squealing out silently in joy. Feng Zhenxing had bribed him to find ways to attract Huang Yueli from committing mistakes. It would be best if the mistake she committed would thoroughly enrage Divine Dr. Dai, so much that she wasn't able to turn tables around. Now that his aim was about to be fulfilled, wouldn't that make him turn mad from joy? He was afraid that Huang Yueli would not be hooked and would leave the small courtyard on her own. Whoever knew that this young lass's mind was unable to comprehend the situation. Such an obvious trap, and she insisted on stepping onto it. The steward's fierce-looking oversized fat face immediately showed a smile as he nodded his head. "Good. Good. You've done well. No matter how your standard of harvesting is, as long as you complete your task seriously, that is something worth commenting about. Since that's the case, I shall now hand Divine Dr. Dai your jade boxes, and tomorrow night he will head over personally to inspect it, so just go back and wait for your results. The steward made a marking on each jade box and carried all of it as he left. Xiaoli turned her head back to see Huang Yueli still bearing an insipid and easygoing look, totally unable to detect any sliver of nervousness from her at all. Xiaoli couldn't help but sneered, "Death is already knocking on your doorstep, yet still pretending. I want to see what you are going to prepare to compensate Divine Dr. Dai for ruining his medicinal herbs." Huang Yueli totally couldn't be bothered about her as she walked back to her room directly. Rear courtyard, reception hall. Dai Boki sat in the middle seat right smack in the center as he nipped his beard, retrieving a medicinal pill from an exquisite wooden box, as he squinted his eyes to check on it against the light. Feng Xianxia was seated right next to him with a beaming smile on his face. "Divine Dr. Dai, this is the 9 Lives Reversal pill, which I had refined a few days ago, and this is my first time refining an 8th level upper grade pill. I am still inexperienced, but although I know I am still not up to standard, but I am unable to find the key to it, hence I'm here shamelessly to ask for your teachings." Dai Boki observed the pill for a while and spoke out, "Although this 9 Lives Reversal pill has barely reached 8th level upper grade, but as your control towards the flame isn't enough, hence the medicinal effects is much worse than an 8th level upper grade pill. Moreover, you have also committed several mistakes when refining the medicinal herb." Just what kind of standard did Dai Boki have? He had refined the 9 Lives Reversal pill multiple times, so the expected 8th level upper grade pill in his eyes was naturally filled with flaws. He was a straightforward person, and within a few sentences, he had already criticized Feng Xianxing's pill refining skills from head to toe entirely. Feng Xianxing's expression looked a little awkward. As the Alchemist Guild headquarters president, although he wasn't the best pill master in the guild, but many people fawned on him and just a handful of them would criticize him this mercilessly. To tell the truth, he really felt uncomfortable just from listening to these words. But as Dai Boki was Divine Dr. Lu's master, and he was someone whom he hurried over to fawn on him, he could only suppress his dissatisfactory heart, as he put on a smiling face and used various pleasing words to coax this elderly man. Just as Feng Xianxing was getting fidgety, there was a knock on the reception hall's door. "Divine Dr. Dai, Steward Qin have already delivered the medicinal herbs which this batch of apprentices harvested, for you to look through." Dai Boki then put down Feng Xianxing's pill and shifted his gaze towards the boxes which the attendant held in his hands. "Bring them all in." The steward gave a reply and walked up in quick steps as he placed all 8 jade boxes on the coffee table in front of Dai Boki, lining it all properly. On seeing these boxes, Feng Xiaoyan, who was seated right next to her father, gathered up her spirits. Ever since Feng Xiaoyan was injured, she had not dared to step out of the door, and today, she had specially headed over to Dai Boji's side, just because Steward Qin had already secretly communicated with her, telling her that today was the day when the apprentices would hand in their medicinal herbs. Hence, she specially came over, just so that she could hit Huang Yueli when she's down. The steward had just left and she walked over with a curious look as she asked, "Divine Dr. Dai, how are this batch of apprentices standard? Do you want to open up the boxes to take a look now?" Dai Boki appeared to have a lack of interest over this. "Isn't it all the same? Among the apprentices in waiting in every 10 batches, there would be one who could barely pass, and that would already be great. Ever since Yenner shifted out, I had always wanted to take in a second direct disciple, but alas, for so many years, there aren't many number of registered disciples who can meet the standard." Feng Xianxing smiled, "Divine Dr. Dai, your requirement is too high. It's naturally difficult to want to find someone who is comparable to the genius Divine Dr. Lu." Dai Boki apparently assumed so, hence he didn't bother to rebuke his words. Sigh, such a pity, the current people have withered to such a standard, so not to mention someone like Yenner, even those who are slightly weaker, are hard to find. He lamented for a short period of time and shook his head, "Forget it, let's not talk about these, and take a look at how this batch of apprentices have done harvesting the medicinal herbs. Just nice, you're an expert, so help me collate and examine a few critically. Saying that, Daiboki stretched out his hand and opened the first jade box. Xianxia was among this batch of apprentices, and as her results were the best in the selection assessment, hence her serial number was number 1 and her jade box was placed right in front. Daiboki opened her box and saw the 10 over stalks of medicinal herbs lying quietly inside. Each stalk was lush and verdant, which made it look lively and energetic. Xianxia was also an expert in this, and when he saw this, he couldn't help but praise, "I wonder which apprentice picked this." She had practically preserved these few stalks of aromatic silk jade grass's spiritual qi, and there doesn't seem to be any loss in the medicinal effects. Moreover, to be able to pick 15 stalks at one go, the success rate seems rather high. Incredible. A rough diamond indeed. His expression was excited, but Daiboki merely swept one gaze at the box and revealed a picky and disgusted expression. These few silk jade grass seems complete on the exterior, but you didn't notice those few scratches on the roots which were left behind, and that led to the loss of spiritual qi. This meant that this pill master overused too much strength while completing the incantation gesture and didn't manage to control the intensity of her profound energy. Can't even harvest a medicinal herb properly, innate talent is only SOSO. Xianxia was stuffed for words as he could only say, but the success rate of her harvesting is still rather high, which could make up for that, I guess. Alas, Daiboki's gaze was already spoiled rotten by Lu Bian as he thought of all others as no difference from trash. Xianxia's moves naturally couldn't be compared with Lu Bian's, hence she had once again been despised into dredges. An entire medicine farm and only managed to harvest only 7 or 8 stalks successfully, not even 20% of it, is this considered as high? In the past, Yenner would be able to harvest at least 60% and above. If they want to be my disciple, the minimum requirement of successful harvesting will at least have to reach 50%. When Xianxia heard that, he almost spat out blood. Was he taking in a disciple or just playing around with the pill masters? 50% harvest? Did he think everyone had the innate talent to become a 9th-ranked pill master? Even if it was him, Xianxia, the president of the Alchemist Guild headquarters, when he was in his younger days, the success rate of harvesting medicinal herbs was at most 25%. How many of such geniuses like Lu Bian were there under the heavens? Based on this kind of standard to gauge, this old man would probably not be able to take in a second direct disciple for this lifetime. But for Xianxia, who was listening by the side, she somehow felt fortunate. In the past, she had always wanted to be taken in by Daiboki under his wing to become Lu Bian's junior sister. But Daiboki's requirement was simply too high, so even if she made her father persuade him personally, Daiboki just refused to loosen up. Obviously he didn't look up at Xianxia. Now that her fingers were injured, even if it was cured, her pill refining standard would also be affected. Apparently she could no longer be Daiboki's disciple any longer. But at least, based on Daiboki's abnormal and ridiculous request, it was not possible for him to take anyone in as a disciple. In this way, her losses somehow seemed much lesser. Daiboki didn't know what the two people beside him were thinking. After he gave a regretful sigh, he casted Xianxia's number 1 jade box to one side. But, this number 1 harvesting of medicinal herbs is still barely alright, it's fine to let her become an apprentice. Just let her stay on in the store for a probationary period. Saying that, he opened the second jade box. The medicinal herbs in this box, as compared to Xianxia's aromatic silk jade grass earlier, was much worse. A sparse total of 7 to 8 stalks, moreover every single stalk's leaves fell off. Just from the exterior, it didn't look complete, and after using one's soul trace to sense it, one was able to clearly sense that the spiritual energy in medicinal herb had already been lost by a huge amount. Daiboki's face immediately turned ugly. Just this kind of standard, and they have to check to get a scolding from me. I say, President Feng, haven't I already mentioned this the last time round? I only want those with the best innate talent among the younger generation. These trashy people, stop sending them over to my side, even if they come I'll still chase them away. Yes, it's my negligence. Feng Zhenxing stole a peek at the medicinal herbs inside the box as he replied against his conscience. Actually, from what he saw, to be able to harvest 7 to 8 stalks in one go was already considered not bad. After all, these younger pill masters were not even 20 years old yet and their own standard was merely between 2nd to 3rd rank. Usually if they were to harvest 3rd-leveled medicinal herbs, their harvesting would normally reach 50% or so. But Dai Boki's request was very high. He made them harvested at least 5th-leveled medicinal herbs, and that had far surpassed their original standard. Even if they weren't able to harvest a single stalk, that was considered normal. To be able to harvest around 10% meant that their innate talent was already rather outstanding. Dai Boki opened another 3 boxes consecutively, and after taking a glance at those, the annoyed expression on his face became even more obvious. As for the jade box's serial numbers, it was lined according to the selection assessment ranking, so those few boxes at the end, the quality of those medicinal herbs, were definitely worse than the previous one. When Dai Boki saw 3, he simply could not continue any further as he swept the jade boxes to one side with force. What kind of rubbish are these? Other than the first one who could still make do, why can't there be a slightly decent pill master? Forget it, I'm not looking anymore, take it away, take it all away. When the guards by the side saw this, they immediately shot up and caught hold of the falling jade boxes from the table. If not for so, these boxes might all be shattered onto the ground. Dai Boki replied angrily, this is another batch who is wasting my time. Enough, there's no need to continue looking as well. President Feng, you can bring these people back. In future those with terrible innate talent, don't need to send them to me. The guards didn't dare to defy his words as they carried the boxes and were about to leave. When Feng Xian saw that, she immediately became anxious. She was still waiting for Dai Boki to fly into a huge rage when he saw the pile of weeds which Huang Yueli had submitted. Now, Dai Boki didn't even open Huang Yueli's number 1 jade box and already ordered his men to bring away the boxes. Moreover, he only wanted to send those pill masters, other than Xu Yali, back to the Alchemist Guild, with no intention to chase anyone away. How would that do? Wouldn't it be letting Bairuoli, that little slut, off easily? Thinking of this, Feng Xian couldn't sit still any longer as she scuttered right up and blocked the guard's path. Why, wait, don't go first. Feng Xian turned around and looked towards Dai Boki. Divine Dr. Dai, please wait a moment, there's still 3 jade boxes which you haven't opened. Judging them failure, just like this, isn't it a little too unfair? Wouldn't it be better to take a look first then make a decision? Dai Boki was apparently not interested. What's there to see? I've already seen so many, and the remaining few standard is totally imaginable. Feng Xiaoyan hurriedly cried out, that might not be so. Perhaps there would be someone who wasn't apt in theoretical assessments, but especially good in practical use? Moreover, speaking, Everett Apprentice had been through several stages of selection before they were selected. If they were to find out that the medicinal herb which they picked had not even been seen by you, perhaps they might feel unresigned in their hearts. Dai Boki sneered, so what if they're unresigned? I've already said this earlier, I only want the most outstanding pill refining genius. They aren't able to make themselves shine, so who else can they blame? Feng Xiaoyan saw Dai Boki totally indifferent as she was extremely anxious in her heart. She was deeply worried that even after so many schemes that she had plotted, it would all come to a naught by this old man's stubbornness. But no matter how she persuaded him, Dai Boki looked as though he was lacking in interest. In the end, due to his impatience, he waved his hand vigorously. Enough, stop nagging. Otherwise I will send you guests off. Why are you still standing there in a daze for? Still not going to move away these eye-piercing jade boxes? The guards were really worried that he would be angry, hence they grabbed the jade boxes tightly as they were about to rout past Feng Xiaoyan. Feng Xiaoyan knew that if she didn't take any action, these jade boxes would really be taken away and Huang Yueli would really escape from this calamity. She no longer cared about anything as her heart hardened and scuttered towards the guard next to her, pushing him hard. Daiboki's personal guards were at least 7th stage realm top experts and all of them had outstanding skills. As they were pushed by someone off guard, the guard subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the push, and the profound energy within his body naturally dissipated outwards. Feng Xiaoyan was struck right smack by that gust of powerful profound energy as she entirely flew outwards from the impact, throwing up blood in midair. She crashed heavily against the wall and her chest felt as though the blood inside was churning as her eyes saw stars while she was in so much pain until she could not breathe. But luckily, she didn't faint and could still barely open her eyes to take a look at the guard's direction. Although she had been sent flying, but the jade box, which the guard was holding on to had accidentally stumbled out of his hands, as it landed on the ground. The jade box fell onto the ground, giving off a crisp shattering noise, as the medicinal herbs in it also fell out. What's the matter? Yenner, are you alright? On seeing Feng Xiaoyan flying from the attack, Feng Qingqing ran over anxiously as the guards and female attendants all started to gather around anxiously. Daiboki walked over personally and stuffed a pill into her mouth and frowned. Her internal organs are just injured, luckily my guard's reaction is swift enough and didn't deal a heavy hand on her. But she got to rest for 2 months to recover. What's wrong with this? What happened just now? Feng Xiaoyan was in so much pain that her forehead was filled with cold sweat, but on seeing the jade boxes, which had rolled and splattered onto the ground from afar, her eyes surfaced a smile. Although she was injured by a 7th stage realm top expert and she suffered a substantial injury, but as long as she was able to make Divine Dr. die disgusted by that wretched lass and thereby chasing her out of the Alchemist Guild headquarters, then this little sacrifice was absolutely worth it. Even if she had to suffer 10 times the pain, she would accept it willingly. Feng Xiaoyan hurriedly endured her pain and forcibly opened her mouth to speak out. Div Divine Dr. Die, it's all my fault, earlier. I lost my footing and banged against this guard. I'm sorry, it's all my fault that these jade boxes, which are used to store the medicinal herbs, have been shattered. Quickly, go take a look if these medicinal herbs can still be used. I will compensate you. Daiboki replied disapprovingly, what's there here? These medicinal herbs which those fellows harvested, originally not many of them could be used, there's no need for you to reproach yourself. He was saying that and he subconsciously shifted his glance over to the shattered jade boxes. Daiboki merely casted a fleeting glance, but just after one look, he couldn't help but cried out in shock, this is... What's going on? Feng Xiaoyan was in so much pain that her brows furrowed tightly, her sight was a little blurry, and she couldn't see the place that was too far away. But just from Daiboki's tone, a slight smile surfaced on her face, and momentarily the part where she was injured on her chest somehow didn't feel that painful anymore. Indeed, her hard work had not gone to waste. After those jade boxes had been shattered, that wretched lass would absolutely be exposed for ruining all those medicinal herbs which she was in charge of. She had long heard that the Droughtland pearl lotuses were the most expensive among this batch of medicinal herbs. Moreover, Divine Dr. Dai was waiting anxiously for these pearl lotuses as he had urgent need for it. Now that none of the stalks were harvested and having to replant it would take another half a year or so, it was imaginable just how angry Divine Dr. Dai would be. However, before Feng Xiaoyan even started to be happy, she heard Daiboki's surprised and joyous voice. Heavens! These Droughtland pearl lotuses, which box did it drop out from and who harvested them? These qualities, these medicinal effects, this condition. It's simply awesome. I have never seen any Droughtland pearl lotuses which had grown this well before. Moreover, there are so many stalks. This, how could this be possible? Heavens. Daiboki spoke out the word heavens several times, simply submerged in shocking joy until he seemed to have forgotten how to talk. Feng Xiaoyan's mouth opened in disbelief, instinctively feeling that she had developed hallucination. No, I must have heard wrongly. It must be, because I'm heavily injured, so my ears are not clear at all. The Droughtland pearl lotus's quality is very good? This is absolutely something which is impossible. But when Daiboki opened his mouth once again, it completely shattered her idea of deceiving both others and herself. I found it. These have all dropped out from the number 8 jade box. Number 8 jade box. Which apprentice submitted this? Simply too surprising. So Soaring Heaven's continent has such a pill refining genius, and I actually haven't discovered this fact at all. Quick, go check who this pill master is? The guards had never seen him so excited and happy before, so they all didn't dare to dilly-dally as they hurriedly ran outside. Feng Xiaoyan endured her pain as she looked at Daiboki. At this moment, where was the almighty expression on that cold and bad-tempered elderly man's face? A smile spread over his elderly face, smiling like a chrysanthemum flower, subbing his hands together as he kept on pacing up and down. Heavens, this simply is joy and a surprise. Quickly help me count, just how many stalks of Droughtland pearl lotuses are there here? Initially, it was the female attendants who knelt down on the ground, picking up the pearl lotuses stalk by stalk as they placed it inside the jade box, checking and counting each stalk. But after a few seconds, Daiboki felt that they were too slow, and he was burning with anxiety, hence he himself squatted on the ground as he started to count. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 3 stalks. 11 stalks, 12 stalks, 13 stalks. 41 stalks, 42 stalks, 43 stalks. 48 stalks. A total of 48 stalks. How is this possible? How could it be? There's actually so many. Daiboki picked up all the Droughtland pearl lotuses that had dropped onto the ground, and when he picked the last 10 over stalks, his hands were trembling non-stop. Pill Master's hands were most stable, and no matter under what kind of situation, their hands would absolutely not tremble to such a state. It simply was because he was really so excited that he was about to faint. The quantity planted in every single plot of medicine farm was almost certain, and no matter the species, the quantity in each plot of medicine farm would all be 9 times 9, 81 stalks. Not 1 stalk more, nor 1 stalk less. Hence, through the quantity of the harvesting in the jade box, one would be able to find out the success rate of the harvest. Just like what Daiboki said earlier, most pill masters were able to exceed harvesting 50% or so of medicinal herbs. That would already represent that the person's earth-attributed innate talent was extremely shocking, at least of 9th grade lower talent. As long as that person's fire-attributed innate talent wasn't too bad, that person would be able to become at least an 8th-ranked pill master. For someone like Lu Bian, who was able to successfully harvest around 6% or more of medicinal herbs, one would have the potential to become a 9th-ranked pill master. This jade box, which contained the Droughtland pearl lotuses, had a total of 48 stalks, which was already a 60% success rate, and was comparable with Lu Bian. What kind of innate talent does this person have? 9th grade mid? Or 9th grade upper? Yenner's earth-attributed innate talent is 9th grade upper, so he must be similar to Yenner, then he should at least have 9th grade upper innate talent. Heavens! There's actually such a talented pill master, and I don't even know about it. I must take him in as my disciple and teach him personally, absolutely not allowing those mediocre fools to foolishly teach him, delaying his progress. Daiboki was extremely anxious and couldn't wait to charge towards this apprentice who harvested the medicine, making him acknowledge him as his master. He had thought that such a peerless genius like Liu Bian could no longer be found in soaring heaven's continent. Whoever thought that he had really found another one? Actually, what Dai Boki didn't know was that when Huang Yueli harvested the Droughtland pearl lotuses, it was much more than this quantity, as every single stalk seemed to have been picked in complete shape, but as the jade box was too small, she had no choice but to remove a number of it. Otherwise, the number of Droughtland pearl lotuses which were heaped in this box would be much more. In terms of quantity, it would absolutely make the experienced veteran pill grandmaster like Dai Boki faint with shock. Feng Xiaoyan and Feng Zhenxing were all dazed by this scene, and for a long time, they weren't able to react in time. Their minds were confused as they watched Dai Boki walking around, as they thought that they were dreaming. Because this matter was just too mysterious. What kind of innate talent did Huang Yueli have? They themselves knew it all too well. She was merely trash, so not to mention what kind of pill refining genius or whatever 9th grade innate talent, she did not even have a single ounce of profound energy, which was even worse than an ordinary person's physique. Whereas for that number 8 jade box, it was submitted through that steward whom they had bribed, as they saw her submission with their own eyes. The inside of the jade box. How could it possibly have so many Droughtland pearl lotuses in perfect condition? It even made Divine Dr. Dai so agitated from seeing it. What on earth had gone wrong? Shouldn't there should only be a pile of weeds inside? A trash who had no ounce of pill refining innate talent, facing an entire field of almost withering high-leveled medicinal herbs, what tricks could she possibly come out with? How was it possible that within a blink of an eye, the weeds in the jade box had turned into high-quality medicinal herbs? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be possible. Divine Dr. Dai, this is absolutely impossible. Don't be tricked by others, these medicinal herbs are absolutely fake. It must all be fake. Feng Xiaoyan was so anxious as she forgot about all the pain on her momentarily, leaping up into the sky, as she wanted to pounce over. She stretched out her hand and made a grab for the pearl lotuses on the table, after turning it in all directions repeatedly, trying to see if she could find a problem with it. Because no matter what, she could not believe that Huang Yueli had managed to harvest the medicinal herb completely. From what she saw, this kind of matter absolutely could not happen. Then in this case, it was definitely Huang Yueli who was up to some trickery, in an attempt to cheat the elderly man. However, no matter how she looked, the stalk in her hand was a perfect grade of Droughtland pearl lotus, even more perfect than those which could be auctioned in the market for a heavenly price, as its medicinal herbs didn't seem to have suffered any damages. Impossible. Impossible. Feng Xiaoyan just simply didn't believe in it, and as she was anxious, she wanted to pull apart the pearl lotus in her hand. When Divine Dr. Dai saw that, he pushed her aside while burning with anxiety, and retrieved the stalk of pearl lotus with a lightning move of his hand. What are you trying to do? This is a top-grade valuable item, and with these pearl lotuses, I will be able to refine the white dew pill, completely molding it into shape. If this were to be damaged by you, are you able to compensate for it? Feng Xiaoyan was originally injured, hence her body was feeling weak, so how was it possible for her to be able to take on a push from a 9th-stage realm practitioner like Divine Dr. Dai? Hence she rolled to one side from the push. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and clutched her chest, feeling that her internal injuries were evidently more serious now. But Feng Xiaoyan couldn't care about all these as she hurriedly stood up and tried to climb up. Divine Dr. Dai, I really am not trying to create havoc, but I just can't bear to see you being cheated by someone else. These Droughtland pearl lotuses are absolutely not real. They are absolutely not rare medicinal herbs. I cannot see your entire furnace of medicinal pills being ruined by fake medicinal herbs. What? Fake medicinal herbs? Hearing this, Dai Boki indeed suffered a shock from her, as he subconsciously held that medicinal herb to his nose and took a whiff, then using his fingers to gently pick one petal off, putting it into his mouth to try the taste of it. After that, he stared angrily at Feng Xiaoyan. What rubbish are you sprouting? Real medicinal herb or fake ones, how could it possibly deceive me? This is the genuine Droughtland Pearl Lotus, with top-grade medicinal effects. There is absolutely no issue with this. You don't know anything yet, still dare to talk blindly here? Men, send the guests off. Dai Boki flicked his sleeves and wanted to chase them away. Feng Xiaoyan's eyes opened wide, as she was so shocked that she could not say a word more. For an experienced pill grandmaster like Dai Boki, it was impossible for him not to be able to verify the authenticity of the medicinal herbs. Since he said that these Droughtland Pearl Lotuses were real, then it would absolutely not be fake. But Huang Yueli didn't have any bit of pill refining innate talent at all, which was the truth as well. Feng Xiaoyan suffered from a severe loss of blood from her heavy injuries, and her mind was originally a little muddled, so naturally she was not able to think clearly properly. But Feng Qingqing suddenly thought of a possibility, and hurriedly butted in. Divine Doctor Dai, please wait a moment, there's something suspicious about this matter. When Dai Boki heard that it was Feng Qingqing who spoke out, he finally gave him some face as he frowned and asked, President Feng, how do you explain this now? Feng Qingqing's thoughts raced swiftly and cleared his throat as he said, Divine Doctor Dai, Xiaoyan's suspicions are very logical. Think about it, these few jade boxes are arranged according to serial numbers and are in accordance with the apprentice's selection assessment results. Logically speaking, the medicinal herbs in the number 8 jade box should not be better than the first, right? Dai Boki replied disapprovingly, just this? Hasn't your own daughter said this herself earlier? Some people might not be apt in theoretical papers, but their practical standard could be very high. Hence she wanted me to take a look at the last 3 jade boxes, wasn't it? It's all thanks to young Miss Feng. If not for her words, I might miss such a peerless genius. Just thinking about it makes me feel regretful. When Feng Xiaoyan heard that, her chest had a sharp pain and she almost threw up blood again. This was what's called to move the rock, to smash her own feet. If she had known that that wretched lass by Ruoli was so sinister and had long made preparations to fill so many high-level Droughtland Pearl Lotuses in the box, she would rather die than to say such words. But unfortunately, the words really came out of her mouth, and Dai Boki even praised her for saying the right thing. In this way, she had no face to rebuke him, otherwise wouldn't it be akin to slapping herself? Feng Xiaoyan wasn't able to say that, and Feng Qingqing was apparently rather embarrassed as he hurriedly coughed a few times to cover up before he spoke out again. Cough cough, what you said is right too. But this matter is still rather suspicious. These Droughtland Pearl Lotuses grades are a little too fine, even the harvesting success rate is so high, almost chasing up to Divine Dr. Liu. It's said that Divine Dr. Liu is the #1 pill refining genius in Soaring Heaven's continent for the past 1,000 years, so just how many of such a person like him would there possibly be? It's such a coincidence that in such a short duration of a few decades that there would be a second person like him? When Dai Boki heard that, he felt unhappy, but he could not help but admit that what Feng Qingqing said seemed to be a little logical. A peerless genius who was born every 1,000 years, would it be possible to have a second one so soon? The possibility of this was really very, very small. Moreover, these 2 geniuses were taken in by him, Dai Boki, as their master. Such a good thing, was like a cake falling from the sky, which was extremely fascinating. His brows furrowed even tightly, and a deep, profound look on thoughts was revealed on his face. This matter is indeed unusual, but the medicinal herbs which have been picked are genuine. Speaking of this, if there's anyone who, in order to ask me to be their master, and specially acquired these medicinal herbs, then the amount of money they spend is just too much. This kind of grade of Droughtland Pearl Lotuses, and moreover so many stocks, in Soaring Heaven's continent's auction, would be able to sell for heavenly price of several millions of high-grade spirit jades. What Dai Boki said was indeed the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew Huang Yueli's other identity, Feng Zhenxing would not believe that anyone was able to spend so much money just to deceive Daiboki for this moment, which might be exposed on the very next day, so doing this would result in the losses outweighing the gains. However, Feng Zhenxing now knew that Huang Yueli held on to Lu Baiyan's identity token and was able to utilize Lu Baiyan's private store. There were plenty of valuable items inside, and any single one item was worth much more than these Droughtland pearl lotuses. To her, spending this amount of money wasn't a heartache at all. Feng Zhenxing admitted that this was the truth to this matter, and he was still racking his brains on how to expose Huang Yueli's real identity. Divine Dr. Dai, I believe that there must be a problem behind this matter, so why not let's verify it first, then talk about it. Otherwise, if you rashly take in a disciple only to discover that you've been cheated, wouldn't it cause other people to gossip when they hear about this? Daiboki's age was very old, and he favored his face very much, so Feng Zhenxing's words poked his Achilles heel on the spot. Hence he nodded his head. All right then, let's check through this carefully. Problem is, where do we start checking from? Or shall we get this apprentice over to question her? Feng Zhenxing hurriedly stopped him. No. We can't do this at all. Would she personally admit that she is deceiving us? Feng Zhenxing was worried that Daiboki had always pampered his beloved disciple, and if he knew that Huang Yueli was his fiancée, although he would still be angry, but on account of Lu Baiyan's face, he might just show mercy and not chase her out of the Alchemist Guild. In this way, wouldn't their efforts have gone to naught? He hurriedly thought of another idea. I have an idea. Aren't this batch of apprentices under Steward Qing's charge? These jade boxes containing the medicinal herbs must be retrieved by him as well. Later on, let's first ask Steward Qing over for questioning first. If there's any suspicious points, then let's follow that lead and continue checking. I'm sure we will be able to uncover the truth. Daiboki nodded his head. That's fine as well, then I'll send someone to get Steward Qing over. Feng Zhenxing hurriedly said, no need to trouble the guards. I'm feeling a little bored and would like to go out for a walk. I'll drop by and get Steward Qing over on the way. Saying that, he turned around and was about to leave the door, thinking to meet Steward Qing first to collude with him to scheme on Huang Yueli. Whoever knew that in the end, before he could even step out, Steward Qing walked over in quick steps. Feng Zhenxing was shocked and subconsciously wanted to walk forward to stop Steward Qing. Alas, by the time he thought of this, it was already too late. Daiboki's sharp eyes had already seen Steward Qing and called out for him loudly. Steward Qing, you're just in time. I have something to question you. You must answer me truthfully. Steward Qing went into a blank and turned his head back. He happened to see Feng Zhenxing squinting his eyes at him. He immediately reciprocated, assuming that he had already understood Feng Zhenxing's intention as he faced Daiboki. Yes, this subordinate understands. Will old master please ask? Daiboki replied with an N and spoke out. Let me ask you, did you receive the jade boxes personally with your own hands from today's apprentices in waiting? Steward Qing nodded. That's right. This subordinate personally saw them bring it over. Then, when they were harvesting these medicinal herbs, were you patrolling the scene as well? Daiboki asked again. Steward Qing uncontrollably paused for a moment. According to Daiboki's small courtyard regulations, when the batches of apprentices in waiting were working, he should occasionally patrol the area, but he was usually skiving on the job, so other than announcing the regulations and retrieving the jade boxes, he would never appear at the scene. But towards this question, he absolutely didn't dare to tell the truth. That's right, this subordinate often goes around to check. Then, when this batch of apprentices are harvesting, did they personally do it on their own? Are there any suspicious points? Steward Qing shook his head. No. Cough cough. Feng Zhenxing finally couldn't help but started coughing out loudly. Steward Qing turned back his head and took a look at Feng Zhenxing, completely unsure why he did so. Feng Zhenxing hurriedly gave a meaningful look at him, staring so much that his eyes almost started cramping. Steward Qin had a change of thought and suddenly understood something. That's right, Feng Zhenxing gave him such a huge advantage, just so to scheme against Divine Dr. Lu's little fiancé. But now that young lass had submitted the entire box, probably filled with weeds, Divine Dr. Dai must be furious. Moreover, he didn't believe that someone would be so dumb to submit in weeds, hence he was certain that someone was out to scheme this young lass, hence he summoned him over for questioning. So he must cling on to the truth that this matter was done personally by Huang Yueli, to substantiate her crime. With this thinking in mind, Steward Qin hurriedly added on, Divine Dr. Dai, don't worry. Under this subordinate supervision, no one would be able to practice fraud. I personally saw them pick the medicinal herbs one after another and also submit their jade boxes one by one. When they submitted their jade boxes, they were the ones who sealed it themselves, and the serial numbers were written on by me, so there is absolutely no confusion at all. Saying that, Steward Qin even gave Feng Zhenxing a delightful smile, assuming that he was explained perfectly and would be able to dispel Divine Dr. Dai's misgivings, helping Feng Zhenxing solve a huge trouble. But the face was when Feng Zhenxing heard this, his eyes went black and almost fainted. This. How did it turn out like this? He had finally thought of an idea to expose that wretched lass's real nature, but in the end, because of the dumbass Steward Qin, who thought that he was very smart, it actually proved that these medicinal herbs' origins were no issue at all. This was simply moving the rock to smash on his own feet. As expected, when Divine Dr. Dai heard Steward Qin's words, his joy was shown on his face as his feelings were even more agitated. Good. That's just great. Looks like the medicinal herbs are indeed harvested by her personally, there's no issue now. That's simply great. He took a few steps back and lifted his head looking outside the door as he asked anxiously, what's the matter? Why is the person who has been sent to look for the apprentice still not back? Isn't it just passing a message? Is there a need to spend so much time? No way, I must head over personally to take a look. Saying that, Dai Boki could no longer wait and walked out in large strides as he headed out of the door personally. Feng Zhenxing's expression changed as he tried to talk up and stop him. Wait, Divine Dr. Dai, how could you head over personally? This is simply lowering your own status. But Dai Boki waved his hand and replied unconcernedly, for this peerless genius, even if it means to lower my status, what does it matter? What do you guys know? He was saying that and already walking out in anticipation. Feng Zhenxing's face turned green because he had totally not expected that things would take an unexpected turn to such a step. Shouldn't this wretched lass be chased out of the Alchemist Guild? Why was it now that not only was she not chased away, instead, she had changed into Dai Boki's eyes peerless genius? Dai Boki had always had a ridiculously high standard, and he didn't even approve of the Alchemist Guild's president, him. But right now, he actually lowered his own status, just to personally head over to ask that wretched lass to take him as her master? This was simply meeting a living ghost. When Steward Qin, who was standing by the side, saw Dai Boki leaving in such an agitated and excited manner, he somehow felt that something was not right and finally realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. Feng. President Feng, what's going on exactly? Steward Qin was a little apprehensive as he asked, carefully. When Feng Zhenxing saw his look, his anger just suddenly rose up. He gave Steward Qin a fierce stare. You're really a dumbass. Do you know that the medicinal herbs in the jade box had been switched by someone? It's not a pile of weeds stored inside, but 40 overstocks of high-level droughtland pearl lotuses? Steward Qin's mouth opened agape as he was tongue-tied. What? How could that be possible? Although I didn't see her do the harvesting with my own eyes, but I'm certain that she had not left Divine Dr. Dai's small courtyard, so even if she wanted to engage in this fraudulent activity, there's no chance for her to leave and look for those medicinal herbs. 40 over stalks of droughtland pearl lotuses, surely that's not something which is easy to find anywhere, right? Feng Zhenxing also knew this point, but other than Huang Yueli switching these medicinal herbs sneakily, he simply couldn't think of any other possibility. Feng Xiaoyan was even more miserable than anyone else. She was injured because of Huang Yueli twice previously and had finally managed to recuperate slightly, but in order to make Huang Yueli run into bad luck, she braced herself to go knock against the jade boxes, hence inflicting serious injury once again onto herself. But in the end, not only did she not manage to stir up anything, instead it even allowed that wretched lass to obtain such a huge advantage. How do you know that she hasn't left the small courtyard? Anyway, that pearl lotuses in the number 8 jade box is something that everyone saw, so it would absolutely not be wrong. Haven't you seen the euphoric divine Dr. Dai was? What a complete bungler you are. Feng Zhenxing was trembling as he shouted, so infuriated that he could barely stop himself from punching Steward Qin. Maybe it's because both Feng Xiaoyan father-daughter duo's gazes were too ferocious looking and too frightening. Steward Qin trembled as he heard fear in his heart. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters president had a huge amount of power and his entire family was staying within the Alchemist Guild to make a living. Offending the president and his daughter would absolutely result in a miserable ending. Moreover, that seemingly dignified and virtuous eldest young Miss Feng was actually a vicious and sinister person on the dark side. Right at this moment, he was feeling extremely regretful. Suddenly Steward Qin's mind flashed past a thought as he hurriedly said, wait, both of you, well both of you don't throw your tempers first. Things aren't as bad as what you expected. I still have a way to expose that little slut's real face. Feng Xiaoyan was already planning to drag this fellow, who had spoiled their plans, to be beaten to death, but upon hearing this, she looked over suspiciously. What idea? If you come out with some lousy ideas again, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. Steward Qin wiped the sweat off his head. Yes, this idea should be effective. Will eldest young miss please inspect? Really? This young lady will believe you once again. Tell us your idea? Yes. President Feng, eldest young miss, think about it. Although we don't know what method that Bairuoli used to change the medicinal herbs to deceive divine Dr. Dai, but she doesn't have any pill refining innate talent at all, and that cinches it. Someone fake will absolutely not be real. There's nothing wrong in putting it like this. Then, what plan do you have to expose her? Steward Qin's voice was suppressed even lower. I have an idea. In the room where the apprentices in waiting were staying. Huang Yueli casually flipped a medical book and after reading it for a while, she prepared to take a rest earlier. Alas, she had just laid down when a shuffle of clamoring came from outside, which made her unable to sleep. With no alternative, she had no choice but to run out to check on it. The apprentices in the other cubicles were along the same corridor and the soundproofing was very bad. At this very moment, other than Huang Yueli, all the other apprentices were crowded along the corridor. Quickly go and take a look. I heard that divine Dr. Dai sent someone over to ask us all to gather in front to announce this round of assessment results. What? So fast? Hadn't Steward Qin said that we must wait until tomorrow morning to get the result? Heavens knows what's going on. Perhaps divine Dr. Dai happens to be free, so they're announcing the results earlier? Sigh, no matter if it's announced earlier or later, the result will still be the same. I only harvested 5 to 6 stalks of medicinal herbs this time and the condition wasn't very good. This time I will definitely be eliminated. Looks like tomorrow morning I'll have to separate with senior brothers. What are you saying? The medicinal herbs that I harvested are almost the same as your, so probably I'd be chased away as well. Shi Yali was boasting this afternoon that she had successfully harvested 15 stalks. Indeed, one of the more outstanding geniuses within our batch, comparing one against another is so irritating. I really envy her so much. When the other apprentices heard that, they also started to exclaim in admiration at Shuyali's results. To be able to harvest a medicinal herb at 2 levels higher and successfully harvesting so many, this kind of innate talent would at least allow her to become a 7th-ranked pill master. How would they not envy her? Shuyali's face was filled with complacency as she walked with light steps towards the front hall. When she submitted the jade box, she was certain that this time she would absolutely be able to get first place. Moreover, her luck was also very good. The success rate of her harvest was much higher than usual, which had exceeded her usual performance. She self-assumed that having the standard of being able to harvest 15 stalks, she should be able to show her face in front of Divine Dr. Dai for a moment. Having suffered grievances in Divine Dr. Dai's courtyard for an entire 3 days, she was just waiting for this moment to let the other pill masters know that Shuyali's innate talent superseded those from her generation. Huang Yueli followed walking out too. Shuyali happened to walk past her room door, and when she turned back, she saw Huang Yueli's slim and graceful figure. Her eyes squinted as a surge of jealousy gushed up in her heart. If one were to ask who she hated the most, the number 1 person would absolutely belong to Huang Yueli right now. Originally Huang Yueli, who bore such a devastating gorgeous look which could cause harm to the country and people, even monopolizing all of Liu Baiyan's attention, had already made Shuyali extremely uncomfortable. But unfortunately a few days ago, she was slapped on the face by Huang Yueli. In front of the other pill masters, her memorization wasn't comparable to Huang Yueli, and that matter had already become a small episode and laughing point for the others to gossip about while they were idle. Now she finally had the chance to gain back her face. Shuyali intentionally walked next to Huang Yueli and sneered, "Isn't this young Miss Bai? Are you also out to listen to the assessment results? Speaking of this, I really admire your skin, it's really thick. If I were you, I'd have long dug a hole and hid inside it. Where would I find the cheek to embarrass myself?" Huang Yueli shot a glance at her with a smile, which didn't look like a smile. "I wonder, who's the one who will be embarrassed?" When Shuyali heard that, she couldn't help but laughed out loudly. "Ha ha ha, this is really killing me. Surely you wouldn't have assumed that just casually harvesting the medicinal herb would be considered as successful, right? When you submitted it, it was practically a pile of withered dried grass. Are you still dreaming that you will be able to win me?" Huang Yueli's face still retained a faint smile on her face when she heard her finishing her words. "If I really win you, what will you say about that?" Hearing that, Shuyali finally stopped laughing as she turned her head back and looked at her suspiciously. What trickery are you up to now?" Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders and said, "What other things could I possibly come out with? I only want to remind you not to be too full with your words, in case you overturn your boat like the last time. It wouldn't be worth it to be slapped hard on the face again." She spoke gently as her sweet voice sounded melodious even though she was making out threatening words. However, this tone made Shuyali feel even more uncomfortable instead. Thinking of the last time when she completely lost to Huang Yueli, her heart hurt so much as though it was on fire. "Stop right there." She moved forward once more and stopped Huang Yueli. "Do you really think that you are able to win? Do you dare to have another bet with me again?" Huang Yueli stopped her footsteps. "Bet again? Are you certain?" Shuyali was actually feeling a little apprehensive because the previous time, Huang Yueli also used the same kind of tone with this kind of indifferent look. Back then, she felt that Huang Yueli was certain to lose, but in the end, the other party was just pretending to be a boar to eat the tiger, scamming her viciously. Then this time, Shuyali bit her lips hard. "I'm certain. This time round it depends on a pill master's real skill, you'll lose for certain. Later, I also want you to lower your head and apologize to me, admitting that you can't be compared to me." "Then what if I win?" "If you win, I will stop being a pill master anymore." Shuyali was agitated and the words shot out of her mouth. Huang Yueli laughed and said, "There's no need to do that. Your pill refining innate talent is not so bad, so wouldn't it be a waste to not be a pill master? If you lose, no matter what rank pill master you become in future, half of the medicinal pills you refine in future must be given to me free of charge as compensation. How about that? When Xianxia heard that, she sneered, your idea isn't too bad, intending to let me refine pills for you for free? Too bad. It's all daydreaming. Then we shall agree on this. Huang Yueli didn't make any more explanations as she smiled and turned to leave. From the other pill master's conversations, she had already heard that Xianxia only managed to harvest 15 stalks of medicinal herbs, so she definitely could not match up to her. Even though she didn't know why she could harvest that many, but only a fool would not take advantage, so she naturally wouldn't let such a good chance go. In such an easy and simple way, a free indentured labor has been lured into her hands. The both of them entered the main hall one after another. A middle-aged steward dressed in a grey long robe was already waiting impatiently, and on seeing them, he immediately asked, "Are these the last two?" "Now everyone is finally all here." Xianxia automatically walked up to welcome him as she said, "Master Steward, everyone is here, so may I ask who is the number one place for this round, and has that person managed to satisfy Divine Dr. Dai? Does that person have any qualification to stay back to be the apprentice?" The middle-aged steward's expression was very strange. Apprentice? What joke are you cracking? This time round, among everyone in this batch, someone is running high on luck. Divine Dr. Dai had personally witnessed the fruits of your harvest and was so happy that he's going amok. There's a peerless genius here with an extremely high pill refining innate talent, and the future for that person is incomparable to Divine Dr. Liu. He specially asked me to bring her over, preparing to take her in as his direct disciple. What? Hearing that, everyone revealed an astonished look, and at the same time, everyone shot their gazes over to Xianxia. Xianxia first went into a blank and subsequently, her face revealed an overjoyed expression. No matter if it was herself or any of the other younger pill masters, everyone thought that if there was anyone in this batch who had caught Divine Dr. Dai's eye, then that person would absolutely be Xianxia. No matter if it was in the beginning of the selection assessments or later on in the harvesting stage, her performance had always been the most outstanding one. Moreover, her standard had outshone all the other apprentices by a huge distance. Momentarily, everyone's gazes towards Xianxia was filled with envy. Xianxia simply too lucky to be able to catch Divine Dr. Dai's eye and to be taken in as his direct disciple? I envy her so much. That's right, to me, even if I have a chance to be an apprentice under Divine Dr. Dai, I will be laughing even in my dreams. Have you all heard what the steward said? He said Xianxia will gain greater achievements than Divine Dr. Liu in future. What kind of innate talent is that? Simply too terrifying. How could such a genius like that appear? Other than being envious, quite a number of them were feeling jealous, and their words as though it had been laced with lemon. But speaking of this, although Xianxia's innate talent is much better than ours, but it's also not that ridiculously strong, right? To be comparable with Divine Dr. Liu. Is she really that incredible? Right, I heard that Divine Dr. Liu's harvesting success rate is above 60% and she merely picked 10 over stalks. How could that be possible? Has anything gone wrong anywhere? The crowd were looking towards Xianxia suspiciously. Xianxia heard those words, but instead of feeling guilty, she straightened her spine as she shot a cold laugh at those people, her lips curling up into a smile of ridicule. Why? Not convinced? Could this steward here be lying? He already said that Divine Dr. Dai said this personally, so don't you believe Divine Dr. Dai's judgment? He said I have the innate talent, and that meant that I really have. I advise you all to treat me courteously. After all, in future I will become Divine Dr. Dai's direct disciple, and our statuses in the guild will no longer be the same. Honestly speaking, Xianxia herself doesn't understand why Dai Boki will give such a high evaluation of the medicinal herbs that she submitted. but Dai Boki's words represent authority, and his foresight has always been sharp. That year when Liu Bian was still a child who didn't know anything much, he had already been picked out by Dai Boki to be accepted as his direct disciple, which was akin to ascending to heaven in a single step. Back then, many people could not understand the reason for him doing that, but in the end, reality proved itself. Dai Boki's foresight was absolutely first-rated. Now Xianxia assumed that Dai Boki was referring to herself when he said her innate talent was comparable to Liu Bian, so she was naturally unable to contain her joy, so she became extremely complacent in a second, as though she had already become a 9th-ranked pill master. The words she used towards the other pill masters became extremely impolite. When the other pill masters heard what she said, they were all feeling uncomfortable in their hearts. Some bolder ones even went up directly to the steward and asked, "Master Steward, may I ask if what you said earlier was the truth? Divine Dr. Dai really wants to take someone from our batch of apprentices to be his direct disciple?" The middle-aged steward swept him a glance. "This kind of matter, I don't dare to speak casually and randomly." This is absolutely the exact words which Divine Dr. Dai said. Divine Dr. Dai thinking highly of this young lady's innate talent and simply cannot wait to take her in as an apprentice. I've been serving Divine Dr. Dai for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen him so excited. From everyone's responses, the middle-aged steward also assumed that Xianxia was the person whom Dai Boki wanted to look for. He knew that based on the amount of value he placed on the new disciple, this pill master would absolutely fly into the skies in future to become a genius which the entire alchemist guild would nurture the most, and her status in the guild would be extremely high. Hence he took the initiative to express goodwill towards Xianxia. "This young lady, in future you will be Divine Dr. Dai's favorite disciple, so in future, we servants are indebted to you for care." When Xianxia saw that the stewards who were rather arrogant in the daytime were actually bowing down to her right now, it made her extremely complacent and she almost couldn't stop herself from jumping up excitedly. But with a change of thoughts that she would become a 9th-ranked pill master to be, she must pay attention to her image. Hence, she forcibly controlled herself to put on a calm and composed look as she smiled and nodded. "Not a problem, not a problem." The middle-aged steward continued, "Divine Dr. Dai is still waiting in the rear courtyard. Will young miss please follow me to pay your respects to your master?" "Yes, please lead the way." Xianxia was just waiting for this sentence as she immediately nodded her head impatiently. But when she reached the door, she suddenly recalled something and stopped in her tracks. "Wait, there's something that I've not dealt with yet, I almost forgot about it." Saying that, she turned around and with a smug look, her gaze shot towards Huang Yueli. "By Ruoli, the bet we made earlier, surely you haven't forgotten about it, right?" Huang Yueli had been standing by the side, silently watching her putting on the look whereby she thought highly of herself as she quietly shook her head but didn't say anything much. It was until Xianxia called out her name before she calmly replied, "Of course I haven't forgotten." Xianxia was smiling happily. "Then what are you waiting for? Still not going to apologize to me? Earlier you said many things to malign me, didn't you feel that I'm beneath you? How about now? Know what a real genius is now?" Her words were filled with smugness. After all, before today, she had not even dreamt of herself becoming Dai Boki's direct disciple. Now it was really a huge cake which had dropped onto her head, which made her so delighted that she couldn't even remember what her name was. She originally thought that when Huang Yueli saw the current situation, she would definitely be so ashamed that she was unable to show her face, hence would immediately tone herself down to apologize to her. However, Huang Yueli's face still bore the insipid and easy expression as her tone retained peaceful. "Apologize? Do you feel that you have one?" Xianxia frowned as she gave a sneer. "Why? Surely you aren't thinking of regening on your debts, right? The principle of you willing to bet, so you must accept to lose, surely you know, right? Or do you assume that just because you have Divine Dr. Lu's backing, so you can be disrespectful to me?" Get things straight, you're merely Divine Dr. Dai's fiancé, just relying on a man. Whereas I will be Divine Dr. Lu's future junior sister, and in future I will be an extremely incredible pill grandmaster. What qualifications do you have to be disrespectful towards me? Huang Yueli shook her head and spoke out slowly, young Miss Shu, on account that your innate talent isn't too bad, hence I'm giving you this word of advice. As a human, one must know yourself well. Did you really think that with those few stalks of aromatic silk jade grass of yours, it would make Divine Dr. Dai take a fancy towards you and also to be accepted as his direct disciple? Xiaoli indeed felt that it was unfathomable. But she was being extremely complacent right now, so she totally couldn't focus her attention to think about this in detail. Even if she was feeling puzzled, she would also intentionally neglect it. Moreover speaking, there were so many pill masters looking at her, so how would Xiaoli possibly be deflated at this moment in time? She stared fiercely at Huang Yueli and said, "What do you mean? Did you really think that Divine Dr. Dai's foresight would go wrong? You're such an unknowledgeable country lass, totally unaware of how incredible Divine Dr. Dai is. He must have seen something from the aromatic silk jade grass, which I picked, hence he said that I have the innate talent." Huang Yueli's brows rose as she asked, "Then what's so special about your aromatic silk jade grass, that is able to make Divine Dr. Dai so shocked, saying that you're comparable to Brother Lu?" Xiaoli's tongue was tied as she totally could not answer this question. But she still put on a brave front, "How would I know? But Divine Dr. Dai's foresight would absolutely not go wrong. You are obviously jealous of me, hence you said this. I advise you not to pester on endlessly, Xiaoli's words did not come to a full stop when she suddenly heard something behind her saying, The middle-aged steward was listening to the both of them squabble, and after listening for some time, he finally would not suppress the puzzlement in his heart as he asked, "Wait, both ladies, earlier you mentioned that this young lady harvested the aromatic silk jade grass?" Huang Yueli nodded her head immediately. Xiaoli went into a blank. "That's right, is there a problem?" The middle-aged steward frowned and said, "But earlier the jade box, which Divine Dr. Dai saw, was not filled with aromatic silk jade grass?" "What did you say?" Xiaoli's eyes turned wide, as she cried out in disbelief. "Impossible. My jade box is the number 1 jade box, and there are 15 stalks of aromatic silk jade grass laid inside. Moreover, it's extremely complete, only a small number of stalks have slight damages." Could it be that Divine Dr. Dai had not seen it? Middle-aged steward recollected his memories and said, "Yes, there's this box, and Divine Dr. Dai said the aromatic silk jade grass is very normal, barely could just make do with it. The owner of the number 1 jade box can stay and try out to see if she could be an apprentice. If her performance is not up to mark, then make her leave." "What? What did you say?" "Impossible. It's not possible." Xiaoli totally didn't believe her ears as she went into a blank for some time before she finally understood the middle-aged steward's meaning in his words. Momentarily, she seemed to have been struck by lightning as she was entirely dazed. The other pill masters all started to bustle. "What's going on? This steward says that the person is not Xiaoli? That's strange, Xiaoli should be the most outstanding one among us. Why is it that Divine Dr. Dai had taken an interest in someone else? Hey, let's not bother about Xiaoli. Quickly think, if it's not her, then, who is it?" The pill masters were looking at each other in dismay. Although their appearances didn't reflect anything much, but their minds and hearts were all overturning with waves. Because if it wasn't Xiaoli, the remaining pill masters' standards were similar to one another. Would it mean that this person was likely to be themselves? Xiaoli felt the gazes coming from all around and sensed that she herself was embarrassed to the extreme as her face instantly flushed red as she couldn't wait to hide her head into a hole. She thought about it for some time but still felt that it was impossible as she couldn't stop herself from shooting right towards the front of the steward. "Master Steward, have you got it wrong? If it's not me, who else could it be? Among this batch of apprentices, no one could match up to me. Quickly think through it carefully, you must have remembered wrongly. Xianxia was extremely agitated, and when she rushed towards the steward, her hair was scattered loosely and she was trembling from head to toe with an extremely flushed face which looked terrifying, looking no different from a lunatic. The middle-aged steward was shocked by her as he hurriedly stepped backwards, to evade her, as a look of disgust was revealed on his face. "Young Miss Shu, what do you mean by this? I have always been conscientious while carrying out my tasks, so how would I possibly get things wrong? The disciple whom Divine Dr. Dai wanted to take in is not you. Will you please move aside, because I still need to look for the real genius." "What? Impossible. Divine Dr. Dai is definitely looking for me, it's me. I am the only third-ranked pill master here, whereas all the others are all second-ranked. They can't possibly be some genius. These trash, how would Divine Dr. Dai even take any interest in them?" Xianxia totally didn't believe these words as she couldn't help but screeched sharply. Hearing that, the other pill masters weren't willing to overlook it any longer. "Xianxia, what do you mean by that? You yourself can't enter Divine Dr. Dai's eye, but you feel that everyone else also can't? That's right, aren't you too full of yourself? Do you think that you're the only genius? Everyone was able to be selected as an apprentice candidate, who doesn't have some skills up their sleeves? That's right. If it's not you, then it's not you. Can't you just admit that you just can't match up to someone else? Showing this look, isn't that a little too ugly looking?" The pill masters all put up an indignant look, expressing their disdain towards Xianxia. Xianxia was so infuriated that she almost fainted. These people were just fawning on her earlier, hoping to hug her thigh, but on seeing that they'd got it wrong, they immediately turned around to ridicule her, couldn't wait to hit her when she was down. "Master Steward, please tell us quickly, who did Divine Dr. Dai take interest in?" The pill masters were asking impatiently. Middle-aged steward regained his senses and gave a cough as he spoke. "There is no name on the jade box, so I also don't know this pill master's name, but the number on the jade box should be number 8. "What? Number 8? Is there a mix-up? How could it be number 8? "That's right, it could be any number, but it is not possible to be number 8. Middle-aged steward was speaking halfway when he was interrupted by those astonished pill masters. It really wasn't that they wanted to interrupt him, but this news was simply too shocking, simply unfathomable to the max. Who didn't know that the number 8 jade box was submitted by Huang Yueli? If it was anyone else, it was still passable, but Huang Yueli, she had no ounce of profound energy at all, and no pill refining innate talent. How could this possibly be real? Unless Divine Dr. Dai's eyes were blind. Middle-aged steward's expression turned uglier. "What do you mean? I said that I will absolutely not get it wrong." Divine Dr. Dai had checked the number 8 jade box, and moreover, it was entirely filled with the Droughtland pearl lotuses. Droughtland pearl lotuses. When the middle-aged steward set out the medicinal herbs in the box, the pill masters were instantly dumbstruck. Everyone's medicinal herbs type was different, and everyone knew that the medicine farm which Huang Yueli was tending to was the Droughtland pearl lotuses. The medicinal herb and number all matched up, and if they were to still continue saying that there was a mix-up, it would really not be plausible. But, how could it be? The middle-aged steward saw that no one was talking as he pursued his questioning. "Who is the owner of the number 8 jade box? In future, you will be the half-owner of our small courtyard." Earlier, this subordinate had recognized the wrong person, so will you please don't take offense with me? Under the crowd's astonished attentive watch, Huang Yueli slowly walked out as she nodded her head towards the middle-aged steward. "The number 8 jade box is mine." Although everyone already had a premonition in their minds, but when they really heard Huang Yueli admitting it personally, it still made everyone present go into shock. The middle-aged steward immediately bowed to her respectfully. "May I ask, what is your surname, young miss?" Huang Yueli replied, "My surname is Bai." "Young Miss Bai, may I know how many stalks of Droughtland pearl lotuses are stored in your jade box? Could you please reply to this question, so that this subordinate can tally the figures?" Middle-aged steward respectfully asked. Earlier, he had mistook the wrong person, which made him extremely embarrassed, so this time round, he just wanted to verify. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she said, "There should be 50, no, should be 48 stalks of Droughtland pearl lotuses in the jade box." She almost said the wrong quantity in a moment of haste, because when she removed the pearl lotuses from the box, she really didn't count the quantity carefully, merely thinking that the quantity was definitely enough, hence she casually swiped some away. Now that she had to state the exact figure, it was rather tough to recall it, but luckily her memory was astonishing, hence she managed to recall it. When the middle-aged steward heard that the figures matched up, he knew that this time round he definitely did not get the wrong person, so the respectful expression on his face grew even more obvious, and when he spoke, his waist almost bent so low until it almost touched the ground. "Young Miss Bai, Divine Dr. Dai is waiting for you in the rear courtyard. May I ask you to move and follow this subordinate over to meet?" When Huang Yueli heard that, her face expressed some hesitations. About this, it might not be suitable. When the middle-aged steward heard that, he went into a blank and lifted up his head in shock. Shouldn't anyone who heard that they were being summoned by Divine Dr. Dai immediately rush over in excitement? Why was it that this young lass seemed as though she wasn't the least excited, and from her tone it seemed that she had the meaning of rejecting this? "Young Miss Bai, could it be that you're not willing to acknowledge Divine Dr. Dai as your master?" "It wasn't that I'm unwilling, but my situation is not quite the same as what Divine Dr. Dai thought, so he might possibly be disappointed." Huang Yueli frowned slightly, thinking how she should explain that she was Lu Baiyan's fiancée. The middle-aged steward didn't understand what she said and was about to ask for a clear reason when Yali suddenly understood what she meant, and giving a cold sneer, she butted into their conversation. "Ha, I finally understand why. Bairuoli must have done something secretly. She totally doesn't have any pill master's innate talent, so how could she possibly harvest so many medicinal herbs? It's totally impossible. And there's 48 stalks. Does she think that she's in the vegetable farm harvesting carrots? Mr. Steward, there must be a problem somewhere." The other pill masters were also shocked by that astonishing figure of 48 stalks. Right now, when they heard Shiyali's words, all of them seemed as though they had just awoken from their dream. "That's right, 48 stalks. How could that be possible? Her harvesting success rate is actually 60%. She had already reached Divine Dr. Lu's standard? Isn't that a little too fake? Anyway, I don't believe it. That's right, this is just so fake until it's too exaggerated. Who could believe in such a matter?" The pill masters all had a dubious look on their faces. It was not strange that they weren't able to accept this. All of them were pill refining talents whom the Alchemist Guild had placed emphasis on nurturing. Not to mention that they had outstanding talent, they had even gone through many years of tough training, so their pill refining skills were extremely adept. In the end, the medicinal herbs which they harvested couldn't be matched up to a young lass with no profound energy? This was simply a joke. Middle-aged steward frowned and barked out sharply to berate them. "Enough, Divine Dr. Dai's decision." Just at this moment, a loud bang was heard coming from behind them. The door at the corner of the corridor was pushed open abruptly, and immediately following that, the silhouette of the silver-haired Daiboki appeared in front of everyone. His face was flushed with a tinge of red from excitement as his footsteps were quick as he walked over in anticipation along the corridor, and at the same time, he couldn't help but hollered loudly. "Steward Su, what's going on with you? I asked you to come look for my disciple, why haven't you returned for such a long time? Just this bit of matter, you haven't even settled it after such a long time?" When Steward Su heard his voice, he scurried over to bow and pay his respects. "Divine Dr. Dai, it's already so late at night, why have you come over personally?" It's this subordinate's negligence that I've almost mistaken for the wrong person, hence causing a bit of delay. Mistaken for the wrong person? What's going on? Daiboki's brows creased as he waved his hand impatiently. No matter what's going on, now point out to me quickly, which one of them is my beloved disciple. Steward Su hurriedly waved his hand towards Huang Yueli's direction and replied respectfully, "It's this young Miss Bai." When Daiboki saw Huang Yueli, his eyes lit up and immediately walked over in a few big strides. "It's this young lass? Looks really lively." Good, not bad at all." "Quick, tell master, what's your name? How old are you this year?" Huang Yueli cupped her hands and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing tone when she heard that. "Nice to meet you, Divine Dr. Dai. This junior is Baoruoli, 16 years old this year." "You've probably mistaken, I'm actually." She wanted to clarify her identity, but Daiboki was just too anxious as he totally didn't even listen to whatever she wanted to say and just interrupted her. "Why are you still calling Divine Dr. Dai? Quickly address as master. I'm going to take you as my disciple for sure. This master had not seen a genius like you for several decades. Based on your innate talent, if you work hard, it won't be hard to become a 9th-ranked pill master in future. This master will definitely coach you properly." When Huang Yueli heard that, she blinked her eyes, apparently extremely astonished. It was simply because Daiboki's words made one too surprised, not to mention the other pill masters. Even for herself, she also found it hard to accept what he said. It was a sure thing that she didn't have any profound energy. Although she also discovered that her affinity with plants was extremely strong, so strong that no one was able to believe it, but this didn't change the fact that she did not have any pill refining innate talent. Daiboki actually said that she could become a 9th-ranked pill master? Her first reaction was that Daiboki must have got something wrong somewhere. Moreover, her motive had originally been to pass this round of assessment, to be able to meet Divine Dr. Dai successfully, but now that she had really met him, but Daiboki was evidently mistaken. Could he really feel that she had outstanding innate talent? In this way, she really didn't know how to conclude this. While she was in a daze, Daiboki already couldn't suppress himself as he stared at her anxiously, unable to stop himself from continuing. "Young lass, you're still so young, so you probably don't have any sweetheart yet, right? This old man has an elder disciple, haha, and he's your senior brother. I believe you must have heard of the 9th-ranked pill master Lu Bian, right? Have you met him in person? It's not that this old man is blowing my own trumpet, but your senior brother doesn't only have a high standard of pill refining, his looks are also extremely outstanding and a lot of young ladies all like him." Huang Yueli blinked, and blinked again with a silly expression on her face while looking at this elderly man. What Daiboki was trying to say, surely, it wasn't what she thought it was, right? The truth was, a woman's instinct was indeed incredibly accurate. As expected, Daiboki started again, but this old man had already said this long ago. Those women with terrible innate talent totally aren't worthy of him. Only a pill-refining genius like you is most compatible with him. When Yenna returns, this old man will be the decision-maker, to let you two become engaged earlier. He rubbed his palms as he strode up and down. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became and the more he felt that this idea was extremely marvelous. Oh my, this is what's known as a match made in heaven. This old man has taken in a pair of exceptional geniuses as my disciples, and the both of you will be like this old man's son and daughter. In future give birth to a baby for this old man to play with, then this old man's life is considered complete. Cough cough, Divine Dr. Dai, things are not what you thought it is, listen to me, Huang Yueli's expression looked like she didn't know if she should laugh or cry. What were these considered as? Wasn't Daiboki just hooting a couple of days ago, saying that he would absolutely not admit a trash like her? Why was it that he suddenly changed his mind, and even talked about giving birth to a baby or something like that, as though he couldn't wait to send Lu Bian and her into the bridal room? The more she heard, the more it didn't make sense, and she hurriedly coughed a few times, in an attempt to clarify things. But Daiboki was just simply too excited as he totally refused to listen to what she said. Moreover, he even hump-fed angrily, "Why are you still addressing me as Divine Dr. Dai? Quickly call me master? Why is there such a retarded young lass like you? Don't you even know the rituals of formally becoming an apprentice to a master?" Cough, I really am not. Really are not what? Could it be that you have your misgivings? Have you heard that Yenner had already found another woman outside and even said that he would get engaged to her? Don't you worry, that kind of low-class woman like her, this old man will absolutely not acknowledge her. He's just momentarily bewitched, merely taking interest in her beauty, that's all. But this old man feels that you're obviously prettier than her. Relax, this old man's own disciple. I know myself that the person he truly likes are beautiful women with heaven-defying innate talent. Moreover, the minute he falls in love with one, he would be extremely devoted, so just having a pretty face will not be able to retain his heart. Just like that year, cough, let's not talk about what happened back then. Anyway, he will definitely like you, so don't you worry. Leave it all to this old man. Daiboki grew more and more satisfied with Huang Yueli, and the smile on his face was totally unstoppable. He felt that he was crushed by a huge cake, which had fallen out from the sky. A young lass with such great innate talent, taken in under his wing by him. If he were to nurture 2 ninth-ranked disciples, then he Daiboki would be the first in the entire history of Soaring Heaven's continent. His reputation would go down in history. Moreover, this young lass was so beautiful, he didn't believe that Lu Bian would not be aroused by her. Lu Bian probably wouldn't even need him, this old man, to act as a hindrance, and the former would ditch that unfocused fiancé of his. While he was being excited, he suddenly felt that something was amiss, so he waited for quite a while, but he still didn't hear the sound of Huang Yueli kneeling down to kowtow to him. "Young lass, what's the matter with you?" Daiboki frowned, as he lowered his head and stared at her. Huang Yueli was stunned earlier. Not only was she embarrassed, she just simply wanted to vomit blood. After so long, this elderly grandpa totally didn't know who she was. And he even wanted to wreck Lu Bian and his fiancé. Sigh, this mistake was really huge right now. How was she going to explain about this? If Daiboki found out that whatever he had imagined earlier were all not going to be fulfilled, would his embarrassment turn into fury? Huang Yueli kept thinking about this, but since there was no other way out, she could only brace herself to open her mouth. "Divine Dr. Dai, I cannot become your disciple." "Why? Could it be that you despise this old man?" "It's not that this old man is blowing my own trumpet. In terms of medical skills, this old man might not be comparable to Yenner, but if we're talking about teaching disciples, 10 of him might not even match up to 1 of me." Daiboki immediately refused, as he blew his whiskers and eyes popping out as he immediately rebuked her. Huang Yueli immediately voiced out, "Divine Dr. Dai, you're mistaken. It's not that I don't wish to acknowledge you as my master, but I have my reasons. Can we change a place, and I'll explain it to you slowly." Her injury was something which she didn't want too many people to know about. Moreover, now that the misunderstanding was so grave, she would need to spend quite an amount of effort before she was able to explain clearly. Moreover, she needed to be careful to not anger this straightforward elderly man. She didn't want too many people to eavesdrop on them. However, not waiting for Daiboki to say anything, someone cried out before first. "Why, by Ruoli, why do you need to change a place? Worried that when you're telling a lie, you'd be exposed by us? You really treat everyone as a fool. To watch you cheat Divine Dr. Dai with our eyes wide open, using such lousy underhanded methods to become Divine Dr. Dai's direct disciple?" Shui Yali was just by the side listening, and the more she heard, the more jealous she became. Divine Dr. Dai was actually this nice to this wretched lass? On what basis? The pill master with the best innate talent among this batch of apprentices was obviously Xiyali. This kind of special treatment should all rightfully belong to her. And not that trash of a lass. Daiboki had always been someone who protects his own people, and although Huang Yueli had yet formally greeted him as master, but from the moment he planned to take Huang Yueli in as his disciple, he had already treated her as one of his own people. Hearing someone talking bad about her, the elderly man immediately got upset. What do you mean? How dare you say that this old man's disciple is lying? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say that about her? Men, drive this fellow, who is sprouting rubbish, out of the Alchemist Guild. Yes. The guards accepted his order and immediately headed up to catch her. Xiyali had totally not expected that Daiboki's first reaction was actually to catch her as she went into a short daze, before she started struggling furiously. Let me go. Let me go. You bunch of imbeciles, let me go. What I'm saying is all the truth. By Ruoli, she's a liar, divine Dr. Dai, you absolutely cannot be cheated by her. Humph, what gibberish. She's so noisy that she has interrupted this old man's good mood, still not going to drag her away quickly? Daiboki urged the guards furiously. Xiyali was dragged by the men along the corridor and she was almost about to leave Daiboki's vision. She grabbed the last bit of time as she started screeching. Divine Dr. Dai, by Ruoli, is the fiancé whom Divine Dr. Lu had brought from outside. She's that shameless slut who seduced Divine Dr. Lu. What did you say? Speak clearly the truth to this old man. Daiboki was stunned. Originally Xiyali wanted to say that Huang Yueli was a liar or something like that, but Daiboki couldn't even be bothered to listen to all those. He self-assumed that his own eyesight would never be wrong, and especially when it was with regards to medicinal herbs, he would absolutely not see wrongly. But on hearing that Huang Yueli was that legendary fiancé of Lu Baiyan's, this news was simply too surprising and simply had a huge impact. The guards loosened their grip and Xiyali immediately rushed towards Daiboki as she plopped onto the ground and shouted out loudly, Divine Dr. Dai, by Ruoli has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. Moreover, she doesn't have any pill refining innate talent at all, everything is all fake. Daiboki was still immersed in his shocked emotions as he couldn't help but asked, what's going on? Who can tell me exactly, what's all this about? Xiyali saw that he was hooked as a dark smile appeared on the corners of her lips, quickly grabbing the opportunity as she swiftly summarized everything. Divine Dr. Dai, by Ruoli is the girl whom Divine Dr. Lu brought back from outside some time ago, and is exactly the very lass whom you despise. This point is something that all the other apprentices know about, and if you don't believe me, you can also ask President Feng about it, everyone can testify on this. Daiboki originally still felt that it was impossible, but when he lifted his head to take a look at the surrounding people, everyone's expression seemed to verify the actuality of what Xiyali said. Daiboki's expression immediately turned ugly as he turned his head around and asked Huang Yueli, lass, is what she said true? Huang Yueli was rather helpless as well because she originally wanted to explain to him in private, but in the end, the truth was spilled by Xiyali in this matter. So if she wanted to explain the entire matter clearly, it wouldn't be that easy. She could only nod her head, that's right, I indeed came to the guild along with Brother Lu. Daiboki's face was filled with shock, as he couldn't help but take a few steps back and his face also paled, apparently he had received a rude shock. Divine Dr. Dai, be careful. Don't let anger get the better of you. The guards immediately hurried upwards, as they caught hold of him in a fluster. Daiboki took a couple of deep breaths, before he finally regained his senses as he stared at Huang Yueli, and said, impossible. How could you possibly be that trash of a lass? I've heard the others say that the fiancé whom Yenner brought back, other than a pretty face, is a totally useless person. But your innate talent is so outstanding. Wait, you don't have any profound energy on you? Huang Yueli silently sighed as she replied, that's right, I don't have any profound energy, but... Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xiaoli. Divine Dr. Dai, you've heard it for yourself and she has already admitted it. Admit that she intentionally concealed her identity, to get close to you, admit that she does not have any profound energy. So to speak, everything is fake. For a person without any profound energy, how could she successfully harvest the Droughtland pearl lotuses? Moreover, she harvested so many stalks. God knows what underhanded methods had she resorted to? A woman full of lies like her is definitely cheating you on purpose. Who knows what foxy methods she used to be able to be connected to Divine Dr. Liu. You definitely need to check on the truth. Xiaoli was saying these delightfully, as her gaze shot frequently towards Huang Yueli, her eyes hiding the pride of living high and looking down on her. She had been slapped on the face by Huang Yueli several times, so no matter how she thought about it, she was totally not reconciled. Until now, she thought that she had finally exposed Huang Yueli's real face, and that feeling of exaltation was especially uplifting in her heart. Dai Boki looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief, as he suffered a double blow. You really don't have any pill refining innate talent? That's right, you're already 16 and you don't have profound energy, but those with a bit of pill refining innate talent couldn't possibly be like this. His mood today was really considered as riding a roller coaster. Initially, he had no hopes towards this batch of apprentices when he suddenly discovered a peerless genius among them, which made him go wild with joy. Whoever knew that he had yet to be exhilarated when he suffered such a heavy blow? He had picked his disciple out of so many choices, but in the end, she was the one who he had always wanted to chase away, that trash who had seduced his disciple. Moreover, even he himself almost fell into this young lass's trap. Dai Boki was extremely furious, until his entire body was trembling. However much he was exhilarated earlier, he was just as angry right now. Thinking of just how silly he was for being so excited earlier, in the end it was all a bluff and he almost fainted from this. Moreover, Dai Boki was most particular about his face, and in front of so many young pill masters, he made such a big fool out of himself. His old face really couldn't hang on any longer, feeling that he was really so dumb to the max. With this thinking in mind and with his fury in his heart, he banged his fist hard on the table and shouted out furiously, "Good, your guts is really not little at all. Obviously with no pill refining talent but still got so many medicinal herbs to cheat me. Did you think this old man was a retard or something? Not only a trash, but also a liar. A woman like you still wishes to get married to my Yenner? Go dream about it. Men, catch her." Dai Boki raised his hand to summon his guards, expressing for them to catch her. Huang Yueli's reaction was swift as she extended her footwards, and with a misstep, she hid to one corner. The guards apparently didn't expect that a young lass with no profound energy could actually be that agile, and right before they could react in time, she had already slipped away. Huang Yueli immediately rushed towards Dai Boki as she swiftly started explaining. "Divine Dr. Dai, I can totally explain about this matter. Although it's true that I don't have any profound energy, but that doesn't mean that I don't have any pill refining innate talent. The Droughtland pearl lotuses in the number 8 jade box are indeed harvested by me personally, I can swear to heaven." Dai Boki originally liked this young lass a lot, but right now, he was still fuming and totally refused to listen to her explanation, merely giving a cold humph. "What joke are you cracking? No profound energy, but yet have pill refining innate talent? This kind of strange matter, this old man has never seen it in my entire life. Totally not possible for it to happen. At this kind of timing, you're still lying?" Huang Yueli frowned and said, "I'm really not lying, even I myself can't explain why it is that I am able to harvest medicinal herbs, but what I said is the entire truth." Huang Yueli's gaze was firm and attitude was resolute, as she had a natural bearing which made people convinced about her. When Dai Boki saw her clear eyes, he started to become a little suspicious. Could it be that this young lass really wasn't lying? But how could there be such a strange matter under the heavens? Yali was standing by the side as she hurriedly poured in more oil to the fumes. Divine Dr. Dai, don't be cheated by her. She is definitely thinking of some ghastly ideas again. By Ruoli, I advise you to report honestly, where did you get all these Droughtland pearl lotuses from? And how did you secretly smuggle them in? You've already been exposed, so stop trying to be so tight-lipped. If you tell the truth, perhaps Divine Dr. Dai might go lenient on you on account of Divine Dr. Liu. When Dai Boki heard Iu Bian's name, the fury, which had weakened, instantly spiraled up, once again. Enough. This old man has understood that you are coming out with this act, just to pretend that you have innate talent just for this old man to agree to you and Yenner's marriage? I'm telling you, unless this old man is dead, otherwise you can forget about getting married successfully with Yenner. Dai Boki was extremely angry. Men, still not going to throw this lass out? Huang Yueli hurriedly shrunk to one side as she hid behind the back of a chair. During this crucial moment, a bright idea suddenly hit upon her as she said, Divine Dr. Dai, if you don't believe me, I can personally harvest the medicinal herbs, to show you. Dai Boki was stunned when he heard that. You want to harvest the medicinal herbs on the spot? Huang Yueli saw the guard standing still and walked out from behind the chair. That's right, since you don't believe whatever I said, then surely seeing is believing, right? How about that? Dai Boki instinctively felt that something was amiss as he subconsciously shook his head. This old man will not be tricked by you. How is this considered as being tricked? Huang Yueli was all smiles as she said that. Haven't you already said that your foresight is the most accurate? Now I'm going to harvest the medicinal herbs on the spot, so if I come out with any trickery, surely you will be able to tell, right? Or am I right to say that you also feel that you've maligned me, hence you don't dare to allow me to prove myself? Dai Boki frowned as he stared at the young lady in front of him. After sizing her up for a while, his heart was filled with even more puzzlement. What was going on? He looked left and right, up and down, and this young lass still didn't have any profound energy, but she said that she was going to harvest the medicinal herbs, to prove herself. Such a sincere pledge, seeming as though it was real. Could it be that she really have a pill refining innate talent? This was simply inconceivable. Dai Boki simply didn't believe that such a matter would happen, but he also couldn't think of any other reason to reject Huang Yueli's request. At last, he gave a cold humph and said, All right, since you said so, then this old man shall give you one chance. No matter what trickery you come out with, if you're thinking to pull wool over this old man's eyes, that's just simply daydreaming. Huang Yueli smiled as she spoke out confidently, As long as you give me this chance, I will naturally let everyone know what's called the real deal. Then Divine Dr. Dai, which medicine farm should I head to? Hearing Dai Boki loosening his stance, Huang Yueli's heart finally eased. She was most afraid that old Grandpa Dai would indiscriminately chase her away directly. Now since there was a chance to perform on the spot, she naturally had nothing more to worry about. Moreover, she herself actually wanted to know why she had such strong earth-attributed affinity. She wondered, based on Dai Boki's foresight, would he be able to see through the underlying reason? Dainoki muttered to himself, then. We'll head over to. He was a little hesitant because he couldn't bear to let him high-grade medicinal herbs being ruined by Huang Yueli, but if the medicinal herbs grades were too low, there was no way to access the height of her standard. Just at this moment, in the corner of the corridor, came another shuffling of footsteps. The duo Feng Zhenxing and Feng Xiaoyan ran over in a hurry. Feng Xiaoyan's face was still hanging with a piece of veil, blocking her scarred complexion. But Huang Yueli merely took a look and recognized the both of them. Feng Zhenxing blocked Dai Boki and said, Divine Dr. Dai, will you please hold on for a while? Dai Boki waved his hand, President Feng, if you have something to discuss, then let's do it later, I have something urgent to settle now. Feng Zhenxing hurriedly said, earlier when I was on my way here, I've already heard that you wish to access by Ruoli's ability, so I have a suggestion. Oh? What kind of suggestion? Dai Boki asked, curiously. Feng Xianqing said, think about it, why would this young lass keep telling you that she wanted to harvest medicinal herbs? Could it be that she had done something to the medicine farm, hence she was so confident? Since it is to assess if she really has a pill refining innate talent, then we should change a topic to access her, in case she muggles through successfully. When Dai Boki heard that, he nodded his head. What you say does make some sense. What idea do you have then? When Feng Xianqing saw that his interest was piqued, he instantly freshened up. He came slightly later, because he had been in a discussion with Steward Qin, thinking about how to expose Huang Yueli's real look. At that time, the idea they thought about was to expose Huang Yueli's real identity, and the fact that she had no profound energy in front of Dai Boki, then later on to force her to verify her own standard in front of Dai Boki. What they had not expected was that by the time they arrived, Shui Yali had already spilled the beans on this before them. In this way, it actually saved them some trouble. Feng Xianqing said, Divine Dr. Dai, earlier Steward Qin and I were worrying that such a peerless genius suddenly popped out and we don't even know if it's real or fake, so we thought of a way to access her, so we prepared a couple of things. Men, bring it over. He clapped his hands and a few attendants carried a large box behind him and placed it among the crowd on the ground. After that, he took a few steps ahead and personally opened the box lid. Divine Dr. Dai, please have a look. Dai Boki lowered his eyes and took a look, as he revealed an enlightened look. This is 9-leaf turf grass? Feng Xianqing nodded and smiled, right on the spot. Everyone here are pill masters, and you all should know that the 9-leaf turf grass is a 6th-level medicinal herb which looks extremely similar to the 9-leaf lingji, and even the higher-leveled 9-leaf turf grass is totally unable to be differentiated just from the exterior. The difference between the two is that the concentration of the earth-attributed energy is totally different. In this box, I've let them prepare 7 stalks of 9-leaf lingji and the rest are all 9-leaf turf grass, so let's let young Miss Bai be responsible for picking out the 9-leaf lingji. How about that? After Feng Xianqing said that, the younger pill masters all broke out into a clamor. What? They actually wanted to let Bai Ruoli pick out the 9-leaf lingji from so many 9-leaf turf grass? How could that be possible? That's right, this is just too difficult. These are all 6th and 7th leveled medicinal herbs, and based on our ability at our current ages, there's no way that we can differentiate the concentration of the energy within the medicinal herbs. There are no differences from the exterior, so how could she possibly pick them out? We can't, but hadn't Bai Ruoli self-professed that she was able to pick 40 over stalks of droughtland pearl lotuses? She should show off some of her ability for us to have a look. This time things are going to be interesting, she definitely won't be able to pick them out. Feng Xiaoyan's face was filled with ridicule as she laughed coldly. Why? Haven't you said that you were going to prove your ability in front of Divine Dr. Dai? Still not going over to pick them out quickly? Have you blown your trumpet until it's already broken, so you have no other way now? The Feng father-daughter duo looked at Huang Yueli, believing that she had been scared stiff by this kind of assessment. Because this matter was indeed hard to differentiate, to tell the difference between a 9-leaf turf grass from a 9-leaf lingzhu, this was originally something which a 6th-ranked pill master could achieve. Moreover, there were several hundred stalks of medicinal herbs in the box, so even if she really could differentiate it, to be able to compare so many medicinal herbs, who knew how much time she had to spend? It could be said that they were intentionally putting her on the spot. Huang Yueli swept a glance at the box, which was piled to the brim, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. You are sure you want to access me on this? Divine Dr. Dai, what do you say? Dai Boki gave a harumph and said, honestly speaking, this kind of assessment to ordinary pill masters is indeed too difficult, but if you really have the potential to become a 9th-rank pill master, then you should still be able to do it. Huang Yueli nodded her head. I understand, then I shall give it a try. When she said that, it immediately made all the others stunned. You're really going to try? Even Daiboki also had a shock. Feng Xiaoyan totally couldn't help exposing her sinister smile, hee, extremely retarded and totally overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you're a pill refining genius? Just wait to be embarrassed in front of everyone. The other pill masters were also discussing this. Huang Yueli was totally unaffected as her expression was as normal as usual when she walked straight over to the box and squatted down. Everyone was staring at her petite figure, waiting to see her next action. Make a guess, what would she do? Do we still need to ask? Since there is no difference from the exterior, to sense the earth-attributed energy, it will be to hold the medicinal herbs in one's hand and inject one's profound energy to sense the internal portion of the medicinal herb, and this process takes at least 10 breaths. It needs such a long time. Obviously. This is a high-leveled operation on the control of one's profound energy. Look, she's starting to make a move. Following this, she will start to sense, eh? Why did she throw that medicinal herbs away so quickly? Huang Yueli squatted down and at first she picked up a stalk of medicinal herb as per normal. Just as everyone was assuming that she could carefully sense it, her brows suddenly rose and she conveniently threw the medicinal herb to one side. What is she doing? Surely she really doesn't think that just casually feeling it and that would be considered as sensing? What the? Does she really think she's picking the radishes in the market? An amateur will always be an amateur, she indeed doesn't know anything at all. This time round she will definitely reveal her fox tail. Everyone was looking at one another in dismay initially, but following that, they revealed a smile which seemed as though they were gloating over her misfortune. Originally, everyone didn't believe that Huang Yueli had such high pill refining innate talent and were not resigned to being stepped down on the person whom they looked down on originally. Now that she was about to make a fool out of herself, they were naturally filled with anticipation. What followed after made they feel even more shocking. Initially, Huang Yueli was retrieving the stalks one after another from the box, but now after she already felt 20 over stalks, she probably felt that it was a waste of time or something like then, hence she started to grab handfuls of medicinal herbs, one after another, grabbing one handful after another. That stance seemed as though she was throwing rubbish or something similar. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this, as they were all pondering on the same question. Did she really touch every single stalk of medicinal herb? Or had she already given up and intentionally shifted her anger onto these medicinal herbs? Until the end, Huang Yueli simply flipped the box over and threw all the medicinal herbs on the ground, then casually moving her hand around to feel around. When Feng Xianqing saw that, his face turned green. Because these medicinal herbs were all taken out from his private store and after being tormented by Huang Yueli in such a way, God knew how many stalks of it were put to waste. But at the same time, he was feeling extremely excited in his heart. Because judging from Huang Yueli's unreliable look, he knew that she totally didn't know how to differentiate the medicinal herbs, nor did she know how to sense the inner energy within the medicinal herbs, totally unable to differentiate between the medicinal effects. Just this ghastly look, it would be strange if she was able to pick the 9-leaf Lingji out. This wretched lass's real face was undoubtedly exposed this time round. After 1 hour later, Huang Yueli picked out 7 stalks from that large pile of medicinal herbs, sending it in front of Daiboki. Divine Doctor, Dai, I've already picked out all 7 stalks of 9-leaf Lingji, please have a look. Before Daiboki could even say a word, Feng Xiaoyan, who was standing by the side, started to give a chilly laugh. Are you certain that you've picked it all out already? You ought to get it clear that within these 7 stalks, you must at least be certain that 3 stalks are genuine 9-leaf Lingji, otherwise you can forget about continuing to stay on in the Alchemist Guild from today onwards. Huang Yueli turned her head back and slighted her faintly. That's right, I'm certain that these few stalks are it. Ha ha ha, interesting. From your looks, you seem rather confident. Did you really think 9-leaf Lingji are all cabbages? Just casually picking and choosing, and you're able to pick them all out. Are you here to tease all of us? Feng Xiaoyan couldn't help but laughed out loudly. Not to mention that this young lass totally doesn't have any pill refining innate talent, even if she had, or even if she had not bad innate talent, it wasn't possible for her to differentiate out these two kinds of medicinal herbs so easily. So to speak, this time round, Huang Yueli was absolutely going to run into a huge streak of bad luck. Huang Yueli's expression remained composed right from the start. Whether the medicinal herbs that I picked out are right or not, it doesn't seem as though you're the one who can make the decision. Divine Dr. Dai hasn't even taken a look, so on what basis do you have to keep guessing randomly? Feng Xiaoyan was stuffed right back, but she wasn't very upset over it, merely giving a cold laugh. Yo, still daydreaming right there? If you were able to pick out the 9-leaf Lingji just based on your caliber, then I will not need to refine pills anymore in future. Huang Yueli's lips curled slightly as she replied in a smile which didn't look quite like a smile. Who's the one daydreaming? You originally seem like there's no way for you to refine pills any longer, isn't it? Saying that, she intentionally took a look at Feng Xiaoyan's long sleeves, which were hanging down. Now when Feng Xiaoyan needed to go out, she needed to put on a veil, and her sleeves of those clothing which she wore were especially long, which could nicely conceal her twisted and broken fingers. Feng Xiaoyan was poked right at her sore spot and was instantly smoking from her 7 orifices. By Ruoli! She couldn't control the fury in her and was about to fly into a rage when Dai Boki couldn't help but frowned, barking out lowly, "Enough. What's there to argue about? If you want to quarrel, scram out of this old man's turf to quarrel." Feng Xiaoyan's expression froze instantly, and after some time, she took a fierce stare at Huang Yueli before turning her body around. At this moment, everyone else was crowded around Dai Boki as numerous pairs of eyes were fixed intently onto those 7 stalks of medicinal herbs. Huang Yueli was totally not particular as she casually picked out those few stalks of medicinal herbs and just piled it all together. Plus the fact that the box was stained with the dust earlier, those medicinal herbs looked dirty and messy, totally unable to tell what kind of valuable medicinal herbs they were. Make a guess, out of these 7 stalks of medicinal herbs, how many of them are 9-leaf Lingji? Someone couldn't help but quietly started to discuss this. Obviously, none of it. Haven't you seen how choosy she was earlier? Just this. And she's able to pick out the 9-leaf Lingju? The sun will rise from the west side. That might not be true. I'm guessing at least 1 stalk, or perhaps 2. After all, casually grabbing a handful might also allow her to grab 1 stalk of Lingji. Perhaps her luck is very good? What you say is reasonable, then I'll guess 1 stalk. Dai Boki couldn't help but frowned, throwing these medicinal herbs in such a manner, simply a waste of treasure. Feng Xianxia bursted out laughing. Divine Dr. Dai, just look at her and you will know, she's totally not the material to be a pill master, and she's definitely lying. Don't overwork yourself and let's get rid of her quickly and have an early rest. From what Feng Xianxia thought, Dai Boki had probably been angered to the max and definitely would not take a look at those medicinal herbs. Originally, whether he saw or not wouldn't make any difference. Only a ghost would believe that Huang Yueli was really able to differentiate the medicinal herbs out. However, Dai Boki's reaction was totally out of everyone's expectations. He stared at Feng Xianxia with a gloomy look, but he still stretched out his hand to pick out the medicinal herb on the ground. Dai Boki pinched the roots at the bottom of the medicinal herb and slowly injected his profound energy within. Following that, his face revealed a shocked expression as his gaze brushed past Huang Yueli. Seeing that young lass standing not too far away, using a pair of big eyes with a composed but innocent look, that petite yet dainty and graceful small face looked enchanting. Dai Boki's brows furrowed as his hand waved, and he swept this stalk of medicinal herb aside, immediately moving on to the next stalk. This time round, his action was even faster. The instant his finger touched the medicinal herb, he already injected his profound energy, and immediately following that, he threw the medicinal herb aside. Following that was the third stalk, the fourth stalk. Very quickly, the inspection on all 7 stalks of medicinal herbs had been completed. Daiboki had a profound look on his face as his brows were worn up tightly, as he kept sizing up Huang Yueli, but didn't say a single word. Feng Xian assumed that Daiboki would sweep Huang Yueli out of the door very soon, but in the end, after a long wait, there was no signs at all, and she couldn't wait any longer. Hence she opened her mouth and spoke out directly, "Divine Dr. Dai, now the truth is very clear already, this wretched lass who is full of lies, it's better to chase her out quickly. Don't let her continue staying here, to disturb your rest." "Shut up." Before Feng Xiaoyan could finish her words, she heard Daiboki barking sharply, interrupting her. She had a shock as she spoke out in trepidation, "Div. Divine Dr. Dai?" Daiboki ignored her, but turned towards Huang Yueli as he frowned and asked, "How on earth did you manage to do it? This is simply impossible. You indeed don't have any earth-attributed profound energy. What method did you use to differentiate these medicinal herbs?" Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "This. I myself also don't understand it. When I was touching these medicinal herbs, I could naturally sense it and totally don't need to inject any profound energy intentionally. But I really don't understand what is the reason for this." Daiboki waved her hand at her and said, "This is indeed rather strange. Come over, let this old man check your pulse to have a look." Huang Yueli couldn't hope for anything more than this as she walked over quickly. Daiboki indicated for Huang Yueli to sit down as she placed her wrist on the short table and later stretching out 3 fingers, he placed them on her pulse. Daiboki slowly injected his profound energy, and it went along Huang Yueli's meridians, carefully checking in detail. Not too long later, his eyes turned wide as he gave a surprised, Huang Yueli knew that this old man seemed to have found out something as she quickly asked, "Divine Dr. Dai, my body, is there something not right with it?" Daiboki's brows frowned even tightly, as his hand was placed on Huang Yueli's wrist and the other slowly fiddled with his long beard when he spoke out in a deep voice, "This is really strange, your condition, it should be, but how could this be possible? How is it exactly?" Huang Yueli saw his solemn expression as she asked anxiously. Whoever knew that not only did Daiboki didn't answer her question, he retracted his hand and said, "No matter, acknowledge me as your master first." "Acknowledge as master?" After a moment later, many voices simultaneously were heard from different directions. Huang Yueli had yet to reply when the others already started screaming out loudly. "Acknowledge him as master? Why is it that Bairuoli can still acknowledge him as master? Hasn't her lies already been exposed?" Shi Yali cried out in disbelief. Feng Xiaoyan was even more exasperated, "That's right. Divine Dr. Dai, what's the matter with you? This wretched lass had treated these valuable 6th-leveled medicinal herbs as cabbages, and also ruined so many of them, but yet not able to find out one single stalk of 9-leaf lingzhu at all. She should be made to compensate for the damages, then thrown out of the guild. Why do you still allow her to acknowledge you as master?" Feng Xianxia also said, "Divine Dr. Dai, you absolutely cannot be cheated by this lass any further." The other pill masters all revealed the same indignant expression, apparently totally unconvinced. When Daiboki saw that, he gave a cold humph and said, "Why? All of you aren't convinced? Dare to vilify this old man's good disciple? Can't even find a stalk of 9-leaf lingzhi? All of your dog eyes must have been blinded. President Feng, you're an 8th-ranked pill master. Take a look for yourself, how many of these stalks are the 9-leaf lingzhi?" Feng Zhenxing's eyes opened wide and on hearing those words, his heart thumped hard. Daiboki's meaning, surely it wasn't to say that this young lass had really picked out the 9-leaf lingzhi right? Moreover, it's not only limited to one stalk? Could it be that she really used that method of picking cabbages and picked out several stalks of 9-leaf lingzhu? No, to be able to be listed into Divine Dr. Dai's eyes, she probably had around 5 to 6 stalks. But, how was this even possible? She obviously didn't have any profound energy? Could it be that this lass had done something to this? But these 9-leaf turf grass and the 9-leaf lingji were picked personally by him and Steward Qin from his store. From the start to the end, it did not go through anyone else's hands. No matter what schemes Huang Yueli had, there should be no way for her to come out with any trickery, right? No matter how Feng Zhenxing thought about it, he just simply couldn't understand this, as he could only put up a brave front and head it over as he picked up those stalks of medicinal herbs from the ground. He had just stooped down when Huang Yueli's voice was heard from his back. "President Feng, can I trouble you when you're inspecting, to announce the result to everyone after inspecting every single stalk, in case anyone else doubts me? As the president of the Alchemist Guild, President Feng has a good reputation and standing, so surely, everyone will definitely believe you. Divine Dr. Dai, what do you think about this?" All Dai Boki had in mind was to take in Huang Yueli as his disciple, so naturally whatever she said, he would agree to it all as he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. "That's right, that would be the best. Let's leave it to President Feng." Feng Zhenxing clenched his teeth, and upon hearing Huang Yueli's fearless tone, it seemed as though she was really very confident. But Dai Boki had already opened his mouth, and he already had no other choices, so he could only nod his head and started to inspect the stalks one after another. First stalk. 9-leaf, this is 9-leaf lingji. After Feng Zhenxing injected the first stalk of medicinal herb, he was totally stunned as his hand trembled and the medicinal herb directly dropped out of his hands, landing onto the ground. Hearing his words, the pill masters present all broke out into a clamor. "Impossible! This is impossible! Bairuoli really picked out a 9-leaf lingji? I don't believe it, this is absolutely a coincidence. There's definitely only this one stalk of lingji. That's right, there are 6 other stalks behind. Surely it can't all be the 9-leaf lingji, right?" Amid the voices, Feng Zhenxing picked up the second stalk. Second stalk. 9-leaf lingji. Third stalk, still 9-leaf lingji. Fourth stalk. He picked up stalk after stalk of medicinal herbs, and every single time he inspected it, his hand shook one time, and until the very end, even his voice started quivering as his face was filled with astonishment, eyeballs almost dropping onto the ground. Seventh stalk. 9-leaf lingji. All of them are 9-leaf lingji. The pill masters all cried out in shock. All of them are 9-leaf lingji? This is absolutely not possible. Not to mention that Bairuoli doesn't have any pill refining innate talent, even an 8th-ranked pill master couldn't possibly pick out all 7 stalks in such a short duration. Moreover, she didn't even use any methods, just throwing it casually. She can even pick these out like that? What kind of joke is that? I don't believe it, there must be some problem here. Could President Feng have gotten it wrongly? When Feng Zhenxing heard that, he wanted to cry with no tears. He really wished that he had gotten it wrongly, to lie to everyone that these medicinal herbs were all 9-leaf turf grass. However, these 7 stalks of medicinal herbs had all been inspected personally by Dai Boki earlier. In front of him, how would Feng Zhenxing even dare to lie with his eyes wide open? He could only report the inspection results as it was. Until now, he was still feeling as though he was in a dream. His puzzlement was not any lesser than anyone else. To think that he was already an 8th-ranked pill master and he had enough various kinds of talents, but such a bizarre and mysterious matter, was his first time encountering it. This, just where had gone wrong? Feng Zhenxing's silence had already proved everything. The pill masters were all first shocked and suspicious, and until the end, they had no choice but to admit that Huang Yueli had really picked those 9-leaf lingji accurately from the pile. Even though they didn't know how she did it, but this was the truth. Simply unable to imagine just how powerful her earth-attributed innate talent was, to be able to do this. Could it be that she really was a pill-refining genius who appeared once every 1,000 years? On seeing everyone's gaze on Huang Yueli slowly turning from suspicions to admiration, Feng Xiaoyan's heart was both furious and jealous as the ball of fire kept on spiraling, scorching her so much that she was scratching her heart and lungs, incomparably unbearable. This absolutely could not be true. Divine Doctor, Dai, Father, you absolutely cannot be deceived by this little slut. This shameless thing, in order to rely on Divine Dr. Liu, she could do all sorts of shameless disgusting things. Before Feng Xiaoyan could even finish her verbal abuses, a gust of powerful profound energy shot right from her back. She gave a shrill and totally unable to stabilize her body as she fell forward. A dull thud was heard and her head crashed against the ground. Instantly blood spilled out and at the same time, the veil on her face also dropped off which she was struggling with, revealing a scarred face, which was immediately exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Heavens! Feng Xiaoyan's face. It's too horrifying. Dai Boqi stared furiously at Feng Xiaoyan, who allowed you to speak that about this old man's disciple. Full of foul and filthy words, simply unable to enter one's ears. Men, quickly drag her out for me. Don't let this old man see her ever again. Divine Dr. Dai, I really didn't say anything wrong. Divine Dr. Dai. Feng Xiaoyan screeched her voice out but was still dragged out. When Feng Qingqing saw this, he felt that he was really embarrassed as he hurriedly followed suit, quickly. The remaining pill masters were all stunned by this scene, as they stood in their original spots, you looking at me and I looking at you, not knowing what they should do. Dai Boqi couldn't be bothered with them because right now, all he had on his mind was to take in this genius disciple under his wing. As for the others, he simply treated them like air totally. Alright, now that there's no one to disturb us, hurry up and acknowledge me as your master. Dai Boqi's face was filled with anticipation as he looked towards Huang Yueli, rementioning the same old thing. When Huang Yueli heard that, she shook her head slightly. Dai Boqi spoke out in displeasure, why? You're still not willing to? Which part are you not satisfied, tell me now. This master will definitely help you settle it. Huang Yueli signed and said, Divine Dr. Dai, are you sure you really want to take me in as a disciple? You should know about this, by now, that I have no profound energy at all, not even cultivation innate talent, nor earth and fire attributes. Although I am able to distinguish between the medicinal herbs, and my earth-attributed affinity seems rather high, but what? Where's the but coming from? Dai Boqi flicked his sleeves as he interrupted her. Earlier when this old man helped you take your pulse, I had already roughly found out the reason. Your meridians are obviously sealed by someone, resulting in the profound energy unable to flow within your meridians, hence causing the false alarm that you cannot cultivate. This old man was just thinking, how could it be possible that you have no innate talent but able to pick high-leveled medicinal herbs? In reality, your innate talent should be extremely outstanding. Saying that, he turned his head back and asked puzzledly, why? You're already 16, don't you even know that your meridians had been sealed? Surely this is unexplainable, right? Logically speaking, everyone in Soaring Heaven's continent would attend the innate talent assessment before they were 10 years old, and for those who had the aptitude, for those whose meridians were sealed, just any high-ranked doctor would be able to tell. Even if they had no ability to seek a divine doctor for consultation, but the difference between having and not having innate talent was totally different. For example, today's matter of harvesting medicinal herbs, if it happened a few more times, normal people would all be suspicious of this, wasn't it? When Huang Yueli heard that, she slightly pondered over it as she revealed an enlightened look. In this way, yes, I've recently lost my memory, and there are many things which I cannot recall. Could it be that I could cultivate in the past? But I don't know why someone sealed my meridians? Dai Boqi slapped his thigh, so this is the case, then it's all explainable now. But aren't you Yenner's fiancé? how did you lose your memory? This. I don't recall it anymore, but Brother Lu had once told me a little about it. Huang Yueli then told Lu Baiyan's version to Dai Boki. It was basically that the both of them met with danger while out harvesting medicinal herbs, and Huang Yueli had hurt her head, resulting in the loss of memory. But after she had just finished her story, Huang Yueli herself started to frown. Strange, since I was able to cultivate in the past, why is it that after I had a fall, not only had I lost my memories, even my meridians were sealed by someone? Could it be that I've also met with some other accident? Dai Boki grabbed her wrist and checked her pulse in detail. This time, he injected a larger portion of profound energy into Huang Yueli's meridians, seemingly searching every single meridian of hers before he slowly retracted his hand, even checking on Huang Yueli's head's injury. His expression was even more puzzled. This is really strange. I somehow feel that your amnesia isn't related to an injury to the head, more like, you've taken some kind of medicine. Medicine which leads to paralysis. How could this be possible? Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide. Why is it that I have no recollection at all? Moreover, Brother Lu had never told me about this? Dai Boki stared at her for quite some time as the puzzlement beneath his eyes grew deeper. Yenner didn't mention this to you? This shouldn't be so? If I didn't get it wrong, you should have consumed a kind of liquid concoction that contains red aconitum, hence leading to you losing your memories. Moreover, this concoction's poisonous side effects towards the other body parts are very minimal, hence, the medicinal effects aren't too strong and needs to take over a long period of time before it takes effect. You must have at least drank it for over a month to have this effect. Moreover, it's something within these 2 days. Do you really have no recollection at all? When Huang Yueli heard Dai Boki's words, she couldn't help but opened her mouth wide as she was totally stunned. Her mind raced quickly because in the past few days, her mind had been swirling with plenty of doubts, but at this very moment, she had finally found the answer. The soup medication. This period of time, she had indeed been taking a kind of soup medication, and had not stopped drinking it at all. Speaking of this, it indeed matched up to what Dai Boki said. But wasn't the soup medication something which Lu Baiyan asked her to drink? Why did it turn out like this? Wasn't Lu Baiyan her fiancé? Why did he make her drink this kind of soup medication? Huang Yueli's shocked expression fell into Dai Boki's eyes. Dai Boki waited for a moment and on seeing that she was still in a dazed state, he butted in to interrupt her. Young Miss Bai, what's the matter with you? Have you suddenly recalled something? Who's the one who did such things to you? A peerless genius like you, suddenly being turned into trash. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man has great foresight, I will probably miss such a good disciple like you. Huang Yueli originally wanted to say the truth, but the words were already at the gap of her mouth when she suddenly held it back. Speaking of this Grandpa Dai wasn't really someone evil, but he was after all Lu Baiyan's master. If he knew that Lu Baiyan had caused her to lose her memories, she wondered if he would still continue helping her. After Huang Yueli lost her memories, Lu Baiyan became the person who was closest to her, and it was Lu Baiyan whom she could trust the most. At this moment when she suddenly realized that the person closest to her could possibly be the person who deceived her the deepest, Huang Yueli's inner heart was in a state of terror and turmoil, and due to that, she started to put up a defensive wall between her and the surrounding people. She thought about it but didn't reply to Dai Boki's question. Instead she asked him back, Divine Dr. Dai, after saying so much, aren't you a 9th-ranked pill master? Then are you able to cure this poison that I've contracted? When Dai Boki heard that, he frowned and a puzzled look appeared on his face. From the current looks of your symptoms and meridians, it's not too difficult to cure the poison in you, and this old man has an exclusive prescription which is specially used to cure these symptoms, so theoretically, it should be able to cure you totally. Huang Yueli revealed a joyous look. Really? Can you really cure me? When Dai Boki saw this young lass looking excited, as though she was about to jump for joy, his lips couldn't help but curled into a smile. Not knowing why, he liked Huang Yueli from the moment he saw her. On one hand, it was because Huang Yueli's innate talent suited his thinking very well, while on the other hand, it was purely because he felt that this young lass was very likable. But moments later, he kept his smile away. Don't be so happy so soon. If this poison is so easy to cure, Yenner would have cured it for you long ago. So this old man suspects that there might be other issues inside, which this old man hasn't discovered yet. Dai Boki's face showed that he was in deep thoughts, as he frowned while pondering over this. He didn't know that the person who laid the poison was his beloved disciple Lu Bian, so naturally he wasn't able to understand the crux within this entire matter, as he was worried that it would be because of his own negligence, which might just cause Huang Yueli to be poisoned to death through his own carelessness. But Huang Yueli had already started to have her own doubts. Even though she couldn't be sure if Lu Bian had done so out of good or evil intentions, but one thing she knew very clearly was that she must immediately regain all her memories. To someone with amnesia, every day was a torture. Moreover, now that she discovered so many doubtful points and so many unexplainable matters, this made her desire even more to find out what happened in the past, and what was the truth really like. This kind of feeling was simply too pressing. To the current Huang Yueli, even if she would really die just because she resumed her memories, she would also choose to recollect all of it. Moreover, she might not even die because of this. So she immediately grabbed Dai Boki's sleeve as she couldn't wait, as she asked, "Divine Dr. Dai, let's not think so much. Since you're able to cure me of the poison, then please hurry and do it now. I really want to know what memory I have lost." Dai Boki hesitated, "But the risk is really too huge. Since Yenner wasn't able to cure your poison, then he must have his own reasons. To say something shameful, this old man's medical skills indeed can't be compared to his. For the consideration of your safety, it's best that we wait till Yenner returns, and this old man will then have a discussion with him, to think of a way to cure you of the poison together." When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately became anxious. How would this do? It was highly possible that the person who caused her to lose her memories was Lu Bian. If he returned and discovered that what he had done had been exposed, he might even find other ways to conceal his crime. Now that this poison wasn't that hard to cure, it was probably a slip-up on Lu Bian's part, that he assumed that she would probably not go look for anyone to do another consultation, especially not possible for her to look for his master Dai Boki to check on her illness. If he knew, Lu Bian probably would be more careful in concealing the fact that he tried to poison her, and that probably wasn't any difficult feat to him. In this way, there was a likelihood that she would never be able to regain her memories forever. This kind of matter, just thinking of it made one's blood run cold, so for those who had never lost their memories before, found it really hard to imagine just what kind of blank feeling they had. As though oneself was like a floating duckweed, which would at any point of time just disappear within the vast and wide heaven and earth. And the man in her dreams. Huang Yueli suddenly thought of that man's dark and gloomy face, and her heart suddenly was pierced with bouts of sharp pain. Her heart wound up tightly, and Huang Yueli's hands clenched into fists rightly, as her complexion turned extremely pale. "Divine Dr. Dai, Brother Lu said he might only return after some time for this outing, and I can't wait that long. Can you please help me to get rid of the poison immediately?" However, Dai Boki still shook his head. "No way. This old man can promise you any other matters, but this matter is an absolute no-no. You really think an antidote for the poison is child's play? Yenner didn't cure you of the poison, so there must be a reason for it. If this old man abruptly makes a move, if anything bad happens to you, you will lose your life. This matter absolutely cannot be done. Anyway, from the looks of it now, this poison doesn't affect you in any other way, merely unable to recall the past, so just endure for a few more days." Huang Yueli was extremely anxious when she was unable to convince him. Although Dai Boki was doing it out of good intentions, but to her, it was an extremely huge hurdle. Just at this anxious timing, Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something as a bright idea popped up in her mind. Her eyeballs rolled around and after thinking carefully, she suddenly smiled to Dai Boki, Divine Dr. Dai. You. What do you want? When Dai Boki saw her original tense and uptight look suddenly becoming relaxed, even starting to smile, he instinctively felt that something was not right as he couldn't help but took a step back while guarding himself against her. Huang Yueli said, Divine Dr. Dai, haven't you said this earlier, that you hope that I can acknowledge you as my master, to learn pill refining skills, am I right? Dai Boki nodded his head, that's of course. This old man has already said this so many times, why aren't you hurrying up to call me master? Huang Yueli smiled as she said this, Divine Dr. Dai, it's not that I don't wish to acknowledge you as master, but the poison on me hasn't been cured and my meridians are sealed, so I don't even know if this restraint can be released. What if I can't recover? Then wouldn't you have accepted a trashy disciple? How will that do? It will also affect the reputation which you had spent many years building up, isn't that so? Dai Boki nodded his head, right. But thinking again, he immediately reacted, not right. The problem will definitely be resolved and it's impossible to remain in this state forever. Don't think about using this reason to deal with this old man. Huang Yueli used an especially innocent look blinking her big, round eyes as she said, Divine Dr. Dai, how could you malign me like this? How did I deal with you? I'm really thinking for you with a sincere heart. If I really can't recover and drag you down, that is totally reprehensible. So to speak, I've decided that it's better to wait till the ailments on me have been cured first, confirming that I have a pill refining innate talent, then I'll acknowledge you as master. As for now, let's just. Dai Boki was also an intelligent man. Upon hearing her words which were beating around the bush, he immediately understood what she was trying to do, as he couldn't help, but had his eyes popping out while blowing his beard. You young lass, what do you mean by this? Must you get rid of your poison immediately? This old man has already told you multiple times that the risk is too huge. There's no leeway for discussion. Huang Yueli shrugged her arms and said, anyway, if you insist on me acknowledging me as your master, my condition is to cure me of the poison first, to let me resume all my memories. Just like what you said, it's no matter if there's a delay for a few days, so you'd just have to wait a few more days then. Dai Boki stared hard at her, simply unable to believe his own ears. He wanted to take in a disciple, and if this news was sent out, there would be numerous pill-refining geniuses who were fighting to be taken under his wing. Not to mention direct disciple, even if it was just a registered disciple, or even an apprentice, it would make the pill master go crazy from joy. But why was the young lass in front of him, not only not excited and moreover, she even dared to list out her conditions? Dai Boki was extremely unhappy inside his heart, but there was unfortunately nothing that he could do about it. A genius like Huang Yueli was just too rare. Her meridians were being restrained right now, and under the current circumstances that her innate talent totally weren't complete, she had already performed in such an outstanding way. The minute her poison was cured and when her meridians had resumed to normal, just how much of a genius would she be? Dai Boki could only try his best to convince himself that such a peerless genius was merely stating one little condition, and that was normal, probably. But why was it this kind of condition? Dai Boki asked, can't you just change another condition? Your poison, this old man will cure it sooner or later. What are you so uptight over? Huang Yueli's attitude was extremely firm, Divine Dr. Dai, your medical skills are so brilliant, so you will definitely be able to cure me, right? Huang Yueli was using the stick approach first, followed by the carrot. Speaking of this old grandpa was really good to her. Seeing that Dai Boki was really going to get upset, she hurriedly flattered him to placate him a little. Dai Boki stared at her as he really wanted to leave in high-cold fashion. Anyway, there were so many people who wanted to acknowledge him as master, so him taking in a disciple was totally a breeze. However, Daiboki hesitated for quite some time before he opened his mouth. Since that's the case, then this old man will first try to cure the poison on you. But this old man will put the ugly words up front first. If something untoward happens to you, then is because you were insistent on finding the antidote, and not because this old man's medical skills aren't outstanding. When Huang Yueli heard that, she couldn't help but pff and burst out laughing. She had not expected this old man to be rather tsundere. They said that pill masters all valued their reputations very much, and from the looks of it, it seemed that this saying is totally not false. Daiboki saw her laughing, and his face instantly turned black as he started to doubt if his own decision was accurate or not. Taking a genius disciple was a good thing, but if this young lass was really taken under his wing, would this old man be anchored to his deathbed by her? Huang Yueli hurriedly added, "Divine Dr. Dai, will an elderly man like you don't joke with me? Your medical skills are so brilliant, how is it possible that you aren't able to cure me?" "Absolutely no problem at all. I totally trust your medical skills to the very end, so don't worry and treat me with ease." She mended the pen after the sheep were lost as she delivered a huge load of fawning before she finally managed to placate Daiboki. Daiboki gave a cold harumph as he said, "Consider that you know how to talk. Your illness, this old man still has to research it throughout the night, so just follow the female attendant back to the room to have a rest." Huang Yueli had achieved her aim and her face immediately revealed a joyous look. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Dai." Daiboki was really anxious to take in this disciple, hence his action was extremely swift. The second day morning, Huang Yueli was invited to Daiboki's pill refining room. "This old man had flipped through various medical encyclopedias regarding your symptoms, and I really can't tell what's the underlying hidden problems behind this, and I also don't understand why there's no way to cure it. Since that's the case, I can only treat a dead horse like a living horse, to first let you take the common antidote pill." Daiboki was saying that as he retrieved a pill carefully from an exquisite jade box, as he handed it over to Huang Yueli. "As the poisonous nature is unknown, whatever reaction you have after taking the pill is non-calculable, so we can only proceed with caution. First take half a pill, and after this old man has observed." "Hey! What are you doing?" Daiboki was still nagging and instructing when Huang Yueli had already took the pill, and without any hesitation, she popped the entire pill into her mouth, while picking up the teacup on the table to her lips, as she lifted her head and swallowed the whole pill in one mouthful. Daiboki had a great shock and stretched out his hand as he wanted to try and stop her. But it was all too late. Daiboki's face turned steely green as he boomed angrily, How could you be this hasty? Haven't I just told you that we must proceed with caution? Now you just swallowed the entire pill like this, if there's any reaction, it will be too late to save you." Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile. "Divine Dr. Dai, don't worry, I know the situation well." She originally wanted to comfort Daiboki, but whoever knew that she had just spoken halfway when suddenly, an intense wave of dizziness attacked her mind. Huang Yueli's eyes turned black as her body suddenly went askew, and she fell towards her right side onto the ground. Daiboki's expression changed abruptly as he stood up immediately and stretched out his hand to touch her forehead. "Disciple, how are you? Men, come over quickly." The current Huang Yueli could hear Daiboki's voice instinctively. But her head was throbbing badly as though it was about to split open, totally unable to hear clearly what Daiboki was trying to say. Not only that, her body seemed as though it was restrained tightly by layers of iron chains, as she totally had no energy at all. No matter how she tried, she was totally immovable. The throbbing pain in her head kept on increasing, and by the side of her ears appeared a buzzing tinnitus sound, almost forcing her to the verge of insanity. But in the end, everything turned silent. Not knowing how long later, in the darkness, a glimmer of light seemed to have appeared. In the light, a tall man with a straight figure seemed to appear faintly. On seeing that once familiar figure, Huang Yueli instantly forgot the pain on her as she cried out in shock, "Wait! Don't leave! Who are you exactly?" The man seemed as though he didn't hear her as he suddenly turned around and back facing her. He kept walking forward. Huang Yueli was so anxious that she wanted to chase up to him, but her body was erect, but she discovered that she still wasn't able to move at all. "Don't go. Can you don't go?" She started screeching in an angry and anxious manner. The man didn't turn his head back, but the glow surrounding him seemed to become a little brighter, as though he was standing in a shining clean moonlight. Because of that, the scenery around him also started to surface in front of Huang Yueli's eyes. The man's position was in a majestic and luxurious palace, a grand-scaled building as it was constructed on a towering mountain top, overlooking below looking incomparable awe-inspiring. As for the specialty of this palace, in the sky above the palace levitated numerous ancient swords and the sword tips were facing upwards towards the sky, arranged in a formation. Levitation Sword Palace. Huang Yueli's words popped out, sensing that something had just flashed past her mind, but immediately disappearing into thin air. In the Levitation Sword Palace's center was a huge altar. The man followed along the long stairs as he walked towards the altar in a neither swift nor slow manner, but his footsteps were firm and unwavering. When he reached the last flight of stairs, a shuffle of disorderly footsteps was suddenly heard. A few familiar figures appeared below the altar. One of them happened to turn his head in a lateral view, which made Huang Yueli cry out in shock, "Brother Lu? What is Brother Lu doing here? This man, what is he trying to do?" She really wanted to rush upwards, to pull Lu Bian and asked, but however no matter how she activated her profound energy, it was all wasted effort. At this moment, Lu Bian had already charged towards the man standing on top of the stairs as he ran while shouting, "Stop! Mu Qingqing, you can't do this. You've really gone mad." But the man's footsteps merely took a short pause and moments later, he continued surging forward as he stood in the middle of the altar. "You all return back," he growled lowly. Mellow and magnetic voice, in the dark night, seemed especially melancholic, which made Huang Yueli's heart quivered ever so slightly. "Come down and leave together with us. This matter has already ended, so even if you gave up your life for this, it will do nothing at all. Did you hear me?" "Mu," Lu Bian shouted out loudly. However, when his words were only half spoken, the man's right hand suddenly lifted upwards. Just a slight movement like that and it caused a wild surge of profound energy rush, instantly exploding towards the surroundings. The few people on the stage were impacted by this gust of profound energy as everyone was blown away directly, rolling down the stage. "Ugh," Lu Bian gave a dull moan as he flew out. Whereas at this very moment, the man standing in the middle of the altar stretched out his hand and slowly unsheathed an ancient sword which he grabbed on tightly in his hands. Following the man's actions, the thousands of longsword above Levitation Sword Palace's upper skies all started vibrating. The sword chi gushed upwards into the sky as the sound reverberated through the clouds. Not only so, numerous bolts of lightning descended from the sky as it continuously struck above Levitation Sword Palace, and in a moment, the dark night turned so bright as though it was broad daylight, that strange electric current illuminating the entire piece of land. Even though it was a far distance away, Huang Yueli could still sense that strong and powerful profound energy, basing the sword array as the center, radiating out towards its surroundings. Those people who had rolled down from the stage earlier were once again sent flying in this violent storm of profound energy. "No. Sovereign, quickly stop. Qingqing. If you dare to continue, I will never ever forgive you." Under the intimidating electric currents, the sky changed from dark to light in a second and the surroundings seemed as though it wasn't totally genuine nor fake, and within this dark and unclear light, the man on the high stage held on to the indestructible sharp sword, as he stood firm and unwavering right there. The ancient sword in his hand slowly pulled towards the outside and finally, was totally unsheathed. Following the sword tip, which had been released from the altar, in an instant, a huge bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This bolt of lightning was much brighter and thicker than any other bolts before this, and the tremendous energy contained in this electric current struck heavily onto the center of the sword array. Just right above the man's head. The man coincidentally lifted his head slightly as a blinding current flashed past his eyes, illuminating his face, which had been hidden in the darkness. An extremely handsome and suave-looking face entered Huang Yueli's eyes. Bewitching peach blossom eyes, mixed with gloominess, insanity, pain, resoluteness. Huang Yueli's pupils contracted as her brain exploded loudly as she cried out in shock, "Moo!" But she had just said a single word when a loud boom suddenly echoed above her head. Earlier when that huge bolt of lightning struck the sword array, every single long sword in the sky all gave off eye-piercing stars, which was from the clash of blows, and the sword cheek congealed in midair, forming a huge sword shape above the man's head. The man's thin lips pursed slightly as his perfectly handsome face had no reaction at all. He merely stretched out his right hand and pinching tightly on the sword gesture, he pointed towards the sky. The remnants of the huge sword immediately whizzed as it struck down towards the top of his head. "No!" Huang Yueli screamed out sharply, but immediately following that, her mind had a loud boom as though her head was split apart alive. Following that, she completely lost all consciousness. "No! Don't!" Huang Yueli screamed out in fright as her eyes abruptly opened up. Dai Boki realized that she had awoken and immediately leaned over, asking anxiously, "Disciple, how are you? Is your head still giddy? Are you in pain? Other than this, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?" Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide as she exchanged glances with that white-bearded grandpa for half a day before her gaze shifted towards the surroundings, and after a while later, she finally realized that she was lying in an unfamiliar bedroom. She opened her mouth and had just barely said one word when she had a rude shock. Because her voice was totally hoarse and her voice was simply terrible, totally not that usual sweet melodious voice. Looking at her stunned look, Dai Boki explained, "You fainted earlier and seemed as though you're having a nightmare. You keep shouting and speaking some things, which could not be understood, so your throat must be feeling uncomfortable, right? This is easy to settle, just take this pill and it will put you right." As he said that, Dai Boki passed a medicinal pill to her. Huang Yueli received it blankly as she swallowed it in a daze, totally unaware of what she was doing. Her thoughts were still within that nightmare earlier. Just at the moment when she regained consciousness, her lost memories totally returned back to her mind. In an instant, she was so infuriated that she almost exploded. She had totally not expected that she had been schemed by Lu Bian. Just because Lu Bian had always been an easygoing man and as she had known him for 2 lifetimes, Huang Yueli had always trusted in his character, so she totally had not imagined that he actually did something so despicable. Obviously knowing that Li Moying was already at his deathbed, but not only did he disregard his friendship with Li Moying, he even had a big fight with him. Moreover, he even caused her memories to disappear. God knew that if Li Moying found out that she had disappeared, just how huge of a blow would he suffer. She simply could not imagine this scenario. If something untoward happened to Li Moying, she would definitely tear Lu Bian apart personally. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli abruptly sat up as she wanted to get off the bed. But she had merely moved slightly when the sore feeling from her entire body attacked her, causing her to fall back onto the bed once again. NHNG. She couldn't help but gave a moan. Dai Boki immediately pressed her down. "What are you trying to do? You still can't get up so casually. After taking that kind of antidote, your entire body will be depleted of energy and you must rest and recuperate for some time before you recover. If you move around rashly, be careful that you will cause an ailment that will follow you for ages." Moreover speaking, We still don't know what kind of side effects would there be, so it's best that you stay in bed for this period of time. Huang Yueli was still struggling as she tried her best to get off the bed. No. No way. I have something very important that I must attend to immediately. Daiboki was stunned for a moment as he looked at her. Does this mean that your memories have already returned back to you? Huang Yueli nodded her head. Daiboki heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, that's great. This old man was still worried that the medication that you took didn't have any effect. Then do you know now? Who was the one who harmed you, causing you to lose your memories? After your body is better, this master will bring you over personally to settle the debt. As for the restraint on your meridians, this old man is still unable to release it, so we have to find that person who harmed you before we can do something about it. When Huang Yueli heard that, her gaze turned extremely profound. No need, Divine Dr. Dai, this has nothing to do with you. I'll personally settle the debt with him. The restraint on her own meridians could not be released. This was something which Huang Yueli had expected long ago. Although Daiboki was also a 9th stage realm practitioner, but his level of mastery, in terms of cultivation path, was not high. When pill masters and armament masters cultivate, it was generally only to use their profound energy to aid them in refining pills or weapons, so there were very few people like herself and Liu Bian who spent so much effort on their martial cultivation. Liu Bian's martial cultivation was mainly due to inheritance from his family clan, and Daiboki was naturally very far off from his own disciple in this aspect. However, when Daiboki heard that, not only was he not assured, instead he grew even more anxious. Disciple, what situation are you in right now? Your restraint is set up by a 9th stage realm peak practitioner, so don't you go send yourself off to your death. Still not hurrying up to acknowledge this old man as your master, allowing this master to help deal with this. Even if this old man's face isn't of any use, don't we still have Yenner? As long as your fiancé shows his face, there isn't anything which he can't settle for you in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Huang Yueli subconsciously frowned. Divine Dr. Dai, please don't be mistaken. Divine Dr. Liu isn't my fiancé. Daiboki jolted as he looked at her in surprise. Ah? What? Is this really what Yenner said? Huang Yueli knew that Daiboki had totally been kept in the dark, but now her heart was burning with anxiety, so she had no mood to make any extra explanation. Hence, she used her hand and propped up her head, showing a look which seemed as though she was giddy. Divine Dr. Dai, I'm a little giddy and I wish to lie down a little while more. Daiboki hurriedly nodded his head. All right, then have a rest first. This old man will get them to prepare some food which is easily digestible. Saying that, he turned around to leave. The moment Daiboki left, Huang Yueli immediately opened her eyes as she forcibly propped up her sore and lethargic body, as she attempted to climb down from the bed. What poison did Liu Bian give me? Why is it that after I took the antidote, I feel totally lethargic? Her 4 limbs were soft and she totally didn't have any energy at all. Just taking a few steps made her extremely tired like a dog, and moreover, her cultivation had yet to recover, so there was no way that she could use the method of regulating her breathing to recuperate. This kind of situation made her simply anxious beyond hope. In this way, how am I supposed to rush back to Blue Profound Sect? I wonder how is Moying now, is he still alive? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's heart thumped wildly as bouts of terror and desperation surged up her mind. She hurriedly shook her head, casting these scary thoughts out of her mind. No, it won't be. It's impossible that it will turn out like that. Moying is so powerful, and so strong, nothing can beat him, and he will absolutely not die just like that. When Huang Yueli thought of this, she couldn't care about the aches and soreness in her body as she tried her best to walk outside. No matter what, no matter how frail and weak she was, even if she had to climb, she would climb over to Li Moying's side. She couldn't wait a single moment longer. She clenched her teeth and showed overwhelming determination as she pushed the door and walked right out. Whoever knew that she had just reached the door when she saw Daiboki leading the female attendant, walking over in a hurry. She totally couldn't evade them in time as she was stopped by Daiboki directly. Why did you run out? Have you forgotten what this old man has told you? Daiboki was so angry that his eyes popped out while blowing his whiskers. You don't want to live anymore? What's the exact matter, which is worth turning you this anxious? Quickly, go back and lie on the bed. Huang Yueli originally wanted to sneak out quietly, but on seeing Daiboki in this manner, she knew that her plan of sneaking out was not going to succeed. Her thoughts raced past quickly as she said, Divine Dr. Dai, I really have something urgent on. It's related to saving one's life. When Daiboki heard that, he was stunned, but immediately he gave a cold snort. Save someone? Save who? This old man only knows that I have finally taken in a disciple and I cannot let you lose your life just like this. Don't even think about leaving this place. Huang Yueli clenched her teeth as she said, but, if I don't leave this place, I will really die. What do you mean? Daiboki frowned. Huang Yueli said, I finally recalled that the person who sealed my meridians is indeed a 9th stage realm peak top exponent and moreover, his exclusive method cannot be undone by anyone else. If the time drags on for too long, it will also endanger my life. But this top exponent, before I lost my memories, he had already been diagnosed with an incurable disease and his life was hanging on the verge. I'm afraid that if he really dies, then no one will be able to release my restraint anymore. So I must be quick and hurry over. Daiboki's eyes opened wide. What? There's such a matter? Who's the one who sealed your meridians? It's Blue Profound Sect's Sovereign Mu Qingqing. Huang Yueli said. What? It's him? Daiboki was extremely surprised, as his entire face was filled with shock. But, hasn't he been in closed-door cultivation all this while? Moreover, the rumors of the world all say that long ago, he had already. Huang Yueli shook his head, the rumors of the world, most cannot be trusted. The rumors also said that Divine Dr. Dai Yu had already departed this mortal world, but the truth was not so. Anyway, Sovereign Mu and I have a long-standing debt of gratitude and grudges which cannot be explained so easily, but if I don't hurry back and Sovereign Mu really dies, then I also won't be able to live. Saying that, her feet softened as she knelt downwards. Divine Dr. Dai, I'm begging you to go to Blue Profound Sect with me, to help treat Mo. To help treat Sovereign Mu's illness. Daiboki had not expected her to suddenly kneel down as he had a shock, and quickly stretched out his hand to support her. Disciple, this you. AI, it's not that this old man refuses to, but I don't know what's the matter with Yenner. 16 years ago he had fallen out with Sovereign Mu, and that year, this old man also tried to mediate in their quarrel, but Yenner refused to let this old man to have any dealings with Blue Profound Sect. I also don't know what this Sovereign Mu had done to Yenner. Daiboki's brows furrowed tightly. Huang Yueli bit on her lips tightly and in her mouth, she seemed to taste blood. Then she suddenly recalled that Daiboki as Lu Baiyan's master. He was also a 9th-ranked pill master back then, and although his medical skills weren't comparable to Lu Baiyan's, but he was also a first-rated divine doctor in Soaring Heaven's continents. Since Lu Baiyan was so pig-headed, if she could make Daiboki follow her back to Blue Profound Sect to help Li Moying do a consultation, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. But she guessed that Daiboki would stand on Lu Baiyan's side, and he definitely wasn't willing to treat Li Moying, so that was the reason why she didn't tell the true situation. If Daiboki were to find out that Li Moying's injury was the works of Lu Baiyan's, moreover this time her return was to sought Lu Baiyan to settle this debt, then there was a 90% chance that he would not help. Hence, out of no other choice, she thought of this set of lies as she coaxed and deceived Daiboki. Although cheating an elderly was very ungenerous, but due to dire circumstances, she could not care about so much any longer. Divine Dr. Dai, no matter what happened between Sovereign Mu and Divine Dr. Lu, if something really happens to Sovereign Mu this time round, I'd probably also not be able to live. Then elderly Grandpa Yu will really not be able to take in your disciple. This time round, she indeed poked Dai Boki's Achilles heel. He had wished so many years for a disciple, and if she were to die for no good reason, that would really be melancholic for him. Moreover, the lies which Huang Yueli weaved were still rather logical. Blue Profound Sect's Sovereign Mu's name was famous, and the restraint that he set upon personally was extremely normal for most people to not be able to break through it. Moreover, if the meridians were restrained for a long period of time, if the method was done in a vicious way, there was indeed a possibility which might endanger one's life. So Dai Boki kept pondering over this, and as he really wasn't assured, hence, he gave a long sigh. All right, this old man shall follow you on this trip, to first take a look at what kind of terminal illness did this Mu Qingqing contract. If it really can't be cured, then at least I'd force him to release the restraint on you first. This fellow is really a scum who is devoid of human nature. Not to mention that he harmed my eldest disciple, now he even harmed a pretty young lady like you. I really wonder why Mythical Flame Palace's Palace Lord Huang would even have any interest in a fellow like him with a human face, but with a heart of a beast. Just because he's good-looking? The more Dai Boki thought, the angrier he got as he couldn't help but berated Mu Qingqing into a bloody mess. Huang Yueli was listening to him as she was extremely embarrassed while sprouting a headful of cold sweat. Yet she didn't dare to interrupt him to help her own fiancé to refute. Having told a lie, she would need to come out with numerous lies to cover this original lie. After Dai Boki agreed to go to Blue Profound Sect, the following matters started to become easy to deal with. Divine Dr. Dai couldn't bear for his disciple to suffer, so he could only prepare a flying ship personally, as he led Huang Yueli on the journey. When Huang Yueli saw that magnificent and luxurious flying ship, her eyeballs nearly dropped out. Dai Boki delightfully introduced, "What's the matter, disciple? Have you seen the crest on the deck of the flying ship? This is one of the best works of the #1 armament master back then, and only someone with a status like this old man can get this. This flying ship is much faster than ordinary flying ships by several times, and just in 1 day's time, we will be able to arrive at Sky Emperor City." Huang Yueli wiped off the sweat on her forehead as she immediately fawned on him. "Indeed, Divine Dr. Dai, able to get such incredible treasure into your hands. My respect for you is just like unceasing torrents in the Yellow River." The flying ship which she had created, of course the speed was extraordinary. Looking at this flying ship, her heart eased by a large half. Dai Boki turned his head and swept a look at her. Know how incredible this master is, still not going to kowtow to acknowledge this master. How long have you already dragged out for? Dai Boki was really afraid that the disciple that he had gotten would run away, and in every few sentences, he would always remind Huang Yueli to acknowledge him as master. However, Huang Yueli's answer every single time was always the same: "After Divine Dr. Dai has saved Sovereign Mu and released the restraint on my meridians, then I'll immediately acknowledge you formally." She alleged that he must be saved before acknowledging him as master. Dai Boki was treated with threats and promises, and also started to burn with anxiety as he urged his servants to raise the speed of the flying ship to the maximum as they drove towards Blue Profound Sect's direction. The current atmosphere in Levitation Sword Palace was so quiet that it was frightening. Song Pahun stood outside Li Moying's bedroom entrance as he suppressed his voice. "Big brother, now Sovereign's exact situation." Song Pajun's expression was extremely gloomy as he clenched his teeth tightly, and after some time, he finally spoke out hoarsely. Sovereign had been unconscious since yesterday afternoon until earlier, and when he woke up, he spatted out several mouthfuls of blood and wasn't even able to take any medication, only kept asking me Relentless if we had already found Grandmaster Huang. Song Pahun's eyes turned red as he asked anxiously, "Sovereign doesn't even care about his own life, only remembering Grandmaster Huang. What should we do?" earlier the last deadline which Divine Dr. Lu gave, was just 7 days. Sovereign still doesn't allow us to go look for Divine Dr. Lu. Big brother, can't you just deceive Sovereign, saying that Grandmaster Huang has already been found? Song Pujun swept a glance at him. Did you really think that I have never considered that? But is Sovereign someone so easily deceived? If he doesn't see her with his own eyes, do you think he will believe in my words? What should we do? Don't tell me that we can only watch Sovereign. Song Pahun's voice quivered. Lu Bian is really not a thing. In the past I always thought that he was a good person, even if he severed ties with Sovereign. I even sympathized with him, but this time round, if he dares to appear in Blue Profound Sect again, I will definitely cut him up into 1,000 pieces. Song Pujun's glare deepened. This sentence of yours, you'd better leave it inside your tummy for now. I've already asked Pu to head to the Alchemist Guild to look for Divine Dr. Lu, hope that he is able to convince him to come treat Sovereign. Soaring Heavens Continent's Alchemist Branch Guild. Divine Dr. Lu, someone is here from Blue Profound Sect, asking to meet you. Hearing the attendant reporting this, Lu Bian's tensed body finally jerked. Who's that who has come? He's Levitation Sword Palace's guardian Yu. Lu Bian frowned. Why? He's the only one who came? Yes. Hearing that, Lu Bian clenched his fist tightly. He had already waited at the Alchemist Guild for 7 days, and he originally thought that under the pressure of his life hanging by a thin thread, Li Moying would definitely not be able to take the pressure and had no choice but to admit defeat to him. But the truth was, he waited day after day, but Li Moying didn't appear eventually, neither did he send anyone from Blue Profound Sect over to look for him. Initially, Li Moying was still thinking that if Li Moying headed over to beg him, he was thinking of different ways to make things difficult for him and to coerce him to make a vow that he would never ever harass Huang Yueli forever. But as time pushed forward, his heart started to wrench more and more, and he couldn't be bothered about anything else. Instead, he began to become more worried about Li Moying's condition. He knew about Li Moying's strong character and that he would absolutely not bow his head to anyone easily, but he was already on his deathbed, so would he really refuse to bow down? If he really died because of this? Lu Bian couldn't sit still and was considering if he should head over personally to Blue Profound Sect to take a look, but then again, he was unable to pull his face down. Just as this moment, hearing that someone from Blue Profound Sect seeking to meet him, he assumed that Li Moying had finally admitted defeat. In the end, it was only Tsang Piyu who came over. This man, did he really cared so much about that young lass, refusing to let go even till his death? Then where did he place the past life, Huang Yueli, in his heart? Not meeting. Ask Guardian Yu to return. Lu Bian grinded his teeth as he squeezed these few words out. But. The attendant was hemming and hawing outside the door. Before he could finish his words, the door was pushed open and Song Piyu walked in with a few big strides, as he cupped his fists in greeting towards Lu Bian. Divine Dr. Lu, I'm really sorry for intruding abruptly, but you should know that our sovereign is already on the brink of death, and this cannot be delayed further. I beseech you to make a trip to Blue Profound Sect, and no matter what kind of compensation you require, our sect will try our utmost best to utilize all that we have, to attain all your requests. Lu Bian gave a cold humph as he swept a glance at him. Why? Did Li Moying send you here? Song Piyu's gaze sparkled for a moment, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. Yes. Lu Bian's brows rose as he asked, in this case, my condition. Has your sovereign agreed to it? Song Piyu's heart jolted. Lu Bian's condition was for Li Moying to give up on Huang Yueli, and also to promise that he would never get in contact with Huang Yueli. This kind of condition was something that their sovereign would rather die than to agree to it. But Song Piyu came today was originally done without Li Moying's knowledge, as he had already set his mind to risk any costs to deceive Lu Bian back to treat the sovereign. Song Piyu silently clenched his teeth. That's right. Everything shall be according to divine Dr. Lu's wishes. When he said that, the back of his shirt was already drenched in cold sweat. Heaven knew that if Li Moying found out that he had said such words to Lu Bian, how would he be dealt with? But now, there was no other way. Lu Bian heard his words as he kept silent, without saying a single word, as though considering the truth of his words. After some time, he suddenly stood up. On account of the past relationship that I had with your sovereign, as long as he promises my condition, I will naturally not leave him to die, so I'll make this trip with you. Song Piyu was overjoyed as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, divine Dr. Dai." Song Piyu led Lu Bian as they hurried back to Levitation Sword Palace. Lu Bian entered Li Moying's bedroom and Song Piyu turned back to take a look at Song Pijun as he whispered, "How is it? Has everything been arranged properly?" Song Pijun took a look at the bedroom. "Should." His words had just ended when he heard a violent spur of coughing coming from the bedroom, followed by Li Moying's hoarse and weak voice. "It's you, Scram, get out. Don't even think that I will agree." The three guardians exchanged glances at one another as their expressions changed abruptly. Song Piyu asked in shock, "Haven't you arranged everything already? Why did Sovereign suddenly awaken? This time round, what shall we do?" Song Pahun's eyes were wide open as he was dumbstruck. How could this be? I obviously saw Sovereign fell asleep earlier. As Li Moying just refused to relent, the few guardians had no choice but to risk being chopped into pieces as they thought of a plan to cheat under cover of a diversion. As Song Pahun and Song Pijun tried ways and means to knock Li Moying unconscious with a drug, then made Song Piyu go get Lu Bian over, saying that Li Moying had already promised Lu Bian's conditions. In this way, under the circumstances that both parties were unable to confront each other, if Lu Bian had any single ounce of conscience left, he might just be hooked and will administer treatment for Li Moying. In the end, whoever knew that Lu Bian was indeed deceived, but Li Moying suddenly woke up. In this case, weren't things going to be exposed right on the spot? Moreover, today was the last of the 7 days, and if Lu Bian just left in anger like that, then wouldn't Li Moying have lost his last hope of treatment? Could they watch Li Moying die with their eyes wide open? Song Pijun didn't dare to think so much as he said, saying all these are useless now, let's go in and take a look quickly. The three guardians entered the bedroom hastily and saw Li Moying half leaning against the bedhead, as his face was as white as sheet with traces of blood on the edges of his lips. His long lashes left a dark shadow below his eyes, making him look terribly frail. But when he opened his eyes, the frigid cold and deep eerier gaze was no different from in the past. Li Moying's vision swept past the three guardians, and that stern vision made Song Pijun and the others shivered with coldness in their hearts. All of them realized that at the first instance, their plan had been seen through by their sovereign. Even though they knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later, but on thinking that Li Moying was on the brink of death, but still had such unwavering determination and such clear-minded senses, it simply made their hearts filled with terror. Song Pijun braced himself as he headed upwards to advice, SOV. Sovereign, since Divine Dr. Lu is already here, you might as well let him have a look. Li Moying didn't bother looking at him as he shifted his gaze towards Lu Bian while opening his mouth to ask, "Where is Li'er?" Lu Bian's right hand clenched tightly as the gold needles at the tip of his fingers poked right into his palm, but he totally did not detect anything. You just like her so much? Even though you're about to die, you still refuse to budge? Actually, Lu Bian had long known that Song Piyu was lying to him. But it was until Li Moying's last deadline to his death, when he suddenly recalled the times when he risked life and death with the then Xiu Qingqing. There was once, when they were brothers who left their lives in each other's hands. But not knowing since when, had they started to take a step towards today's situation. Lu Bian knew that, no matter if Li Moying was alive or dead, he was destined to carry the regrets for his entire life. In the end, he still came because he assumed that he would see the unconscious Li Moying, and in this way, it would be considered as he had a stage to step down on. In future, he could say that he was being deceived by Xiang Piyu, but standing on the point of morality, he could coerce Li Moying to give up. Whoever knew that, Li Moying had to awaken at such a time. This man was so proud, and until this step, he couldn't even be bothered to act a little. Lu Bian saw Li Moying's pale handsome face and that extremely familiar black eyes as he couldn't say out the feelings he had in his heart. Li Moying's profound energy fluctuations in his body started to become jumbled up again. The three guardians noticed this and their expression changed abruptly, as they all knelt down in unison. "Sovereign, don't be overly anxious. Your condition is important. Sovereign, as long as the mountain is green, there will still be firewood and there is still hope in life, so why must you do this? Just let Divine Dr. Lu treat you. Sovereign, there are thousands of disciples in Blue Profound Sect who rely on you, you must take good care." Song Pajun and the others were extremely anxious as all of them spoke out with sincerity, making one emotionally moved. However, Li Moying seemed as though he didn't heard what they said as his gaze was fixed onto Lu Bian, wh. "Where is Lier? Ret. Return her to me. She's mine." Lu Bian's hands were clenched tightly as he took a deep breath and struck out a fist towards Li Moying. "Divine Dr. Lu. Quickly stop. Sovereign, please be careful." The crowd shouted and shrieked as Li Moying's fist wind missed, just brushing past Li Moying's ear as it landed heavily on the bedhead. The chinaware on the drawer next to the bed was affected by the strong profound energy and started to fall down as it splattered onto the ground into bits. Li Moying's face was turning paler by the second and a trickle of blood started to seep out from the corner of his lips, apparently his injury had worsened. But his gaze remained cold and resolute, without any trace of wavering. Lu Bian clenched his teeth so hard that he tasted blood. "You really don't want to live any longer, is that so? Acting in such a sincere and passionate way, who are you acting to show? You really wish to die for Bairuoli. Then how about Huang Yueli? Do you still remember that peerless and glamorous mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord?" Li Moying didn't say a word. But the three great guardians beside him all flushed a stiff expression. Song Pahun blinked as though he seemed to have understood something as he spoke out. "Divine Dr. Lu, have you misunderstood something? Grandmaster Huang, Shut up." Li Moying barked sharply, interrupting him, but immediately following that, he started to cough furiously as he couldn't catch his breath. Lu Bian seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head around to look at Song Pahun and asked relentlessly, "You mentioned Grandmaster Huang? What happened to Huang Yueli?" Song Pahun was swept by a frigid cold glance from Li Moying as the words which were at his throat were stuffed right back. "Quickly speak, as long as you speak, I will treat your sovereign's illness." Lu Bian sensed that this matter was extremely important as he didn't hesitate to cast out the most important chip. Song Pahun clenched his teeth hard, and momentarily, he didn't know what to choose. Song Pajun and Song Piyu exchanged glances as they were also softened up. Just at this moment, a fluster of shuffling footsteps was heard coming from the corridor. Li Moying's brows creased and was just about to flare up when his room door was pushed open with a loud bang. Moying. How are you now? What exactly are you now?" A young lady's crisp voice rang, with hints of crying tone as though she was about to choke. Everyone present had their eyes opened wide as they didn't dare to believe what they heard. A slender and dainty figure pounced towards Li Moying's bedside ferociously, and without saying anything, she hugged him tightly. Lier? Li Moying was originally frail, and after being crushed on the chest by her in such a hard impact, he almost threw up blood once again. But when he saw the appearance of the young lady in front of his eyes, a huge wave of joyous shock overwhelmed him entirely. Li Moying didn't dare to move as he allowed Huang Yueli to press down on him entirely, not even batting an eyelid. He was really afraid that this was just a dream and would only need a blink of an eye before the image in front of him disappeared. The young lass whom he had been thinking about constantly would henceforth disappear. Huang Yueli's body kept on shaking as she buried her head inside Li Moying's arms, hugging him around the waist tightly, and it was until she felt the man's warmth underneath her before she sensed a little bit of actuality. Heaven knew that while she was on the way here on the flying ship, just how scared and anxious she was. She simply could not imagine that if she was hurrying on her way to Blue Profound Sect and all she saw was Li Moying's icy cold corpse, what should she do? Just based on the scenario, it was already enough to make her die of heartache. Luckily, she managed to reach in time. Song Pajun and the others were all stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, the trio showed an overjoyed expression on their faces. No one had expected that Huang Yueli would actually return at such a timely crucial moment. Song Pajun hurriedly coughed, cough cough, Grandmaster Huang, you're pressing onto Sovereign's chest and his internal injury is very serious, this. When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately realized that as she hurriedly tried to get off Li Moying. However, Li Moying clasped onto her waist tightly, as he kissed her fiercely on her pink lips. Huang Yueli was worried about his injuries and didn't dare to move around, so she obediently allowed him to kiss her. It was an icy cold kiss, as there was practically no warmth on Li Moying's lips at all. Furthermore, he had merely kissed for a few moments when his breathing grew weaker and weaker and his head skewed sideways, the grip on his hand loosening as he lost consciousness once again. Huang Yueli was so terrified that she jumped up, Moying, Moying. You, don't you scare me. Quickly wake up. Huang Yueli blinked her sparkly eyes, and her eyes were totally wet. She had been terrified on the entire journey here, and until this moment when she finally saw Li Moying in person, she discovered that he was so frail, so she finally could not endure it any longer as she almost cried out. She grabbed onto Li Moying's lapel, trying to shake him up. Song Pajun's eyes and movements were swift as he hurriedly up to stop her. Grandmaster Huang, don't be overly anxious, Sovereign should not be moved about casually. It's better to seek divine Dr. Liu to impose treatment for Sovereign. Huang Yuel then suddenly regained her senses as she started to get a little frustrated at the same time. She had forgotten about the most important thing and delayed Li Moying's condition. She had always been a rational person, and no matter what kind of danger she had met with, she was always able to think through it in a calm and collected manner to find the best method to resolve it. But facing Li Moying, she found it hard to calm down. Huang Yueli turned around and met with Lu Baiyan's gaze. Looking at Lu Baiyan's silent countenance, a gust of fury shot right up her head. Lu Biyu, you actually made me take this kind of medication, using such underhanded methods to deceive me. I really thought of you wrongly. If something untoward happens to Moying, I will absolutely not let you off. She was shaking as she said that, her eyes fixed on Lu Baiyan. Although she had never loved Lu Baiyan, but she had always treated him as a friend who could be trusted. But this time round, Lu Baiyan used such a vile method to scheme against her, causing Li Moying's life to be hanging by a thread. Lu Baiyan watched attentively at her gaze, which was consumed with fury and hatred, and his heart suddenly felt a piercing pain as he couldn't help but retreated backwards, all the way until his back bumped into the cabinet before he finally stopped. This was the first time that Huang Yueli fixed such an icy cold gaze onto himself. There was once, when he assumed that he was able to accept everything that would happen, Huang Yueli's hatred towards him. But when it really happened, he then realized that he himself, really, wasn't able to take it. At this very moment, his heart was filled with unspeakable agony. From the moment he laid his hand on her, he knew that what he had obtained was a facade and everything would be lost sooner or later, but he had totally not expected that this day would descend faster than he had expected. Ruoli, how did you, suddenly, recover your memories? He asked in a soft voice. Lu Bian self-assumed that he had already made Huang Yueli drink so much medicinal soup for so many consecutive days, and the medicinal effects had basically stabilized, so even after he left, even if Huang Yueli didn't take the medication on time, she wouldn't resume her memories so quickly. Unless she took the antidote? But that kind of poison which he laid on Huang Yueli was something which ordinary pill masters weren't able to cure, because it was their master's Fomalhaut's esoteric lore. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't answer his question, only sneering. Why? Very surprised? From the moment that you did such a thing, you should already know that the truth would be exposed one fine day. What are you still doing here for? Well, I can still top myself from stabbing you to death, scram. To tell the truth, looking at Li Moying's current state, Huang Yueli really felt like stabbing Lu Bian to death directly. She had never seen Li Moying in such a frail state before. Even if it was in their past life when they went through experience learning, she would somehow had a feeling that this man whom she liked would not fall easily and he would be able to overcome all the difficulties. Only this time round. When she felt Li Moying's icy cold lips, her inner heart's terror instantly rose. If she was slightly later, just slightly later, Li Moying would have really died. Just thinking about this point alone, how was she able to maintain her composure? Luckily, she still had a little bit of rationality left, and knowing that the current situation was pressing, the current issue was to help Li Moying treat his illness and not to teach Lu Bian a lesson. Otherwise, she might not be able to restrain herself from the urge to kill someone. When Song Pijun heard Huang Yueli chasing Lu Bian away, his expression changed and he quickly leaned close. Grandmaster Huang, please don't be rash. Now is not the time to chase divine Dr. Lu away, sovereign's illness still requires him. Hearing Song Pijun's words, Lu Bian's deadly still eyes suddenly lit up with a glow. Ruoli, you, don't chase me away. I can treat Li Moying's illness. The last few words were practically squeezed out from the slit of his teeth. For him to really say such words, it was simply too arduous. He had planned for such a long time and every single day, he seemed to be walking on the tip of the words, suffering the pain from his inner heart, but until the very end, he didn't gain anything at all. No, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything at all. All he had obtained was people rebelling against him while his friends all deserted him. He only obtained the hatred gaze from the woman whom he liked, and the begrudging gaze which came from his brother whom he had once risked life and death with. Lu Bian couldn't help but turn chilly as he seemed as though he couldn't suffer such a blow. But he still coerced himself to stabilize his body as he slowly walked towards Huang Yueli's side and spoke out softly, I'm very sorry, let me atone for my crime. Huang Yueli turned her head around and looked at him coldly. Why? Still feel that you've not harmed Moying enough? Did you think that I will still let you have any chance to do something to him? I'm not. Lu Bian was unable to give a convincing explanation for self-defense as he felt extreme pain in his heart. He had once said that he couldn't wait for Li Moying to die, and he also had grudges against him for snatching his beloved woman away from him so many times. But in the inner depths of his heart, he had never thought about harming Li Moying, nor had he really done anything towards him. Even if it was the last time when they had a huge fight in Levitation Sword Palace, Li Moying was so heavily injured that he seemed to be on impending death, but that was merely a phony picture which everyone saw. At that moment, Li Moying struck out only deadly moves towards him, and the both of them were truly fighting with their real power, so no one had really gone soft on each other, so Lu Bian had really suffered heavy injuries as well. But it was because Li Moying originally had a weak and failing primordial soul, whereas Lu Bian had prepared many 9th level life-saving pills, which then caused the difference between the duo's circumstances. But all these, he probably had no more chance to explain to Huang Yueli ever again. Lu Bian was very clear that in this young lady's heart, he had no way to turn himself around ever again, forever. Retaining the image of a despicable and shameless villain. Lu Bian closed his eyes as he tried to suppress the heart-shattering feelings, and by the time he reopened his eyes, the usual calm and collected look had already resurfaced back on his eyes as the tone of his eyes seemed to have stabilized as well. Ruoli, no matter what you think of me, the truth is I'm the only one who can save Li Moying now. I swear that I will not do those harmful things to him again, so let me take a look at his situation. I believe that you should also know that his condition cannot be dragged on any further. Huang Yueli replied coldly, I've already said that I don't need your hypocrisy. But, Ruoli, Lu Bian took a step forward as he continued to persuade her. Just at this moment, a series of knocking sounds was heard. The female attendant outside the door said, Sovereign, Guardians, a pill master, by the name of Dai wishes to meet Sovereign. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up as she hurriedly replied, Quick, invite Divine Dr. Dai in immediately. The room door opened and Dai Boki's figure appeared at the entrance. On seeing Huang Yueli, he immediately frowned as he spoke out unhappily, I say, disciple, why did you run so quickly? This old man had merely gone to stop the flying ship and you've already disappeared without a trace. Luckily, I know that you've come to Levitation Sword Palace to look for Sovereign Mu, otherwise where should I go look for you? Before Huang Yueli could even say a word, when Lu Bian saw Dai Boki, he immediately voiced out in surprise, Moss. Master, why have an elderly man like you leave the Alchemist Guild headquarters? Dai Boki then noticed him at this moment as he asked in surprise, Yenner, why are you here too? You're here to help Sovereign Mu to do a consultation? Just nice, quick, help this old man cure that scum's illness. Otherwise, there'd be no cure for your junior sister. Lu Bian's expression was totally lost as he looked blankly at Dai Boki, What junior sister? And, who's the scum? Dai Boki stared angrily at him and said, Why have you turned so silly in just over a month? Your junior sister, isn't she your fiancée? This old man has already taken her in as a disciple, so in future, you're both senior brother and junior sister, and are also husband and wife, which is a match made in heaven, made for each other. Everyone present who heard that, had all gone dazed from what he said. Hearing Dai Boki say out such things, everyone was dumbstruck. Li Moying's gaze instantly became icy cold. Old man, what are you saying? You say, cough, you say my woman is, cough. Li Moying's state was originally frail, and the moment he opened his mouth, the turbulent gush around his chest couldn't help rushing up, but he could still cast his furious gaze towards Dai Boki, as there was a faint murderous intent beneath his eyes. He was not even dead, and someone dared to say that his Lear was Lu Bian's woman? And even said a match made in heaven? When Huang Yueli heard that, she knew that the development wasn't going right, and she was deeply worried that Lu Bian would anger Dai Boki, so she hurriedly covered Li Moying's mouth. At the same time, she turned around and laughed dryly, cough, this. Divine Dr. Dai, I think I haven't acknowledged you as master yet. When Dai Boki heard that, he instantly became unhappy. What do you mean? This old man has followed you to travel so far away, all the way until Blue Profound Sect, and now you're going to regret your decision? Other than this old man, who else can you acknowledge as master? No, I don't mean it in that way, Huang Yueli hastily explained. We have agreed previously that you will first treat Sovereign Mu, and after he has recovered, then I will acknowledge you as master, without any regrets. Dai Boki then gave a harumph. All right then, where is Sovereign Mu? Why haven't I seen him around? Moreover, Yenner is right here. Could it be that even Yenner isn't able to treat his ailments? Huang Yueli didn't mention Lu Bian at all, only pointing towards Li Moying's direction and said, Divine Dr. Dai, this is Blue Profound Sect Sovereign Mu. What did you say? Dai Boki's eyes opened wide. Do you treat this old man as blind? Before this old man had gone into closed-door cultivation many years ago, I have also once met Mu Qingqing himself. Although several decades had already gone past, but that gentlemanly young lass would probably have changed as he grew up. but he couldn't possibly undergo such a huge change. He is obviously not the same person. Huang Yueli had already long expected that he would have misgivings about this, but due to the tight timeline, she wasn't able to explain in detail, merely giving a brief explanation. Divine Dr. Dai, to tell the truth, just over a decade ago, Sovereign Mu had undergone an accident and had already died, but later he reincarnated, and now he had just resumed his identity after reincarnation and returned to Blue Profound Sect. Only thing was, no one knew what happened during his reincarnation. He had innate soul detachment illness, and the situation is becoming more and more serious recently, already on the brink of death. When Daiboki heard that, his brows creased tightly. What? You mean to say, could it be that this is Mu Qingqing's reincarnated form? But, this. How could this be possible? Sovereign Mu had really managed to master the principle of reincarnation? Everyone knew that when they underwent reincarnation, all previous memories in their past lives would be completely forgotten. There was an old tale that if one managed to master the ancient principle of reincarnation, then one would be able to retain their memories when they reincarnate. Alas, this Kabbalah was extremely crooked, and there were various unpredictable backlashes which might occur. Because of that, there were few who were able to master this during the ancient times, and in the past 10,000 years, the skill was even rumored to have been lost. Hearing Mu Qingqing's reincarnation story, Daiboki's first reaction was that he had mastered the principle of reincarnation. Huang Yueli hesitated. About this, it might not be so. Anyway, Moying's primordial spirit is already disorganized and on the verge of collapse, so will Divine Dr. Dai. Please try to find a way to treat him. As long as you're able to cure him, I am willing to do whatever you want me to do. When Huang Yueli said these, her hands were placed on Li Moying's mouth, in case he butted in casually. Li Moying had no reaction right from the start, but when he heard this, he struggled and tried to open his mouth. Huang Yueli hastily leaned next to his ear as she whispered, I tried so hard to cheat Divine Dr. Dai to cure you. No matter what he said, you're not allowed to rebuke and just allow him to cure you. Can you do that? Li Moying's half-opened peach-blossomed eyes took a deep look at her. Huang Yueli knew that he was feeling unreconciled because he didn't like Daiboki to loop her together with Lu Bian as a pair. She thought about it and loosened her tone. Please, can you don't scare me? I've finally returned, and if something untoward really happened to you, what do you want me to do? Huang Yueli initially only wanted to throw a tantrum to express her weakness, to make Li Moying listen to her, but after she really said it out, she thought about how worried and scared she was during this period of time. Her eyes turned red and her tears almost spilled out of eyes uncontrollably. Li Moying saw her rabbit-red eyes, and instantly his heart melted into a puddle of water. He tried his best to lift up that frail and lethargic hand as he gently pressed against Huang Yueli's waist as he spoke out softly, Don't cry, I will listen to you. Huang Yueli then wiped her tears and took a few steps back, giving up the position next to Li Moying to Daiboki. Daiboki looked a little puzzledly towards Huang Yueli, not totally clear on what had happened. But thinking that as long as he was able to cure Li Moying, he would then take in a genius disciple who was deemed to become a 9th-ranked pill master, he no longer hesitated as he sat beside Li Moying and took his pulse. Huang Yueli and the three guardians kept their eyes on Daiboki attentively, waiting to hear the results of his consultation. However, Daiboki's brows were creased, and after 1 hour of detailed consultation, he released Li Moying's hand but didn't open his mouth to say a single word, but grabbed Li Moying's other wrist. This time round, his expression turned graver. Huang Yueli and the others were so anxious that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. Suddenly, Daiboki opened his mouth. There are so many of you here, and all of your cultivations are powerful 9th stage realm top exponents. Your soul traces and profound energy fluctuations are too strong, hence affecting this old man's diagnosis. Can all of you go out first? Huang Yueli and the others all responded hastily and started walking outwards. Lu Bian had been hiding by the side of the door, peeking sneakily while Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered about him. At this very moment, he took a few steps forward and spoke to Daiboki. Master, before you came, this disciple had already done some diagnosis towards Li Moying's condition. Before he could finish his words, Huang Yueli gave him a fierce stare. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Lu Baiyan's voice stopped abruptly as his profound gaze landed onto Huang Yueli, and he spoke out softly. I know that you hate me, but Li Moying's condition is complex and way out of your imagination. Even for me, I had researched for many years before I had some findings. Moreover, I cannot guarantee absolute recovery. My master has just diagnosed for such a short time, how could he possibly cure him? You also don't wish to delay his illness, right? Huang Yueli clenched her teeth tightly as she was crying out sullenly in her heart. But as the matter concerned Li Moying's life, she had no choice but to be cautious as she made a compromise. Daiboki was fully concentrated on taking Li Moying's pulse and had not heard their whisperings. At this very moment, he urged impatiently, Yenner, earlier you mentioned that you have some ideas? Still not hurrying over to do the consultation along with this master? Sovereign Mu's illness is indeed strange, and this old man doesn't know where to start from. If we can't cure him, wouldn't it damage our divine doctor's reputation? Lu Baiyan immediately responded and walked over. Huang Yueli bit her lips but didn't head up to stop him, instead she walked out slowly from the bedroom. Outside the bedroom, the three guardians stood up straight as they bowed to her. Grandmaster Huang, you're finally back. The sovereign is extremely worried and he also refuses to let divine Dr. Lu treat him, this subordinate thought. Sigi. Luckily you came back in time, otherwise the consequences would be dire. That's right, Grandmaster Huang, where have you been? Have you been locked up by Lu Baiyan? Huang Yueli gave a soft sigh. It's hard to explain. Later when there's a chance, then we'll talk about it. What I want to know is that when I'm not around, what happened in Levitation Sword Palace? Why did Moying suddenly turn out like this? Song Pajun cupped his hands. After Sovereign was heavily injured by Divine Dr. Lu, his symptoms worsened, and because you went missing, he was struck with a deep blow, and his body condition just worsened in a second. Later on, 7 days ago, Divine Dr. Lu suddenly came over to Levitation Sword Palace, requesting for Sovereign to vow never to get in contact with you, as the condition for him to treat Sovereign. Huang Yueli frowned. 7 days ago, so he suddenly disappeared, was really because he came to save Moying, but this kind of condition, how would Moying possibly agree to it? Song Pajun didn't really understood what she said but responded anyway, yes, Sovereign adamantly refused, so Divine Dr. Lu raised a 7-day deadline, saying that if 7 days have passed, even for him, would be impossible to save Sovereign. Today is the last day of the 7 days deadline. When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately became terrified as she shockingly felt that her back was already drenched in cold sweat entirely. Luckily, she was able to recover her memories in time and managed to arrive timely. If she missed today, then there would really be no reversing of time. The few of them waited at the entrance of the bedroom door. Initially, the few guardians were still very anxious, worried if Li Moying would start quarreling with Lu Baiyan. However, after a long time, the bedroom was still silent, without any sound, and the crowd then let their hearts down. A moment later, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Huang Yueli immediately rushed over. Divine Dr. Dai. Moying what happened to him? Ah, it's you. She rushed over very quickly and almost went into a head-on collision with the person standing at the door. Huang Yueli immediately stopped her footsteps and on raising her head, she met with Lu Baiyan's face. She took a flustered step back and her expression slowly turned gloomy. Lu Baiyan fixed a complicated look on the young lady's face, which had instantly lost its glow, as a piercing pain flashed past his heart. Young Miss Bai, please come in. My master and I have already ascertained the treatment plan, and would like to discuss with you. When Huang Yueli heard this, her heart thumped hard. She had assumed that Lu Bian opening the door meant that Li Moying's illness was already under control, but in the end, she actually heard him saying this. This sentence made one scared witless, somehow feeling that something major was about to happen. Hence, she couldn't even be bothered about getting angry with Lu Bian as she asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "Moying he. Has something happened to him again?" Lu Bian said, "Come on in first." Huang Yueli immediately rushed into the bedroom as she took quick steps and flew towards Li Moying's bedside. The man on the bed was lying there peacefully. His entire body was full of pointy, thin gold needles, and even his forehead had a few needles on it. But his expression looked much better than before, not that pale, and there was even a faint hint of blood shade on his lips as his breathing seemed more stable as well. Huang Yueli instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier hearing Lu Bian's words, she thought that Li Moying was a goner for sure. Now from the looks of it, his condition wasn't as bad as what she had imagined. The highly taut string in her heart loosened and she immediately felt her feet turning soft, almost falling flat on the ground on her buttocks. Lu Bian acted swiftly as he supported her from the back on the right. Huang Yueli steadied herself and she immediately evaded his hand. Not even turning back her head, she directly sat next to Li Moying. Lu Bian's gaze dimmed as he watched her intently without saying a single word. Huang Yueli nervously checked on Li Moying's condition and instantly turned her head towards Dai Boqi. "Divine Dr. Dai, how is Moying's condition? What is the treatment plan that Divine Dr. Lu had mentioned?" Dai Boqi originally looked puzzledly at Huang Yueli and Lu Bian, and upon hearing her words, he hurriedly said, "Yenner and I have used gold needles on his acupoints to gain control of Sovereign Mu's primordial spirit and also fed him some nerve-calming medication. Sovereign Mu's condition is temporarily under control." Huang Yueli hurriedly replied, "Many thanks, Divine Dr. Dai." Dai Boqi shook her head, "Don't be glad so soon. Sovereign Mu has only managed to preserve his life, but his primordial spirit is still very frail. After he wakes up, he will only be able to remain conscious for at most 6 to 8 hours, and he must avoid crossing hands with anyone else. The minute he utilizes profound energy, his condition will definitely work up again. This is not a long-term plan." Huang Yueli frowned, as she looked worriedly at the man on the bed. Her own man, she knew him the best. To Li Moying, if he was not able to use any profound energy in future, this would upset him more than killing him. A peerless genius like him, an overbearingly strong top exponent for 2 lifetimes, he had long been accustomed to standing on the top, unsurpassable, so how would he possibly bind himself up, not crossing hands with anyone else? This, probably Li Moying would absolutely not be able to accept it. Huang Yueli asked softly, "Divine Dr. Dai, could it be that there's no way to cure Moying's illness at all?" Dai Boqi sighed, "Although this old man is most apt at treating primordial injuries, but it is this old man's first time seeing such a serious condition like Sovereign Mu's. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the fact that Yenner had made many preparations, Sovereign Mu would probably have lost his life today." Huang Yueli went silent from hearing that, and after a while later, she still didn't say a word. Perhaps she really should thank Lu Bian for saving Li Moying's life, but she totally couldn't make herself open her mouth. When Dai Boqi saw the both of them not saying a single word, even though he was puzzled, he continued speaking. "To treat the root cause. I've discussed with Yenner on this earlier. It's not that there's totally no way, but..." "But what?" Huang Yueli asked relentlessly. Dai Boqi spoke out slowly, "Actually this isn't considered as the cure for the root cause, but merely for him to keep taking oral medication. At the same time, we will gather a few 9th-ranked peak practitioners to inject their profound energies into Sovereign Mu's meridians, forcibly helping him stabilize his primordial spirit. If this succeeds, within the next 3 to 5 years' time, Sovereign Mu's soul detachment illness will not act up." "Then how about 5 years later?" Huang Yueli asked, while in deep thoughts. 5 years later, if Sovereign Mu manages to advance to the 10th stage realm successfully, perhaps, his soul detachment illness would be cured without any need to take medication. Huang Yueli's brows creased, but didn't say a single word. Lu Bian interrupted, "Young Miss Bai, you should be very clear that Li Moying's innate talent for this lifetime is even better, and with the past lifetime's experience, his cultivation had undergone tremendous improvement which no one could surpass. Breaking through the 10th stage realm within 5 years' time might not be something that's not possible." When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded and said, "If you put it in this way, it indeed sounds logical. Then why are both divine doctors so hesitant about this?" Dai Boki took a look at the bedridden Li Moying as he sighed and said, "This is the reason why we wanted to discuss with young Miss Bai. If we adopt this treatment plan, we must first find 4 9th stage realm peak practitioners to be present at the same time. Furthermore, the amount of profound energy which will be exhausted is extremely huge. There is also a possibility that it might even cause these 4 top exponents' cultivation to retract, the candidates." Huang Yueli muttered to herself irresolutely, "This is indeed a problem." The 4 great guardians under Moying were originally all 9th stage realm peak top exponents, and furthermore they have always been loyal to Moying, but now that we are short of one. Lu Bian gave a light cough, "Young Miss Bai, no need to worry about that. The 3 guardians are all dependable people, and plus myself, the number of people are just nice, so there's no need to worry about the problem of candidates. We had better think about the problem concerning the medicinal pills." "You?" Before Lu Bian had even finished his words, Huang Yueli's icy cold stare swept right towards him. Her eyes were filled with doubts. Lu Bian's heart constricted as the words which he was saying were stuck at the back of his throat. Facing Huang Yueli's distrustful gaze, it actually made him felt so terrible, and this was something which he had not expected in the first place. He had once thought that he would be able to bear the consequences of deceiving Huang Yueli, but it was until now that he realized that from the moment he started to drug Huang Yueli, time could no longer flow back to the past, and everything could no longer return back. Thinking of the past, Huang Yueli's gaze towards him, although there was no admiration, but it would be filled with trust and concern, but at this very moment, everything was entirely replaced by resentment. After some time later, Lu Bian suppressed the sour feeling in his heart as he spoke out softly, "Even if you wish to push me aside, there's no way you can find anyone else, isn't it? Blue profound sex people had been roving in the past years, and those 9th stage realm peak elders might not be more reliable than me. Moreover speaking, all my master has on his mind is to take you in as a disciple, so if I really do anything funny, master will be the first who will not let me off." Dai Boki hurriedly put in a word for his disciple, "That's right, with Yenner around, you don't have to worry." He had always been one who honor his words, and since he has already agreed to help, then he would absolutely not regret it. Alright, now that the 9th stage realm practitioner's problem has been solved, next would be 2 other matters. Huang Yueli was simply not assured. After all, using profound energy to stabilize one's primordial spirit, although this matter was something which she had never seen before, but she just needed to think and knew that if profound energy invaded one's primordial spirit, it was an extremely dangerous matter, and if they were slightly careless, both the person who carried out the technique or the one who was being given treatment would suffer a grave backlash, and they might even lose their lives. Whereas for Lu Bian, he already had an antecedent of hiring Li Moying before this, so he definitely couldn't wait for Li Moying to die. Would he really take such a huge risk, giving his all to save Li Moying? If he really did something, wouldn't Li Moying become an idiot henceforth? She creased her brows slightly as she continued asking, "Divine Dr. Dai, may I ask what you mean by this?" Dai Boki said, "Other than the 4 top exponents, Sovereign Mu also needs to take oral medication, in combination with the treatment. This kind of medication originally didn't exist in the world anymore, but luckily Yenner had spent many years on reading multiple ancient records, and in combination to his own research, he had finally ascertained a kind of prescription. But, this prescription," Dai Boki paused for a moment, as he looked towards Lu Bian. Huang Yueli questioned closely, "What issues does the prescription have?" Lu Bian spoke out directly, "Let me say it instead. These few years, I've roamed around various parts of Soaring Heaven's continent, seeking for patients who have soul detachment illness and other primordial spirit symptoms, volunteering to treat their illness just to ascertain this prescription's healing efficacy. Until now, all those patients had been treated successfully." Hearing that, Huang Yueli revealed an overjoyed expression. However, before she started to turn happy, she heard Lu Bian continuing. "But among these patients, even for the most serious few, the damage on their primordial spirit can't even be compared to 1/10 of Li Moying's. So just how effective is this prescription towards his soul detachment illness, from the current looks of now, is still unknown." Huang Yueli went silent upon hearing that. "I understand. Any other issues?" Lu Bian nodded his head and said, "There is something else. In order to strengthen the healing efficacy of the prescription, I've recently made some improvements to it, adding a few more crucial medicinal herbs. But these medicinal herbs are extremely rare and I've tried to collect it via various means, but still not able to get 2 kinds at all." Huang Yueli frowned. "Which 2 kinds of medicinal herbs?" "As the #1 scared land, Blue Profound Sect's warehouse has plenty of treasures, so perhaps they might have collected some." Lu Bian shook his head. "The last time I was here, I've already asked Guardian June in private and Blue Profound Sect doesn't have any in their warehouse. These 2 medicinal herbs, one is bipolar black orchid's petals, while the other is the purified branch." Huang Yueli revealed an astonished look. "It's actually such rare medicinal herbs. Bipolar black orchid only grow in a land where ice and fire met with each other, hence only in the cave of a dark volcano in the northern ice fields did it grow, and it was extremely scarce. Purified branch was the branch from the Bodhi tree, and in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, there was only one Bodhi tree, and that year when it was discovered, it was snatched by everyone in a frenzy and whatever which could be chopped off was chopped. It was just left with a piece of rotten wood, and in the next 10,000 years or so, it was impossible to bud at all. Hence, in order to obtain the purified branch, there were only those few which were still around, and those had been collected by various large powerhouses as all of it were priceless items." When Huang Yueli heard that these medicinal herbs were required, she couldn't help but worry as she delved into deep thoughts. "These 2 medicinal herbs are very hard to obtain. We will probably really need to consider at length." Lu Bian replied, "But our luck isn't too bad. Before I came to Levitation Sword Palace, I heard that this year's Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild will be starting their annual auction soon. Among the items which will be auctioned this time, the most valuable among it all is a purified branch. I heard that it was collected by the deceased 9th stage realm peak exponent Tang Zonghan, and his son had brought it out for auction. Although this purified branch is a little small, but using it to refine into a pill should be enough." Before Lu Bian had finished his words, Huang Yueli's eyes shone. "As long as someone is selling it, that'd be great. What we're afraid of is that no one is willing to sell it. Since someone intends to let it go, we can just bid for it at the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild tomorrow. Once a treasure like the purified branch appears, various large powerhouses would usually tussle with one another." But Huang Yueli totally disregarded them. If it was in terms of fortune, the #1 sacred land wasn't any vegetarian. Moreover, in her past life, Huang Yueli had been the richest person in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and she had deposited a vast amount of money over with Xiu Qingqing back then. So if it was something which she was determined to get, no one else was able to auction it away at all. Lu Bian nodded his head and agreed while by the side, "That's right, if you're worried of not being able to auction for it successfully, I have quite an amount of savings and can sponsor you guys." "Humph. No need." Lu Bian was halfway through his words when suddenly, a deep and suppressed cold harumph interrupted him. Huang Yueli blinked as she turned towards the position where the sound came from and immediately cried out in joy, "Moing, Moing, you're awake. That's great, you're finally awake. Do you feel better now?" Yes, your head still giddy? Does your chest still hurt? Her dainty figure pounced towards the man on the bed, as she half knelt in front of the bed, carefully dabbing the cold sweat on Li Moying's face, simply like a loyal young lass. Seeing her in this state, who could have imagined that she was a heaven-defying, peerless genius? Even Dai Boki wasn't able to let it go, as he coughed twice. Cough cough, I say. Disciple, rest assured. Sovereign Mu will have no issues momentarily, so you need not be so uptight. Huang Yueli didn't hear him at all as she blinked her big eyes, watching Li Moying attentively. Li Moying originally heard Lu Bian's words and his heart was feeling slightly sour, but on seeing his little fox putting such an anxious look, he instantly felt at ease. His rippling peach-blossomed eyes were laced with a smile as he lifted his lethargic and powerless right hand, pressing the little hand around his chest and spoke out softly, I'm much better, don't worry. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was a little more assured, but her face was still showing an angry look as she pouted, there'd be a problem if I believed in you. Previously you also said that there is no problem with you and you're very well, but in the end? You almost threw your life away. Little Fox's angry look was simply adorable in Li Moying's eyes. He wanted very much to hug her immediately, to placate her, but unfortunately he had the heart but no strength to do so, as he just simply wasn't able to get up from the bed. Huang Yueli hurriedly pressed him down, your body is still very weak, can you stop moving around? Can you listen to us obediently? Huang Yueli's willowy brows stood vertical and Sovereign could only admit his defeat. He could only follow his young lass's strength and laid flat on the bed obediently. Lu Bian looked at their mutual actions and his heart was just feeling distasteful. In the past month, he had been taking good care of this young lass in every possible way, taking care of her every single aspect, just hoping that she could act coquettish in front of himself, but in the end he wasn't able to gain any substantial response. Even if it was under the pretext of her memory loss, she still instinctively evaded his touches. However, in front of Li Moying, she was able to let go of all her defenses, revealing her fond emotions. She really just couldn't do without Li Moying? As though detecting Lu Bian's gaze, Li Moying's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide as his frigid cold gaze turned towards Lu Bian. Under the crossfire of their 4 eyes, Li Moying's lips curled, Divine Dr. Lu, thank you for taking care of my fiancé during this period of time. But there's really no need for you to worry so much, we Blue Profound sect has plenty of money, so there's no need for an outsider like you to join in the fun. He purposely emphasized the word outsider and then satisfactorily saw Lu Bian's gaze turning dimmer yet again. But Dai Boki couldn't help but cried out in shock, what? Fiancé? Young Miss Bai is your fiancé? Then, what about Yenner? What on earth is going on? Lu Bian couldn't say a word, not knowing how to explain this whole thing. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Dai, about this matter, it's better for me to explain to you later on. Now, we'd best continue discussing the matter regarding Moying's illness. Earlier you mentioned that other than the purified branch, you also need the bipolar black orchid to refine the pill, that kind of medicinal herb, where should we search for it? Dai Boki shook his head, this old man also has no idea. Yenner, do you have any clues on this? Lu Bian frowned slightly, and he looked at Dai Boki, then looked at Huang Yueli as he wanted to say something, but was hesitant to. It's not that there's totally no idea, but let's wait until we get the purified branch first, then make other plans. Huang Yuel's brows rose, feeling a little surprised, but since Dai Boki was around, she expected that Lu Bian wasn't able to come out with any bad ideas, so she didn't continue asking on this. Li Moying saw the discussion was almost done and immediately opened his mouth. Divine Dr. Dai, I'm extremely grateful to you for lending a hand, and towards your gratitude, I will definitely think of a way to repay you. These few days, we'll like to invite Divine Dr. Dai to stay within Blue Profound Sect, to be our guest. Although it's not convenient due to my condition, but my guardians will assist me in receiving you properly on my behalf. Daiboki quickly added, I don't deserve this, I'm merely doing this so that I can take in a good disciple. No need to be so courteous. Li Moying nodded his head and turned his gaze towards Lu Bian. The two of them were speechless towards each other. Lu Bian gave a helpless sign, forget it, today's incident is something that I brought upon myself. Don't worry, I will think of ways to cure you of your illness, and after your soul detachment illness recovers totally, I will never appear again. Saying that, he didn't even wait for Li Moying's response as he turned around and left in a few big strides. Daiboki was even more puzzled as he turned back and took a few more glances at Huang Yueli, but in the end he didn't ask any more questions as he followed suit and left. Instead it was Huang Yueli. On seeing Lu Bian about to leave, she suddenly stood up, Lu. Divine Dr. Lu, I have a few words which I must tell you. She just took a step out when her wrist suddenly tightened as she was pulled on by someone. Huang Yueli was stunned as she turned back and saw Li Moying with a not very nice expression, as his slender fair fingers stretched out under the blanket, clasping tightly around her wrist. The amount of energy he used made Huang Yueli suspected that he was not a patient at all. Not allowed to go. You, and that fellow surnamed Lu, what have you got to say to each other? Li Moying spat out these few words, coldly, as his thin lips pursed into a straight line. Huang Yueli saw his look and couldn't help but laughed. You're jealous? What's there to be jealous about? I can't wait to hate Lu Bian. But something, I really ought to tell him clearly, in case he strays off path again in future and does something which is undue. Li Moying's face turned black, as though someone owed him a huge amount of money. What's there to speak clearly about? What in future? Do you mean you still wish to meet him in future? This can also be called as hating him? The sourish taste in these words were almost about to seep out. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless momentarily. Li Moying saw her not replying and grew even more unhappy. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you really prepared to meet him again? Could it be that during this period of time when he had captured you, he treated you very well and you can't bear to hurt him? Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry as she said, You. What are you saying? Don't be so childish, I'm doing everything because of you. The gaze which Li Moying casted upon her grew even more unfriendly. You've only left for a few days, and now you're despising me for being childish. Huang Yueli hadn't even taken a breath when the original words, which were at the tip of her mouth, were stuffed right back. Oh my God, a jealous man was really very terrifying, and it seemed as though she had said something wrong. If it was usual, she was still able to punch him a few times to vent her anger, but now Li Moying was a patient and he had just been pulled back from the brink of death, so she couldn't bear to do such a hard-handed thing. She could only soften her tone as she blinked her big round eyes, speaking softly, Since when have I despised you? I like you the most. Lu Bian had not been nice to me at all, he even lied to me. How could I possibly pity him? Alright, why are you showing me faces? I think you're the one who doesn't dote on me anymore. Huang Yueli intentionally threw a tantrum and her soft voice was like a kitten's little paw which clawed lightly around the tip of the man's heart, making him feel limp all over. However, Li Moying was still dissatisfied as he questioned coldly, Lu Bian lied to you? What did he lie to you about? He lied about. Huang Yueli originally wanted to answer with the truth, but the words were already about to be said out, but she suddenly stuffed it all back. If Li Moying were to find out that Lu Bian actually said that she was his fiancée, this man would probably fly into a rage. It was better not to say anything instead. On seeing her hesitation, Li Moying's gaze dimmed as he flung her hand away. Now you're not even telling me the truth? Alright, then go ahead and look for him. Don't bother about me. Just leave me here alone, nobody will care about me even if I don't feel good. When Huang Yueli heard that, her heart immediately ached. Alright, I'll accompany you. There's really nothing between me and Lu Bian. I only feel that from what we saw today, his medical skills are indeed much stronger than Divine Doctor Dai, and I'm afraid that your soul detachment illness will still befall onto him before you can be cured completely. He seems as though he really wishes to make atonements as well, so we might as well clear the clouds so that he is able to treat you properly. Even if I die of sickness, I don't need him to treat me. Li Moying gave another cold humph. His aloof and magnetic voice, even though he was so frail right now, made him sound as though he was still a prideful ruler, only. Why did the things he said made one speechless? The corner of Huang Yueli's lips twitched, saying that he was childish was really not maligning him. He really thought that this was a small illness like the common cold? Saying as though he was full of himself. Ah, a jealous man was really unreasonable. But Huang Yueli also knew that Li Moying was a patient and had always been a huge vinegar urn, so the more she spoke up for Lu Bian, the angrier her fiancé would probably be. Huang Yueli thought over it for a moment and continued to speak. All right, if you don't like it then we'll not get him to treat you. Don't be angry, your illness has finally taken a turn for the better, so you shouldn't get angry so easily again. It's rumored that if one's emotion fluctuations is too great, it will also affect the stability of one's primordial spirit. Huang Yueli raised his perfectly sculpted chin as he took an askance glance at her. Want me to rest? Then you'd have to stay here and accompany me. Huang Yueli hurriedly put on an obedient baby look. Of course I'll stay and accompany you here. Relax and sleep. When Li Moying heard that, he immediately turned sideways as he gave up a large portion of the bed. Then come on up, accompany me to bed. Huang Yueli jolted and immediately a shade of red flushed on her face. This isn't very good, right? Li Moying didn't say anything, only using that pair of seductive peach-blossomed eyes, fixating his gaze onto her. Huang Yueli sensed that she was being bewitched, because after meeting that pair of eyes, she submerged within it. Whatever rejection words she had, could no longer be voiced out. She could only subconsciously did according to what he said, as she obediently kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. But she didn't take off her outer garment as she just said beside Li Moying with her clothes intact. Her posture was especially standard, her face facing upwards, and both hands were placed beside her waist, as she laid in a flat position. Li Moying turned his head slightly and sensed the young lady next to him, giving off a faint exclusive smell, which had a combination of flowery and fragrant bouquet, warm, pure, quiet and nice. This was Huang Yueli's exclusive deodorant, and to Li Moying, it was the only smell which could make him feel at ease and at peace whenever his soul detachment illness occurred. Li Moying took a deep breath, and he really wanted to turn around to wrest this young lady into his arm, recklessly kissing her. In this period of time which she had left, the desire and longing for her had already accumulated to an astonishing amount. Alas, right now he did not have that much energy. Thinking of this, Li Moying hated his current condition even more, as he couldn't wait to get better immediately. After Huang Yueli laid straight, she shut her eyes and said, "All right, I've already laid down, can you rest already? I'll be right here accompanying you." Li Moying said, "You didn't even take off your clothes, totally don't look as though you want to sleep at all." Huang Yueli replied forcefully and with justice, "I'm not here to sleep, I'm here to take care of you. Later, what if you're thirsty or feeling uncomfortable, so I'd still need to climb up and take care of you. Not taking off the outer garment is much more convenient, am I right?" Obviously knowing that she was quibbling, but towards this little fox's astute and sweet little face, Li Moying couldn't say any words of rebuttal at all. He moaned softly, "What fallacious reasoning is that? Then you give me a kiss." "Ah? Why?" Huang Yueli was stunned. "I'm your fiancé, and I asked you to give me a kiss, do I need a reason for that?" Li Moying swept her a glance. Huang Yueli could tell that he was acting tsundere again, so she had no choice but to turn around and look at him. The man in front of her, His body turned sideways, and his young handsome features were so pale and frail, yet still filled with a pure man's seductiveness, and there was a tinge of beauty in his sick condition. Huang Yueli's gaze glided past his brows, and that deep profound black eyes, along that pencil-straight nose, finally landed on his slightly pale thin lips. This formidable man seldom had such frail moments. Those lips, when tightly pursed, looked especially cold and emotionless, but only she knew that this man in front of her eyes, when he loved someone, he could be that passionate, like a moth flying towards the fire, disregarding everything else. Huang Yueli's heart shivered slightly as she slowly leaned towards Li Moying. Soft and bouncy with a familiar touch, only a little cold. Huang Yueli's mind had just flashed past this thought when her lips suddenly felt pain. MMPH. She couldn't help but cried out in shock. Following that, Li Moying's tongue took the split-second opportunity to extend into her opened mouth as he extended right in and overbearingly and forcibly drew in her sweetness and warmth. Intense kiss was still the same as the usual passion and even, far more scorching than usual times. Li Moying wildly licked and lapped her, even rashly biting her several times. Huang Yueli was in pain, but she couldn't help but lifted her hand to hug the man in front of her. Because she could distinctly feel Li Moying's body as it kept on trembling. He had always been fearful, worried that this time that they would really be separated in life and death, and he would really lose her. The lingering passionate kiss slowly died down, and not much longer later, Li Moying seemed as though he had lost all energy as he loosened her and his head was buried around her neck. Huang Yueli pushed him slightly. "All right, we've already kissed, so can you rest right now?" Li Moying gave an approving whisper. "Aren't I already resting?" Huang Yueli looked up into the sky. "Resting? Then surely he didn't need to use her as a pillow, right?" However, Li Moying leaned on her entirely, and his tall and lofty figure held her under his restraint securely. His peach-blossomed eyes shut lightly, and his long and curly lashes seemed like two little fans, as it laid a faint shadow beneath his eyes. The man's peerlessly handsome face was so close to her, and the warm air which he blew out while breathing all sprayed against Huang Yueli's earlobes, making her face flushed red uncontrollably. Even her ears were starting to burn. "Hey! Can you move over a little to sleep? You're too heavy, and you're making my hand numb." Who? In response to her was the man's long and continuous breathing. It merely took a flash and this man's breathing was already stable as his four limbs were relaxed, as though he had sunk into dreamland. Initially, Huang Yueli thought that he was playing tricks and lying to her, but however, when she leaned up close to observe him, she discovered that Li Moying seemed as though he had really fallen asleep, and moreover, he looked especially peaceful when he slept. In this way, Huang Yueli didn't dare to move, as she allowed the man to press down on herself. Li Moying's adult body was so tall and robust, so pressing down on her indeed felt very heavy. Huang Yueli originally felt that she definitely needed to stay sleepless for the entire night until dawn. However, the truth was, not too long later, she too fell asleep. Moreover, she had an extremely peaceful night. When she lost her memories, she had nightmares every single night, and this time round, it totally didn't appear at all. Lying beside this man's side, not only was she able to placate Li Moying's rampaging soul, at the same time, Li Moying's presence made her feel at ease and peace as she was filled with security. By the time Huang Yueli woke up, the sky had already turned bright. She had a shock and abruptly sat up, following that she felt her shoulder and arms feeling totally numb. "Io." Huang Yueli couldn't help but moan as she recalled last night's scenario. She hastily turned her head back to take a look to realize that Li Moying was still lying crooked beside her, and had not been startled by her sudden movements, which made her heave a sigh of relief. Li Moying usually was very alert, and he almost couldn't sleep well at night. Moreover, he usually woke up very early in the morning. Moments like now, sleeping so peacefully was really not common, so it went to show that yesterday Dai Boki and Lu Baiyan's treatment should be rather effective. She stretched out her hand and touched Li Moying's forehead, then felt his pulse. Everything seems normal? Yesterday, Divine Dr. Dai said that he only has 8 to 10 hours of free activity time and the rest of the time, he would be sleeping. It's best to let him sleep a while more. Huang Yueli laid his body straight and pulled the blanket, which they had kicked off last night, covering Li Moying up tightly before she got up to wash up and prepared to head over to the front hall to take her breakfast. However, the moment she left the room, she met Lu Bian. Dressed in a 9th-ranked pill master's white robe, he was standing in the huge garden outside the bedroom, looking afar at the fog which was floating above the lake. Spring's morning was chilly, but he merely put on a thin piece of unlined garment. In the dim light and the dawn, there was an indescribable loneliness and melancholy around him. Huang Yueli subconsciously stopped in her tracks, whereas Lu Bian seemed to have noticed as he turned around. Huang Yueli saw his face and was slightly astonished. It had just been one night and Lu Bian's complexion had turned extremely haggard. The past distinguished, accomplished and casual look, the high-spirited #1 divine doctor, now looked like a changed man. His eyes were bleak with depression and the faint smile, which had always hung by the side of his lips, had vanished without a trace. You. Huang Yueli opened her mouth, but suddenly stopped. Lu Bian saw her awkwardness and continued from there, I know you don't wish to see me, but I'm also not just staying around for no reason. Although Li Moying's soul detachment illness is now under control, there's no guarantee that nothing erratic would not happen, so I must stay nearby on duty at any moment. After the medicinal herbs have been collected with the successful refining of the purified spirit polymerized pill and after his primordial spirit has stabilized, I will naturally leave immediately. While he was saying that, he stole a glance at Huang Yueli and on seeing her still not talking, he sadly added one more sentence, if you really feel that I'm an eyesore in Levitation Sword Palace, I can stay over at the outer disciples' side and be a little further away from Levitation Sword Palace. Usually if there's any urgent situation, my master can more or less handle it. The pain in Lu Bian's eyes grew deeper. But he also knew that all these were something which he had brought upon himself, so who else could he blame? Huang Yueli looked deeply into his eyes before she said, It's just nice that you're here. There's some things which I wish to talk to you about. Lu Bian was extremely surprised, You're looking for me? What is it regarding? He assumed that Huang Yueli wasn't willing to talk to him. Huang Yueli said, This is not a place to talk, come along with me. Saying that, she turned around and led Lu Bian through the long corridor, all the way to a quiet area in the garden, where there was a small pavilion hidden in the middle of the lake. Have a seat, I've already got the female attendants to bring some tea and snacks. Huang Yueli pointed to a chair towards him. Lu Bian frowned slightly as he looked suspiciously to his left and right before he sat down. He had not expected, nor could he understand why Huang Yueli had suddenly treated him in such an amiable manner now. Was it because Li Moying was now out of danger and she was already appeased? Lu Bian looked at the young lady in front of him doubtfully, and he had not expected that Huang Yueli didn't sit down opposite him, but she turned slightly and gazed outwards of the pavilion. After some time later, she spoke softly, 20 over years ago, every time I came to Levitation Sword Palace, the place I liked the most is this pavilion. Gazing out from this place, the lake and sky seemed to have joined together, as though it was infinite to no end. At that time, standing beside him, I also thought that this scene would never change forever, and that moment felt like eternity. Lu Bian was stunned when he heard that, assuming that he had heard her wrongly. 20 over years ago? 20 over years ago, this young lass wasn't even born yet. What on earth was she trying to say? Could it be that she had been demonized? Or, did she have a nightmare last night? Young Miss Bai, you. Lu Bian frowned as he tried to speak, but was cut off. Now thinking back, life is so unpredictable, like floating clouds by the sky. Clouds gather and part and all these can't be done according to their wishes. Once you've lost something, it is possible that it would be lost forever. The only thing I can do is to cherish whatever is in front of me, and work hard to become even stronger, to protect those people whom I value. Lu Bian was listening to her, and the more he listened, the more he felt that something was not right. Momentarily, a bad feeling suddenly enveloped his heart. Lu Bian's heart kept pounding wildly, as an alarmed and terrified sensation filled his senses. You. Who are you? Huang Yueli slowly turned around and faced him as she spoke out softly, Brother Lu, do you still not understand? I am Huang Yueli, who had died 16 years ago in the northern ice fields. You, what did you say? Lu Bian whooshed up from his seat and his two eyes were enlarged, as he stared intently at Huang Yueli. For that one instance, Huang Yueli thought that he would charge towards her. But Lu Bian merely clenched his fists tightly, as he tried his best to suppress the urge in his heart. He retreated several steps backwards, and his gaze remained fixed on Huang Yueli without blinking his eyes at all, as he shook his head in disbelief. No, impossible. How could this be possible? This is absolutely not possible. Huang Yueli stared at his eyes as her voice was extremely cold yet calm. Why is it not possible? Actually, you've already started to have some suspicions, isn't it? But you were merely deceiving yourself, pretending not to know the truth, isn't it? I am a fire-attributed practitioner and also an armament master. You should have heard of all these previously on just how good my armament refining innate talent is, and if not for my past life's experience, it's impossible for me to improve in such a swift speed, and my cultivation speed could not possibly be this fast. After Li Moying got together with me, he no longer went around searching for the woman who he loved in his past life. Don't you find that strange? A man like him, with unwavering determination, how could he simply have a change of heart that easily? Could it be that you've never delved into this topic before? Most importantly, the first time when we met, you already feel that I'm very alike to the me in my past life, isn't that so? Haven't you even made me try out the clothes which I've worn and played the zither score in my past life? All these matters, if it's just one or two incidents, it might possibly be a coincidence, but with so many lumped together, how could it possibly be explained with just a mere coincidence? With every single sentence which Huang Yueli said, Lu Bian's face turned ashy gray. He only felt his brain wheezing as multiple thoughts were swirling around in his mind, his heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. No, impossible, impossible, Lu Bian was still muttering to himself. Huang Yueli sighed and said, why is it not possible? I still remember the matters that we've been through in our past lives. Do you need me to spill it out before you believe me? The both of us knew one another much earlier than when I met Mu Qingqing, and you were only 13 to 14 years old back then. You were brought over to Mythical Flame Palace as a guest, and that was how we met. Back then, you asked me what's the thing which I liked the most. I said I wanted to become the #1 armament master in the world, and later on you said you will also become the #1 pill master in the world. All these words, we should be the only ones who know about it. I didn't even tell Moying about this. You. Lu Bian was so shocked that he practically couldn't say a single word, as the blood in his body seemed to congeal in one instance. The things which Huang Yueli said were incidents which had really happened. 30 over years had passed, and many of the things which they did when they were young and reckless, Lu Bian's memory was long blurry on those, but the only thing was remained fresh as though it was engraved in the deepest part of his soul, were all the small matters related to Huang Yueli, which he totally could not forget. Especially their first meeting when he saw her, those memories were etched deeply. Because of that one graceful glance, he had been unable to forget her for eternity. This part of memory was something which no one else could possibly know. The young lady in front of him could say so much, and combining all the various doubts which she had mentioned earlier, the answer couldn't be any clearer. She was that year's Mythical Flame Palace's young palace lord, Huang Yueli. She was the #1 beauty within the continent whom he had several decades ago tried to pursue but was unsuccessful. But, how was this possible? Perhaps it could be said that, how did he discover this point only until today? Perhaps it was just like what Huang Yueli said, in the deepest part of his heart, he had already sensed this point instinctively and he actually knew what the truth to this matter was. But he rather pretended to not see these, willing to allow himself to be deceived, believing that Huang Yueli and Bairuoli was a different person. Only in this way was he able to hypnotize himself, giving himself enough reason to fight with Li Moying for the woman whom he had liked for so many years. Because Li Moying should be together than the past life's Huang Yueli, hence he should have the rights to pursue after Bairuoli. Such perfect thinking, but everything was just a reflection of a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water, so eventually, everything would still disappear. Thinking of this, Liu Bian's lips surfaced bitterly, as he suddenly started laughing out loudly. Ha ha ha, ha ha, so, the reality is actually like this. I'm really too dumb, too dumb. He raised his head, and although he was smiling, but his laughter sounded especially ear-piercing. Huang Yueli pursed her lips as she kept silent, not intending to interrupt his bitter laugh. She also didn't know what she should say because this truth, to Liu Bian, was indeed too cruel. But she had no choice but to do so, to poke through this paper window, revealing the truth clearly in front of everyone so that Liu Bian would not continue on his wrong way, so that he could completely cut off those thoughts. This moment, although to him, was very painful. But the ending was in fact better for everyone. Liu Bian laughed for a very long time, and when he finally stopped, the corners of his eyes were faintly damp. Huang Yueli pretended as though she didn't see anything as she asked softly, "Brother Liu, are you all right?" Liu Bian clenched his teeth. I need some time alone, I'll take my leave. Saying that, he turned around and leapt upwards, and in a flash, his silhouette had already flashed past the surface of the lake, disappearing into the end of the garden. Huang Yueli blinked as she gave a sigh, her heart was filled with unspeakable pity. No matter what, Liu Bian's intentions towards her, it wasn't as though she totally could not sense anything. But for matters of the heart, it was not possible to force it. She simply didn't like the type of man like Liu Bian, so even if there wasn't Li Moying, it was not possible for her to fall in love with him. Past and this life, everything, could only be said, to be predestined. Wish nothing will happen to Brother Liu, and he will be able to think through this sooner, Huang Yueli muttered to herself. Humph. You indeed pity him. Suddenly, a cold and magnetic voice rang behind her. Huang Yueli had a shock as she turned her head around and saw Li Moying's tall statue standing right behind her. His good-looking suave face was obviously unpleasant, as his tone was extremely tsundere. Huang Yueli blinked her big round eyes. When did you arrive? Just, why? Blaming me for interrupting you two having a heart-to-heart chat? Li Moying swept a glance at her, as his tone was extremely chilly. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, and blinked once more, putting an extremely innocent expression. Since when did I merely told him about my real identity. Li Moying humphed. You told him? What was his reaction? Knowing that you are the female goddess in your past life, doesn't it mean that he is even more obstinately persistent in going about things in the wrong way? Moreover, you treat him so amicably, so does that mean that you've already forgotten how he had deceived you previously? Huang Yueli burst out a laugh as she walked over and tugged his sleeve, swaying it. How could that be? He dared to injure my man, I will absolutely not forgive him. But on account that he is sincere in treating you, don't you intentionally go against him, your body condition is what matters the most. Li Moying pursed his lips as he didn't say a word. Huang Yueli walked over and her hands draped around his shoulders as she tipped her toes and her dainty little face leaned in close to him, exhaling, all right? Don't make me get too worried. After you have recovered from your soul detachment illness, if you're still unwilling to forgive Liu Bian, then I will absolutely stand on the same line as you. Otherwise, you are always ill, and that makes me really afraid. The young lady's warm breath enveloped around his nose, and Li Moying seemed as though he was bewitched as he leaned in slightly. Just as the both of them were getting closer, suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the exterior of the pavilion. Aya, there's someone here. Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying aside as she hastily and flusteredly hid in one corner. Li Moying's expression was gloomy as he looked at the person who came over. What's the matter? His tone was stern, and the female attendant who held onto a serving tray had a huge shock as she lowered her head and replied, Sovereign, this Grandmaster Huang had just ordered us to bring over some tea and snacks. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, Leave it on the table, you may leave. Saying that, she slipped out and sped towards the stone table as she sat down, and after the female attendant put down the serving tray, she simply couldn't wait as she picked up and popped one piece of plum blossom cake into her mouth. It's so delicious. I've not had my breakfast yet, I'm so hungry. Li Moying's intimate action was interrupted, and originally, he was feeling rather unhappy over it, but upon turning back to take a look to find that his little fox hadn't seemed to have noticed his unpleasantness, only caring about good, he grew even more melancholic. Is it really that delicious? Huang Yueli was just enjoying her food when she suddenly heard someone talking behind her. She hurriedly nodded her head. Very delicious, Moying, you're hungry too, right? Come over and have a piece. Li Moying looked deeply at her. All right, then I shall not refuse you. Saying that, he hooked up Huang Yueli's lower jaw and lowered his head as he sealed Huang Yueli's lips. MMPH? Huang Yueli stared at him blankly as she was totally unprepared when the plum blossom cake in her mouth was hooked away by that man. After some time later, Li Moying let her go as he licked his lips and the corners curled upwards. The taste isn't bad at all. You, return me my plum blossom cake. Huang Yueli pounced over, wanting to hit him, but her feet were hooked by Li Moying and she fell into his arms instead. She was about to fly into a rage when suddenly, a piece of plum blossom cake was delivered to her mouth. All right, be obedient, I've already compensated you. Huang Yueli pouted as she lifted her eyes and took a look at him, only to see the man's perfectly handsome countenance lit up with smiles, and his slender good-looking fingers was holding on to the dark reddish-purple colored plum blossom cake, and the scenery behind him was dense with mist. Everything seemed as though it had returned to 20 over years ago. Her pink lips opened up and swallowed the plum blossom cake. On one bite, the sour-sweet taste instantly seeped into the bottom of her heart. Ever since that day, Li Moying rested for several days. When he was conscious, Huang Yueli stayed by his side constantly, and it was only until Li Moying went to rest before she did some other matters. Li Moying's body had an apparent improvement. At least for the 8 to 10 hours where he was conscious, he was no different from any normal person and his actions were as usual, while his profound energy also gradually stabilized. Ever since the day after Lu Bian found out the truth from Huang Yueli, he had not appeared even once. Huang Yuel knew that he had suffered a huge blow, hence she couldn't help but sighed over this. Even Li Moying, although he refused to admit it, but he was secretly scouting news about Lu Bian. However, Lu Bian seemed as though he had vanished. Blue Profound Sect's secret scouts weren't able to find his whereabouts. Luckily, Dai Boki had been residing in Levitation Sword Palace, and every single day morning, he would always be there on time to take Li Moying's pulse. So with him around, Huang Yueli felt more assured. Regarding Huang Yueli and Lu Bian's matters, Dai Boki had already found out the truth from Song Pajun and the others. He remained silent for a long time, and while Li Moying was resting, he got Huang Yueli to meet him. Young Miss Bai, you and Yenner's matters, this old man has roughly got it cleared up. You and him. Is there really no possibility? Although he had indeed done something wrong, but this old man can tell that Yenner truly likes you. Huang Yueli shook her head as she spoke out gravely. Divine Dr. Dai, everyone in Blue Profound Sect is extremely grateful to you for being able to save Moying's life, and if you have any other wishes, I will definitely think of ways to help you materialize your wishes. But for me, and Divine Dr. Liu, it's really not possible. I've already got someone whom I like, and since I'm already engaged, I can't possibly betray my fiancé. Daiboki looked at her and sighed deeply as he shook his head. Sigh. Originally this old man was thinking that Yenner had already remained single for such a long time for the past lifespan, and this time round if he was really able to get a fiancé with such outstanding pill refining innate talent, in future, the both of you will be able to live in each other's company. This old man is already at this age, so I will have no more regrets. Huang Yueli hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Dai, you're still strong and healthy, so you will definitely get to see the day when Divine Dr. Liu gets married. I hope so. Daiboki's gaze seemed to have dimmed a little. Actually, no matter if it was him or Huang Yueli, they all knew it clearly. Liu Bian had suffered such huge blows twice in his relationship, and for him to recover, it was probably not something which could be achieved within the next 1 to 2 years' time. Daiboki lamented for moments when he suddenly changed the topic. Young Miss Bai, you said earlier, that if I have any other wishes, you will definitely help me materialize it? Huang Yueli nodded her head, that's right. Will Divine Dr. Dai please feel free to let me know? She replied in this way, truly sincere about it, because Daiboki was Li Moying's savior, and this to her, was just too important, hence she could give up any price for this. Daiboki laughed as he said, this old man has already mentioned this many times, that I wish to take you in as a disciple, but you've been pushing it off, until now you still haven't agreed to it? This? Huang Yueli had not expected for him to state this request as she was stunned. Daiboki intentionally put on a straight face, why? Didn't you say that you're able to materialize whatever wish this old man has? Regretting it now? This old man knows that you're an extremely outstanding armament master. Do you feel that refining pills is a waste of time? Huang Yueli's intentions were caught by him as she blushed in embarrassment. I don't mean it in this way. Like armament refining, a highly skilled technique like pill refining required a huge amount of devotion towards time and energy before one could achieve much, hence many pill masters delayed their cultivations. Although they had not bad innate talent, but their cultivation in terms of martial arts was too horrible. Huang Yueli had already split a considerable amount of time to cultivation ever since she instinctively learned armament refining. Now, if she had to add another skill set of pill refining, then in future, was she going to continue cultivating or not? Daiboki continued, you have to think through this carefully. After you have learnt pill refining and medical skills, you will then be able to personally help Sovereign Mu, your most important person, to do his diagnosis, and if such a matter happens again, you need not go around begging others to help, nor will you be threatened by anyone else again. In future, you can also personally take care of Sovereign Mu. This. When Daiboki mentioned this, it really tempted Huang Yueli. Li Moying's soul detachment illness was the greatest secret worry in the innermost part of her heart, and if she personally learnt pill refining skills, naturally Li Moying's safety would have assurance. But even if I learn pill refining skills, I don't know when will I be able to gain such outstanding and expert medical skills like you, and whether will it be enough to help Moying. Daiboki replied, you're thinking too much. Your pill refining skills, if we really talked about it, would probably be above Yenner's. If you don't learn pill refining, that would be a real waste of natural resources. As long as you're willing to learn, you won't even need a few years' time and you will definitely surpass this old man. Why, what are you still hesitating about? Huang Yueli turned around and bowed, this disciple pays respect to master. Saying that, she respectfully kowtowed to Daiboki 3 times, making a standard mark of acknowledging her master. Daiboki's face was revealed with excitement as he was filled with so much couldn't help but prance around. Good. Good. This is really fabulous. I'd not expected that this old man had searched around for so many years and had really taken in a second disciple whose innate talent on par with Yenner. Haha, that's simply great. In future, you will also become an accomplished divine doctor. Huang Yueli's face also revealed a sincere smile on seeing him so ecstatic. To be able to acknowledge a master with such expert medical skills and so protective was simply her good luck. Most importantly, she would be able to stay by Li Moying's side and protect him, removing all obstacles for him. For 2 lifetimes, this man had always been the one to stay by her side, protecting and taking care of her, disregarding the gains and losses. This time round, let her be the one to do some things for him. 5 days later, Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's annual auction officially started. As the #1 Sacred Lands, Blue Profound Sect had naturally received the highest grade of invitation. But in the past, Sovereign would not personally attend the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild auction, and sometimes, even Song Pajun would be too busy to attend it personally. This time round, in order to be able to obtain the Purified Branch successfully, Huang Yueli insisted on heading over to the auction herself, to take part in the auction, and Li Moying couldn't rest his heart, so he also went along. Huang Yueli was initially mindful of his condition and refused to let him go, but she was stuffed right back by Li Moying. The last time you went to Sky Emperor City, you were almost kidnapped, and this time round at the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild auction, many first-rate top exponents from various powerhouses will be attending. The strong is everywhere like clouds, and what you're snatching is the most important treasure, so surely you know just how dangerous it is, isn't it? Anyway, either you let me tag along, or you stay obediently in Levitation Sword Palace and wait for Pajun to auction the Purified Branch back. Huang Yueli was helpless and could only agree to let him tag along. In order to protect the 2 of them, the 3 guardians also went along. In this way, Blue Profound Sect's team, which attended the auction, appeared very magnificent. But Li Moying used his current identity when he was out. Blue Profound Sect had long released news several months ago saying that Sovereign Mu had already accepted the Peerless Genius from South Sky region, Li Moying as his direct disciple, and he was representing him to manage the sect's affairs. When Song Pajun and the others were outside, they seldom addressed him as young sect master. On the actual day of the auction, Li Moying and Tam took the flying ship as it descended above Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's upper skies. This year's auction was the grandest one which Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild had conducted in the past 10 years, and there were a number of best quality valuable treasures which were going on auction. 1 month ago, the Merchant Guild had already sent someone to pass the catalog over to various large powerhouses, and the extensive list of treasures on that list had some items which made even the rich and imposing armament master like Huang Yueli tempted, not to mention other people. Whereas for the Purified Branch, it was the climax of the entire auction. Hence this day, the auction was filled with many powerful practitioners as it bustled with life. Those practitioners who were able to attend this occasion were all without exception, Soaring Heavens Continent's top-rated exponents, and other than those juniors who tagged along with their masters to see the world, the rest were practically 9th stage realm practitioners, whereas almost half of the experts on the sky chart were also present. Even though this was so, when Blue Profound Sect's flying ship appeared, it caused a huge sensation. Look! Snow Cloud Sky Ship. That's Blue Profound Sect's Snow Cloud Sky Ship. Even the Snow Cloud Sky Ship has appeared. Has Sovereign Mu appeared personally? No, it's not. It's Young Sect Master Li. Blue Profound Sect's Young Sect Master Li. Heavens, it's actually him. Sovereign Mu had actually passed the Snow Cloud Sky Ship over to him to utilize? No wonder he's the hot favorite #1 genius in Soaring Heavens Continent right now. Look there quickly, Young Sect Master Li is out. He's simply too handsome. Earlier I was swept a glance by him and I'm almost about to faint. Heavens, how could there be such a handsome man like him? That's right, he's just too good looking, my heart is going to jump right out from my throat. Quite a number of young female disciples who had followed their masters along, and when they saw Li Moying stepping out from the snow-cloud sky skip, their eyes were glued on his perfectly sculpted side face as they revealed a passionate and drunk expression, simply even more excited than seeing Mu Qingqing himself. That was no wonder, because Mu Qingqing had already gone into closed-door cultivation for 16 years, and those practitioners, who were much younger, had never seen his true countenance before. Whereas for Li Moying, his fame had already soared like the sun during midday, and right now, he was shrouded with the light of the successor of the #1 sacred lands, so naturally he became the target of admiration for all the young ladies. Numerous gazes gathered onto him. Li Moying stepped out of the sky shop and stopped in his tracks as he turned around and stretched out his hand to hold a slender fair little hand from inside the ship. Following that, he carefully half-supported and half-led the gorgeous young lady, who was dressed in a goose yellow-colored flowing dress. The young lady's countenance was beautiful, and her figure was slim and graceful as the hem of the dress weaved from light muslin cloth floated upwards slightly, making her as if she was a fairy stepping on the flowers. Li Moying held her waist, holding her tenderly in his arms. The two of them stood together like a perfect couple, which was pleasing to the eyes. Everyone present were all stunned, and it was until they had already left for quite a distance, before they all started to regain their senses. Earlier, that beautiful lady, that's young sect master Li's fiancée by Ruoli? SH. Should be, I guess? Why is it that she doesn't seem the same as before? In the past, I didn't feel that she was this beautiful. Moreover, the profound energy fluctuations coming from here doesn't seem very weak, seems like her cultivation isn't that low. I really envy her so much. Young sect master Li is so gentle towards her, and so considerate. If I could be given one such glance by him, I am willing to die immediately. HMPF, so what about that? No matter how much innate talent by Ruoli has, she's still unworthy of being together with young sect master Li. That's right, her luck is just good to be able to claim connections with young sect master Li, otherwise just based on her, she wouldn't even be able to become Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple. Various kinds of admiration and envious voices could be heard from all corners. There were quite a number of young ladies who secretly gnashed their teeth on seeing their lovey-dovey manner, intentionally putting aside Huang Yueli's outstanding countenance and innate talent, openly and secretly belittling her. Huang Yueli naturally detected the surrounding gazes, but she totally ignored it all, treating it like nothing as she merely smiled faintly and just placed her hand onto Li Moying's arm while putting on a natural and unrestrained look, allowing the other people to size her up as they pleased. But she was also secretly forming sourish bubbles. So many years had passed, and being a human for both lifetimes, this man still had such overwhelming charm. Just one gaze, and he was able to make those female practitioners go head over heels for him. Huang Yueli pursed her lips as she secretly pinched Li Moying at his waist. Li Moying felt pain, and turning his head back, he met with his little fox's unpleasant eyesight. His brows rose as he lowered his head to speak by her ear. Why are you so savage? Trying to murder your husband? What rubbish are you sprouting? Since when did I have a husband? Stop pasting gold onto your own face. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes towards him. Li Moying laughed out as he stretched out his arm to hug her tightly, as he blocked off all the various lines of sight from all around. All right, we'd better hurry and quickly, the auction's about to start. He led Huang Yueli into the auction house, and at the same time, shot a warning gaze towards those young men who were staring dully at Huang Yueli. He was a little regretful right now. He should not have allowed his little fox to dress up so gorgeously. Only heaven knew just how many houseflies there were, which were drooling at his little fiancée. He really wanted to tell them that his Lear was already taken. She was his. Blue Profound Sect's young sect master arrived so Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's president came out to welcome him personally, leading them to the most luxurious cabin in the uppermost level. Young sect master Li, young Miss Bai, your presence at this year's Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's auction really brings light to our guild. Please come in quickly, please. This is our #1 cabin in the auction house, and it had always been reserved for your distinguished sect. Please follow me in. The president courteously led them into the cabin and at the same time, secretly sized Li Moying up. Rumor was that this peerless genius had just arrived in Sky Emperor City a few months ago, and he had already stabilized his #1 genius's seat. Even the sticky Mu Qingqing, who had high expectations, also took him in as his only disciple at the first timing when he came out of closed-door cultivation, and even handed Blue profound sex affairs to his hands. In this way, Li Moying instantly became the target who everyone focused on in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. It was the president's first time meeting him, and just one look and he couldn't help but sigh that the rumors were indeed true. No matter be it the aspects of ability, innate talent, temperament, countenance, Li Moying was totally way above one's imagination, and in future, he would probably rise above Mu Qingqing. Moreover, his experience was shocking as well. Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's #1 cabin relied on an array to hover in midair, and the effect was extremely stunning. Those who entered the cabin for the very first time would inevitably reveal an astonished look. But it was still a sea of calmness on Li Moying's face, as though he was accustomed to this kind of high-leveled array. Not only him, even the frail fiancée beside him had a composed expression, as her actions were extremely natural. This made Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's president look up to them even more. Naturally, what the president didn't know was that in their past lives, Huang Yueli and Mu Qingqing had already been here for multiple auctions, and every single time they would take up the best cabin, so naturally they didn't feel that this sort of treatment was anything to make a fuss about. After the president left, the few of them completely relaxed. Huang Yueli turned around and looked at Li Moying. "Moying, are you all right? Are you not feeling well anywhere?" Li Moying didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "Leer, can you stop treating me like an invalid? Even Divine Dr. Dai said that my condition is under control and there wouldn't be any danger momentarily. Moreover, the profound energy within my body is abundant, and it seems to be on the verge of breaking through recently, so I think I don't need too much time before I can resume my real ability, and will be able to properly protect you." Perhaps it was because he had been using profound energy to resist again the soul detachment illness's symptoms, so in a certain aspect, it actually sharpened Li Moying's meridians, causing the profound energy within him to become purer. So after his illness had stabilized, his cultivation was on the verge of breakthrough. But for safety's sake, Divine Dr. Dai advised him not to advance casually. At least he needed to wait until they had refined the purified spirit polymerized pill successfully first before considering anything else. When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately became nervous. "What rubbish are you sprouting? You're still intending to recover your potential to protect me? No need, I can protect myself very well, so you can concentrate on recovering and that will do." "But..." "No buts." Huang Yueli's tone was fierce as she stared fiercely at him. Li Moying instantly shut his mouth, putting on a fearful expression. Dai Boki and the others were looking at him from the side, and they couldn't help but laughed secretly. Luo Jiyun, who had tagged along, couldn't help but teased, "I've never imagined that eldest senior brother has been wise for his entire life, but he'd still have today? Lil sister-in-law, your action is called what? The lioness from Hedong roars?" Li Moying casted a cold stare towards him. "Tired of living?" Luo Jiyun immediately shrunk his neck as he hid behind Huang Yueli, while continuing to mumble, "Lil sister-in-law, save me, I beg you to protect me. Eldest senior brother's embarrassment has turned into rage and he wants to kill someone." Whoever knew that Huang Yueli also said chillingly, "Didn't you say that I'm a lioness? Consider it your luck that I didn't eat you up, still expecting me to protect you?" Luo Jiyun was instantly dumbstruck, and after some time later, he laughed dryly. "Lil sister-in-law, I don't mean it in that way." Song Pahun was laughing so much that he couldn't stand up straight. "I say, young Master Luo, you've really got guts. Just one sentence, and you've offended 2 people, you're really extraordinary. Everyone started to laugh at the same time. But just at this moment, Huang Yueli looked out from the window and her smile disappeared instantly as her expression turned gloomy. Luo Jiyu noticed this and asked in surprise, "Lil sister-in-law, what's the matter? Are you really angry?" I didn't say that to anger you intentionally. It's just a joke." However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear him as she looked straight out of the window. Her body was stiff as she totally didn't move and the hands by her side were clenched tightly into fists. Li Moying followed her line of sight and took a look outside, and that was when he immediately understood what had happened. He walked over and held Huang Yueli entirely into his arms. "Lear, don't look. We're not here because of them today, so your mood should not be affected because of them. I will definitely get back your deserved justice for you." Huang Yueli struggled in his arms and wanted to turn back to take a look more, but she was held tightly in Li Moying's arms, which even locked her head to stop her from turning back. Huang Yueli was so angry that she was shivering. "Let me go. Let go of me." Seeing that Li Moying refused to let go, she couldn't stop the anger in her heart from spiraling upwards as she took a bite on his shoulder. Li Moying felt the pain, but the energy in his arms didn't loosen at all, allowing her to willfully vent her anger on him. Everyone in the cabin had a huge fright over this incident. Luo Jiyun instantly cried out, "Lil sister-in-law, what are you? What's wrong with you?" Song Pejun's brows creased as he spoke out quietly, "Hush, young Master Luo." He lifted his chin and pointed towards the outside of the window. Luo Jiyun looked out only to discover that outside the window, another group of people was being led in by the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's president, as they walked towards the VIP cabin opposite to theirs. "This is Celestial Heaven's Gate's eldest young Miss Ling Qingyu, and also Mythical Flame Palace's current palace Lord Qi Xiaojiu." "Eh? Something's not eight, isn't Mythical Flame Palace Lil sister-in-law's past sect? Why?" Luo Jiyun shivered as though he suddenly understood something and instantly shut his mouth. His mind suddenly appeared a rumor which he had heard from a long time ago. It was rumored that the year when Mythical Flame Palace's young palace Lord Huang Yueli met with her demise in the northern ice fields, she had been surrounded and attacked by the other Sacred Land's top exponents. Back then, those who had attacked her were all killed by Mu Qingqing, who arrived later. But this incident still had many suspicious points, and in the following years after that, it had been the greatest gossip among the entire Soaring Heavens continent's practitioners. Huang Yueli, as the #1 armament master, was carrying a rare treasure, so it was of no surprise that many others were coveting it. But she had always been careful and prudent, never easily allowing herself to fall into a detrimental situation. This time round, how was it possible for her to be attacked by so many people at the same time, and yet she herself didn't realize it at all? Many people guessed that Huang Yueli had been betrayed by someone. As for the person who betrayed her, there were many guesses, but as Mythical Flame Palace's old palace lord had already passed on, the person who was closest to her was her best female friend Ling Qingyu, senior brother Qi Xiaojiu, and also Blue Profound Sect sovereign Mu. But Mu Qingqing had suffered a great blow because of Huang Yueli's death and had not taken a single step out of Levitation Sword Palace for many years, so that always defrayed many people's suspicions. As for the other 2 people, there was no hard evidence regarding this, and now that so many years had already passed, everyone all started to forget about it. Luo Jiyun just happened to hear someone talking about this, and right now when he recalled about it, he instantly broke out in cold sweat. From the huge reaction which Huang Yueli had from seeing Ling Xiaoyu. Could it be that the rumor was true? It was until Ling Qingyu and Qi Xiaojiu's figures had totally disappeared in the other cabin when Li Moying finally loosened his grip. Huang Yueli jumped out from his arms, bearing a pale face. Li Moying held her into his arms once again while feeling the heartache as he cried out softly, "Lear, those who had harmed you, I will not let any one of them off." Leave this matter to me, you need not be so upset, which will cause me to have a heartache. An icy cold glint flashed past Li Moying's eyes. Hearing Li Moying's words, Huang Yueli suddenly woke up in shock and she lifted her head. To see the mark on Li Moying's shoulder, which had already turned into a deep wound from her hard bite, as blood had already soaked a large piece of cloth on his shoulder. She hurriedly leaned over as she carefully pressed his wound. So. Sorry, I bit you? Do you feel pain? Don't you know how to evade, just letting me bite you like this? I don't feel pain, Li Moying shook his head slowly as his gaze was icy cold while gazing attentively at the opposite cabin. Huang Yueli was terrified because she and Li Moying's hearts were interlinked, so she immediately knew what he wanted to do. She immediately pounced into his arms, as she tugged his clothes around his chest area, and said anxiously, Moying, don't create a ruckus at this place. Moreover, this incident isn't that simple and we must have a detailed plan, so let me handle this myself. Huang Yueli was really afraid of him. She naturally knew just how concerned Li Moying was about her, and on seeing her so upset, there was a 99% chance that he would kill the both of them today. But the problem was Li Moying's current ability was a huge disparity from his past life, and plus the fact that he had just barely recovered slightly from his soul detachment illness. Huang Yueli was really worried that he would act recklessly, disregarding his current state. If this was true, his soul detachment illness would probably relapse and his life would be at stake. Moreover speaking, Ling Qingyu and Qi Xiaojiu, one was Celestial Heaven's Gate's eldest young miss, while the other was Mythical Flame Palace's palace lord. These two were absolutely important figures in both sacred lands. Even if Li Moying was able to take the risk to kill them, it would definitely attract both sacred lands' whole nest to dispatch their troops on a wild revenge chase. This Blue Profound sect, where their ability was no longer the same as back then, would absolutely be an unbearable blow, and even if they were able to win, it would be a chance to sacred lands to reap the profit just by sitting on the sidelines. Li Moying had already done so much for her, so she absolutely could not afford to harm him like this. However, Li Moying's rampaging fury in his heart couldn't possibly be quelled with a few mere words. He took a deep look at Huang Yueli and asked, How are you intending to deal with them? You have no way to deal with them at all. I am your fiancé, and helping you gain back your deserved justice is something that I should do. Don't bother about this matter, I will settle it properly. Huang Yueli was so anxious that she stomped her feet. You, don't you understand what I'm saying, is it? I said I will deal with me, means I will deal with it. These are my own enemies and I must personally trick them to death, before I am appeased. Moreover speaking, things aren't as simple as what you think. I suspect they were not the masterminds back then, there should probably be someone who is instigating them from behind. If we were to kill them casually, the lead would then be broken. What? Li Moying frowned, they already have this kind of statuses, who else will be able to instigate them? Yi Xinghua's words appeared in Huang Yueli's mind, which was related to the incident where President Jiang met with a mishap. There were just too many suspicious points related to the incident back then. She suspected that even if she was surrounded and died, that was only a tip of an iceberg of an enormous scheme. Anyway, we really need to plan in great detail regarding this matter. You have to recuperate properly first and don't be rash. After you have completely recovered, only then will you be able to protect me, isn't it? Li Moying took another attentive look at her and took a deep breath as he pu at her wrist, hugging her tightly. All right, I'll listen to you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. But you're not allowed to get upset over this bunch of scums. Huang Yueli nodded her head consecutively. All right, we'll then agree on this. No one is allowed to regret this. Li Moying too nodded his head. All right. Although he said that, his eyes were still filled with a layer of frost, and it was until Huang Yueli pushed him aside and sat opposite him before he concealed the coldness in his eyes, as he too sat down. The view of the VIP room was spectacular, and looking downwards, they were able to see the entire scenario of the whole auction without missing anything. At the very moment, a stunning beauty had already stood in the middle of the auction stage. She smiled faintly. "Distinguished guests, welcome to Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's annual auction. As everyone knows, today is the grandest auction which the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild has held in the whole year, and numerous treasures will be making their appearance today. Those who had looked through the product catalog will be very clear on the value of this year's auction, is definitely second to none in the past 10 years. Will all distinguished guests prepare yourselves, that if you see any treasures which you are interested in, please make a timely bid, otherwise it will be too late for regrets after you've missed it. Now, the auction will officially start. The opening item has already been moved onto the stage. Everyone do make a guess on what it is?" Huang Yue sat by the window as she was holding onto a piece of porcelain chinaware teacup in her hand, sipping on the tea while looking distractedly at the auction below. On the auction stage was a thick piece of red cloth, covering a rectangular box. In order to light up the guests' passion, the first item to be auctioned in each auction were extremely high-valued items, and in order to preserve the mystery, it would not appear in the product catalog so as to give the guests a feeling of surprise. So the minute the MC said that, the place below broke out into a bustle, as many people guessed what treasure was this auction item. Even Luo Jiyun asked, curiously, "What's the item below the curtain?" Song Pejun explained in a soft voice, "The opening auction item would normally be something extraordinary, and judging from the size of the box, it would probably be some kind of profound armament, but we don't know what." He was in the middle of saying that when he suddenly paused, giving a cry of surprise. "Heavens! That's..." Not only Song Pejun, even the practitioners below also gave off rising and falling cries of surprise. Even Huang Yue and Li Moying also revealed hints of astonishment on their faces. The beautiful MC pulled open the curtain and opened the box, taking out a long sword which was entirely in fire red. This long sword was a serpent sword and its entire blade was curvy like a snake. The body of the sword gave off a strong fire-attributed vibration, as vaporizing fire-attributed energy formed into red mist, shrouding around the surrounding of the sword blade. Anyone who saw it knew that this sword was something extraordinary. Whereas for those sharp-eyed people, they even saw a small silver crest on the sword hilt, Flying Phoenix's mark. This is one of the masterpieces which Grandmaster Huang had left behind back then. The beautiful MC smiled slightly as she spoke out. Everyone saw this. This Ardent Cloud Sword is a 9th-tier lower-grade peerless profound god weapon, which the 9th-ranked armament Grandmaster Huang Yue had personally refined that year. The effects of Grandmaster Huang's masterpiece, I'm sure you don't need this lady to explain further. Although it's said that this Ardent Cloud Sword is only considered as a third-rate standard among Grandmaster Huang's masterpieces, but ever since Grandmaster Huang had passed on, all the 9th-tiered profound armaments left in this world are practically owned by someone, and the number which are brought out for auction are very few. If you miss this village, there would be no such shop again. The 9th-tier lower-grade Ardent Cloud Sword casted by Grandmaster Huang, starting price, 100 million high-grade spirit jades. Will everyone please place your bids? The beautiful MC had just ended her sentence when a bid rang. 110 million. 120 million. 150 million. 200 million. In a blink of an eye, the price of the Ardent Cloud Sword had already reached 400 million high-grade spirit jades. Everyone were fighting to bid, deeply worried that if they weren't able to make it in time, the Ardent Cloud Sword would be bited by someone else. Luo Jiyun heard the continuously cries of bidding below as he was dumbstruck. Heavens, in a blink of an eye, this sword had already folded 4 times. 400 million high-grade spirit jades. One lower-grade spirit jade is 1,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, and one medium-grade spirit jade is equivalent to 1,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit jades, whereas one piece of high-grade spirit jade is worth 1,000 pieces of medium-grade spirit jades. Heavens, just how much money is this? I've already lost count. Song Pijun had finally resumed his composure after the initial shock and smiled. Young Master Luo, this is something that you are not aware of. The 9th tier profound weapon, which Grandmaster Huang personally refined, had always been sold for 100 millions of high-grade spirit jades. Moreover, this is from 16 years ago, so scarce goods are always most valuable. Grandmaster Huang's works would soar every year. 400 million is probably not the limit yet. Luo Jian's face was completely stupefied when he heard that. Heavens! So it's so easy for armament masters to earn money. Too bad, this sword isn't something which Lil's sister-in-law took out for auction, and we don't know who the seller is? I somehow feel that we've lost a lot of money. When Huang Yueli heard that, she casted a side glance at him as she laughed. Alright, stop putting on an inexperienced look. It's merely a few 100 millions of high-grade spirit jades. This ardent cloud sword is one of my failed works, when I had just ascended to 9th ranked armament master, back then. Moreover, Huang Yueli suddenly paused as her expression seemed as though she was in deep thoughts. Moreover what? Luo Jiyun asked, curiously. Huang Yueli shook her head as she changed topics. After I regain my 9th stage realm, I will make one for you. Ray. Really? Luo Jiyun had this surprise gift and was so excited that he almost fainted. Is this for real? Lil's sister-in-law, I love you to bits. Luo Jiyun excitedly pounced over and wanted to hold Huang Yueli's hand as gratitude. In the end, in the middle of it, Li Moying flicked his sleeve and a burst of profound energy flew out, blocking Luo Jiyun off. Luo Jiyun cried out "Io," and almost fell flat onto the ground. Huang Yueli blinked and she looked at the man next to her, not knowing if she should laugh or cry. I say, why are you jealous of junior brother Luo? He merely wanted to thank me. You even used profound energy. Do you even know that you're a patient? Do you feel unwell anywhere? She raised her fair white face, looking attentively at Li Moying, while her little hand was placed on his chest. Luo Jiyun finally managed to steady himself, and when he turned back, he really wanted to cry with no tears. Do you need to be like this? I'm the one who was obviously beaten up, but why isn't there anyone who is concerned if I'm feeling well or not? Song Pahun burst out laughing. You dare to touch Grandmaster Huang, be grateful that Sovereign didn't send you flying, which is already showing you mercy. Don't stand there in a blank, and come over to take a look quickly. The ardent cloud sword has already reached a bid of 500 million. Luo Jiyun hurriedly returned to sit in front of the window. 500 million. The ardent cloud sword's price is now at 500 million high-grade spirit jades. Are there any higher bids? After the pricing had reached 500 million, the entire place fell into a short moment of silence. This pricing, to small powerhouses, was definitely something which they were unable to afford. To medium powerhouses, it was also a huge expense, and even if they were able to bid for it successfully, the cost-performance ratio wouldn't be too high as well. But to genuine first-rate powerhouses in Sky Emperor City, this pricing was just a beginning. 500 million high-grade spirit jades. Is there really no one who will continue to bid? The 9th tier profound weapon, which Grandmaster Huang left when she was still alive, this is an extremely rare treasure, which will be bided for. Currently in Soaring Heaven's continent, there are no new 9th ranked armament masters yet, and everyone who wants a 9th tier profound armament would not have too many chances, so don't miss this rare chance just to save a bit of money. The beautiful MC's eloquence was rather good as she kept encouraging the guests to bid. Actually, without her saying, everyone knew clearly that Huang Yueli's works are not just worth this much. During the short moment of silence, 550 million. An icy cold voice was heard. The guests below the stage all raised up their heads at the same time, gazing up towards the sky. Because this time round, the person who bided was seated in the highest level of the VIP cabin, which was to say, He came from one of the 7 sacred lands. This bid meant that the auction had already went into the last of the spree, and there was no possibility for the other ordinary buyers to partake in it any longer. As expected, after this bid was raised, there were some other people who continued to raise the bid as well, but every single time, it would be the one who was seated in the VIP cabin to bid in the air. 600 million. 650 million. 700 million. The pricing of the bid went higher and higher, and Luo Jiyun was completely dumbstruck. Heavens, lil sister-in-law, you're this. This profound armament of yours is just too valuable. My eldest senior brother has found a rich woman by finding you. When Huang Yueli heard that, she giggled as she didn't care about Li Moying's cold intent and raised her hand to caress his face. Isn't that so? Your eldest senior brother is so handsome, so he definitely meets the mark to be a gigolo. In future, remember to serve me well. Lear. Li Moying gave her a warning stare, but Huang Yueli was totally not afraid of him as she even stuck out her tongue. After the price had been stretched to 800 million, the price suddenly stopped again. Looks like this Ardent Cloud Swords auction is really about to end. Song Pijun sighed with emotion. Song Piyu nodded, that's right, a 9th tier lower grade profound weapons pricing is normally around 4 to 500 million spirit jades, whereas Grandmaster Huang's works pricing are usually much higher. But 800 million is roughly the limit, so if they continue bidding, it would not be worthy then. The two of them were considered as experts in differentiating treasures, so the words they said were logical. But Song Piyu's words had just fallen when a bid was heard coming from the opposite cabin, 900 million. This was a living example of being slapped on the face, and Song Piyu's expression turned ugly instantly. Luo Jiyun couldn't help but laugh. Guardian Yu, Guardian Jun, the both of you have guessed wrongly? Song Piyu frowned, this isn't logical? Spending 900 million to buy a 9th tier lower grade profound weapon, this pricing. Just adding a little more and one will be able to purchase a 9th tier middle grade weapon. Who is the one who's bidding for this? Luo Jiyun looked out and took a look, it's. When he opened his mouth, he immediately hushed up again as he looked at Huang Yueli cautiously. Huang Yueli's expression was calm, it's my senior brother Qi Xiaojiao who's calling the bid. Luo Jiyun nodded his head, yes. It's Palace Lord Qi. Huang Yueli laughed as she conveniently placed the teacup back onto the side table. I knew it was him. Other than him, there wouldn't be anyone else who was willing to bid for such a high price. To Mythical Flame Palace, this Ardent Cloud Swords pricing is extraordinary, because the other people do not know the secret inside. Everyone was stunned, and even Li Moying rose his brows and asked, oh? What do you mean by this? Huang Yueli said, that year when I was still in Mythical Flame Palace, I've once refined a set of profound armor suit which were using the exact same materials as this Ardent Cloud Sword, hence if that set of profound armor could be coordinated with the Ardent Cloud Sword, with the combination of attack and defense, the prowess will definitely increase in folds. To them, Ardent Cloud Sword's pricing is not merely just a 9th tier lower grade profound weapon. When Luo Jiyun heard that, his face was filled with irreconciliation. What? Lil sister-in-law, you actually still left so many profound weapons back in Mythical Flame Palace. You've really left these scums a good deal. How do they even have the cheek to use the profound armaments that you have refined? Moreover, now it's a complete set. Huang Yueli spoke out helplessly, there's no choice about this. That year I also did not expect that I'd be betrayed by my best friend. Mythical Flame Palace is where my sect is, so naturally, there would be a number of good stuff left there, but I'll get it all back soon or later. Speaking of this, a smile was suddenly revealed on her face. Speaking of this, Qi Xiaojiao definitely had not expected that this Ardent Cloud Sword had actually been snapped broken 30 over years ago, when I was in the middle of a battle while in experience learning. What? Snapped broken? But the sword below. Totally like it's totally undamaged? Song Pajun had a shock. Huang Yueli smiled, you're not armament masters, so naturally you'd not be able to tell the knack of this. Actually, this sword had later been refined by someone else, joining the two parts together. The armament master who restored the Ardent Cloud sword indeed has not too bad skills. After the restoration, it is still able to display 90% of that year's power. Song Pajun said, so it's like this. Huang Yueli nodded and said, to ordinary buyers, 90% power is more than enough for use. But to this senior brother of mine, it wouldn't be that good of a matter. Different materials are needed to be added to proceed with the refining, which is to say that this Ardent Cloud sword already has impurities and the materials used are no longer the same as the profound armor which is kept in Mythical Flame Palace. So it cannot be combined into a set any longer. As she was saying that, she was rapping the table as her lips curled. When Luo Jiyun saw her smile, not knowing why, his heart suddenly turned chilly and he couldn't help but shuddered. Lil's sister-in-law obviously looked pure and pretty when she smiled, but why was it that he felt so frightened? Li Moying turned his head and took a look at her, as a smile flashed past his eyes. Since that's the case, what are you still waiting for? Need me to help you bid? He abruptly opened his mouth as a mellow and magnetic voice was filled with indulgence and adoration. Huang Yueli giggled, no need, I'll do it myself. At this point in time, the beautiful MC on the stage was already counting down, 900 million. 900 million high-grade spirit jades. Are there any higher bids than this? 900 million once. 900 million twice. 900 million th. 1 billion. A crisp and sweet voice suddenly floated in the air. The entire scenario turned silent, as everyone lifted their heads in shock, looking towards the location where the voice originated from. By the time they saw the position of the cabin clearly, everyone revealed an enlightened look. Oh, so it's someone from Blue Profound sect who's bidding. No wonder they're the #1 sacred lands, they're so generous when calling out bids. Just one bid and it jacked up to 1 billion high-grade spirit jades. This time, Blue Profound sect's guests only has one young miss by, so surely it's not her who's calling the big right. She opened her mouth and called out for the heavenly price of 1 billion to buy a 9th-tier lower-grade profound weapon. Won't you make a huge loss? Young sect masterly actually doesn't control her at all? Control her? Why does he need to control her? The #1 sacred lands have vast fortunes, so this isn't really considered as a lot of money, right? There has always been an anecdote of using 1,000 gold to win the beauty's smile, so this isn't considered as something strange, isn't it? This Bairuoli is just too lucky. What kind of innate talent and social standing does young sect masterly have? He's actually willing to discard 1,000 gold for her? Many young ladies were gnashing their teeth secretly as their hearts were filled with jealousy. Whereas in Mythical Flame Palace's cabin, Qi Xiaojiu's face was overcast with dark clouds. What the hell? Why did Blue Profound sect's people suddenly stick a pole, suddenly like this? That Li Moying isn't a fire attribute at all, why does he fight over this Ardent Cloud sword with this seat for? He was originally an extremely handsome-looking man as well, but unfortunately there was a scar on the right side of his face, which had spoiled his countenance, making him look rather sinister instead. Ling Qingyu, who was dressed in a light green blouse and wrap skirt, who was seated next to him, pondered in deep thoughts. I heard that Li Moying's fiancé is a fire attribute, so perhaps that young lass bidded for this is for her own use. Speaking of that, Blue Profound sect is indeed rich, willing to come out with such a high price for a direct disciple. Palace Lord Qi, are you going to continue increasing the bid? Qi Xiaojiu sneered, increase. Of course we have to increase. The Ardent Cloud sword is something that this seat must obtain. This young lass indeed has guts to dare to snatch the sword with this seat, too bad, she's destined not to be able to win. Saying that, he took a deep breath and called out, 1.1 billion. When Huang Yueli bited, the beautiful MC was already shocked beyond words as she was entirely stunned. She had not expected that she had just regained her senses when she heard Qi Xiaojiu bidding again. 1.1 billion high-grade spirit jades. Even to the 7 sacred lands, this was a rather huge expense. Using this amount to purchase a 9th-tier lower-grade profound weapon, to tell the truth, it was considered as a heavenly price. Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild auctioned the Ardent Cloud Sword, originally had the intention to sell it off at 7 to 800 million, but now it actually jumped directly to 1.1 billion. To the beautiful MC, the percentage which she had obtained had increased by quite a huge bit, and this time round, her smile couldn't be concealed. 1.1 billion. 1.1 billion high-grade spirit jades. The guests in number 7 VIP cabin is indeed driven. May I ask, guests in number 6 VIP cabin, will you still be following? To tell the truth, the MC was just casually asking. The price had already been raised to this high, and if they continued raising it, it would simply be too dumb. Moreover speaking, Qi Xiaojiu was the head of the mythical Flame Palace, one of the 7 sacred lands. Li Moying's young fiancé was only Blue Profound Sect's direct disciple. How did she ever have the guts to go up against Palace Lord Qi? However, the truth was out of everyone's expectations. When the MC asked, a melodious sweet voice rang again, "Of course we'll follow. Adding 100 million at a time is just too slow. Palace Lord Qi is Sky Emperor City's first-rate character, why are you so petty? I'll bid 1.5 million. When Huang Yueli said that, the entire auction house broke out into bursts of clamor. Everyone was shocked by the way she discarded the thousands of gold. Is this for real? 1.5 billion? 1.5 billion high-grade spirit jades? I must have heard wrongly? Am I dreaming? Quick, pinch me. Oh, pain, pain, pain. Is this by Ruoli going on a frenzy? Did she really think that, just because young sect masterly dotes on her, she can casually spend as she wishes? What on earth is she thinking about? Spending so much money just to buy a 9th-tier lower-grade profound weapon? She became too proud from the pampering. I think, young sect masterly will definitely be angry. Everyone was whispering in each other's ears as there were various discussions on this. Even Luo Jiyun looked at Huang Yueli in astonishment as he felt as though he found it difficult to sit or stand. Lil's sister-in-law, are you sure? 1.5 billion? Huang Yueli swept a disapproving look at him. What's the matter? You're still so young, but your ears aren't working? Impossible, my ears are working very well. Luo Jiyun subconsciously denied and later realized that Huang Yueli was just teasing him. He put on a bitter face. Lil's sister-in-law, please stop fooling me. What medicine are you selling in the gourd of yours? 1.5 billion, you're even able to come out with this kind of heavenly price. If Palace Lord Qi doesn't follow, wouldn't you lose out big time? Huang Yueli's lips curled as she said, loss? Don't worry, I'll definitely not lose out. On the contrary, no wonder your advancement speed in cultivation is so slow, this comprehension. You really need to lift the bar. What? Luo Jiyun was even more puzzled. Song Pujun shook his head as he was silently amused, feeling a little pity for this junior brother of sovereigns. This was an indeed truthful child, but he had to follow this pair of black-bellied couple like Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang around, totally unable to follow their pace, so wouldn't he become the target of teases by Grandmaster Huang? Song Pujun coughed slightly as he said, young Master Luo, Grandmaster Huang knows what she's going. Palace Lord Qi doesn't know that this Ardent Cloud Sword has been refined. If it was still the original Ardent Cloud Sword, when combined with the Profound Armor set, it will be able to display the prowess of a 9th-tier upper-grade profound armament. Hence, not to mention these few billions, it would be worth it even if it was 2 or 3 billion. Luo Jiyun then revealed an enlightened look. So it's like this. Then. Lil's sister-in-law, surely you will not really bid until 2 or 3 billion, right? Huang Yueli did not reply because Qi Xiaojiu's voice resounded out of number 7 VIP cabin. 2 billion. This time round, everyone evidently sensed that Qi Xiaojiu was grinding his teeth as he spoke out. The truth was so, and at the present moment Qi Xiaojiu was unable to remain composed. Originally assuming that his meeting with the Ardent Cloud Sword in this auction was the beginning of his great luck and he would be able to gain it for a price below 1 billion, thereby obtaining this piece of godly weapon, so he was incomparably excited. Whoever knew that, just as he was about to get it, someone came out to stop his win. Blue Profound Xianxia actually dared to bang tables with him? Moreover, even ridiculed him for being petty? She had simply swallowed a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Qi Xiaojiu's fury rose up, but he had no way but to not follow Huang Yueli's bid. Furthermore, because of Huang Yueli's word petty, which had ran him on a bank, it gave him no choice but to bid at a higher figure. But 2 billion for this sword was still considered worthwhile. Qi Xiaojiu could only comfort himself in this way. This bid, he felt that his chances of success were gripped firmly in his hands. After all, from what he saw, Huang Yueli was merely an ordinary direct disciple among the younger generation in Blue Profound sect, and even if she had a fiancé with such background like Li Moying, but spending a man's money was different from spending her own. 2 billion, to Li Moying, was definitely a huge expense, and using it to purchase a profound weapon was evidently not something that ordinary men would allow their woman to do. Li Moying's temperament was cold, and he definitely didn't seem like the kind of man who would allow women to have no bottom line. Thinking in this way, Qi Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneered as he taunted them. The guests in the opposite cabin, don't you feel that this seat is petty? Despising the fact that the pricing is too slow? If you really have a stunning fortune, why don't you continue to follow and bid? Huang Yueli laughed softly when she heard that. Since Palace Lord Qi has already initiated the invite, then how can I not follow your instructions? 3 billion. My God, heavens, 3 billion. 3 billion. This is simply too scary. This Bairuoli must have gone insane. Otherwise, she must be a retard. She actually gave such a high bid. What on earth is she doing? 3 billion. Heavens, just listening to this figure, and I already feel like fainting. Simply a foolish person with too much money. This time round, Bairuoli will really become famous. In an instant, numerous shocking sound waves fluctuated within the auction house. Everyone felt that they had developed hallucinations, totally not daring to believe that such a fascinating matter had happened. A 16-year-old young lass, actually opening such a heavenly price at the start of the annual auction. The beautiful MC on the auction stage was so excited that she was shaking all over. This. Number 6 VIP cabin's distinguished guests, may I confirm this? That you are bidding for 3 billion high-grade spirit jades, to bid for the Ardent Cloud Sword? Of course I'm sure. Huang Yueli's voice isn't very loud, but it was enough to be heard in the entire auction house. She was so definite that Qi Xiaojiu was totally unsettled. From what he say, he totally didn't believe that anyone would bang tables with him in such a manner. It wasn't as though Mu Qingqing was around personally. Merely a direct disciple from Blue Profound sect, and she dared to be so arrogant? Moreover, if he really bid for 3 billion and above, then it would be equivalent to not gaining any advantages at all, because that was already the equivalent price of an entire set of 9th-tier lower-grade profound weapon set. Thinking of this, he vented his anger as he barked out sharply, "Young sect masterly, your fiancée is squandering in such a manner, yet you actually don't even control her at all? Are Blue Profound sect's men also useless?" Qi Xiaojiu's target directly shot towards Li Moying. He had already expected Li Moying to be unable to tolerate Huang Yueli bidding recklessly, and after his agitation, he would absolutely teach his own woman a good lesson. However, Li Moying's deep voice slowly rang, "No need, Palace Lord Qi, to worry. My woman, whatever she wants to buy, I am able to afford it. Kicking up a fuss over something which our own woman wants to buy, that's really called a useless man." Qi Xiaojiu's eyes opened wide as he momentarily couldn't react at all. He had not expected Li Moying's reply to be so. Whereas in the auction hall, silent similarly appeared. But not too long later, a bout of young ladies' envious and jealous discussions broke out. Young sect master Li is really too suave. He actually said his own woman can buy anything that she wants. Worthy of being the #1 sacred land's young sect master. A 3 billion 9th tier profound weapon, said to be a plaything. Young sect master Li is really assertive, hasn't he doted too overly on his fiancée? That Bairuoli is really lucky, how on earth did she manage to settle young sect master Li? Even Ling Qingyu, who was next to Qi Xiaojiu, also revealed a strange look in her eyes, as her gaze shot towards the opposite cabin, as she muttered to herself, "This. Simply the same as his master. Blue profound sex men, are indeed all like this?" Qi Xiaojiu originally was super upset, and upon hearing Ling Qinyu's utterance, the rage in him flourished. He turned back and took a fierce look at Ling Qinyu. "Eldest young Miss Ling, I'm the one who seems to be your ally?" Ling Qinyu then realized that she had misspoke as she hurriedly changed her words and suggested, "Palace Lord Qi, are you going to continue bidding? 3 billion to purchase a 9th tier lower grade profound weapon is really not worth it. Why not you just give up, then in this way, the person who is embarrassed will become Li Moying. It's easy to brag, but when he's asked to really make payment, that would still be equivalent to letting out blood." Qi Xiaojiu gave a cold humph. "Doesn't this seat know about this? But this ardent cloud sword to this seat has a different meaning totally, so even if it's 3 billion. I still have to take it." The beautiful MC on the stage below thought that he wouldn't bid any further and had begun counting down. Qi Xiaojiu didn't even have the chance to hesitate as he hurriedly called out his bid, 3.1 billion. What? 3.1 billion? Has Palace Lord Qi gone insane too? What's so good about this ardent cloud sword, that they must fight over it in such a way? Before the crowd could even recover from their shock, Huang Yueli then gave a light laugh as she clearly spoke out, 4 billion. You. Qi Xiaojiu stood up from his seat as he swept the entire tea set onto the floor. The boiling hot tea splashed on his leg, but he felt nothing at all. "Blue profound sex young lass, this seat advises you not to be too much. Don't think that you're blue profound sex disciple and you have such a capable fiancé then you can do as you wish in Sky Emperor City. Your man merely has good innate talent only, he's still not up to Mu Qingying's standard yet." Qi Xiaojiu had really been infuriated beyond his senses this time round. When he was speaking, his tone was harsh as a 9th stage realm peak practitioner's boundless profound energy was also emitted along with his words, towards the cabin. Momentarily, a powerful leash of pressure enveloped the skies in the auction house. Even those in the audience below also felt the deep pressure as they secretly shrunk their necks, not daring to even heave out loudly. However, Huang Yueli's voice remained stable and even had a faint hint of laughter. "Palace Lord is. Can't win my bid and your anger has turned into embarrassment, so you're attempting to use your martial power to threaten me? Aya, Moying, I'm so scared, what should I do?" Although her lips were saying that she was scared, but everyone could tell that there was no hint of fright in her meaning at all. Li Moying shook his head helplessly. Why are you so mischievous? How would Palace Lord Qi possibly act in that manner that you said? Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's regulations had always been voluntary sales and purchase, and the higher bidder wins, so no one can be an exception. Using martial power to threaten, wouldn't that be equivalent to snatching? If anyone breaks the rules of the world, in future, who would allow Palace Lord Qi to enter the doors to their auction? His voice was cold and aloof, and he said that in a kindly and informal fashion, but it made Xianxia shudder upon hearing that. Although Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild wasn't considered a top-rated powerhouse, but it was mutually protected by various large powerhouses. For so many years, there hadn't been anyone who dared to publicly snatch any treasures. Even if it was one of the hosts of the 7 sacred lands, doing this kind of thing would cause one to be disdained by all practitioners, and it was an extremely embarrassing matter. Xianxia also knew that he had misspoke, but he didn't want to lose face in front of a junior, like Li Moying. He gave a cold humph. Kiddo, do you think you're someone just because you're Sovereign Mu's disciple? This seat will not haggle with you on account of Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's president Wen. Saying that, he landed back on the seat on his butt. The audience in the auction house all wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads as they heaved a sigh of relief. The annual action had just started, and if someone with a status like Xianxia came to create havoc at the scene, then today's auction would probably be discontinued. Luckily, the beautiful MC asked cautiously, this. Now young Miss by in number 6 VIP cabin has bidded with a price of 4 billion high-grade spirit jade. Palace Lord Qi, do you still want? She didn't want to bring bad luck to herself at this point of time, but as there was just this much time for the auction, it was her responsibility, so she couldn't just stop the bidding as she wished, hence she could only brace herself to ask this. Xianxia banged the table, I won't. He wanted very much to directly say that he didn't want to, and just give it up to that young lass on the opposite side, allowing her to spend a huge sum of money to purchase this profound weapon. But the words were already at the side of his lips, but he felt reluctant to give up. Although 4 billion high-grade spirit jades was indeed almost the price of a 9th-tier upper-grade profound weapon, but 9th-tier upper-grade profound weapon in the entire Soaring Heavens continent were only that few, plus after Huang Yueli died, there were no new produces, so there was none in the market even though they had the money, so even if they wanted to buy, they didn't know who to look for. Having missed this ardent cloud sword, he didn't know when he would be able to find another piece. Moreover speaking, ever since that matter, he must quickly arm himself up, otherwise his life might possibly be in danger. Xianxia pondered over it and clenched his teeth. 4.1 billion. Saying that, he looked across to the opposite cabin as he spoke out coldly, blue profound sex young lass, bid if you have the guts. If you add another 1 billion, this seat will give it up to you. Everyone present could tell that Xianxia's words were filled with threat. Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's men all secretly frowned, as they all felt slightly off towards Xianxia's action in their hearts. Already a palace lord and yet still so petty. Can't auction past a young lady then resort to using this kind of threatening ways, coercing her to give in to him. When Grandmaster Huang was still alive back then, Mythical Flame Palace had so much riches and was extremely magnanimous. How did it turn into today's state? Shoo, quiet. Saying all these, don't you wish to live any longer? I think, this young Miss by definitely doesn't dare to continue bidding. That's for sure. No matter how much young Sect Master Li pampers her, with an opponent like Palace Lord Qi, young Master Li is also unable to deal with him. It's still safe in Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild, but after they leave the auction house, they will probably run into bad luck. Everyone was breaking out in cold sweat for Huang Yueli. Just based on looks alone, Huang Yueli had delicate looks and her age was still so young, hence it really made others take pity on her. Everyone thought that her being threatened by Xianxia in such a way would probably be scared stiff. No one had thought that Xianxia had actually been schemed by her, hence being pushed into a stage where he was unable to advance or retreat. Huang Yueli sat in the cabin as she toyed with the teacup in her hand. Luo Jian saw her smile on the edge of her lips but refused to say anything, as he curiously leaned over and suppressed his voice. Lil sister-in-law, are you still intending to continue with the bid? Huang Yueli seemed as though she was looking at a retard, of course not going to add. It's already at 4 billion and long surpassed an entire set of 9th tier lower grade, profound armaments total price. Qi Xiaojiu's following now because of face, but if I were to continue bidding, Qi Xiaojiu will definitely not follow. Don't tell me that I really have to carry a broken sword back. Luo Jiyun was thoroughly despised as his expression was deflated instantly. He was crying out in grievance. What Huang Yueli said was logical and was indeed very simple, which was something that everyone knew. But wasn't it because she had been going against logic, unexpectedly kept on increasing the price, hence he thought that his little sister-in-law had some new moves just waiting to strike out? Otherwise, why would he bother asking? Now it was great, it made him appear as though he was a retard. Song Pijun and the others stifled their laughs. Huang Yueli put the cup down and raised her voice as she opened her mouth, but her tone was totally unexpected as it held a sliver of quivering in terror. Since Palace Lord Qi really wants it so much, then I'd better, not want it. The weak voice and sweet tone reverberated above the skies in the auction house, displaying a frightened look. When Qi Xiaojiu heard that, he then felt as though he had slightly won back some pride. At last, Mythical Flame Palace's Palace Lord name and his Qi Xiaojiu's ability was enough to intimidate everyone. That lass assumed that she was great just because she had money, but in the end, didn't she still have to obediently admit her defeat? 4.1 billion once, 4.1 billion twice, 4.1 billion thrice. Deal. Congratulations to number 7 cabin's distinguished guest, for auctioning this 9th tier lower grade Cloud Ardent sword which was refined by Grandmaster Huang. Hearing the confirmation of the successful deal, Qi Xiaojiu couldn't help but give off a long peal of delighted laughter. Although he had spent so many high-grade spirit jades in one shot, but at least, this treasured sword still landed in his hands. A young lass also dared to fight with him? After the beautiful MC finished counting down with a face full of smiles, she got someone to deliver the Ardent Cloud sword to number 7 cabin. Just this transaction alone had surpassed normal pricing by 5 to 6 times, so to Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild, it was an auspicious start. Not only had they raked in a huge fortune, moreover it was also an extremely good sign. A beautiful female attendant carried the sword box with both hands as she walked towards the number 7 cabin in the brilliant and colorful passageway floating in mid-air. The second auction item had already been brought up onto the auction stage, but a majority of everyone's gazes were still gathered onto the Ardent Cloud sword. A heavenly price of 4.1 billion high-grade spirit jades worth, it was something that everyone wanted to take a few more looks. Just as the female attendant was passing by the number 6 and number 7 cabins, suddenly a sweet and melodious voice rang. Wait a minute. This Ardent Cloud sword. Can I have a look at it? The female attendant's footsteps paused as she turned back with an astonished look. She had never met with this kind of situation before. The auction had already been confirmed and there were people who still wanted to look at the auction item. Huang Yueli's voice wasn't very soft and Qi Xiaojiu, who was on the opposite side, also heard that as he couldn't help but gave a cold laugh. Lass, what tricks are you up to? Weren't you the one who said that you wouldn't bid for it anymore, now trying to create trouble? Huang Yueli's voice was timid as though she was very frightened. I don't mean that, I just feel that there seems to be something wrong with this sword. When the female attendant heard her say that, she immediately tensed up. You don't sprout nonsense, the treasures that we Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild auctions can't possibly have any problems. These have all been appraised by the Armament Guild. Qi Xiaojiu also responded, HNG, could it be that you didn't manage to successfully bid for the Ardent Cloud sword, hence you intentionally sprout all these nonsense, thinking to gross out this seat? Huang Yueli continued to speak out meekly as she replied in an anxious voice, I really don't mean it in this way. I just happened to see a tiny red-colored pattern on the Ardent Cloud sword's body by chance. The distance was a little too far, so I didn't see it earlier. Could it be that the sword blade had been damaged? Everyone was looking at them, and when they heard Huang Yueli's words, the beautiful MC couldn't help but voiced out. "Young Miss Bai, you really can't sprout nonsense like this. It's true that there's a small little pattern on the Ardent Cloud sword, and that was because back then when Grandmaster Huang had met with danger, the damage was unfortunately caused by that incident. But this sword had already been restored by Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's 8th-ranked armament masters, and had already been appraised by the Armament Guild, so the power is guaranteed to be no different from when it had just been refined. We Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild will absolutely not sell defective goods." The MC spoke out righteously in indignance. Everyone present all revealed an understandable expression. This was also an unspeakable rule when high-tiered profound armaments were being auctioned. After all, there were only that few 9th-tier profound armaments, and there weren't much in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. It was common for these godly sharp weapons to have been circulated for thousands of years, and the cases where those items had been damaged and restored were indeed very common. 9th-tier profound armaments, which were from a much earlier era, had no references if it had ever been restored before. Hence, for those profound armaments which had been restored previously, as long as the main body did not have a major problem and if it had passed the appraisal to guarantee that it could display that tier's required power, and that would be considered as a pass. To those ordinary buyers who wanted to purchase the Ardent Cloud sword, this explanation was indeed enough. But to Qi Xiaojiu, the beautiful MC's words were like a lightning strike on a clear day, crashing right onto the top of his head. "You. What did you say? This Ardent Cloud sword had indeed been restored previously?" He stood up abruptly as his figure flashed, and he immediately ran out of the cabin, snatching the long sword from the female attendant as he started to inspect it carefully. There was indeed a minute red pattern on the sword blade, but because the entire sword was red and the profound chi was abundant, so it was totally not eye-catching at all, which could easily be misunderstood as the sword blade's original pattern. In reality, for those experienced higher-ranked armament masters, it was easy for them to tell that this was the sign of a restored profound weapon. Qi Xiaojiu came from mythical Flame Palace after all, and although he wasn't an armament master, but he still had this kind of eyesight. After a careful look, his entire body emitted a chill. His hand started shaking. "Impossible, this is impossible. Since this sword had been restored before, why is it that you didn't mention this before? Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild is cheating." Hearing that, everyone in Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild were totally upset. President Wen stood up personally as he creased his brows and said, "Palace Lord Qi, I can't digest these words of yours. Our merchant guild had always been operating based on trust, so how could you say that we are cheating? The Ardent Cloud sword was indeed casted by Grandmaster Huang and is indeed a 9th-tier lower-grade profound armament which had passed the assessment, and the power of it had even reached 5 times of an ordinary 9th-tier lower-grade profound weapon. Such a rare sword being sold to you, how did it become cheating?" President Wen really felt aggrieved and furious. The annual auction had just begun and they were said to be cheating. Moreover, it was one of the 7 sacred lands, mythical Flame Palace's palace lord, who said that he had not met with this kind of unreasonable matter for a number of years. All the other practitioners present all expressed reconciliation towards what President Wen said. Isn't that due? What President Wen said wasn't wrong at all. Aren't 9th-tier profound armaments all sold in this way? From the Ardent Cloud sword's abundant profound chi and the smoothness of how it flows, one would know that it's already been restored completely. That's right, how would Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild sell substandard products? Just based on this evidence, which is not even considered evidence, just sprouting rubbish like that isn't very good, isn't it? Surely it can't be that Palace Lord Qi had already regretted his decision, right? After all, the price is indeed ridiculously high, and after thinking through it calmly, he might feel that it's not worth it, so it's understandable. Palace Lord Qi's feelings can be understood, but the deal has already been sealed, but yet he still wants to go back on it? That doesn't follow the regulations, right? That's right, with Palace Lord Qi's status, if he really wants to do such a thing, that would really be making a fool out of himself. Although the audience below the stage suppressed their voices, but just what kind of cultivation did Qi Xiaojiu have? He naturally was able to hear all these. This time round, the more he heard, the angrier he got, but unfortunately he didn't know who to vent this anger on. Because what President Wen said was indeed not wrong, and if they really had to fuss over the minor matters, Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild indeed did not need to bear any responsibility. But only he himself knew that the restored Ardent Cloud Sword, it was no difference to others, but to him, the difference was huge. He had dumped so much spirit jades at one go. Wasn't his motive to pair up the Ardent Cloud Sword together with the set of profound armor which was kept in Mythical Flame Palace? Now that it couldn't be paired into a set, then wouldn't that mean that he suffered a huge loss? Ever since Huang Yueli passed on, Mythical Flame Palace was in the state of declining every single year, and no longer had the same fortune as that year. 4.1 billion high-grade spirit jades, that was a vast amount. In the end, he bought such a toy back? Qi Xiaojiu almost fainted from anger as he was shaking all over. But he tried his best to make himself calm down as he said, "Oh? You said the Ardent Cloud Sword had been restored successfully, and it really has succeeded? Anyway, it's been restored, so it is definitely a substandard item. This seat doesn't want this kind of goods." This time round, he totally didn't want his face anymore as he tried to find various reasons to renege on this debt. When President Wen heard that his expression turned ugly, "What do we think that Palace Lord Qi is doing? Are you trying to renege on the debt?" Qi Xiaojiu naturally wouldn't admit as he spoke out righteously, "What reneging on the debt? Your Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild is the one who is at fault first. No matter who it is, do you dare to say that your skill is the same as my junior sister back then?" President Wen wanted to rebuke when suddenly the beautiful MC walked over and whispered something into his ear. When President Wen heard that, his eyes instantly lit up. "Alright, since you don't believe in our merchant guild, then that's easy to handle. Armament Guild's President Yi, Grandmaster Yi Xinghua, is coincidentally here today. He is Grandmaster Huang's direct disciple, so speaking of that, he can be considered as Palace Lord Qi's nephew, and in terms of skills, he is now Soaring Heaven's Continent's #1, whereas in terms of character, his reputation is resounding, so for him to appraise the item on the spot, surely Palace Lord Qi will be able to trust him, right?" Qi Xiaojiu's heart jumped. "What? President Yi is here too?" President Wen nodded, "Exactly." The last note of his sentence had just landed when Yi Xinghua's voice was heard coming from the #4 VIP cabin. "Palace Lord Qi, long time no see. This Ardent Cloud Sword is one of the masterpieces of my master Grandmaster Huang, and I have long wanted to take a look at its true countenance. If you are able to trust me, why not let me appraise this sword to see if it's really been restored successfully? Don't worry, I will absolutely not side with the Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild. But... Of course Qi Xiaojiu didn't want to agree to it because he believed that Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's credit was of no issue and the power of the Ardent Cloud Sword was boundless. If there was something which needed to delve into, it was actually because he was too opinionated, hence he assumed that this sword and the set of profound armor in Mythical Flame Palace was the same set, hence he kept on bidding. This responsibility, no matter what, he had to be the one to take up this responsibility. Actually, Qi Xiaojiu was also a regular at the auction house, and if he had calmed down to think about it back then, he would have considered the risk of the Ardent Cloud Sword being repeatedly casted. But that young lass in blue profound sect kept on raising the price against him, and moreover, she had been using that kind of provocative manner to force him to come out with a bid, so in a moment of fury, Qi Xiaojiu totally didn't put too much detailed thought into it as he was led by the nose by her along the way. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaojiu's heart thumped hard. Could it be that young lass did it intentionally? He shot a sideway glance from the corner of his eye at the #6 cabin as his brows creased, and he thought at length, but silently shook his head. It was impossible. How would this be explained? That young lass was not from Mythical Flame Palace, so how could she possibly know that Mythical Flame Palace had that set of profound armor? Moreover, even if she was under Mythical Flame Palace's tutelage, only him, the current palace lord, knew about the relationship between the profound armor and Ardent Cloud Sword. Just as Qi Xiaojiu's brows were tightly knitted, Yi Xinghua had already walked out from the number 4 cabin. Palace Lord Qi, this Ardent Cloud Sword. Can you let me have a look at it? Yi Xinghua cupped his hands in greeting as he asked Qi Xiaojiu for the Ardent Cloud Sword. Qi Xiaojiu's expression changed as his mind started to swiftly weigh the pros and cons. The matter had already come to such a pass, and with Yi Xinghua around, if he wanted to say that the Ardent Cloud Sword had a quality problem, it was no longer possible because the appraisal which Yi Xinghua came out with would absolutely convince everyone. So, no matter what, he was doomed to suffer in silence. Qi Xiaojiu was extremely aggrieved, but in order not to be embarrassed, he could only brace himself as he kept the sword and at the same time intentionally lifting his head in an arrogant and cold manner. This seat appreciates President Ye's kind intentions. Merely 4.1 billion high-grade spirit jades, would this seat haggle endlessly over this bit of money? The treasures which Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild auctions are something which this seat will naturally trust, so it was all but a joke earlier. Alright, the time is no longer young and there are plenty of other auctions up for bids, so this seat shall not delay everyone's time any longer. He swiftly finished his words and turning his head, he hurriedly hid back into the number 7 cabin. All the practitioners were all rendered speechless. Earlier, Qi Xiaojiu had obviously wanted to renege on the debt, but he had the cheek to claim that it was just a joke. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xinghua happened to be at the auction house, President Wen would probably have been splashed with a whole bucket of dirty water. Thinking of back then when Grandmaster Huang was still around, just how mighty and overbearing Mythical Flame Palace was, now. Sigh. I've long heard that Mythical Flame Palace's potential is declining as the years pass, and I still don't believe it, but from the looks of it now, it indeed seems so. Looking at how Palace Lord Qi acts, I'm afraid that he isn't any better than any medium-leveled powerhouses. Quite a number of people were secretly whispering in one another's ears as they slighted Qi Xiaojiu with extreme disdain. But everyone only dared to talk about this in secret, not daring to voice out loudly. After all, based on Qi Xiaojiu's cultivation, ordinary practitioners totally couldn't afford to offend this kind of top-rated expert. No matter what, Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's reputation was equivalent to being saved. When President Wen saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief as he threw a grateful glance towards Yi Xinghua. The beautiful MC hurriedly returned back on stage as she continued with the next item up for auction. Guests, next have a look at this treasure. This item comes from West Sky region. In the number 7 cabin, Luo Jian laughed until he kept falling around. Ha 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 ha, lil sister-in-law, you're too bad. Not only have you cheated him to spend a huge fortune to buy a not very useful profound weapon, moreover you had to tell him the truth about it. This time round, Qi Xiaojiu really has his face thrown until where his home is. Huang Yueli's lips curled as she said, merely just a slight punishment. Moreover, this master's profound weapon which I have casted can be sold for 10 billion, which isn't any issue at all, so I didn't really take too much of his money? Li Moying heard her narcissi words as he burst out laughing, while his gaze swept past her fair, slender little face. His little fox was laughing delightfully, revealing her sharp little tiger fangs. Li Moying's gaze dimmed as he placed his hand on her side face. Why? So happy? Not knowing why, as long as she heard Li Moying using this kind of mellow and gentle voice talking to him, Huang Yueli's face would uncontrollably flush a shade of red. You, what are you doing? Huang Yueli held his hand and gave him a stare. There are so many people here. You're not allowed to paw at me. Li Moying's voice deepened as he leaned in close, and it rang beside her ear once again. If there's no one around, then I can paw you? Huang Yueli felt his warm male's breath blowing past her as her ears grew so hot that it started to burn. When she had clearly what he had just said, her willowy brows stood up and she looked as though she was about to act up. But just as this moment, the cabin's door came a series of knocking sound. Song Pajun and the others had all consciously turned around, with their backs facing Sovereign, and it was until the moment when they heard something before they revealed an astonished expression. Who would come knocking on the door at this moment? Could it be Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's men? Open the door and take a look. Song Pahan walked over to open the door, and on one look, he was surprised to see an unexpected figure outside the door. President Yi, why have you come over? Yi Xinghua nodded his head and walked directly towards Huang Yueli as he bowed to her, Master. Huang Yueli heard someone knocking and immediately gave Li Moying a push as she sat upright and still. Other than the shade of red, which had not completely dissipated, she looked totally prim and proper. Cough cough, this. Xinghua, this matter today is all thanks to you, you've done a good job. Li Moying propped his elbow against his head as his gaze still roved around his little fox's elegant side face, but upon hearing that, he couldn't help but raise his brows. And? So earlier you sent someone out to pass a message, is to look for President Yi? Yi Xinghua lifted his eyes and took a look at Li Moying as he was instantly struck in his heart. Although he had heard from Huang Yueli long ago and knew that Li Moying was the reincarnated Mu Qingqing, but he still hadn't met with Li Moying himself yet. Right now when he saw him, he then realized that although Li Moying was much younger than in his past life and his cultivation had yet to reach peak condition, but that overpowering and might temperament, icily arrogant and conceited posture, was no different from in his past life. Li Moying sensed his vision and the brilliance in his peach-blossomed eyes wandered as that gentle like water gaze instantly turned harsh, shooting a warning sign towards Yi Xinghua. A strong exponent's might was extremely penetrative. Yi Xinghua subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to meet his frigid gaze. If it was said that before today, he still had some slight fanciful thoughts about the reincarnated Huang Yueli, then after meeting Li Moying today, he totally realized that no matter how many years had gone past, the disparity between him and Li Moying was still like the sky and the moat. Huang Yueli also detected the change in Li Moying's imposing manner, and she quickly realized what had happened. She turned around to look at him in amusement and laughed. Yes, I need to conceal my identity right now, and on this kind of occasion, I can only rely on Xinghua to stand out for me. Xinghua, long time no see, quick have a seat. When Li Moying heard that Huang Yueli even allowed this fellow to have a seat, the expression on his face turned even colder. How would a through-and-through armament master like Yi Xinghua, with not very high cultivation level, dare to act rashly in front of Blue Profound Sex Sovereign's presence? So he hurriedly waved his hands as he rejected. No need. There are quite a number of people from the Armament Guild who are here too, and I have quite a number of materials to bid for, so I have to return to my own cabin pretty soon. I came here, specially to pass this to Master. Saying that, he stuffed a black-colored card into Huang Yueli's hands. Huang Yueli received the card and smiled as she asked, "How much is this?" Yi Xinghua pointed to a 3 sign. Huang Yueli nodded her head satisfactorily as she continued, "Consider that President when smart. Thank you for today, and if there's something you need to do, just go on." Yi Xinghua hesitated for a moment and raised his head before he said, "Master, actually there's another matter that I feel that I must inform you, it's regarding President Jiang. Only, this place isn't a convenient venue to discuss this." Huang Yueli paused for moments. "I understand. After today's auction is over, I'll go look for you." Yi Xinghua cupped his hands and left. When Yi Xinghua left, Luo Jiyun leaned over and kept eyeing the black card in Huang Yueli's hands. "Lil sister-in-law, the card in your hands. Looks like the limited edition black crystal card from the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild." Huang Yueli replied in an indifferent manner, "What's called looks like?" "This is the black crystal card." Luo Jiyun asked curiously, "Black crystal card? I heard that the black crystal card needs a minimum deposit of billions of high-grade spirit jades before you can get one." President Yi is really meaningful, just visiting his master, and he brought along so much money to show his filial respect. Huang Yueli explained, it's not what you think, the money inside is the advantage fee which President Wen had given. Luo Jiyun totally didn't expect such a matter to happen as he was instantly stunned. Advantage fee? Isn't it so? I asked Yi Xinghua to help speak up for Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild so that their guild would not be discredited. President Wen is a smart man, so he naturally knows that this job can't be done without any compensation, so he automatically sent the advantage fee over. Luo Jiyun was tongue-tied, apparently not accustomed to the naked truth of the transaction. What? So to say, this President Wen offered money? He recalled Yi Xinghua's actions earlier. There is 300 million high-grade spirit jades in this card? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she spoke out in a disapproving manner. Don't be dumb. 300 million. How would President Wen have the cheek to offer that amount? There is 3 billion. 3 billion. Luo Jiyun's eyeballs nearly dropped onto the ground. This is so much money. Why would President Wen give President Yi so much money? Huang Yueli looked at him as though she was looking at an idiot. You fellow, don't you know how to count your debts at all? Think about it, what kind of status does Qi Xiaojiu have? He said that Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild is cheating, and although everyone present knows who is right and who is wrong, but if this kind of matter spreads out and when other people all add their own ingredients into this, it will definitely affect Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's reputation. The only way is for him to admit defeat on the spot, which will then ensure that Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's thousands of years of reputation would not be damaged. I asked Yi Xinghua to do him such a big favor. Shouldn't they come out with 3 billion high-grade spirit stones? Moreover speaking, if it wasn't for me, would that ardent cloud sword be sold at such a heavenly price earlier? At most it would be sold for 900 million. After giving me 3 billion, their Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild still gained 1.1 billion, they've earned a lot. What? Earned? Luo Jiyun was totally swooned by this explanation, which sounded logical, hence he was feeling dazed. Even after Huang Yueli finally kept the black crystal card, he still sat there like a stone sculpture, totally not moving at all. Huang Yueli shook her head as she couldn't be bothered with him, and continued to lower her head to look at the auction catalogue in her hands. Suddenly, a little Shota's tender voice surfaced within her mind. Let me out, let this little lord out. Little Phoenix patted his wings as it banged against the walls of the Sky Phoenix ring, giving off banging sounds. Huang Yueli's train of thought switched and she saw a totally red little phoenix flying past her eyes, as it landed onto the ground. Little Phoenix's bulk, as compared to when Huang Yueli lost her memories, had increased by a circle and now it looked about the size of half a mother hen, but as compared to ordinary little mother hens, it was much fatter. Previously when Huang Yueli was drugged by Lu Bian, she drank a lot of nerve-numbing medication, thereby causing memory loss, and her soul trace also suffered an extremely large damage, as her 5 senses were weakened drastically. As the strength of her soul trace wasn't enough, her connection with the Sky Phoenix ring was hence broken off. Little Phoenix was stuck inside the realm and wasn't able to leave, hence under the pretext of fury, it ate all of the fire-attributed materials which Huang Yueli had stored in the Sky Phoenix ring. As its body had accumulated excess profound energy, it then fainted and only slowly regained its consciousness a few days after Huang Yueli had recovered her memories and its body had grown by quite a fair bit. Huang Yueli's armament refining materials, which she had painstakingly collected, were all ruined by it, so she was so angry that she bashed its butt, but unfortunately, there was no way to save the materials. In this period of time, Huang Yueli had confined it in the Sky Phoenix ring, as punishment. This was only Little Phoenix's 5th day, and its first time being allowed out to run about. The minute Little Phoenix landed, it turned into a little Shota as he stretched out his plump little hand and tugged at the hem of Huang Yueli's skirt, crying out loudly, "Female devil, I want to buy this." Quick, 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 bid for it. Huang Yueli's lips twitched. Little thing, your manners are getting worse and worse. What did you call me earlier? Female devil, can you stop with the rubbish? Haven't you heard that beautiful MC starting to count down? Quickly bid for it. Little Wang Kai totally couldn't care about what she was saying as he kept urging her. Huang Yueli's face sunk, feeling that it was time to educate this brat. Usually it would be lazy and only knew how to eat, not to mention that it grew until so fat, now it doesn't even have any basic respect towards its master. The minute it came out, it started screaming and shouting to buy something. Just a spiritual state of a phoenix, what thing did it need to buy? Huang Yueli coughed vigorously. However, little Wang Kai totally ignored her warning as it continued to sprawl onto the window and kept stomping its feet. From his stance, it seemed as though it couldn't wait to jump onto the auction stage to snatch for it. Huang Yueli lifted him up from the collar and carried him. Enough, you look too ugly like that. Sit properly. Huang Yueli's fingers were slender and fair, but her strength was enormous, so no matter how little Wang Kai struggled, he was unable to struggle free. At this moment, the beautiful MC had already started to count down and he was really anxious, so he immediately cried out loudly, 1 billion. No one had expected little Wang Kai to suddenly bid for itself. Huang Yueli's fingers loosened and little Wang Kai fell with a plop on the ground, on the thick fleece carpet. Everyone in the number 6 cabin all looked at little Phoenix with a dumbstruck expression. Just at this moment, the beautiful MC's shocked but overjoyed voice clearly emitted into everyone's ears, 1 billion. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Number 6 cabin's distinguished guests are indeed generous, continuing from the previous item and bidding another heavenly price once again. This time round, the treasure's price had increased from 10 million to 1 billion. Huang Yueli's face had turned green as she totally couldn't be bothered to care about little Wang Kai, but directly turned her gaze below, trying to see what was the item which little Phoenix had called out for such a high price. Upon fixating her gaze, she had the urge to swat little Phoenix to death. The auction stage had displayed a black-colored raw stone, and not only did its exterior look ordinary and common, even when Huang Yueli used her soul trace to sense it, she wasn't able to sense any special profound energy fluctuations. The little table by the right of the raw stone displayed a label, and on it was written the origin of this raw stone. This piece of raw stone was brought out by a famous mercenary team, from a mystic region around the East Ocean, and as it was found in a 10th stage realm practitioner's cave dwelling, although they didn't know what uses it had, but the mercenary group still brought it out to sell for money. This kind of thing, there were just too many within Soaring Heaven's continent, and most of it couldn't be auctioned out at all. After all, no one knew what this was, and there was no way to appraise this item, so there was a 90% chance that it was a piece of useless trash. Only those rookies who dreamt about being an overnight tycoon would fall for this kind of trick. Huang Yueli was a rich and smart armament grandmaster, so naturally, she wouldn't even be bothered about this sort of thing. Moreover speaking, this plaything, if 10 million was spent to play around with it, she could just forget about it, but little Wang Kai actually opened its mouth and bid with a price of 1 billion slash. She had painstakingly refined a 9th-tier profound armament and something it might not even be sold for 1 billion. The corners of her mouth twitched as she simply wanted to throw this brat away. Guardian June, go ask Soaring Heaven's Merchant Guild's men that if a brat bids randomly, can this transaction be cancelled? A lousy kid whose hair had not even grown out fully calls out a bid, is this even counted? Song Pajun's forehead was sweating profusely as he hurriedly called out, Grandmaster Huang, you this, don't be rash. According to regulations, as long as it's a bid that comes from our cabin, it will be considered under sovereigns and it's impossible to not acknowledge it, and that would only lead to embarrassment. Think back of the way Qi Xiaojiu was teased at earlier. Grandmaster Huang, please reconsider your decision. But there's no point for me to buy a broken stone with no profound energy fluctuations at all. Huang Yueli's heart was dripping blood. This wastrel kid, who educated him? As a parent, she had been tirelessly refining armaments day in and day out, cooking up all sorts of ways to scheme people, and had finally managed to save some money, but it was all spent by this brat. Just as Huang Yueli was feeling heartache, Qi Xiaojiu's voice was suddenly heard from the number 7 cabin on the opposite. Since it's something which Blue Profound Sect's distinguished guests had taken fancy upon, then it looks like there's something extraordinary about this raw stone. Then this seat shall join in the fun, 1.1 billion. Qi Xiaojiu had been embarrassed badly in front of everyone earlier. After sorting out his thoughts, he felt that other than being schemed by Soaring Heaven's continent, most importantly, he had gone dizzy from that brainless Bairuoli. Although Qi Xiaojiu didn't know that he had actually fallen for Huang Yueli's scheme, but this didn't bother him from hating Huang Yueli, and on seeing her suddenly coming out with a heavenly price, his heart leapt with joy instantly as he immediately raised the price. Qi Xiaojiu thought that he had done a beautiful job, however, Huang Yueli immediately heaved a sound of relief upon hearing his bid. Heavens! Really scare me to death. Luckily, there's still this dumbass who came out to bid against us, otherwise. However, before she could finish her words, little Wang Kai had already climbed up from the ground as he shouted out towards the window, 1 billion. What the? Huang Yueli almost fell down from her seat as her eyes widened and her expression was extremely ugly to the max. You. Actually bite it again. She really couldn't wait to pat this brat flat onto the ground with one slap. On seeing Huang Yueli's vicious gaze, Luo Jiyun hurriedly rushed over and pushed little Wang Kai behind his back. This? Sis-in-law, don't be rash. Little kids are still insensible, you can't, don't beat him. Huang Yueli gave a sinister smile. I'm not going to beat him, I merely want to cook him into stewed chicken. When Luo Jiyun heard the first half of the sentence, his expression relaxed, but when he heard the second half, he immediately tensed up again. Sister-in-law, don't be like this. Although we can't sense what's so special about that raw stone, but little Wang Kai is a spiritual beast, so he should be able to sense some special profound energy fluctuations? Luo Jiyun shot an inquiring look towards little Wang Kai. Little Wang Kai opened his mouth weakly, None, I also didn't sense any profound energy fluctuations. On seeing Huang Yueli's vicious glower, he hurriedly added in loudly, but I sense that this piece of stone is very familiar, but I also can't remember where I had seen it previously, nor can I recall what's the use of this stone. I just want it very much. When Song Piyu heard that, he frowned and stood up. Grandmaster Huang, little phoenix are born with a special sense innately and their soul traces are different from ordinary people, so perhaps this raw stone really had some special use, so this subordinate thinks that there's no harm in purchasing this. Little Wang Kai was nodding his head while listening. That's right, female devil, you're too petty. Huang Yueli originally was appeased by quite a large bit, but after hearing that, she stared at him fiercely once again. You still dare to speak? Originally something only worth 10 million, why did you bid 1 billion? If it wasn't for the fact that you had bidded casually, would there be anyone who would raise the bid? Someone bidded for 1.1 billion and you actually continued to bid for 2 billion. What do you think this is? This costs high-grade spirit jade. 2 billion of it. Little Phoenix kept retreating backwards from her scolding as he looked left and right, but he possibly felt that Luo Jiyun's ability wasn't good enough and that he wouldn't be able to protect him, hence he slipped and hid behind Song Piyu's back. Whoever knew that Song Piyu totally wasn't that easygoing like Luo Jiyun, as he actually nudged to one side. Little Phoenix lifted its head in astonishment. Song Piyu coughed. What Grandmaster Huang said is right. So extravagant from such a young age, you ought to receive a good lesson. Little Wang Kai's big round eyes opened wide from shock as he faced his finger and spoke out aggrievedly, why do all of you say I'm wrong? Earlier, it was female devil who said this herself, those with ability would be in billions, so I just didn't want to throw female devil's face. Huang Yueli was totally speechless as her face flushed red. These words were obviously something which she said, but when it came out from Little Phoenix's mouth, why did it made her seem so dumb? Alright, don't be angry. This bit of money, I'll come out with it, so there's no need to be unhappy. Li Moying's smiling voice was heard from the side of her ears. It was so rare to see his little fox being stuffed until she could not rebuke back, so it really made him slightly amused from this. Huang Yueli lifted her chin. This isn't about money, it's about the issue of education. Before she could finish her words, she heard Qi Xiaojiu calling out once again, 2.1 billion. Huang Yueli shivered and her first reaction was to swiftly whisk Little Phoenix up and threw her back into the Sky Phoenix ring. Little Phoenix originally was preparing to cry out 3 billion, but in the end, it had just opened its mouth only to discover that his vision had gone dizzy and he had been shut back into Sky Phoenix ring. He anxiously cried out loudly, "Let me out. Let this little lord out." Huang Yueli gave a cold humph as she ignored it, nor did she place another bid. Very soon, the beautiful MC started counting down once again, 2.1 billion once, 2.1 billion twice, 2.1 billion tr. Following every single countdown from the beautiful MC, in number 7 cabin, Qi Xiaojiu's heartbeat started pounding swiftly. He originally was very sure that Li Moying's fiancée was a retarded young lady who had no qualms on extravagance, hence she recklessly raised the bid like this. Otherwise, what would he even bother to bid for such a useless thing back for? Moreover, this was a full 2.1 billion, and it was used to buy a raw stone which had a 99% chance that it was useless. 4.1 billion purchasing a 9th tier lower grade profound armament, but at least it was a profound weapon with outstanding quality, so more or less there would be some use for this kind of useless raw stone. Even if he was Mythical Flame Palace's palace lord, this kind of reckless extravagance would make it difficult for him to explain to the elders when he returned. He wasn't the yesteryear Huang Yueli, and towards Mythical Flame Palace's control, he was totally not strong and had to rely on the elders to support him. The beautiful MC's melodious voice rang from below the cabin, and there were several times that he wanted to jump right out directly to regret it, but he somehow recalled that he was still Mythical Flame Palace's palace lord, so he risked his life to control his urge. Right now, he was really extremely regretful. Why did he raise the bid for no good reason? That lass might not even have that much money in her pocket, merely wanting to act rich. He actually really believed her. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli's voice suddenly rang. 2.11 billion. Her voice wasn't very loud and moreover, it somehow seemed as though it was tinged with an indecisive meaning, sounding like she wasn't able to decide if she wanted to bid or not.